Chapter 91. On the public shuttle platform, Tan Zhong was standing there waiting, his posture straight, and he seemed to be unaware of the people around him. Seeing Tiananmen get off the shuttle, he walked over and asked softly, "Master, have you figured it out?" As a confidant, after so many years of companionship and working together, Tan Zhong only needed a glance to know that he had something on his mind. Tiananmen's face was relaxed at this time, and he nodded. "Let's go to the Congress Hall. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. I don't know how many people stayed up all night the night before. Jifan is indeed a young man who dares to think and do. It has not happened for hundreds of years to form a new fleet, even if it is just a logistics fleet. In the history of the Empire, there has never been a situation where a family controls two fleets. The military also talks about politics, and no matter where it is, it emphasizes balance. If this young man wants to break this balance, then the future pattern of the Empire will change dramatically. It can be said that they are now standing on another crest of the times. What he had never thought of was that he would actually want to give this young man a push. Even a week ago, he had never thought of making this decision today. As soon as Tiananmen appeared in Luojing Mountain, he caused quite a stir, and reporters rushed to him frantically, wanting to get first-hand information. A reporter rushed over and filmed the robot flying high. "Your Excellency, have you submitted a proposal on medical reform this year?" Tan Zhong dutifully blocked these people from the periphery, and with the security of Luojing Mountain, basically no one could get close to Tiananmen. In the past, Tiananmen never accepted such informal interviews. But when he heard this question, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and found that the other person was wearing the Voice of the Common People logo. He stood there, his black eyes serious. "There are indeed proposals for medical reform this year. I hope that Congress can consider increasing research investment in the direction of genetic evolution. As for the medical reform measures that the public is concerned about, Renha Hospital will take the lead in becoming the experimental soil for medical reform, and there is no need to specifically propose it in Congress." When he said this, his confident and humble aristocratic attitude was fully revealed. There are also a few noble families on Guangya Star who can change the status quo of a country by their own efforts without going through Congress, but the only one who dares to speak and do is Tiananmen. A group of reporters suddenly boiled up. "Your Excellency, may I ask what plans you have for medical reform next?" "Your Excellency." The reporters who flocked in frantically threw out their questions, but at this time, Viscount Tiananmen had turned around and stepped onto the stairs. There, reporters could not enter. Rows of soldiers stood straight on the steps, holding guns in their hands, and killing decisively. The reporter of the Voice of the Common People was very surprised. He never expected that the other party would answer his question with the response of Viscount Tiananmen. Even if there was only this paragraph, it was enough to ensure that the ratings of their Voice of the Common People today would definitely exceed that of the Empire News. The Congress Hall covers a huge area, about 1/3 of the size of the Tan family. At its peak, it could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. In the middle of the hall, there is a golden round platform about 1 meter high. Surrounding the round platform, circles of transparent high columns radiate out in a diffuse shape. The closest to the prism is a circle of 2-meter-high small cylinders. On the top of the small cylinders are golden chairs wrapped in transparent bubbles. There are 73 of them. Outside the golden chair cylinders are taller cylinders containing silver chairs. Unlike one golden chair per cylinder, each of the following cylinders contains many silver chairs. Outside the silver chair cylinders are copper chair cylinders, which are taller and contain more copper chairs. This seating design ensures that the scene of the central prism can be seen from every place. In this small Congress Hall, it is enough to glimpse a corner of the strict hierarchy of the Empire. The 73 single-seat golden chairs represent the 73 seats in this year's cabinet. The silver chairs outside the golden chairs represent the seats of the House of Lords, and the bronze chairs, which are the most numerous and crowded, represent the seats of the most populous members of the House of Commons. Tiananmen arrived late, and many people were already sitting on the golden chairs. He walked under the column with his name on it, and after recognizing his biometric information, he was instantly teleported to the 2-meter-high golden chair. The transparent bubble rose, and he immediately enjoyed an independent space. Pressing a button on the chair on the right hand, the sound of the entire Parliament Hall was isolated outside the bubble. From a distance, the transparent column was full of chairs, but in fact, there was a platform under each chair, and Tiananmen could stand up and sit down at any time. The bubble isolated the possibility of communication, but there were still many people who greeted Viscount Tiananmen, and he nodded in response. In his position, he could basically see members of the House of Lords. Even if there were some people he didn't know, he was more or less familiar with them in the daily handling of government affairs. Not long after, a man in a blue suit stepped in and walked straight to the central round platform and stood still. The whole hall suddenly became extremely quiet. This was the Emperor's personal Secretary General, Lan Kao Wat, from the Wat family. For fairness reasons, the Emperor's Secretary General was the host of the Congress every year. The Secretary General was required to know nothing about the content of the proposal, and could only host it according to the content shown to him by the intelligent computer. Hello, everyone, we meet again. I am Lan Kao Wat. I will still host the Congress this year. His hair was combed meticulously, and he stood straight. He spoke in a slow tone, quite aristocratic. Mr. Lan Kao, why don't you see His Majesty? A person on the golden chair asked. At this moment, only the golden chair has the right to speak. Even if people on chairs of other colors speak, no one will hear them. The transparent bubble will filter out the voices of these people. This is the result of real-time monitoring by the intelligent brain. It will ensure order during the Congress. Lan Kao looked at his name and replied, Sir William Smith, please don't worry, His Majesty will be here soon. Tiananmen frowned slightly. He knew His Majesty's current physical condition very well. The Congress takes a long time and requires a lot of energy. He should not come to participate. As soon as Lan Kao finished speaking, a huge black throne fell from the sky. A tall and mighty man sat on the throne. He was wearing a formal dress, and his deep facial features emitted a terrifying light, making people dare not look directly at him. This is the current emperor of the empire, the 76th Tiga Caesar. His appearance broke the outside world's speculation that he was in poor health. Good day, Your Majesty. Everyone in the Congress Hall stood up, clenched their right fists to their chests, and called out. Chapter 92. Tiga Caesar waved his hand gently, and said in a low voice, Good day, may the glory of the empire last forever. May the glory of the empire last forever. Everyone said in unison. I come and take a look, everyone is welcome. Tiga Caesar's voice was very low and slow, which easily made people feel an impulse to obey him involuntarily. After hearing his words, everyone sat back. Some people from remote galaxies were very excited. This was a rare opportunity to get close to Tiga Caesar. Although the Congress is composed of the House of Lords, the House of Commons, and the current emperor, the emperor's symbolic significance is greater than his actual significance. In addition to the veto power, there are not many other powers. But since Tiga Caesar inherited the throne, he has not exercised this power. This does not mean that the power of the emperor of the glorious empire is small. On the contrary, his power is very large, but it is more outside the Congress. Lan Kao, let's start, he said lightly. As he spoke, the huge black throne gradually rose, and a translucent cover slowly rose around the throne. Outsiders could only see his figure vaguely, but could not see his expression clearly. Yes, Your Majesty. Since Tiga Caesar appeared, Lan Kao Carter has been kneeling on one knee. He stood up only after hearing his order. He looked solemn. I declare that the Congress of the 3588th year of the interstellar calendar has officially begun. After speaking, he picked up a small golden hammer and gently knocked down a golden stone on the table. With a crisp ding sound, a wave of energy rippled out from the golden stone. Everyone's spirits could not help but be lifted. This is a washing stone, which is extremely rare. The sound it makes can purify the spirit. At the same time, it can also make people's thinking clearer and more agile. At the same time, the wall clock in the center of the central square, outside Luojin Mountain, made a muffled dong sound, as if responding to the energy. The people gathered in the central square cheered together, and the annual Congress began. Please, the first proposal. This is a proposal from Congressman Garden Pine of Jijuoxing. He believes that the taxation of the energy industry should not be a unified standard. In order to encourage and promote enterprises to increase their investment in improving energy utilization, Congress should consider legislation to directly link corporate energy utilization with corporate taxation. Lan Kao briefly introduced the proposal according to the prompts of the intelligent brain. After his introduction, the proposal also appeared on the projections in each transparent bubble. Viscount Tiananmen quickly finished reading it. The proposal was well drafted and well considered, but it would be a bit of an exaggeration to legislate because of this trivial matter. If it is really feasible, after discussion by the cabinet, the Ministry of Energy can issue a decree to implement it directly. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Viscount Tiananmen pressed the button on his left-hand side that said no. On the left-hand side of each person's golden chair, there were 3 buttons: yes, no, and give up. Others would not know the result of your vote, but the intelligent brain would keep a record of it. These operations would be strictly controlled by the planet's intelligent brain. The participants were all very clear about this. So every vote was cast very carefully, which also ensured the validity of the vote. Please, the second proposal. When the second proposal appeared, Viscount Tannenmine saw Lonkow was looking at him in surprise. Somehow, Viscount Tannenmine felt that this proposal should be the one he signed and agreed to on the interstellar spaceship on the way back to the capital star more than half a year ago. After a slow pause, Lonkow quickly returned to normal. This proposal comes from Viscount Tannenmine, Minister of Health of Guangyu Star. He believes that Congress should consider incorporating gene evolution into regular assessments. Whether it is major universities, research institutes, or hospitals, a regular assessment mechanism for gene evolution should be established. The reason is that in the past 100 years, the genes of the empire have not evolved much, which is a kind of inconspicuous degeneration. The proposal submitted by Viscount Tannenmine used too many professional words. Except for those who studied medicine, many people only understood it halfway. That is why this proposal was not passed. People at that time did not realize how important this was, including Viscount Tannenmine himself, who was very calm when facing the result of failure. In peacetime, it is very difficult for people to be willing to spend huge financial resources to study genetic evolution. Even if the data is alarming, it seems that it is not as urgent as other issues. Regardless of what happens next, Congress continues. Since the beginning of Congress, it will not be suspended during the day. If you feel hungry, you can inject yourself with nutrient solution during the break. Everyone is very efficient, and has now reached the 21st proposal. None of the first 20 proposals have been passed. The standard for passing a proposal is very simple. If it reaches half or more of the votes in the House of Commons and is taken to the Senate, it will be considered passed. Please, the 21st proposal. This proposal comes from Major General Ji Fan, the captain of the Abyss Fleet of Guangyu Star. Lonkow Carter's voice was obviously a little unstable. He believes that Congress should consider establishing a logistics fleet dedicated to collecting intelligence and conducting weapons and medical research and development, the Expedition Fleet. Ji Fan's proposal is quite long, very detailed and comprehensive, and it can be seen that a lot of effort has been put in. Tannenmine had seen this proposal earlier, and Ji Fan specially sent someone to deliver a copy to the Tan family. After confirming that the content of this proposal has not been changed, Viscount Tannenmine sighed. He took out a brown-black scepter from the space button. It was exquisitely crafted and engraved with intricate and delicate patterns. At the top of the scepter, the family emblem of the Tan family and the totem of the empire were integrated together, and at the bottom of the scepter, a golden stone was inlaid. He picked up the scepter and gently hit it 3 times on the golden chair. Dang dang dang. 3 extremely crisp sounds echoed throughout the hall. The feeling of cleansing the soul reappeared. The golden stone at the bottom of the scepter is also a cleansing stone. Everyone present was shocked. The day-long meeting made everyone feel tired to varying degrees. At this time, not only did the fatigue disappear, but those who had never seen the world even felt their scalps tingling. The current cabinet prime minister, Murphy Scott, shot his eagle-like eyes at Tannenmine. I didn't expect that after all the calculations and precautions, the newly appointed Minister of Health, Tannenmine, would be missed. A person who just entered the cabinet dared to exercise the right to propose. Who gave him the courage? Chapter 93. Cabinet member Viscount Tannenmine confirms the exercise of the right to propose. Please start speaking. The speaking time shall not exceed 30 minutes. The voice of the intelligent brain suddenly rang throughout the Congress Hall. This kind of scene is not common. The expressions of the congressmen were either surprised or expectant. But it was not because of the exercise of the right to propose. Every year in Congress, someone will exercise this power. This is a very normal thing. But today, the strange thing is that he, Tannenmine, did not exercise the right to propose on his own proposal, but chose to exercise the right to propose on such a sensitive proposal. In the eyes of many members of the House of Lords, this is tantamount to playing with fire. One is a major general of the empire, and the other is the Minister of Health. 2 people who have nothing to do with each other actually have such a connection in Congress. But among all the people present, the most surprised one is Ji Fan himself. He never expected that Viscount Tannenmine would do so much for him. In a flash, he remembered the video call. It was because of that black gold bracelet. Ji Fan really didn't expect that the bracelet he gave out of kindness and gratitude would have such a reward. After the mechanical sound prompt of the intelligent brain, the figure of Viscount Tannenmine was projected in the center of the hall. He stood up straight, holding the scepter in his right hand, supporting it on the ground, and his left hand behind his back. His serious expression for many years was actually smiling at this moment. Hello, Everyone, I am Tananmin. You may be surprised that I would exercise the right of proposal? How could a person in the medical and health field interfere in the affairs of the military? To be honest, I was also very surprised. His extremely generous attitude won the favor of many members of the House of Commons. He said seriously, "But I am really serious and support this proposal. I don't understand military affairs. If you come to analyze military information and tactics with me, I can't say a word. But I stand up today and temporarily abandon my identity as a Viscount and the Minister of Health. I am speaking as an ordinary citizen of the Empire. I think I have a say. Not long ago, my wife and I took our young granddaughter on an interstellar spaceship from the Gulf Star to the Capital Star. Unfortunately, we encountered a terrorist attack. That was the most malicious terrorist attack in recent years. The fundamental purpose of the criminals was to kill everyone and leave no one alive. You may have seen it on the news. Renha Hospital was responsible for rescuing the passengers who survived the incident. But you must not have thought that our family was on that ship. Fortunately, the Abyss fleet arrived in time and rescued us. But later, if it weren't for the latest generation of migratory bird reconnaissance aircraft of the G family, even the entire fleet would be surrounded by the enemy without knowing it. So, whether I can return to the Capital Star, and what the current situation of the Abyss fleet is, it is still unknown. This is the first time I realized the impact of military technology on the entire battle. Tananmin's words revealed too many secrets. Secretary General Lankawa looked up worriedly, and did not get any instructions. That is tacit permission. I met Major General G Fan here. To be frank, I admire this young man very much. Major General G Fan's resume is not much comparable to that of the entire galaxy. Today I will tell you about this young man. Hearing his words, G Fan stood up and bowed to him as a junior. Viscount Tananmin nodded in response. He said aloud, General G Fan got his doctorate degree at the age of 20, which is a double degree for ordinary people. After graduation and entering the military, he was awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. At the age of 23, he was promoted to Colonel due to his outstanding performance and transferred to the Abyss Fleet as acting captain. At the age of 25, he broke through to S level and was awarded the rank of Major General and officially took charge of the 3rd Fleet. He is now 28 years old. It took him only 5 years to build it into the strongest fleet of the Empire. This talent, potential and strength reminds me of the late Duke of Thorns, the eternal star of the Empire. He was also such a young genius and made great contributions. I am not saying this to praise Major General G Fan. What I want to say is that in front of such a person, for the military that I don't know, I choose to believe him. The G family is full of loyal and brave people. They have worked hard for the Empire for generations. I trust him and the G family very much. Tananmin spoke frankly about the relationship between the two and his appreciation for him. Perhaps he revealed too much true feelings, which made people unconsciously resonate with him. Many members of parliament were a little excited and looked at G Fan's seat frequently. Tananmin continued, I have also been entangled. Major General G Fan is only 28 years old now. At this age, in major families, their children may still be studying for a master's degree. He is still too young, and I am worried in my heart, afraid that this trust will be misplaced. So on the way here today, I took a public show. This proposal has already sparked widespread discussion among the public 3 months ago, and many people know about it. But what surprised me most was that whether it was the middle-aged people, pregnant women, the elderly, or college students on the shuttle, they trusted Major General G Fan more than I did. I felt strange and proud that our Empire's Major General had such a strong voice among the people. Later, I figured out why laymen like us would support this proposal so much. It's not because Major General G Fan's resume is too dazzling, nor because he is currently the only S in the entire galaxy. It's because he is the patron saint of the Empire. In the interstellar calendar 3579, Major General G Fan was only a lieutenant colonel, but he dared to sneak into the spacecraft with a team and successfully rescued 1,782 hostages. In the interstellar calendar 3582, a ship that stole the Empire's energy for the next 3 years fled to the outer domain. Major General G Fan was responsible for intercepting it and survived a narrow escape. In the same year, he was promoted to colonel. When teaching G Fan's life, Tananmin's voice was flat. In the year 3584 of the interstellar calendar, His Majesty's whereabouts were leaked, and he was assassinated by the enemy. It was Major General G Fan who risked his life to bring His Majesty back to Guanya Star, and broke through to S level in one fell swoop. Later, His Majesty personally awarded him the rank of Major General. We may remember or forget these things, but the people remember them very deeply. Today, I am not only exercising this right of proposal on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of countless civilians exercising this right of proposal. I hope everyone can consider this proposal carefully. He saluted and sat back. He was frank and open-minded. I thought some cabinet members would exercise their right to propose a rebuttal, but they didn't. Murphy Scott fell into deep thought, and finally pressed the button of disapproval. The entire Congress Hall fell into a long silence. In the end, the proposal was passed with more than 2/3 of the votes in the House of Commons, and just 1/3 of the votes in the House of Lords. At that moment, G. Fan finally understood what his grandfather said. The double-black patriarch of the Tan family had unexpected power. Before coming, Göttingen gave him a shot of prevention, and the data showed that the probability of this proposal passing was not high. But now, with the help of Viscount Tannenmien, it was passed. Chapter 94. In the sunroom on the top floor of Hua Hall, Yi Jiai was lying on a recliner reading Anlin Bode's handwriting, with Tan Ju and Tan Lan being kept away by her. On such a sunny afternoon with no clouds in the sky, and without the disturbance of the twins from the Tan family, Yi Jiai was enjoying her alone time. A maid didn't want to disturb her, but Yi Jiai had explained this matter for a while, and now that he had a clue, he had to report it to her immediately. Young lady. He walked to Yi Jiai and called softly. Anlin Bode's thoughts were very profound. Even though Yi Jiai couldn't understand many parts at her current level, she read them attentively. Startled by a May's voice, she quickly came to her senses. After all, it was a top-secret book, so she subconsciously put it away. What's the matter? We found out about old Wu. His daughter was sick, and the subsidies from the G family were all used up. She had no money to pay the rent, and moved several times, so I never found him. Ame leaned close to her ear and said. Yi Jiai frowned slightly when he heard it. Do you know what the disease is? It's not an incurable disease, stomach cancer, but it's a bit difficult to absorb nutrients. Cancer is still an incurable disease on Earth. But here, it's not a serious disease at all. Replacing an organ, and then doing a cancer cell screening can eliminate all cancer cells in the body. If conditions permit, you can do a thorough check of the genes and splice out the genes that have already become cancerous. If conditions permit, you can directly do a gene optimization, rely on your own immunity to kill cancer cells and defeat cancer. After coming to the Tan family, Yi Jiai had seen all these medical techniques in Viscount Tannenmien's study. But no matter which treatment method is used, it requires a certain amount of treatment costs, because these are not handled by a simple medical cabin. She sat up straight. How much will it cost? Ame counted 5. 50 million? Yi Jiai exclaimed. Ame shook his head, his slanted eyes slightly smiling. About 5 million star coins. Yi Jiai breathed a sigh of relief. She spun her right thumb around the second joint of her index finger, which was her little habit when thinking. Ame stood aside, waiting quietly. Have you registered the charity foundation that I asked you to register last time when you went to the Low Valley Light? Yi Jiai asked. It's done, the documents are complete. Do you want to see it? Before he went out last time, he was a little confused when he received this order, until later when Yi Jiai asked him to check the matter of old Wu's daughter, he completely understood what she wanted to do. Ame felt that Yi Jiai knew a lot at such a young age, and was even more attentive than adults. The matter of old Wu's daughter was just at Renha Hospital. The woman said that her daughter was sick, and she remembered it in her heart. In this era, everyone is concerned about their own affairs. Old Wu just lent a hand when saving her, but she remembered it for so long. This is extremely rare. The more they get along, the more he feels that his original choice was not wrong. Even if she is only 3 years old, she is worth pursuing for a lifetime. Hearing Ame's words, Yi Jiai shook his head. I won't watch it. I trust you to do things. What is the name of the foundation? Thinking of the name, Ame's tentacles behind him slightly lifted up, and said, Warm Heart Charity Foundation. Yi Jiai, Seeing that Yi Jiai seemed dissatisfied, Ame quickly said, the name can be changed, but it's a bit troublesome. Yi Jiai slightly supported his forehead. Forget it, I just don't want this foundation to have anything to do with me. It's just a name, it doesn't matter. Ame remembered another thing. I also checked the other people in the cockpit at that time. The resettlement fee given by the G family is high enough, so there is no need to worry too much. But when I was checking this matter, I found an interesting thing. Do you still remember the old Captain Yang? Old Yang was the captain of the spaceship. He smuggled the Star Beast to save his daughter. Ame told Yi Jiai about this later. Of course Yi Jiai remembered, she nodded. Old Yang's assets have been frozen for a long time. His daughter owed a large sum of money to run a hospital, and was almost sued, but someone came forward to guarantee her and cured her. Can you guess who this person is? Yijia went through the people on the spaceship in her mind. Since Ah Mei asked this question, it means that she must know this person. Could it be the Ji family? No, if it weren't for old Yang, there would be no attack at all. If he hadn't committed suicide, he would probably be in prison now. With a flash of inspiration, she answered, Is it Risa? Ah Mei waved his right tentacle in the air. Young lady, how did you know? I was very surprised when I first found out about this. I didn't expect that this Deputy Captain Lei was actually a man of affection and righteousness. Yijia nodded. The dead are gone, and it is meaningless to pursue those things. She sighed softly. After the girl recovers and is discharged from the hospital, put her on the Foundation's list of people to be rescued. Ah Mei had just that in mind. Yijia thought of the little girl whose biological parents were killed. She was the first child she chose when the Madman forced her to choose the survivors. Her heart trembled, and she asked anxiously, Where is that girl? Where is she now? Seeing her nervous look, Ah Mei immediately realized who she was talking about. He quickly told her the information he had found. Her name is Xia Ming'er, 11 years old, from a well-off family, in the first grade of junior high school, currently on leave. Yijia couldn't help but clench her hands. What happened to her? Of all people, the one she felt the most guilty about was this child. Although her parents' death had nothing to do with her directly, she had to bear some responsibility. If she had been more capable, she could have saved at least one of the couple at that time, then this girl wouldn't have become an orphan. Knowing that she was very concerned about this girl, Ah Mei tried to explain in as much detail as possible. Because she lost her parents, her mental strength has always been unstable. The school teacher's opinion is that her current mental state is not suitable for staying in school, so the guardian processed the suspension procedures for her. Her guardian is her aunt, who runs a small nightclub. From the information, not only did she not care about her, but she also took a fancy to her house. The agent has brought several groups of people to see her house. Ah Mei said it with a sigh. Yijia suddenly stood up and said angrily, How dare she? Ah Mei didn't expect her to react so much. His face changed, and his slanted eyes became serious. He lowered his voice and said, Young lady, do you want me to? As he said this, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yijia, Troublemakers, are the Dwelluan people used to being bodyguards? What kind of bad habit is it to wipe other people's necks at every turn in the remote countryside? Chapter 95. Standing at the door of the Soul of Sin bar, Ah Mei's tentacles holding Yijia were trembling nervously. He seemed to feel the malice of the spiritual aura behind him. Without looking back, he knew that the butler Tan Chi hiding in the dark was staring at him. If it weren't for being embarrassed to show up in front of people, I'm sure that butler Tan Chi would have taken them back to the Tan family. As soon as he arrived at the Tan family, he knew that this butler Tan Chi was very powerful. The Dwelluan family's natural keen intuition told him that he couldn't afford to offend this person. He said tremblingly, Young lady, do you really want to go in? If the Viscount knows about this, Yijia knew that he was now sandwiched between Tananmin and her, and his life was not easy. She patted Ah Mei's tentacles and coaxed him. Ah Mei, don't be nervous. It's okay, we won't have to be so careful after we deal with Tan Chi. Ah Mei thought to himself, Little ancestor, you also know that we haven't dealt with Tan Chi yet. Viscount Tananmin will definitely know about this today. Oh my god! What should he do when he goes back? He should kill this woman first. Ah Mei's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous light. Yijia was very sensitive to his mental power, and immediately realized what he wanted to do. She grabbed his tentacles and said, It's agreed. No one is allowed to die. Yes. The tentacles behind Ah Mei drooped down. Let's go in. Yijia ordered. Soul of Sin is in a civilian area in the West District, old, broken and dilapidated. The shuttle track here only has a low-speed track, which is enough to show the poverty of this area. If she didn't know where she was, it would be hard for Yijia to imagine that there was such a place in Guangyo Star, the capital of the empire. It was similar to the village in the city on Earth. The total price of this store was not even half of the value of Xia Ming'er's house. Yijia knew very well what people could do in the face of greed. So she had to come this time. Stepping into this noisy little bar, Yijia frowned reflexively. The extremely strong smell of smoke, mixed with various perfumes, and the body odor of some other creatures rushed towards her, exuding a disgusting smell. Coupled with the accompanying heavy metal music and the occasional screams from the crowd, the scene could be said to be a mess. Ah Mei's identity was very easy to identify. The people of the Dwelluan clan were all bodyguards for the rich. They were basically not short of money, and spent money lavishly. As soon as he entered the door, many dancers surrounded him, completely ignoring the fact that he was still holding a child. "Sir, how do you want to play today? Sir, how about calling a few more sisters to come together? Sir, we have all kinds of sisters here." These dancers are very bold, and say all kinds of explicit words to tease him. Because he was holding Yijie, May was quite embarrassed. A woman dressed very sexy came over, with a twist of her hips. Her head was wrapped with circles of purple short tentacles. Her pupils were purple and transparent, and she looked particularly dreamy. Yijie clearly saw the surging waves on her chest, and pushed the black hat even lower. May whispered in her ear, "This is a purple dreamer. Don't look into her eyes. She is very good at creating spiritual dreams." As she spoke, the woman came closer. She rubbed May's tentacles in an ambiguous way, and said with a sweet smile, "It's rare to see adults from the Dwelluan clan in this small place. Let Z accompany you today, okay?" May narrowed his long eyes, and smiled evilly. "Accompany me? You are not qualified. Ask your boss to come." Seeing his unfriendly look, Z's face changed and glanced at one of the dancers. "Go quickly, didn't you hear what this adult said? He wants to find Sisterly." Seeing Z's bad face, the other dancers dispersed immediately. Z continued to say in a sweet voice, "Why are you so angry, sir? Let me serve you well when you are here." May bared his teeth, showing sharp teeth. "Whether your store can stay today depends on your boss." He did not hide the fact that he was looking for trouble. In fact, even if he didn't rely on the Tan family, it would be easy for him to solve this small store. Z's face changed slightly, and she smiled. "Don't be angry, sir. When the matter is done, Z will do whatever you want." May couldn't listen any more. He was still holding Yijie. He shouted, "Get out." Z trembled, and seeing May's bad face, she quickly retreated. The movement here attracted the attention of many people, but after seeing May's identity, no one dared to come over. Seeing his aggressive appearance, the smart ones had already withdrawn. When Cieli rushed over, she happened to walk past Z. Z shook her head at her, and her heart sank. She looked like she had hurriedly got up from the bed, wearing only a pajama jacket outside. Yijie covered her face tightly, revealing only her blue eyes after disguise. She shook her waist and said charmingly, "My lord, please don't be angry. Isn't Lear here to accompany you?" May just wanted to make a quick decision, so he said coldly, "Clear the place." Cieli's smile froze. "Clear the place? What a joke. Do you know how much she will lose in such a night?" May saw what she was thinking at a glance. With a sneer, several tentacles were launched at the same time, and several tables were smashed into the bar, the dance floor, and even the crowd. Even the chandelier on the ceiling was not spared. The multi-layer glass chandelier was shattered all over the floor. The crowd screamed. The scene was in a panic. Now, Cieli didn't need to ask for help. The people present were scared and fled, leaving cleanly. Cieli took out her energy gun and pointed it at May, her eyes filled with anger. "Sir, I don't know how Lear has offended you. You actually come to mess things up." Yijie saw that Cieli pulled out the energy gun from the inside of her thigh, and she was not wearing anything inside. It's self-evident what this woman was doing just now. May was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Without moving, a tentacle shot out very quickly and pulled the energy gun out of Zhou Li's hand, and then the tentacle wrapped around her neck. Is this the only way to talk properly? All this happened very quickly, and Cieli was strangled by someone before she even reacted. This was the first time she faced the force of the Dwelluan clan. She realized that she had met a tough guy. "I'm sorry, sir, Lear knows she was wrong." She said these few words with great difficulty. Seeing that she finally recognized the reality, May relaxed a little. Xie Minger's father had done me a favor earlier, so don't try to get her. Return the Xie family's savings, and return the house listed with the agent. If I find you touching her again, I can make you disappear from this planet without a sound. When Cieli heard this, her legs went weak. She thought she was a niece who could be bullied, but she didn't expect that she knew such a powerful person. She quickly said, Yes, sir, I will never touch her, I promise." Chapter 96. Hearing this, May exerted force on his hand and threw her out. Cieli fell to the ground after hitting the pillar, and was covered in blood from the glass shards. But she dared not speak. May said coldly, just consider it as a little interest for your intimidation of her. If you dare to appear in front of her again in the future. Cieli climbed up with pain. "Yes, sir, I will never appear in front of that little girl." "Oh no, Xie Minger." May took out an agreement, Sign this. Cieli looked up and found that it was an agreement to change the guardian. What she did to Xia Ming'er during this period was clearly listed one by one on it. On the last page, the guidance given by the Imperial Miners Administration was, she was not suitable to be the guardian of Xia Ming'er and the guardianship should be transferred. Cieli's mouth was bitten to a bloody mess. It was almost like that little girl was going to be driven crazy by her. Even so, the little girl still didn't give her the property certificate. How can these people be so lucky? Her ugly sister is lucky to find a good man who can make money and take care of the family to marry. Her daughter is also lucky. Even though her parents are dead, she can still meet Lord Duoluan who saved her life. Why? Why can she only rot in this quagmire? Cieli's vicious eyes made Ame very unhappy. He stepped on one of her hands and threatened, sign or not. Sign. I sign. Cieli's face was distorted with pain. Ame let go of her feet, and Cieli quickly signed her name and entered her personal biometric information. The agreement came into effect. After coming out of the Soul of Sin, Ame drove the shuttle to the next place without stopping. This Count Tannenming went to Green Star to study recently, so Yijia could take this opportunity to sneak out to deal with Xia Ming'er's affairs. The only flaw was that he was discovered by the butler Tan Chi when he came out, so he had an extra follower. Xia Ming'er's home is located in a mid-end community in the West 19th District. The price is not cheap in the civilian area, and it can be regarded as a well-off family. After Ame flew to the track near her home and stopped, he actually hugged Yijia and opened the shuttle door and jumped out, followed by Tan Chi. In midair, he quickly put the shuttle into the space button, stretched out his tentacles, and in a few breaths, he swung to the window of Xia Ming'er like Spider-Man and hung there. He looked back at Tan Chi, baring his teeth provocatively, but soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Tan Chi's jumping ability was amazing. Relying on the shuttle platform that several families had not put away, he quickly came to their side. Yijia was shocked. After the last time, she guessed that Tan Chi was an old A. Apart from old A, she really couldn't think of anyone who could have this physique. Miss, there's no one in the room. Ame looked inside. Yijia came to her senses and looked inside the window. There was no light on, and it looked like there was really no one. Go in and take a look. She poked Ame. The three of them were hanging outside someone else's window so openly. Although it was late at night, it would be more troublesome if they were discovered. With a crisp pop, Ame actually smashed the window directly. Yijia didn't even have time to stop him. In a flash, Tan Chi rushed in quickly and smashed the security device with a punch. The alarm didn't sound in time. Yijia sighed. Tan Chi turned around and looked at Ame, his pale face exuding cold air. Ame smiled awkwardly. He used to be a bodyguard. How could he do such sneaky things? Isn't this inexperienced? Put me down. Yijia patted him. This is a 3-bedroom room decorated in an especially warm way. It is tidy everywhere. It can be seen that it is cleaned every day. Looking around, she did not find the robot. She was a little confused. Didn't they say that she is in a bad mental state? This house doesn't look like a place where people with bad mental states live. Ame was also a little puzzled. The teacher at school did say so. Yijia walked into the kitchen. The things in the refrigerator were classified and looked fresh. This house is full of traces of the owner's serious life. What I saw at this moment was very different from what Ame's investigation report showed. At this moment, Tan Chi suddenly made a silent gesture. He walked gently to a cabinet in the living room, put his hand on the cabinet door, and suddenly opened it. Bang! It was the sound of the energy gun. Tan Chi dodged quickly, and was not injured. Ame rolled up his tentacles, lifted the cabinet upside down, and the person inside fell out directly. It was a child. Tan Chi stepped forward and kicked the energy gun in her hand away. The child trembled, holding his head and screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Yijia swallowed her saliva and walked forward slowly. The moonlight sprinkled on her fair face, bright and pure. "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people, we won't hurt you." Her voice was very light. Hearing her voice, Xia Ming'er suspected that she was hallucinating again. She looked up in confusion, with a look of dementia. Yijia's heart trembled. On the spaceship, the girl still had long hair, but now her long hair was shaved into a dog-bitten short hair, and her scalp was exposed in some places. The dark circles under her eyes were scary. Her limbs were also very thin. I don't know what she had experienced to become like this. Yijia calmed down. Do you still remember me? The child who held your hand on the spaceship. Xia Ming'er's pupils slowly returned to their positions. She rushed towards Yijia, but before her fist fell, she was caught by Ame and lifted in the air. Her voice was hoarse, and she punched and kicked. "It's you! Ji-lan! It's you! Give me back my parents! Give me back my parents!" Yi Ji slowly got up and straightened the clothes that were wrinkled by her. "Calm down, I'm a girl, and Ji-lan is a boy." Hearing her words, Xia Ming'er regained a trace of reason. "Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Ji, and I am your guardian now." Yi Ji moved closer to her so that she could see herself more clearly. Xia Ming'er saw that she was only 3 or 4 years old, and sneered, "How old are you to be my guardian?" "Ame." Yi Ji's expression did not change, and she called out. The guardian replacement agreement appeared in front of Xia Ming. After reading the content clearly, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Tears just flowed down, and her lips moved. "Why? Why do you want to help me?" Yi Ji signaled Ame to put Xia Ming'er down. Ame let go of his tentacles, and Xia Ming'er's whole body was so soft that she had no strength and slid directly to the floor. She felt like she was dreaming, but in fact she hadn't had a good dream for a long time. Gradually, she showed that slightly demented expression again, like a dream, but not a dream. Ame patted her face. "Wake up." The pain on her face pulled Xia Ming'er out of the quagmire again. She pinched her thigh hard and became sober. "I'm sorry for becoming your guardian without your permission. Cieli is not a good person. If I don't show up, your life may be ruined by her. Don't worry, I won't force you to do it." Before Yi Ji finished speaking, she hugged him tightly. Chapter 97. Suddenly being hugged, Yi Ji's hair stood up all over her body. She pushed Xia Ming'er 2 meters away by reflex, and she hit the table and stool. She looked at her hands and said innocently, "Sorry, I'm not used to physical contact with people." Xia Ming'er rubbed the hurt part and felt a little disappointed. "No, I was too excited. I thought no one would come to save me. You know there's something wrong with Cieli?" Yi Ji was a little surprised. "Is an 11-year-old so sensitive?" Xia Ming'er lowered her head. "I believed her at first, but then I saw the sale information of this house on the internet, and she kept asking me for the property certificate. No. I'm going to fall asleep again." She hit the table and stool behind her hard. The table and stool made a very harsh mopping sound, which showed how much effort she had used. Yi Ji frowned. "You haven't slept yet?" Xia Ming'er nodded slightly. She hugged her legs tightly. I will have nightmares whenever I fall asleep. Either my parents are dead, or I am eaten by a ghost beast. I don't want to have nightmares, so I can only stay awake." Yi Ji was touched. This girl, unexpectedly tough and smart. Tan Chi walked to her side, stretched out his hand to touch her forehead, and then chopped her unconscious with a knife. "Someone is controlling her mental dreams," he said with a cold face. General Manager Tan Chi usually looks expressionless, but inexplicably, Yi Ji knows that he is in a bad mood now. "Then if you chop her unconscious, won't she have nightmares all the time?" she asked after enduring it again and again. Tan Chi, I'm used to it. Ame came to smooth things over. "Young lady, I've heard something about mental dreams. The method is very vicious. For a child like her, if she is not treated in time, she will eventually become an idiot." Yi Ji pursed her lips. "Do you think that Cieli did it?" "Nearly. Have you forgotten that there is a purple dreamer next to her? The purple dreamer's inferior mental dream method is only effective for children like you. She should have been killed just now. She even harmed her own niece. She is really not a human being," Ame said angrily. She subconsciously looked at Tan Chi. Is what Ame said true? There is a 90% chance that this girl has the breath of the purple dreamer. Ame's slanted eyes opened wide, looking very creepy. "Manager Tan, your perception is too high. You can feel this?" As AB, Yi Ji didn't dare to say this, which can only mean that Tan Chi's mental power level is higher than hers. Could it be that Tan Chi is a double A? Oh my god, where did her grandfather find such a talent who is willing to be a bodyguard chief? Yi Ji's mind turned quickly. "Tan Chi, chief, do you want me to save her?" The tentacles behind Ame trembled. "Coming." Tan Chi looked at Yi Ji and didn't answer. Yi Ji did not show any weakness, and she found that Tan Chi's pupils were actually a little gray. For me, helping her get rid of Cieli, and telling her about this matter, and giving her a sum of money at most, is enough to make up for it. Her dimples were deep, and she said indifferently, "Even if you tell my grandfather about my visit to the Soul of Sin, he won't think it's a big deal, at most he will scold me a few words." "But," she stared at Tan Chi, not letting go of his expression, but unfortunately, he didn't react. She finally gave up and shrugged. "But if I still help her solve the problem of the spiritual dream, this matter will be completely different." My grandfather will also think that I have overstepped my boundaries. What do you want to do? Tanchi said hoarsely. Yijia didn't expect him to be so direct, and answered quickly. In the future, you are not allowed to report my affairs to my grandfather without my permission. I will save her. Tanchi was silent, and then said with difficulty, Some things I don't say, the head of the family can also find out. Yijia nodded. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't tell him. Tanchi pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Yijia subconsciously looked behind her. When Tanchi looked at her just now, she always felt that he was not looking at her. But there was no one behind her. Butler Tanchi, why do you want me to save her? Yijia was very curious. Tanchi didn't look like a person who would care about other people's life and death. No comment. Still keeping people at a distance. Yijia curled her lips, and did not ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets. Ame, you arranged to send her to Rinha Hospital. Don't let anyone know about her relationship with me. Okay. When Ame heard that Tanchi agreed to Yijia, she immediately agreed, thinking that she would no longer need to receive training from the Viscount. Then you stay here to clean up the mess, and I will go back with Butler Tanchi first. Ame's mouth twitched, and he could only agree. Yes, young lady. Based on his understanding of Yijia, this is her way of punishing him. Alas, how could he forget that violent damage to doors and windows would trigger security devices? Yijia returned to her room in a hall without saying anything. Tanchi also kept his promise, and only recorded the incident of Xia Ming'er in today's report, without mentioning the soul of sin. However, Yijia was not sleepy. Since she came to the capital star, these things have weighed on her mind. Now that they have been solved perfectly, she does not feel relieved. The Nuxing Foundation, the daughter of Lao Wu, has taken over, and several children of rescuers have been included in the protection of the foundation. Xia Ming'er's matter has been perfectly solved. These things are like thorns in her heart, and she has never been able to be so calm. Because she knows that if they were not discovered, the people in the cockpit would not all come down, and so many people would not die. Ame actually doesn't understand this point. It is normal to encounter a pirate attack on a spaceship, and everyone is more or less prepared. It's too tiring for Yijia to take everything on herself. But damn charming. The foundation that supports so many children needs a lot of money. Due to her limited status, Yijia cannot raise funds through donations. She has invested all her money. If she needs more money, she may have to sell things. She gets a headache when she thinks about this. She gets a lot of pocket money every month, from the Tan family, Ms. Tan Yun and Yijian. Although it is hard to believe, the largest amount does come from his father Yijian. For a foundation, it is a drop in the bucket. Yijia never thought that as a single middle-class person on Earth, she would not worry about money. After traveling through time, with a prominent family background, she would be so anxious about money. Chapter 98. Xiao Ai, why do you always look unhappy recently? On the way to the school, Tan Qingfei walked on the right side of Yijia and asked her softly. Tan Qingchen nodded frantically on the side, looking at her inquiringly. Last time in the light of the low trough, Yijia stepped forward and protected Tan Qingchen. Since then, the siblings have liked to stick to Yijia more. It can be said that except for not living together at night, these two people basically follow Yijia wherever he goes during the day. Viscount Tannenmean simply allocated a 2-story building in the north, and after a simple decoration, he set up a school. The teachers who were originally responsible for teaching Yijia now teach in the school together, and all children from the main family of the Tan family can go to class. Yijia pursed her lips, knowing that they were worried about her, and asked casually, Qingfei Qichen, do you know any way to make money? When she heard that she was short of money, Tanjin, the rich woman Qingfei, immediately said, Xiao Ai, you are short of money? I will give it to you. Tan Qingchen was smarter. Xiao Ai, do you want a lot of money? Yijia nodded. Yes, about 200 million star coins. She had some ideas about the cultivation of the children of the foundation, and the cost would not be small. Tan Qingfei took a breath. Xiao Ai, do you want to buy a mecha? Tan Qingchen thought so too. Things counted in billions. After thinking about it, only mechas can be counted. There is a familiar saying in the Empire, poor people play shuttles, rich people play mechas. People who play mechas cannot be simply summarized by the word rich. Some rare materials cannot be bought with money without connections. Tan Qingchen thought for a while. Xiao Ai, I should be able to get 100 million if I pool my money with my sister. My sister is rich. Tan Qingfei smiled brightly. Yes, I have money. Yijia held her forehead. After being together for so long, she found that Tan Qingfei was just a naive person to her own people. No wonder she was so easily deceived by Tan Qingde. As she said that, Tan Qingfei opened her account. Yijia looked and found that all the accounts added up to as much as 70 million, not to mention, Tan Qingfei usually spends the most among the three people. The raw materials of the jewelry she likes are not cheap. Tan Qingchen pouted and said, "Sister, you were born from the same parents. Why do you have so much more pocket money than me?" The balance in his account is actually not low, a full 30 million. Yijia shed tears of poverty in his heart. All her money added up to less than 20 million, not only including the big red envelope given by her second uncle when she first arrived at the Tan family, but also the 2 million she won in the light of the Low Valley last time. Tan Qingfei smiled harmlessly. "You are so naughty, and you always make your grandfather unhappy, so of course he won't give you pocket money." Tan Qingchen curled his lips. The grandfather they were talking about was Lu Mingya's father, Lu Cheng, the head of the Lu family. The Lu family is an extremely wealthy family. If the money was given by the head of the Lu family, it would be reasonable. She always thought that the Tan family was willing to spoil their children, but she didn't expect that the Lu family was even worse. But Yijia was wrong. The reason why the Lu family could maintain its wealth for so many years was because they strictly controlled the money of their children. It can be said that every child from the Lu family is very good at making money. And Lu Cheng, the head of the Lu family, doted on Tan Qingfei so much, on the one hand because Tan Qingfei had a pleasant personality, and on the other hand because he was very optimistic about her design talent. But concubine Tan's last name was Tan, and he didn't want his granddaughter's talent to be wiped out, so he could only secretly give concubine Tan Qing money. Tan Yijing and his wife knew this very well, but Tan Qingchen was so young that she naturally didn't understand. Yijia hesitated a little. "Do you really want to give me the money?" Concubine Tan Qing nodded heavily. "It doesn't matter, you can use it for emergency." Tan Qingchen even wanted to transfer the money to her immediately. Since the light of the Low Point incident, he has not shown that he wants to be a brother in front of Yijia for a long time. Now in Tan Qingchen's heart, Yijia is more like a sister than concubine Tan Qing. A warm current flowed into Yijia's heart, as if something was melting and collapsing, and her whole body became warm. She smiled very sincerely, her dimples shining in the sunlight. "Thank you." Tan Qingfei was stunned. "Xiao Ai, you should smile more. You look so beautiful when you smile." Yijia was about to speak, but Tan Qingchen pulled her sleeve. "Look, Tan Qingde is here." Looking up, Tan Qingde was standing not far from them. This path was the only way for the three of them to go to the school. It was obvious that she was waiting for them here. Tan Qingfei snorted coldly. Why did she come to us? Because of Tan Qingde's use of her, the two of them had a complete falling out. Tan Qingde stood there, watching the three people talking and laughing, holding her hands tightly, and a huge jealousy overwhelmed her. Before Yijia came, she was the one standing in the middle. She was the most favored person in the Tan family. Why? Why did this person take away everything from her as soon as he came? Is it because she has a pair of black eyes more than hers? But she is naturally good at controlling her expression, and she still has a smile on her face. Seeing the three people standing still, she smiled and walked forward. "Qingchen, you haven't come to Wailangyuan to play with me for a long time." Tan Qingchen was a little embarrassed. "School is about to start, and I've been busy doing homework recently." Tan Qingde said gently, "If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." But in fact, she used to be very impatient when the brother and sister asked her about homework, especially Tan Qingfei, who didn't know what happened to her brain. She couldn't understand such simple things no matter how many times she was told. "No need. Xiao Ai is amazing. She will explain it to us," Tan Qingchen said loudly, and his confident look seemed to be talking about himself. Tan Qingfei also looked proud of it. Since they started attending classes with Yijia, they realized how amazing Yijia was. In fact, Yijia's current course progress has far surpassed theirs, and she is working very hard. She always sets herself more difficult goals in addition to the courses assigned by the teacher. Affected by her, the siblings now have a much better attitude towards learning. Everyone in the Tan family has seen this. Tan Yijing is even more happy to see it happen. For some reason, Tan Qingde did not attend the Tan family school. She has never faced Yijia's academic mastery, so she doesn't know how amazing he is. Looking at Tan Qingchen's proud look at this moment, the smile on his lips was a little stiff. "Qingchen, what are you talking about? Xiao Ai is so young. You are in the second grade at the beginning of the school, and she is only in the first grade at the beginning of the school. How can she explain the questions to you? It's better for you to explain to her." She covered her mouth and smiled falsely. Chapter 99. After being sisters for so many years, Tan Qingfei always thought she knew Tan Qingde very well. But after the drugging incident, she knew that this former good sister was actually a double-faced person. She did not tell any of the adults in the Tan family about the drugging, but took the blame herself, which was the last bit of sisterhood she left for Tan Chinga. Facing Tan Chinga's hypocrisy at this time, she said directly, "No, after school starts, Xiao Ai will be in the 2nd grade with us." Tan Chinga was a little unconvinced, and she intuitively advised, "Xiao Ai, is it true? You just arrived at the Capital Star. Don't be too eager for success. The courses in the Capital Star are more difficult than those in the Gulf Star. If you skip a grade as soon as you enter school, you may not be able to keep up with the courses." Yijia couldn't figure out her thoughts, and said lightly, "This was arranged by my grandfather, I just followed orders." In fact, this matter was not arranged by Viscount Tannenming. Like Yijian, he hoped that Yijia could have a normal and happy childhood to cure her cosmic autism. Yijia herself didn't want to go to any kindergarten at all. According to regulations, children can enter kindergartens when they are 4 years old, and the school system is 6 years. After 6 years, they will enter junior high school for 4 years, and then enter senior high school for 4 years, and finally university for 4 years. Generally speaking, university study cannot meet the basic needs of interstellar talents. Most people will at least graduate with a junior bachelor's degree, and the study period at this stage is 5 years. In addition, there are some who want to further their studies and graduate with an advanced bachelor's degree, and the study period is still 5 years. Postdoctoral studies are generally conducted in major research institutes, not universities. In other words, an ordinary person graduates with an advanced bachelor's degree at the age of 32. This would be incredible on Earth, but it is normal for interstellar humans with an average life expectancy of 147 years. The interstellar world is so vast that there are too many knowledge and skills to master. Some people cannot even graduate with a master's degree at the age of 27. Imperial Major General Ji Fen obtained a doctorate at the age of 20, which is enough to show his amazing talent. According to military regulations, a doctoral graduate will be awarded the rank of major when entering the military, directly skipping the lieutenant level. But Ji Fan was awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel by the military for his excellent ability. On this side, when Tan Chinga heard that it was arranged by her grandfather, she clenched her hands even tighter, but she still smiled. That Xiao Ai is really amazing. Tan Qingchen echoed loudly without any tact. Xiao Ai is really super awesome. Tan Qingfei was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Tan Chinga blocked the road, and they couldn't get through. "You are blocking us here? What do you want to say? You don't have to go to school, but we are going to be late." Tan Qingchen looked at the watch and found that there was still a lot of time. Seeing her angry, Tan Chinga lowered his head and said aggrievedly, "I'm not here to block you. I just want to talk to Xiao Ai." She looked like she was about to cry, as if they had bullied her. Tan Qingfei pursed her lips, too angry to pay attention to her. Why didn't she notice Tan Chinga doing this before? Yijia was much more patient. She asked directly, "What do you want to see me about? Tell me quickly. If the 3 of us are late, it will be difficult to explain to grandfather." Her words were actually hinting to Tan Chinga that if she continued to block them, and was late for class, Tan Chinga would not have an easy time with Tannenming. Tan Chinga's mouth twitched, and she smiled. "It's nothing serious. Ji Lan just asked me to take you with me next time I go to the Wangjua mansion, and I came here just to tell you about this." Tan Chinga would follow her mother to visit Molly Karen several times every year. She had met Ji Lan a long time ago, but Ji Lan had always ignored her, and the two were not familiar with each other. But for some reason, every time she went there recently, Ji Lan would take the initiative to find her. But the content of each time was exactly the same, just asking her when Yijia would come over. Yijia, a commoner from the countryside, how could she be so virtuous as to let a young master of the Wangjua mansion treat her like this? Even if she didn't want Yijia to contact Ji Lan anymore, she promised Ji Lan several times that she would take Yijia there, and she had to fulfill it once. Yijia didn't expect that it was related to Ji Lan. Since Ji Lan added her optical brain signal, she was bombarded with messages every day. She was so annoyed that she blocked him. Later, she was busy with the Foundation and Xia Menger's affairs, so she forgot about it. But from what Tan Chinga said, she seemed to be an accessory. According to Yijia's understanding of Ji Lan, the other party would never say that. It must be a word game played by this girl. When thinking of the recent economic difficulties, Yijia suddenly had a flash of inspiration and smiled at Tan Chinga. She didn't answer directly, but said, "I will go to Wangjua Mansion soon." Tan Chinga felt something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell why. He smiled and said, "Then Xiai, let me know when you go. Wangjua Mansion has strict rules. I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt to it alone. Concubine Tan Qing curled her lips when she heard this. Tan Qingda had boasted to her countless times before that she could freely enter and leave the prince's mansion. Yi Xiai was not someone who could be fooled easily. She replied casually, "We talk about it later. Class time is almost up. Let's go first." Then she took concubine Tan Qing away. Tan Qingchen hurriedly followed. The three people's fast pace seemed as if there were some jackals, tigers and leopards chasing them from behind. Tan Qingda looked at the backs of the three people leaving in a hurry, and the smile on the corner of his mouth suddenly collapsed. "This Yi Xiai is really annoying." After walking away, concubine Tan Qing asked Yi Xiai, "Who is Ji Lan? What does it have to do with Tan Qingda going to the prince's mansion?" After Yi Xiai found a way to solve the foundation's funding problem, she felt much more relaxed. She replied, "He is the grandson of Mrs. Ji Mengyuan, the Duke of Ronghui." Concubine Tan Qing thought for a while, and suddenly realized, "Isn't that the son of Mrs. Molly Cullen?" Mrs. Molly Cullen? This was the first time Yi Xiai heard this name. They both had the surname Cullen. What was the connection between this person and her aunt? Molly Cullen is Tan Qingda's aunt. She seems to be in poor health. My aunt would visit her from time to time, and she would bring Tan Qingda with her every time. Concubine Tan Qing explained to her. Yi Xiai didn't expect that Ji Lan, who was of noble status, actually had a mother who was sick all year round. Chapter 100. What disease did this Mrs. Molly Cullen have? Is it serious? Yi Xiai was a little worried. It's a mental illness similar to depression. Tan Qingfei looked around and found no one, then whispered, "I heard Tan Qingda mention it before. It seems to be related to the death of Major General Ji Shu in battle. He hasn't recovered for so many years, and I don't know what the situation is now." Yi Xiai was surprised. "Wait, Major General Ji Shu is Mrs. Molly Cullen's husband and Ji Lan's father?" Tan Qingfei nodded naturally. "Yes." Don't you know? I thought you were very familiar with Ji Lan." "I'm quite familiar with you." Yi Xiai didn't expect that the tough little boy had such a bizarre and miserable life experience, and suddenly felt that it was too inhumane for him to block him. At such a young age, he experienced the death of his father in battle, and his mother was seriously ill. "How did you know each other?" Tan Qingchen asked curiously. Concubine Tan Qing was also very curious. Apart from other things, people of the level of the Wangjue mansion were not accessible to ordinary people. Moreover, Yi Xiai had just arrived at the capital planet. Yi Xiai roughly told them about the attack of the ghost beast on the spaceship, leaving aside the matter of the leader, and directly said that it was the Abyss fleet that saved them in the end. Tan Qingchen's eyes lit up. "Then you saw Major General Ji Fan. Is he really that handsome?" Tan Qingchen is a die-hard fan of Ji Fan. The ceiling projection in the room has been a picture of Ji Fan for a long time. "Yeah, super handsome." Yi Xiai nodded in response to him. Concubine Tan Qing was more concerned about Ji Lan. She held her hands in front of her chest, her eyes shining. "Oh my god, isn't this the real version of Sweetheart Journey?" Sweetheart's Journey is a cartoon that has recently become popular in the Empire. It tells the story of a prince and Cinderella's sweetheart who meet on a spaceship, are attacked by star beasts on the way, and finally resolve the crisis together and successfully return to the kingdom. At the end of the story, the hero and heroine live happily together in the castle. Yi Xiai has not seen this cartoon, but seeing that Tan Qingfei looks like a fangirl, it is probably not a good thing. So she interrupted and said, "Okay, stop talking, let's go in." The three of them stood in front of the school door, mumbling for 10 minutes. Less than 5 minutes left before class time. Tan Qingfei was not so easy to fool this time. She said excitedly, "Xiao Ai, when are you going to the prince's mansion?" "Take me with you." Tan Qingchen hurriedly said, "And me." "And me." Yi Xiai had a headache. Okay, take you with me." In the classroom, a bearded man in a black and gray gown was sitting there, as if he had been there for a while. Yi Xiai was very familiar with him. This was her aristocratic sociology teacher Ma Luan. He is still the linguistics teacher of the three of them. Under his teaching, Yi Xiai has mastered the Imperial Beel language, which he could not understand at all on the spaceship. When they reached the door, the three of them saluted together. "Teacher Ma Luan." Ma Luan nodded and pointed to the 3 tables and chairs below. "Sit down." The school of the Tan family only allows children from the Tan family to attend classes. Tan Yihai's eldest son Tan Qing Lu and the second son Tan Qingchuan are still in college and have not returned to the Tan family. Tan Qingda did not want to stay with Yi Xiai at all, so naturally he did not come. So only the 3 of them attended the class. Seeing that everyone was present, Ma Luan did not stand up, but sat down and said, "Today's class is your last class. School is about to start. The Viscount asked us to give you 2 days off. Suddenly hearing such good news, Tan Qingchen jumped up. Yeah. In fact, if it were not for Yizhi, he and Tan Qingfei would not have spent the entire vacation studying. Tan Yijing even praised Yizhi to Lu Mingya several times, saying that she made Qingchen, the bad boy, calm down and finally ready to study. Ma Luan is a teacher with his own teaching characteristics. Facing Tan Qingchen's extraordinary behavior in class, he just waved his hand and asked him to sit down without saying anything. He picked up a pen and wrote the words nobles and commoners on the projection screen in the middle. You have almost mastered the linguistics course. Today's last class, we will not learn language. Let's think about a humanistic problem from ancient times to the present. At the same time, this is also a lesson that the linguistics teacher must give you to enlighten you. This is actually the first lesson of the kindergarten. Both Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen had attended the course and did not find it interesting. But Yizhi had not attended it, and she would skip the first grade and go directly to the second grade, so she was destined to miss this class. So this course was actually decided by the Viscount and Ma Luan after comprehensive consideration. Ma Luan directly called out, Qingchen, what do you think of the aristocratic system of the empire? After the class officially started, Tan Qingchen put away his playful intentions and replied seriously, aristocrats refer to a class that enjoys political, economic, and other privileges in society and has a higher status. The aristocracy system has been established since the founding of the empire. Many countries in the entire interstellar range also adopt the aristocracy system. I think this system has certain advantages. Our glorious empire can occupy the top of the 3 major political systems in the interstellar with a slight advantage because of this system. Ma Luan didn't expect that this kid, who usually doesn't show his talents, has his own ideas. He motioned him to continue. Because the aristocracy system of the empire is to protect the interests of a small number of cutting-edge talents at the expense of the interests of the majority of people, so that these small number of talents are willing to sacrifice their lives to defend the empire and give everything for the empire. Ma Luan thought his idea was very interesting. Do you think the interests of this small number of cutting-edge talents are more important than the interests of the general public? Tan Qingchen did not hide his views. He was a standard male aristocratic thought, of course. To be called a cutting-edge talent means that you must have made great contributions to the empire. For example, our Tan family was originally the title of Earl, but because it has not made enough outstanding achievements in the field of medical and health care in recent decades, it has been downgraded to Viscount. If the Tan family does not make any more contributions in this generation's rating, it is likely to be downgraded to Baron. Perhaps in a few decades, His Majesty will take back the Tan family's fiefdom that has been passed down for 100 years. Yizhi never thought that Tan Qingchen, who was so young, could face the life and death of the Tan family so calmly. He continued, from the moment we were born in the Tan family, we had pressure, so our course learning was always ahead of schedule, and Xiao Ai had even taught himself the content of junior high school. But this is not enough. Even if the results can guarantee our entry into the interstellar higher education institution, if we can't make the results, the Empire will ignore our Tan family's dedication for so many years, and even take back the title. He clenched his fist and sighed, it's very cruel. Chapter 101. Faced with the possibility of the Tan family being demoted in the future, Tan Qingchen was unexpectedly calm. This is the aristocracy system. The old aristocrats always have to make room for the new aristocrats. After all, each of us will benefit from their achievements. Including you, Teacher Ma Luan. Ma Luan laughed. Ha ha, yes, every medical technology achievement of your Tan family will directly or indirectly benefit all the citizens of the Empire, and even all mankind, but your friends seem to have a different opinion from you. Tan Qingchen thought how could it be possible, but when he turned around, he did see Yizhi's expressionless face. Sure enough, Ma Luan pointed at Yizhi and said, Xiao Ai, please tell me. Yizhi sat up straight and spoke slowly, I admit that the imperial nobles have paid a lot. But I don't think it is necessary to sacrifice the interests of the majority to protect the interests of a few people. Even without the aristocracy, a country that is developing upward will always produce high-end talents in different fields to lead the country to progress. A sound enough system is that everyone gets what they work for. For the efforts of high-end talents, as long as he gets the due rewards, it is enough, and this reward should not involve future generations. Ma Luan heard her thoughts for the first time and sat up straight. In other words, you are against the aristocracy. Yizhi did not deny it. Yes. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen looked at her in shock, as if they didn't know this person. Tell me. Don't forget that you enjoy everything now, because of the aristocracy. Ma Luan smiled, but his words were a bit aggressive. Yi Xiai glanced at him. His emotions were calm. Everything I have now comes from the struggle and efforts of the Tan family for generations. Renha Hospital is still there, and the eye-catching medical reform is still going on. Even if the Tan family is stripped of their noble titles, their status cannot be shaken, and their reputation will not be damaged. Tan Qingshan's heart moved. This was a theory he had never heard of, and it was Yi Xiai he had never seen. But for some reason, he felt a surge of emotion. Yi Xiai continued, "The Tan family is the worst proof of the imperial aristocracy system. It is very difficult to make achievements in the medical industry, and we are the only aristocratic family that ranks among the 4 major families in the empire in terms of technology. Renha Hospital has to treat so many people every year, and the Tan family spends a huge amount of money every year to subsidize the medical expenses of the people. We bear huge social responsibilities and enjoy privileges at the same time. This seems very fair, but it is not. For civilians, if they don't see our sacrifices one day, they will think that the nobles are a group of national parasites who only know how to enjoy privileges. Especially, in the current situation where the nobles are united, this possibility is very likely to occur. Achievements are made by individuals or teams. The fruits of victory can be shared with family members, but they cannot be shared by relying on privileges. In the scope of Guangyu Star, how many nobles have relied on the protection of their ancestors to bully others? I believe everyone has heard of it, so I won't list them." Tan Qingshan felt that Yi Xiai said it very well, but vaguely felt that something was wrong. Ma Luan suddenly stood up. "Xiao Ai, if you think so, it only shows that you don't know the history of the empire." He stroked his beard. "We can't finish talking about the advantages and disadvantages of the aristocracy system here for 2 days and 2 nights. But our aristocracy system today has been passed down for thousands of years. After thousands of years of changes, it has gradually formed what you see today. What you said was basically impossible to achieve in ancient times." His voice gradually became ethereal. "The ancient interstellar society was crueler than you can imagine. The concept of the country was very weak. Someone was still a member of the empire today, and the next day he could declare that he was a member of the alliance, and on the 3rd day he would announce that he would return to the empire. Because for the lower class people, being in the empire, the alliance or other small countries does not make much difference. As long as which country can make him get greater benefits, he will choose that country. The aristocracy system was first established not for sacrifice and dedication, but to leave a spark. It was after the empire was heartbroken again and again that it finally chose to sacrifice the interests of this part of the people to ensure the stability of the empire. At the beginning of the founding of the country, it was the people who gave up the empire, not the empire gave up the people." The last sentence made the 3 people unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Did the people give up the empire? He walked down the steps. "You know, only those of royal blood can be granted the title of king. Are there any titles above the duke?" The 3 of them were too young, and this was knowledge that would only be covered in junior high school. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingshan shook their heads honestly. "Yi Xiai just learned that," she answered. "Yes, the title of duke." Ma Luan gave her an admiring look. "Yes, the title of duke. Those who have made outstanding contributions to the empire and all mankind are given titles, which are called titled dukes. But in the past few hundred years, there have been no titled dukes in the empire. In the history of the empire, there have only been 5 titled dukes. If you know history, you will know that without the contributions of these 4 people, there would be no interstellar era of our great interstellar alliance today." Yi Xiai's heart trembled. She knew that she must have overlooked something. A group must have great people, no matter what aspect. Only in this way can it survive and thrive. For example, without great people such as Galileo and Newton, there would be no basic physics on Earth. Time is limited. I will simply introduce you to a titled duke today, the Duke of Thorns. This person not only has the official title of duke, but also has a title among the people, called the Eternal Star of the Empire. How could there be a star that is eternal and immortal? But the people just gave him such a nickname. The Duke of Thorns spent his entire life on the battlefield. His wife died in battle, and he only had 1 child. He helped the empire win many battles in an era of gunpowder. Not only that, he also created our current theory of physical fitness level." Tan Qingshan raised his hand. "I know. He likes to challenge himself very much. Challenge the limits of the human body. He is the first A in human history." Marin nodded and said excitedly, "Yes, it's him. That is the evolution of humans relying on themselves. He shared this method with all interstellar humans very selflessly. After him, using his method, quite a number of humans with high physical fitness levels emerged. It was precisely because of this overall evolution that we humans finally stood at the top during the Great Melee. Otherwise, the people who dominate the interstellar today may be Dwelluan people, Kenyans, Zemung people, or anyone else. After all, compared with these gifted races, we humans, except for our outstanding brains and wisdom, have nothing to boast about. Chapter 102. Yijiai's back was stiff. She didn't know much about the history of the empire. She had only heard of the Duke of Thorns, but didn't know his specific achievements. The title of Duke of Thorns was given to him posthumously after he died in battle. Tan Qingfei suddenly spoke. Ma Luan was a little surprised. He had always thought that Tan Qingfei was like most aristocratic little girls, and would not pay attention to these things. Tan Qingchen directly asked the doubts in his heart. Sister, how do you know about the Duke of Thorns? Tan Qingfei said embarrassedly, I don't know much about the Duke of Thorns. I just know that his daughter, Ms. Mandan, is a very famous jewelry design master. Several people suddenly realized that this was indeed a very Tan Qingfei answer. Marin gave her an encouraging look. Princess Qing is right. Mandan is a famous jewelry design master in the interstellar world. The initial funds for her jewelry learning came from the reward from the Empire to her father. The Duke of Thorns has made great contributions to all mankind. In order to comfort the people at that time, the Empire gave Ms. Mandan a considerable amount of land and wealth. Yijia was inspired and said directly, Teacher Marin, that is to say, as a commoner, you actually support the aristocratic system? Marin did not answer her directly, but whispered, The aristocratic system is the history and future of the Empire. As a modern person, I have no right to comment. But under the general environment and background at that time, the Empire had to do something. There is no reward that can unite people more than the title of nobility. What's more? He glanced at the three people, and said meaningfully, The old nobles of the Empire can always make some sacrifices that we mortals can hardly understand. This famous Ms. Mandan has another identity that is not well known to the public. She is a philanthropist who is very famous in the entire galaxy. Before she died, she donated all her life savings and the wealth bestowed by the Empire on her father to the Empire's charities. In addition, she also funded quite a few children to fulfill their dreams. Tan Qingfei took a breath and her eyes lit up. It turned out that the idol she worshipped was a nobleman with such noble character. Yijia was stunned. There were actually such nobles in the Empire. Seeing her thoughtful look, Ma Luan suddenly had an idea. Xiao Ai, can you share with us what you think of nobles? Suddenly being called, Yijia pondered for a moment before answering. In my heart, nobles represent a spirit. Dare to take risks, dare to take responsibility, be honest and trustworthy, and noble honor is equivalent to life. The scene was silent. Yijia seemed to be a different person from the one who just said that he did not approve of the aristocracy. Ma Luan did not expect her insights to be so profound. Ever since he started teaching this child, Yijia has frequently surprised him. This highly refined summary does not seem to come from a child at all. He stared at her. Is this what you thought? It is very well summarized. Since you respect the aristocratic spirit so much, why do you oppose the aristocracy? Yijia's face finally changed a little, and she frowned. Because according to the information I have now, the nobles of the Empire are far from this spiritual core, and they are even more different from Ms. Mandan you mentioned. Since the entire aristocratic system has certain problems, why not try to establish a more equal system? Introduce a more benign competition system? Most areas are still in peacetime now. I understand the needs of the past wartime, but the fact that must be recognized is that the needs of peacetime and wartime are completely different. Ma Luan was slightly stunned. He stood there, not speaking for a long time, and suddenly smiled, but this smile was extremely relieved. I am a commoner, from an inferior planet. My current achievements are earned with all my efforts. I also felt unfair. If I was born in an aristocratic family, I would definitely stand at another level at this moment. But I also know and appreciate the efforts of the imperial nobles and the contributions of your ancestors. I have told myself more than once that society is fair. Your ancestors have made great sacrifices for the Empire, and you deserve to enjoy these. Over time, I thought I convinced myself. But today, after hearing Xiao Ai's speech, I realized that deep in my heart, I still think this is an extremely unfair system, but I have never expressed my views in public. He looked at Yijia, his eyes moist. Xiao Ai, you said it very well. If the nobles of the Empire cannot continue the noble spirit, then what is the use of such a noble system? But as your teacher, I must remind you that any system has both its advantages and disadvantages. At present, The noble system of the empire may still have a lot of room for improvement, but it does not mean that at this stage, this system should be completely denied. At least, the empire is now more and more strict in controlling the nobles, and the inheritance of the title is also more tightly controlled. I believe that you have a deeper understanding of this than I do, right? Yizhi nodded. I understand what you mean, Teacher Ma Luan. When facing a huge thing, it is not a wise choice to resist it at the beginning. You must first understand it. This is to comfort her. Yizhi frowned and nodded. After following his heart, Ma Luan felt relieved and said with a smile, Xiao Ai, if you are enrolled normally, this class will be your first class of the new semester. Nobles and commoners is a subject that everyone in the empire must learn. Its purpose is to establish a correct view of nobility in early childhood. He said helplessly, but I don't think you need to take this class. As your teacher of linguistics and aristocratic sociology, what I want to tell you is, be brave. If you think that this world and this society are unreasonable, then go and change it. Yizhi thought that this class was again instructed by her grandfather, so she did not give in. She just wanted to tell Viscount Tannin her true thoughts through Ma Luan's mouth. But she didn't expect that Ma Luan would say such a thing in the end. At that moment, she suddenly felt that this commoner teacher had a certain connotation. She calmed down. In my opinion, the spirit represented by the nobility should not only be reflected in the nobility, it should be reflected in each of us. I don't know if I can change anything, I just speak out my ideas honestly, even if it is incompatible with this era. Ma Luan led the applause. Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei immediately echoed. Hearing her say this, Tan Qingchen's discomfort caused by her not supporting the aristocratic system was suppressed again. Xiao Ai is indeed Xiao Ai, really amazing, even Teacher Ma Luan was convinced. Chapter 103. Yizhi acted very quickly. On the second day after the course ended, he took Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei to the Ji family. Before she came, she greeted Ji Lan. This was the first time Yizhi came to Wangjue Mansion to see him. Ji Lan was very excited. He got up early to wash and clean the room, determined to leave a good impression on Yizhi. He even calculated the time in advance and came to the tarmac, looking forward to it. He finally waited for the shuttle of the Tan family. He thought Yizhi came alone, but when he saw two more children coming down from the shuttle, the smile on his mouth was restrained a little. But he was still very excited and ran to the curly-haired little girl first. Xiao Ai, you finally came to see me. This strong accusatory tone made Yizhi very ashamed. She said embarrassedly, I have been in class recently, I am too busy. We just finished the class yesterday, if you don't believe me, ask Qingfei and Qingchen. Last time at the Tan family, Ji Lan had seen the twins, and immediately greeted them. Hello, welcome to the Wangjue Mansion. Tan Qingfei was born with no immunity to handsome guys. She smiled very shyly. Sorry, excuse me. The Wangjue Mansion does not cover a large area, only half the size of the Tan family. Maybe because it is in the central area, all the buildings here look more old, but they have been carefully maintained, giving people a feeling that they do not feel old, but rather a classic and simple taste everywhere. Tan Qingfei was overwhelmed by the sight. She found that even the design of the details such as the walls, pillars, and corners of the house were very sophisticated. Unlike the Tan family using shuttle buses as internal transportation, here a large number of corridors are used, and there are conveyor belts under the corridors, which makes it easy to walk. Even if it is a long distance, you can reach it in a few steps. The layout and design of these corridors are extremely exquisite. Yizhi can even see that the chandeliers hanging on the corners of the corridors are all valuable works of art. Where are we going? She asked. I heard that you were coming. Grandmother has mentioned it several times, and specifically asked me to take you to see her first. Ji Lan walked beside Yizhi and looked at her. Yizhi wore a particularly pink skirt today, which looked very cute. Not long after, several people came to the main house of Ronghue Wangjue Mansion. This main house uses a lot of black and gray stone, and it is square and majestic. The roof is pointed and high, and it looks particularly upright and magnificent. It is completely different from the style of the Tan family. There is a kind of noble and majestic momentum everywhere here. The waiters who came in parallel did not even make eye contact. They just walked their own way, but they walked in unison and with similar amplitude. It is indeed the faction of a large family with strict rules. It is hard to imagine how such a princely mansion could have nurtured Ji Lan's lively and bold personality. Does your grandmother live here alone? The further he went, the stronger the atmosphere of women's life became here. Ji Lan lowered his head. Yes. There are only my grandmother, mother, and me in the whole princely mansion. One building is not full, and there are many empty ones. Yizhi felt sad. Tan Qingchen was more outgoing, and he took the initiative to say, "Brother Jilan, if you feel bored, you can come to our Tan family more often." Jilan smiled. "Okay." Entering the main house, the view immediately became wider. The hall used a lot of precious gold, which created a huge contrast with the stone exterior wall. The high-rise design made the place look particularly magnificent. On the steps in the middle, there stood a huge high-back chair inlaid with many gems. Sitting on the chair was a well-maintained woman. Her posture was obviously very casual, but people dared not look directly into her eyes. Yi Jiai took a deep breath and recognized what it was. Throne. Lady Rohue. The three of them saluted together. It was not an ordinary noble greeting, but a kneeling salute. The right leg was placed behind the left leg, the knees were slightly bent, the head was lowered, and this posture was maintained for about 5 seconds before standing up. The Tan family had strict family education. In terms of etiquette, the three of them would never make mistakes, and even the angle of standing up was exactly the same. Ji Mingyuan had always had a good impression of Yi Jiai. Since Viscount Tananmin exercised his right of reference in the parliament to help Ji Fan, she liked the Tan family even more. At this time, she was very happy to see 3 outstanding children. She waved her hand and said, "Come closer, let me see you." Ji Lan led the 3 of them up the steps, and sat on the small tables in front of Ji Mingyuan. After they sat down, the waiter brought a plate with 3 exquisite small boxes on it. "Open it quickly, you rarely come here, this is the gift I prepared for you." Yi Jiai opened her own, and found that it was an energy stone with a high purity. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen also had energy stones, but the purity was not as high as Yi Jiai's, nor was it as big as hers. The specific level can only be known after we go back and have Boba test it. But after all, it is something said by Lady Wang, so it is impossible to be of low grade. She closed the lid and said with a smile, "Lady Wang, I have disturbed you by coming here this time. If we accept such a valuable gift, we may be punished by our grandfather when we go back." Although it was a teasing tone, it was actually a tactful refusal. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen naturally followed her lead and nodded in agreement. Ji Mingyuan waved her hand. Perhaps because she came from the Ji family, a military and political family, her actions at this moment were full of momentum. "If Viscount Tananmin dares to punish you, come and tell me, I will support you. It's just a small gift, accept it quickly, don't make me upset." Having said that, Yi Jiai had no choice but to accept it. She pulled Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen up and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lady Wang." Seeing them accept it, Ji Mingyuan showed a satisfied smile. "That's right, this is the right way." Then she asked a few more questions, and Tan Qingchen made a series of witty remarks, which made Ji Mingyuan laugh several times. Finally, Ji Lan couldn't wait any longer. He said aggrievedly, "Grandma, Xiao Ai came to play with me today." Okay, then you take them to play. You must treat the guests well, understand?" Ji Mingyuan knew that Ji Lan couldn't wait any longer, so he asked to let him go. On the way to Ji Lan, Yi Jiai said cautiously, "Ji Lan, I heard that your mother is sick. Should we go see her?" Ji Lan was used to Yi Jiai calling her by her name. "Since my father's accident, my mother's health has not been very good. The doctor said that she was too worried. She likes quietness, so I won't disturb her." Seeing that he was so calm in facing his father's death and his mother's illness, it seemed that this was not the first time he had said this to others, and his heart was a little sour. Chapter 104. I didn't reply to your message before because I was dealing with the follow-up issues on the spaceship. I was too busy with my studies. Don't think too much about it. Walking beside Ji Lan, Yi Jiai whispered. It was an explanation for him. After knowing Ji Lan's life experience, Yi Jiai's attitude towards him softened a lot. In her mind, Ji Lan was very smart and had a prominent family background, but he was also a naughty child. Now in her mind, Ji Lan was a poor little naughty child. Ji Lan smiled like a little son. "It doesn't matter. Grandma told me that you suffered so much injustice on my behalf in the previous incident on the spaceship. It's normal not to want to care about me." Yi Jiai, Is Lady Wang so direct to her grandson? There was a brief silence between the two. Ji Lan was the first to speak. "Xiao Ai, school will start in October. Where are you going to school?" Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei were walking behind them. When they heard Ji Lan's words, Tan Qingchen said first, "With us, studying at the Imperial Nobles United School." Ji Lan was stunned. "You are also studying at the Imperial Union? Then you should call me senior." Tan Qingfei was a little surprised. "Why have I never heard Qingda mention that you are in the same school as us?" Ji Lan shook his head. "Qingda and I rarely meet at school. The Imperial Union is in the East District. I didn't expect that nobles from your South District would come here to study. Tan Qingshan smiled embarrassedly. Grandfather said that you have to go to a farther place to study, so that you can get the proper training. Jilan nodded. Since Viscount Tananmean exercised the right to propose the Fifth Fleet proposal in Congress, the entire Ji family and the Wangju mansion have been very fond of him. Even in Jilan's heart, he still admired this old noble. Your Excellency, the Viscount's words make sense. The Emperor's union is backed by His Majesty, which is good. Jilan inadvertently revealed some royal secrets. Tan Qingfei was very surprised. There have always been rumors that the Emperor's union was actually founded by the royal family. I didn't expect it to be true. Jilan nodded. If you encounter problems that you can't solve in school in the future, you can come to me. I'm in Class 1, Grade 5. Yijia knew that he was 3 years older than her, so it was not right to calculate this, so she asked directly, Did you skip a grade? Jilan nodded. Well, because the first grade courses are too simple, I started in the 2nd grade, and this year I will be in the 5th grade. Tan Qingshan said noisily. Just like Xiao Ai will be in the 2nd grade like us when school starts. Jilan nodded. He would not be surprised even if Yijia was in the 3rd grade. Jilan's residence is not far from the main residence of the prince's mansion. The couple walked along the corridor very quickly and arrived while they were talking. This place is not as dignified as the main residence. It is built like a small castle. The facade uses a lot of warm-colored platinum stone, matched with black and brown stone skirts, which is exquisite and warm. It fits Jilan's temperament very well. He is like a natural prince, and his smile is very healing. When you walk into the castle, you step on the solid wood floor. The small boots of several people touch it, making a crisp sound, which is very pleasant. The whole hall is about 2 stories high. There is a large spiral staircase on the right, connecting the entire castle. Jilan usually uses this staircase for some training. On the left side of the hall is a huge fireplace. Because it has not been used for a long time, it is very clean. Unlike the South District, the temperature difference in the East District is small throughout the year. The East District is at a higher latitude, and the temperature will drop to below 0 in winter. If divided by geographical location, the East District probably occupies half of the East Continent and the North Continent of Guangyu Star. Don't you use a constant temperature system in winter? Seeing the fireplace, Yijia was a little surprised. Constant temperature system is the abbreviation of Indoor Constant Temperature Control System. This is a system that can ensure that indoor air quality, humidity, temperature and other indicators are in a suitable state. Well, in order to sharpen our will, in winter, our constant temperature system is turned off. Jilan said lightly. The 3 were a little surprised. The dining table was filled with rich food, which was prepared for them at a glance. Jilan brought a piece of strawberry cake to Yijia and said to the 3 people, Don't be polite, please feel free. On Earth, Yijia liked sweets very much. He took the cake and ate it. He found the difference at the first bite. The cream was sweet but not greasy, and there were many strawberry grains inside. I don't know how it was made, but it was very chewy. When you bite it, rich juice bursts in your mouth, and the fragrance is instantly overflowing. If it was before, Yijia naturally didn't know what it was, but now she is very clear that this method should belong to the royal court method. I didn't expect that I could eat so many royal delicacies here in Jilan. Tan Qingshan couldn't stop. Oh my god, brother Jilan, the food here is too delicious. Tan Qingfei held the plate and ate it in small bites, very reserved. But if you pay attention to the number of plates she secretly put down, you will know that she actually ate quite a lot. Jilan saw them eating happily and smiled. He also joined the foodies. For some reason, the food that he usually got tired of tasted so delicious at this moment. The result after a period of indulgence was that the 4 of them collapsed on the sofa. Tan Qingshan rubbed his stomach with a painful look on his face. The rose-suckling pig was so delicious. I ate too much without paying attention. I was so full. Tan Qingfei was better. After all, she was a girl and knew how to be reserved. She stopped eating after eating. Yijia was an adult after all. She could control her mouth and didn't eat too much. But after knowing that this was a royal special, he very unceremoniously packed a few portions of food and prepared to take them back for Tan Ju and Tan Lan to taste. Seeing that Tan Qingshan was indeed a little uncomfortable, Jilan suggested, Why don't we go up and play Spy Battlefield? It can help digestion. My uncle often plays this game with me. Tan Qingshan, who was not very interested at first, sat up immediately when he heard his uncle, Brother Jilan, do you mean that Major General Ji Fan has also played this game? Jilan has seen many people have this reaction after hearing Ji Fan, and he is not surprised. Yes, it's not a virtual battlefield. It's a real battlefield with 3 floors. Yijiai's heart moved, and he remembered his various outstanding performances on the spacecraft. Presumably, these are all the credit of that Major General. Tan Qingfei was not interested and directly refused. You go and play, I'm not very full, just watch some cartoons here. So, Ji Lan took Yijiai and Tan Qingchen into the so-called spy battlefield. The entire battlefield is a spaceship interior restored in a 1-to-1 ratio. The 3 of them wore training suits and walked carefully along the inner wall of the spaceship. Before they started, Ji Lan taught them the skills of stealth. One is to control breathing, and the other is to control the pace. Only by coordinating the two can they be as silent as possible. Yijiai has a strong learning ability, and quickly grasped the essence. To her surprise, Tan Qingchen was very talented in this area. His agility and silence were like monkeys on Earth. Except for the 3 of them, the entire spy battlefield was full of high simulation robots. Rich expressions, quick reactions, and outstanding personalities are the representatives of privileges and star coins. On the market, high simulation robots of this level cannot be bought and sold. If they are really needed, they must go through very strict approval procedures. Chapter 105. This spy battlefield is set up in real scenes, and all the instruments and materials are exactly the same as real warships. But in order to increase the gaming experience, quite a lot of mechanisms are designed here, and the intelligent brain can combine multiple gameplays at any time. This kind of simulated military battlefield also exists in the Light of the Valley, and there are many types besides the spy battlefield. Before, Tan Qingchen wanted to take Yijiai to play, but because of Chengfeng's matter, several people lost interest and didn't go. After returning to the Tan family, he was still very regretful. So much so that he talked about this matter several times in front of Yijiai. Soon, Tan Qingchen found that this battlefield was arranged more delicately and more difficult than the Light of the Valley. The topic drawn by the 3 people was, as a member of the Empire's intelligence team, steal a star map placed in the command cabin by the enemy. Ji Lan's identity was a technician who controlled energy in the logistics cabin. Tan Qingchen's identity was a mecha fighter. Yijiai's identity was a trainee commander in the command cabin. The 3 of them were not very lucky. These 3 positions were all relatively important positions, and required certain technical and theoretical support. Otherwise, it would be easy to be exposed. For example, if Tan Qingchen was unlucky and was assigned to clean up the battlefield or meet the enemy, he would be exposed 100% because he couldn't even drive a mecha. In the 5 minutes of preparation time just now, Yijiai roughly assigned the tasks. Her position was closest to the command cabin, and she was mainly responsible for this mission. Tan Qingchen and Ji Lan returned to their original positions and waited for orders. In actual situations, this 5-minute meeting was also counted in the game. The 3 of them needed to return to their respective positions without leaving any traces, otherwise they would be arrested for suspicious behavior, which would lead to the failure of the mission. This is why the 3 of them tiptoed along the inner wall of the spacecraft at the beginning. Their location was very close to the training ground on the spacecraft. Tan Qingchen decided to take this opportunity to familiarize himself with the use of mechas and turn the corner first. His silent steps surprised Yijiai. Ji Lan whispered, Qingchen will definitely become a very powerful mecha master in the future. Yijiai smiled but said nothing. No matter how talented Tan Qingchen is, he can't become a mecha master. His future path was set from the day he was born. Since there is a mecha master role in the game settings, it can only mean that Ji Lan knows the basic mecha operation. But Tan Qingchen doesn't understand, because the Tan family deliberately neglected his training in this area. Seeing Tan Qingchen leave, Yijiai whispered, I go to the energy cabin with you first. I have something to tell you. Seeing her serious face, Ji Lan nodded, identified a direction, and ran with her quickly. After more than half a year of training, especially after having the black gold bracelet, Yijiai's physique has improved a lot. He is no longer the child who can only rely on jogging and hiding on the spacecraft to escape danger. Soon, the 2 came to the energy cabin. Using biometric information to open the door, a bionic robot was waiting for them at Ji Lan's position. He said seriously, Second Lieutenant Ji Lan, leaving your post without permission is not the behavior of an Alliance soldier. Ji Lan stepped forward and said respectfully, Report to Captain Will, the command cabin found that the energy cabin was unstable and needed to come over to see. I just went to pick up Second Lieutenant Yijiai. The bionic robot named Captain Will heard what he said, his face changed, and he smiled at Yijiai. I see, Lieutenant, please rest assured, everything is normal here, please rest assured, Captain. Ji Lan blinked at Yijiai, and she immediately understood. Captain Will, I need Lieutenant Ji-lan to present the data for this specific situation before I can judge. Please don't interfere in this matter. Will smiled and said, No, I won't interfere, just watch. Then he withdrew. The bionic robots here are highly anthropomorphic, which makes it easy for people to feel involved. After he left, both of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and this small crisis was temporarily safe. Ji-lan asked her, Xiao Ai, what do you want to talk to me about? Thinking of this, Yijia was a little embarrassed to speak, her face flushed slightly, like a pink apple, looking very cute. Can you lend me 100 million star coins? Her purpose of coming to Ji-lan this time was very clear, that is, she wanted Ji-lan to lend her some money, otherwise her plan for the Warm Heart Foundation would be difficult to realize. 100 million star coins is not a small amount. Ji-lan was shocked by her and said nervously, Xiao Ai, why do you suddenly want so much money? Are you deceived? Yijia didn't intend to hide it from him, and told him about the Warm Heart Foundation in a few words. Then he continued, This is the thing. I want to provide these children with aristocratic education support. 200 million star coins are only the startup funds. Ji-lan was shocked. After the incident on the spaceship, he was locked up by his uncle for more than half a year. He went to school and home every day. Even his pocket money account was unblocked some time ago. He never thought about the aftermath. He always thought that Wangju Mansion and Ji family were his solid backing, and would solve everything for him. And the fact is that the Ji family has already paid a lot of compensation to those people. Yijia didn't have to do this. May had advised her more than once. She didn't want to be a saint, but just wanted to give compensation, or a gift, to these children who lost their parents and relatives. After all, their parents helped her, even though they didn't know each other. Then why can't she help them even though they don't know each other? Life is already so difficult. Why not light a light for people when you have the ability? Ji-lan thought about it, and said with determination, Xiao Ai, you don't have to borrow this money, just think of it as my investment in the Wanqing Foundation. He was even a little excited, if this can give them some compensation, I can invest more later. Xiao Ai, you don't know, this is really the happiest thing I have heard recently. Yijia felt warm in her heart. She was not wrong about this boy. Seeing Ji-lan's eyes shining, Yijia's lips curled slightly. The lively and smart Ji-lan is back. In nearly a year, Ji-lan has matured and grown a lot compared to before. Experiencing setbacks is always the most painful shortcut for people to become stronger. At this moment, the invisible communicator beside the two people's ears sent a message prompt. Your teammate Tan Qinchin was discovered by the enemy and chose to commit suicide. Please continue the mission. Yijia's heart tightened. Even though he knew it was a game, he was sweating because of the word suicide. This game is highly realistic. In addition to suicide, you can also choose to be a prisoner. But obviously, Tan Qinchin did not choose this path. Even Ji-lan didn't expect that this boy would be so brave. Chapter 106. Tan Qinchin's suicide death made Yijia realize that he took this game seriously. This made her start to take this game seriously. After exchanging the information of the identities drawn with Ji-lan, a plan gradually took shape in her mind. She called Ji-lan over and whispered in his ear. As she spoke, Ji-lan's eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally, he couldn't help looking at her and said, Xiao Ai, you are really amazing. How can you come up with such a method? Yijia blinked at him, searched the box of low-level energy box that May gave her from the space button, and said, Seize the opportunity and wait for the signal from my side. Ji-lan took the energy box and nodded seriously. Before Yijia returned to the command cabin, he went to the bathroom first, wet his hair and back, and faked the illusion of mental overdraft. She walked to the command cabin with a shaky step, and Captain Luo Bing, who was waiting for her with an angry face, said, Lieutenant Yijia, you suddenly disappeared during working hours. If you can't explain clearly where you went, and what you did, you will be punished according to military law. The high simulation robot of the Empire is quite good, and at this moment, it even imitates a kind of power. Yijia pretended to be weak and said, Report to the captain. Lieutenant Ji-lan found that the energy was unstable, and I went to see the scene. Captain Wu was also there at the time. You can ask him. Seeing that she had a reason and looked exhausted, Luo Bing frowned. Since you went to the energy cabin, tell me what happened. How did you get like this? Report to the commander. The subordinate's mental power level is not high, and there are too many high-level energy in the energy cabin. I can't bear it. She looked like she had the sequelae of overuse of mental power. Luo Bing's tone softened slightly. Lieutenant Yijia, please explain the situation of the energy cabin in detail. Yijia reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and touched her ear inconspicuously when her hand fell. The captain can ask Lieutenant Ji Lan in the energy cabin directly about this matter. Before she finished speaking, the ship suddenly shook violently. Yi Jiai didn't stand firmly, and fell to the ground. At the same time, the alarm of the intelligent brain sounded in the command cabin. Energy cabin number 7 has unstable energy fluctuations, which may cause explosion risks. Warning, there may be energy explosion risks. Luo Bing looked down at her. Tell me quickly, what's the situation? Yi Jiai pretended to be at a loss, and said in panic, Lieutenant Ji Lan found that the energy cabin was unstable. When we checked, we found that this batch of high-level energy may be mixed with low-level energy. We suspect that there is a traitor on the spacecraft. Her words made the entire command cabin suddenly quiet. Luo Bing's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed her collar and lifted her up. What are you talking about here? It's a serious crime to shake the morale of the army. Lieutenant. Yi Jiai's neck was so painful from being strangled, and her physiological reaction made her unconsciously more involved in this game. She broke out in a cold sweat and looked even weaker. Captain, how dare I say anything nonsense? But if there is such a problem with the energy, it can only be a traitor. I suggest that the entire ship be thoroughly checked for traitors. What she said made sense. After hesitating for a while, Luo Bing let go of her, walked to the main seat, and asked each department of the ship to report the personnel situation. Then, each department reported one by one until the Mecha Combat Department. Report to the captain. One person from the Mecha Combat Department disappeared. Luo Bing's voice was cold. Who disappeared? It was Lieutenant Tan Qingshan. Luo Bing said coldly, Intelligent brain, search for Lieutenant Tan Qingshan throughout the ship. Yes, scan the entire ship now. The intelligent brain acted quickly. Lieutenant Tan Qingshan's location was not found on the ship. The surveillance showed that Lieutenant Tan Qingshan went to the training ground last, and the person who stayed with him in the training ground was Lieutenant Ryan. Connect Lieutenant Ryan. Luo Bing said coldly after taking a look at Yi Jiai on the ground. Soon, the video was connected. Lieutenant Ryan's face was not very good, and he looked very guilty. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes. Lieutenant Ryan, according to the surveillance, you were with Lieutenant Tan Qingshan at last. Where is he now? Ryan's forehead was covered with sweat. He moved his mouth. Lieutenant Tan Qingshan was a spy. He committed suicide. The command cabin was immediately filled with discussions. Yi Jiai said angrily, How could Lieutenant Tan Qingshan be a spy? He was an excellent Alliance mecha master. Did you kill him? Luo Bing glanced at her. Shut up. Then he looked at Ryan with a serious face. Lieutenant Ryan, how did you determine that Lieutenant Tan Qingshan was a spy? Ryan wiped his face. Because he can't even do the basic operations of a mecha, he must be a spy. Seeing that he was so sure, Luo Bing said again, Intelligent brain, play the fight between Lieutenant Tan Qingshan and Lieutenant Ryan. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded in the spacecraft, and all the alarm lights lit up instantly. The huge shock wave caused Yi Jiai to fly directly, and then fell to the ground. She was not hurt. She reacted in a daze. This should be some kind of device to simulate an explosion. It's really smart. The intelligent brain sent an alarm prompt. The number 7 energy cabin exploded for unknown reasons, and the main engine kinetic energy is lost. Bang! The mechanical sound of the intelligent brain just fell, and a new explosion sounded. The number 6 energy cabin exploded for unknown reasons, and the main engine lost kinetic energy. Repeat, the main engine lost kinetic energy. Yi Jiai was delighted. Ji Lan succeeded. She stood up and said in shock, Captain! It must be the mixing of low-level energy that caused the explosion. This must have been done by a spy. Luo Bing's face completely collapsed, and he said to Ryan, Lieutenant Ryan, since you said that Lieutenant Tan Qingshan was a spy and he committed suicide, who did these things now? Ryan didn't know anything about energy at all. He panicked. I don't know, Captain, believe me, I don't know about this. Ryan's performance made the commanders in the command cabin look unhappy. The vice captain walked to Luo Bing's side. Captain, why don't you go and interrogate this Ryan first? We must quickly repair the main engine, otherwise it will be over if we are attacked now. Luo Bing nodded. Take people to the energy cabin to see what caused the explosion of the energy cabin, and let the technical department solve it quickly. Then he said to Yi Jiai, Second Lieutenant Yi Jiai, come with me to see Lieutenant Ryan. Yi Jiai pretended to be exhausted. Yes, Captain. Captain. He fell down after saying that. Luo Bing looked at her with disdain, and decided to send the girl back. In his calculation logic, this girl did not have the characteristics of a commander at all. Chapter 107. Luo Bing called a few names and took them to the Mecha Combat Department. There, Lieutenant Ryan had been controlled. After 2 explosions in a row, the command cabin was already in chaos. After Luo Bing left, no one would notice the fainted Yizhi. She took advantage of the opportunity to sneak into the captain's room. On the desk, there was a roll of paper documents wrapped in a tube. Yizhi opened it and saw that it was an A3 size paper with a star map drawn on it. She threw it into the space button. She whispered in her ear, "I'm here." Then she went straight to the escape cabin. Ji-lan was already waiting for her there. This was the arrangement made by the two in advance. During the time she returned to the command cabin, Ji-lan used technical means to put low-level energy into the energy, creating the illusion of unstable energy. Then bombs were placed in the number 7 and number 6 energy cabins. The second thing is not simple. It takes certain technical means to avoid the monitoring of the intelligent computer and place the bomb. This plan will be carried out only after a special small bomb is found in Ji-lan's personal belongings. What Ji-lan has to do is to avoid the monitoring of the intelligent computer in a short time. Fortunately, this is not too difficult for him. After arranging all this, he must always pay attention to Yizhi's situation and be ready to detonate the bomb at any time. When Yizhi knocks 3 times at the microphone, it is the signal for him to start the action. After escaping successfully, sitting in the double escape capsule, Ji-lan was very excited. "Xiao Ai, you are really amazing. How did you think of using Qingqin's death to discredit Lieutenant Ryan?" Yizhi shrugged. "We are weak, so of course we have to use everything around us. Qingqin would be very happy if he knew that his death was not in vain." She paused and then said, "The only regret is that we didn't bring back his body." Yes, Tan Qingqin was still a corpse in the training ground at this moment. A large group of people surrounded him, and they should be programmed to treat him as a dead man. So he clearly saw that when the intelligent brain reported that Yizhi and Ji-lan left the spacecraft together in the escape capsule, Captain Luo Bing's expression was full of surprise and anger with a hint of smile. On the other side, Ji-lan was happily handing the star map to the intelligent brain. "Submit the task." "Are you sure to submit the task?" "Yes," he said firmly. "The mission failed," the cold mechanical voice said. The two who were ready to welcome the fruits of victory turned cold at the same time. "Intelligent brain, what did you say? How could the mission fail?" Ji-lan said in disbelief. The intelligent brain reported the result. "This is not the real star map. It is a trick set up by Captain Luo Bing." In this assessment, Ji-lan scored 56 points and Yizhi scored 0 points. Ji-lan's mouth was O-shaped, and Yizhi's 0 points were more unimaginable than the mission failure. Yizhi said with difficulty, "Why is it 0 points?" The intelligent brain replied, "In the case of mission failure, the authenticity of the fake identity is used as the scoring result. As a trainee commander, you did not do basic information screening and confirmation before stealing intelligence, and rashly implemented this operation. You do not have the potential to become a commander, so the score is 0. Tan Qingqin naturally knew the result. When the 3 came out, Yizhi's face was grumpy. Since she crossed over, she had never encountered such a blow. Ji-lan comforted her. "Xiao Ai, don't worry too much. This spy battlefield was designed by my uncle. He always has some very harsh scoring conditions. This is the first time I get more than 30 points. Yizhi, is there anything to be proud of with more than 50 points?" She couldn't help but think of the tall, handsome man with deep features. So, he designed it? For the first time, she became very curious about the profession of commander. In this life, she was talented and everything went smoothly. For the first time, she encountered an intelligent computer that evaluated her and said that she had no potential to become a certain profession. After watching the 3 people, Tan Qingfei got out of the cartoon. She walked to Yizhi and asked with a smile, "How is it? Did you have fun?" Tan Qingqin blinked at him and shook his head. Seeing Yizhi's bad face, concubine Tan Qing's eyes turned and changed the subject. "Xiao Ai, you don't know, there are more cartoons here than outside." Having been thinking about the ratings, Yizhi suddenly heard concubine Tan Qing talking to her. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. "What?" Ji-lan explained to them. "Grandmother likes to watch movies. She asked His Majesty for a privilege. Generally, our family will receive the movies and cartoons that are about to be released in advance. If you want to watch any movies in the future, you can come to my place in advance to watch them." "Wow! Great!" Concubine Tan Qing clapped her hands excitedly. In this way, she won't have to chase dramas in the future. This is too good to be true. Madame Wang is a woman who knows how to live. Yizhi and Tan Qingshan didn't feel anything about this, and they were calm. After chatting for a while, Lan sent the three of them to the apron. After seeing Yizhi board the shuttle, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Ai, see you at the beginning of the school." Yizhi waved at him through the window. On the way back, Yizhi was silent all the way. Although she was hit hard, she had to admit that the analysis of the intelligent brain made sense. As a spy and a commander, she didn't even confirm the most basic information. It also directly exposed her and Ji Lan's identities. She couldn't help but cover her face, and the more she thought about it, the more stupid she felt. Fortunately, no one except Ji Lan knew about this. Tan Qingshan only knew that the mission failed but didn't know the specific reason. She felt better after thinking about it. On the other side, Ji Fan, who was working on the ship as usual, suddenly received a report from the spy battlefield. After the spaceship incident, Ji Lan hadn't been there for a long time. He was a little curious about Ji Lan's performance this time. He clicked it casually. As expected, it was mission failed again, but unlike before, there were 3 reports. The first one was an evaluation of Tan Qingshan. After reading it, Ji Fan couldn't help but smile. This kid was really stupid to death. He obviously couldn't drive a mecha, but still rushed to the training ground. The second one was Ji Lan's, who scored 56 points. After reading the detailed description of the action, Ji Fan realized that this was definitely not a method that his nephew could come up with. As expected, he saw Yizhi's name. The kid who was obviously very scared but dared to yell at the terrorist leader suddenly appeared in front of him again. Seeing the 0-point evaluation, his eyes were full of smiles. Ji Fan put the report aside after reading it, not caring much. I wonder what kind of mood Yizhi would feel if she knew that such a shameful thing in her life was not only known by others, but also by Ji Fan. Chapter 108. Yizhi was called up early this morning, changed into a neatly ironed school uniform and skirt, and boarded the shuttle in high spirits. Tan Qingshan and Tan Qingfei had been waiting for her there. In addition, there was Tan Qingde. This Count Tan and me noticed that the 4 of them seemed to have formed 2 small groups, and specifically requested that from today on, the 4 of them should go to and from school together. Hello, Xiaoi. Congratulations on your first day of school today. In the shuttle, Tan Qingfei handed Yizhi an exquisite gift box. Yizhi took the gift. Without opening it, she knew it must be something designed by Tan Qingfei herself. It's a brooch. Don't you want to wear it? Seeing that she wanted to put it away directly, Tan Qingfei couldn't help but raise her voice. She did it for a week. Finally, under Tan Qingfei's insistence, Yizhi still wore it on her chest. The school uniforms of the Empire United Kindergarten are mostly black, with trousers for men and skirts for women. The East District has entered late autumn, and the temperature has dropped a lot. Several people are wearing autumn school uniforms. Under the thick coat is a well-made knitted sweater, with only the lace just reaching the neck exposed. The lower body is a red and black plaid pleated skirt with complex patterns, and under the pleated skirt are thick leg socks, matched with a pair of short boots, which makes people look delicate and cute. The boys' clothes are much simpler. The pure black top coat only leaves a trace of dark red at the lapel, and there are many dark patterns embroidered on the pants. Only when walking, relying on reflection can the traces on it be found. It is low-key and reveals luxury. The brooch made by Tan Qingfei for Yizhi seems to be matched with this autumn school uniform. In the middle is a dark red gem. It is not very big, so it does not look abrupt. A circle of small black diamonds is dotted around the gem. There are also a few dark gray feathers on the tail of the diamonds. Matching with the school uniform, it is like a finishing touch, which immediately sets off Yizhi's unique temperament, which is very beautiful. Tan Qingde sat in the front, watching the 2 of them talking and laughing, and felt very uncomfortable. In the past, Tan Qingfei would only make these things for her. She said a little aggrievedly, "Qingfei, why don't you prepare these things for me now?" Tan Qingfei was stunned. She didn't expect that she would take the initiative to ask for them. "I made so many for you before, but I never saw you wear them." "You can wear them first," Tan Qingfei said without turning her head. Although Tan Qingde had cheated her and Tan Qingfei had unilaterally started a cold war with her, she was actually willing to give her things. She was not a stingy or petty person, so Tan Qingfei meant what she said literally. But Tan Qingde misunderstood. She thought Tan Qingfei was mocking her for not wanting it before but now rushing to get it. Her face turned extremely bad. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and looked down, hiding the huge anger inside. All this. It was because of Yizhi. This person not only took away her grandparents from her, now even her friends and sisters were taken away. Yizhi was very sensitive to people's mental strength. Knowing that Tan Chinga was in a bad mood, he didn't say anything, but sat quietly in his seat, reading a book. Before school started, the first thing to celebrate was actually Yijiai's 4th birthday. After asking her about her desire to be more low-key, Viscount Tananmin simply held a birthday party at home and did not invite anyone else. But she still received a lot of gifts. Especially Tan Yijing, who looked like she had led Tan Qichen to the right path, and directly gave her a super red envelope with 10 times the amount of the last time. After knowing that she could freely dispose of the birthday gifts, Yijai suddenly felt some regret. If she had known that it was popular in the Guanjiaxing noble circle to give big gifts on birthdays, she should have been more high profile. Wouldn't that be all the money for the foundation for the next 3 years? What a loss. With this money, does she need to borrow money from Jilan? Soon, they arrived at the Empire United Noble School. As a comprehensive school with a very high ranking in the Empire, including the Kindergarten Learning Department, Junior High School Department, and Senior High School Department, those who can study here are either rich or noble. Standing on the tarmac, looking from afar, there are a lot of noble family medals and expensive luxury shuttles. Even so, the shuttle engraved with the Tan family emblem still caused quite a stir when it arrived at the apron. Tan Chinga couldn't stay any longer, and as soon as the shuttle stopped, she was the first to walk out. She was in the 4th grade this year, and her direction was different from Yijai and the others. Following closely behind were Tan Qichen and Tan Qingfei. Some old parents knew that the Tan family had 3 children studying here, so they naturally turned their eyes away after seeing them all come out. However, some people who knew the inside story were still looking forward to it, and discussing in a low voice. What are you still looking at? Aren't they all out? Some people were puzzled. You don't know this, the little lady of the Tan family is also of school age this year. Someone who knew the inside story. Little lady. Are you talking about the girl with double blacks, who danced the flying dance at the birthday party of the Viscount? Double blacks. Isn't that the future head of the Tan family? Someone was very surprised. Yes, I heard that she is a Quasier, otherwise why do you think so many people are waiting here? Isn't it just to see what the girl looks like so that their children can make friends with her? As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately became agitated. Oh! Did I hear it right? A Quasier at the age of 4. What kind of talent is this? Who said it wasn't? I don't know what good luck the Tan family has this year. Yes. You don't know, when the Viscount's birthday party was held, most of the aristocratic circle went. Not only did Mr. Alan Scott go, but Lady Ronghui went too. The most important thing is that Major General Ji Fan went. Oh my god! Doesn't Major General Ji Fan never attend these events? Yes. This Guangyu star, I think the weather is going to change. Yijai didn't know this. She was very curious about the student life of this era. When she got off the shuttle, she still had some longing on her face. But soon a cold wind extinguished all her enthusiasm. She tightened her coat, walked to the 2 of them, and shivered. It's so cold. The temperature difference between the northern and southern hemispheres is very large. Most of the flowers in their Tan family are still blooming. Miss, the Imperial Alliance does not allow bodyguards and waiters to enter, so we will go back first. Tan Chi behind her suddenly called out, with a very respectful attitude. After the incident with Xia Menger, Tan Chi, the head bodyguard of the Tan family, also walked towards Yijai. Yijai waved casually and followed Tan Qichen and Tan Qingfei into the school. Little did they know that the appearance of several people led by her made the people around, who were secretly paying attention to her, exclaim again. Chapter 109. The Empire United Noble School covers a huge area, 3 times the size of the Tan family. The high tuition fees every year and the continuous donations from students' parents have allowed this wealthy school to build quite a lot of facilities that ordinary people dare not even think of. But this school is not only for nobles, it also opens its arms to talented and capable children of ordinary people. In addition to the basic reward of free tuition, the Empire United Noble School also has a very high scholarship to attract outstanding children of ordinary people to study at the school. Today is the opening ceremony. Let's go directly to the auditorium. Why are you so afraid of the cold? Tan Qingfei took Yijiai's hand and touched her cold fingertips. Yijai thought to herself that I didn't live in Russia in my previous life. How could I know that it was so cold in early October? Now she just wants to wear a down jacket outside. Tan Qichen comforted her. It's okay, the room is all thermostatic, it won't be that cold. Yijai nodded, and the 3 of them walked quickly towards the campus bus. It looks like a square box, all yellow, with cute big eyes and mouth painted on the front, and some popular cartoon characters on the side, but Yijai didn't recognize them. This is the latest generation of campus buses. I don't know which student of the kindergarten department designed it, but it was adopted and made into this cute style. Every other school year, the shell of the Dalian campus bus will be updated. Its update is also very simple. At the beginning of the design, the imaging of its surface is not based on painting, but wrapped with a curved screen, which can be replaced at any time. But some previous generations of campus buses will be randomly left for students to remember. Campus bus is not like a public shuttle, which stops at different stations, and students can only walk to the station to take it. It is like a traffic robot for the entire campus. After docking with the school's intelligent brain, as long as you call it on the optical brain, a campus bus will generally arrive at your side within 5 minutes. There are many types of campus buses, including single-person, 3-person, 5-person, and multi-person buses. You can call different buses according to actual needs. However, Yixi and his family will not face this problem. The big families, including the 4 major families, have invested huge sums of money to buy their own campus buses in the school for their children to use. Relying on Tanihai's transcendent status in the education system, the Tan family's campus bus can be said to be a beautiful landscape in Dalian. Its outer shell is the same as a normal campus bus, but its interior can accommodate up to 100 people through space compression technology. And the Tan family has 2 such campus buses in Dalian. As soon as Yixi stepped onto the bus, a warm breath came over her, and she immediately felt alive. Tan Qingfei took out a bright red cloak from the space button and said worriedly, "Put it on when you go out later." Yixi took it gratefully and put it aside. She stood at the top, looking at some people still queuing below, a little puzzled. Does the campus bus charge a fee? Otherwise, some people would not be willing to queue up. Tan Qingshan was checking whether his homework was completed, without even raising his head. "I heard that it is charged, but ours was bought by the Tan family, so we don't have to pay." Tan Qingfei knows more about such trivial matters. Although we don't have to pay transportation fees, the bus management fee that our family has to pay every school year is not low. She pointed to the people below and explained to Yixi, "Look at so many people queuing there. It must be the bus with more than 20 people. This is the cheapest, 1 star coin per time, like the 1-person bus." She pointed to a place where a boy stepped in and the bus took off, 100 star coins per time. The price of the middle number type of bus is dozens of star coins. On Guangyu Star, the monthly income of ordinary people is about 20,000 star coins. In comparison, it is not cheap. After all, it is only the price of 1 ride. Tan Qingfei touched her. "Don't look at those. Look at our school. Do you like it?" The viewing experience of the campus bus is very good. The windows are mostly panoramic glass. In addition, the speed is limited and it can't be driven too fast, so the scenery outside is unobstructed. The buildings here are mostly red bricks with gold, and they are mostly Gothic. Of course, the green plants are not as many and as delicate as those of the Tan family. However, there are several unique places that Yixi is more interested in. She pointed to a transparent oval building and asked, "What is that?" "That is a physical training hall, very large, and the one in our house is a smaller version of it." Yixi nodded. With that, she knew what was in there. Mecha confrontation room, physical training room, etc. Physical training room includes many types: competitive running room, swimming room, gravity room, boxing room, cold weapon room, etc. These are also available in the Tan family, but due to Yixi's age, she usually does not train in the latter few. There is also a taller building. The style outside is very punk, and there are even quite a lot of mechanical parts hanging on it. Yixi asked curiously, "What is that?" "It looks like a robot." Tan Qingfei covered her mouth and laughed. "That is the mechanical building, including robot research and production, algorithm logic, mecha manufacturing, shuttle design, etc. Anything related to machinery can be found in that building." She glanced at Tan Qingshan, who was writing furiously. Qingshan usually likes to go there very much. Yixi was a little surprised. "Do we have to learn these in the 2nd grade?" "No, mechanical aspects are elective courses." At this time, the bus just passed a super high-rise building. Yixi looked through the glass window and saw that the students in the building were writing furiously on the portable light computer, and there was even a group of older students arguing in the corner. She felt something in her heart. "Is this the library?" Tan Qingfei nodded. "Yes, this is the largest library in our school, with a very rich collection, more than some universities." "Look, we are here." Tan Qingfei pointed to the front. Right in front of the bus was an auditorium that was built in an unusually square style, 5 stories high. In the middle of the auditorium, there was a plaque with the words Imperial United Noble School written in alien. The bus landed on the ground, and the three people came out one after another. Yijia wrapped herself tightly in her red cloak, unable to even appreciate the surroundings. The cold wind here made her face hurt, and she suddenly felt that it was a mistake to choose to go to school here. The South District is the area closest to the Central District, and the location of the Tan family is at the junction of the Central District and the South District, so Luojin Mountain can only be seen in Ahua Hall. The Central District is warm like spring all year round, and because their Tan family is close to the Central District, the temperature does not change much. And here, it is really beautiful and freezing. Chapter 110. Walking into the auditorium, the first thing you see is the huge platform in the center, which is more than 100 square meters in size. Below the platform, there are rows and rows of stepped seats, distributed in a fan shape. This is only the first floor, and there are 3 floors like this. The entire auditorium can accommodate 5,000 people at the same time. Yi Xiai and his friends didn't come too early, and there were already quite a lot of people sitting here. The areas were already divided. The kindergarten learning department is on the first floor, the junior high school department is on the second floor, and the senior high school department is on the third floor. Qingchen this way. Suddenly, a little boy stood up from his seat and waved at the 3 of them. He was not tall, and there were freckles on his face. At this moment, he was smiling and looked very cute. Tan Qingchen saw him, smiled and waved, turned around and said to the 2 of them, "Let's go, Yuanya is calling us." The 3 of them walked towards the position of Class 1, Grade 2. Tan Qingfei introduced her to Yi Xiai. His name is Yuan Yeqiu, he is our class monitor, and he is a nice guy. Yi Xiai suddenly had an idea. Is it the Yuanya family in the South District? Yes, his home is not far from ours. He also came to my grandfather's birthday party last time, but you probably didn't pay attention to him. Yi Xiai recalled the information about the Yuanya family. I remember his family is in the catering business? Tan Qingfei nodded. The Yuanya family owns many chain restaurants on Guangyu Star, and they are in the middle and low-end market. Their family emblem is also very interesting, which is a set of tableware. The catering industry has high profits, and the Yuanya family is not short of money. But overall, in a place like Guangyu Star, the Yuanya family can only be ranked as a second-class family, not even a first-class family. Imperial nobles are generally divided into 3 classes. First-class families, such as the Liu family, the Karen family, and the Chung family, have great influence. Second-class families, such as the Yuanya family, are medium-sized families. They are wealthy but less influential. Third-class families have only noble titles, but their contributions are small, and they are at risk of being abolished at any time. The 4 major families, according to their ranks, also belong to the category of first-class families. But among the nobles, there is an unwritten tacit understanding that they are all called super families. Soon, the 3 found a seat and sat down. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen sandwiched Yi Xiai in the middle, blocking the eyes of the people around them. But even so, Yi Xiai still heard many people talking about her. Who is that girl? She's sitting between the twins. I came late and met her at the school gate. You didn't see how she looked like a star. She must be a very important person in the Tan family. What's going on? The Tan family has never heard of this person before. I heard that she is the granddaughter of Lord Viscount Tannenming, who was brought back half a year ago. And she's a Quasier. Oh my god! A Quasier at only 4 years old. Then we also have a Quasier in the kindergarten department. Yes. Oh no, that's not right. What are you focusing on? Suddenly, music sounded throughout the auditorium. The few people who were talking in a low voice shut up and looked solemn. Fight, the hungry and cold people. Fight, the suffering races in the interstellar space. The blood in our hearts is boiling, and we must fight for the truth. The old world has been beaten to pieces, and the new world is coming. Without the favor of the gods, and the favor of the Savior, we can only rely on ourselves, people of the Empire. This is the final battle. Unite until tomorrow. Peace and love will surely come true. This is the final battle. Unite until tomorrow. All for the present of the Empire. This is the national anthem of the glorious Empire. It is also the only song that Yi Xiai can listen to, where the melody and lyrics can correspond. For some reason, all songs in this era like to use percussion music. Closing his eyes, Yi Xiai slowly felt the inspiring power brought by this song. A wave of energy swirled throughout the auditorium, and finally dissipated at the end of the song. Thunderous applause sounded, and Yi Xiai opened his eyes. A short old man was walking towards the platform. He was slightly fat, with a round belly, and his height was not too high in this era. He also had a bald head, shining under the light. Tan Qingfei leaned close to her ear and whispered, This is the principal, Mr. Rayleigh Hobart, from the Hobart family. He walked up to the podium, facing everyone, full of energy and bright eyes. He smiled very kindly, which made people feel very good. Hello, classmates, we meet again. Did you have fun during this holiday? Happy, unhappy, there were all kinds of answers, and the scene was in chaos. Rayleigh Hobart stretched out his hand to suppress it, and the voice came from the loudspeaker. Okay, I know. Most of the students in the kindergarten and junior high school departments had a lot of fun during this holiday. Maybe some of the students in the high school department were not very happy. After all, they had to take the joint entrance examination, and some students were participating in various competitions. But whether you are happy or not, I am very happy not to see you little troublemakers during the holiday. The audience burst into laughter. But, he said seriously, his expression changed. The new semester has begun. I have to concentrate and return to the position of principal, and the students should also consciously return to the identity of students. The laughter gradually subsided. He walked to the center of the platform and raised his voice. Today, I want to talk to you about why we go to school. Getting up early is the first difficulty. No matter what grade the students are in, they may hope that the vacation will be longer and they can sleep longer. I understand this feeling. From entering the kindergarten to graduating with a doctorate, I felt sleepy every morning. The audience laughed again, and some senior and brave students whistled, and then shut up in the death glare of the disciplined teacher. My grandfather was a very strict soldier. He would arrive at the physical training room on time at 5:30 every morning to exercise. So he found that I always slept very late every morning, which made him very angry. But he was worried that the mandatory order would trigger my rebound psychology. So he wore a mecha every day and started to practice military boxing outside my room. The huge volume, children, believe me, you don't want to feel it. The auditorium was filled with huge applause and laughter, and Yijai smiled unconsciously. This principal, Rayleigh Hobart, has made considerable contributions in the field of education. He is humorous and very popular with students. His speech style is exactly the same as his educational philosophy. He always likes to use a relaxed way to let children feel and understand learning. Chapter 111. I have taken many measures to fight against my grandfather. The simplest way is earplugs. He actually prepared a box of flesh-colored earplugs and showed them to everyone. I found this box from the ear of a high school classmate. This earplug is much better than what I made before. It has an alarm device and can be invisible. However, adults always have other ways to discover your little actions, so I found this box of earplugs, just like my earplugs were taken away by my grandfather. In order to filter the huge volume in the morning, I had to start researching sound shielding devices. I invented a new type of sound wave reflecting material. As far as I know, this material is still used in some secret places in the military. There was an exclamation at the scene. Rayleigh Hobart smiled with his teeth showing. Yes, I had the same expression as you do now, and I felt very great. But it was only the first version of the material, and there were quite a lot of problems, and the noise shielding effect was not ideal. When I was preparing to study in depth, I found that my pocket money account was frozen. I was only in the 5th grade of elementary school at that time, and there was no way to earn the cost of the materials. So I started to negotiate with my grandfather. In the end, at the cost of getting up early on school days, I unlocked my pocket money account and finally completed the research. In the game with my grandfather, I found that when facing power, the problems that technology can solve are always limited, and the change of thinking is the most fundamental. I enjoyed the process of playing games with my grandfather, so I turned to education, and I began to study various educational ideas. From then on, I found that I had to get up early, because human life is always limited, but the things you want to study seem to have no end. I began to show great interest in school, because I found that the things I wanted to know, the teachers would give a very systematic explanation in school, which was more efficient than my learning at home alone. But as I grew older, I encountered quite a lot of problems. I found that the noble education resources I enjoyed were out of reach for many commoners. The education in different regions on the same planet was actually very different. I want to change this situation. So, after I took office, the Imperial Union began to recruit commoner students. This year, we have recruited another 50 commoner students. I am very happy that the number is growing, but there are still many problems that cannot be solved by my power as your principal. You are needed. We need each of you to cultivate and develop your talents, skills, and wisdom to solve the most difficult problems we face. This is the responsibility of each of you, to yourself, to your family, and to the empire. And to achieve this, you must go to school. No matter what you want to do in the future, you need the corresponding education, lawyers, doctors, mecha designers, mecha masters, shuttle designers, spacecraft engineers, scientists, artists, etc. You must work hard and study for it in order to get this job and take on your responsibilities. This is still far away for the students in the kindergarten department, but you also have your own responsibilities. Discovering your talents is the responsibility on your shoulders. You should try more, and in these 6 years, discover your interests and talents, and prepare for the next step of further study. What about junior high school students? After determining your direction, you need to establish a correct understanding of the entire interstellar and universe. You should at least know the origin of the universe, the history of the empire, the culture of the Federation, the races of the interstellar, the classification of star beasts and various languages. Don't go out and rely on the translator on the optical computer. That will make your life lose a lot of fun. The tasks of senior high school students are heavier. You must ensure that you are good enough, pass the joint entrance examination to enter a higher education institution, complete your studies, and try to solve the current problems. For example, how to build a more stable wormhole. How to improve the energy utilization rate of the light curtain. Can you develop a genetic evolution drug? This is not only of great significance to your personal life and future. It is no exaggeration to say that the benefits of education to you will determine the future of this country. Empire. The future of the country depends on you. The knowledge you learn in school today will determine whether the empire can meet the most severe challenges in the future. Learning is not an easy thing. I know this very well. Look at my hair. He touched his bald head. Few of my doctoral classmates did not use hair growth agents, but I think this is an honor label for me, and I should leave this memorial. Not everyone is a genius. Most of them are ordinary people, so we can't be like Major General G. Fan, who can graduate with a doctorate at the age of 20. I took one step at a time, and got my doctorate at the age of 32. But there is nothing wrong with this. I have at least one thing that is better than Major General G. Fan, that is, when we were both 20 years old, I was definitely happier than him. At that time, I was enjoying a wonderful college life with my wife. The auditorium burst into laughter again. In the interstellar age, everyone is very accepting. There are very few people like Major General G. Fan who are still single at such an old age. It is even said that he does not even have a girlfriend. Many people suspect that his sexual orientation is not human. Rayleigh Hubbard restrained the smile on his face and said loudly, "Children, you are lucky enough. You have enjoyed the best of this country since you were born. Think about your companions living on inferior and garbage planets. How hard it is for them to get here and feel everything you have now. As nobles, you should sympathize with these people and use your energy to help them. As civilians, don't feel unfair. What you should do is to create with your own hands and become the next noble. After all, the environment you live in, your race, your economic income, the situation of your family, etc., all of these cannot be the reason for your lack of effort or reasons for not working hard. You have no reason not to obey your teachers, and no reason not to work hard. Learning is not easy, and learning is still very difficult, but if you give up learning, then you not only give up yourself, but also give up the empire. Your future, the future of your family, is written by you now. Without God's favor, your fate is in your own hands. The future of the empire depends on you. Maybe in another 20, 30, or 50 years, you who once sat here will change our entire glorious empire, and then I will think that my speech today is meaningful. Thank you for listening." Thunderous applause broke out at the scene, and it lasted for a long time. Yi Jiai's heart trembled. Is this the educator of the interstellar era? Chapter 112. Next, please invite the high school, junior high school, and kindergarten student representatives to speak. Hold on a little longer. As far as I know, you seniors don't want to share too much with you. Rayleigh Hubbard teased. The scene was full of discussion again. As he said, every year, the speeches of the student representatives are very brief. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Jiai went to the bathroom. When he came back, he saw a tall girl walking up. She had big golden waves and a good figure. She wore a school uniform and looked like a model on a fashion show. She spoke with a nice voice. "Hello everyone, I am Anna Lane. Mr. Riley Hubbard invited me to be the student representative of the junior high school, but I don't really have anything worth sharing. In the 4th grade of kindergarten, I had already made it very clear that my research direction was mecha design, and I have been working towards this direction. Luckily, I won the first prize in the shuttle design competition of the junior high school group. After the first year of high school, I will definitely participate in the Mecha League. Here, I want to issue a call for students who plan to participate in the Mecha League. You can come to me. Of course, I am only responsible for mecha design. As soon as the words fell, applause broke out at the scene, and some seniors were still making a fuss. The Shuttle Design Competition is a professional level event held by the Shuttle Design Association. Once a year, this award is very valuable throughout the empire. The junior high school group is not eligible to participate in the Mecha League. The Shuttle Design Competition can win the first prize, which is enough to show how strong Elaine's ability is. I guess there are already many people eager to try. After she finished speaking, she bowed and thanked him, and returned to her seat. Yijia was a little confused. Is the speech of the high school department over? Didn't she just go to the bathroom? The one from the high school department is a boy. He got the admission notice of the Imperial College when he just entered the senior year of high school. He is very impressive. They are so big that they are impatient to participate in such activities. They think it is a waste of time. They just say to study hard and leave. Tan Qingfei whispered. At this time, the whole venue suddenly rang with buzzing discussions. The two looked up. There was a thin boy standing on the platform, but he was very tall. Standing on the stage, he was as thin as a paper man. Tan Qingfei covered her mouth and exclaimed, "How could it be him?" Yijia looked around and found that everyone was surprised in the same way. "Who is he?" Tan Qingchen was still calm and explained to her. Every year, the student representative represents that he is the best student of the entire year. His academic performance is definitely the best in the year, and in addition, he must have made certain achievements in other aspects. Yijia nodded. The Imperial Nobles United School has gathered many high-quality resources, and the students here are naturally talented. This boy is called Zhang Ping. I heard about him from senior students. He has always been the best in the year since he entered the school. He is called the academic god, but he is withdrawn and doesn't like to interact with people. Yijia was a little confused. Why are you so surprised? Tan Qingchen whispered. Because he was adopted by the Zhang family and is a commoner. Yijia didn't quite understand the connection between the two. What do you mean? Tan Qingchen pulled the corner of his mouth. The nobles are not convinced. If the age representative chooses him, doesn't it mean that there is no one in their class? They can only let a commoner be the student representative. Sure enough, Yijia looked up and saw that the 6th graders, who were 3 columns away from them, were as quiet as chickens amid the discussion. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Ping. His voice sounded from the loudspeaker. However, only a few sounds were heard at the scene. The 2 areas of the high school and junior high school departments didn't pay much attention to the kindergarten department. Now that they saw a person who was not a noble go up, they naturally wouldn't applaud. The people in the kindergarten department would not buy it either. They all looked at this year's 6th grade graduates, as if they had lost face for everyone. Zhang Ping seemed not to notice. He continued with a cool temperament. I am very grateful to Mr. Riley Hobbart and the teachers of the school for electing me as the student representative of the kindergarten department. On this cool autumn day, I would like to share with you some of my usual learning methods. Compared with the previous 2, his speech was very ordinary, and it was also the kind that students least wanted to hear. Yijia carefully looked at this seemingly controversial student representative of the kindergarten department. He was very thin, but his skeleton was very strong. Yijia could even feel the power contained in it. He had delicate and soft features, an oval face, a high nose bridge and European double eyelids, but all of this was covered by his long forehead hair, which was not easily visible. Listen carefully to what he shared. They were all very simple and practical learning methods. Although I had doubts about him, it was a fool not to take seriously the rare learning sharing and exchange meeting of the academic god. When he finished speaking and bowed to express his gratitude, applause broke out at the scene. Although it was not very loud, it was at least much better than the opening. At this time, Riley Hobbart stood on the podium again. Today's opening ceremony ends here. I hope you can have a fulfilling semester. Dismissal. The students came out one after another. Tan Qingfei put a cloak on Yijia and took her hand to go out together. Yijia grew up very fast. Although she was 1 year younger than Tan Qingfei, she was almost as tall as her. Yuan Yeqiu walked to their side and greeted Yijia. Xiao Ai, hello, I am Yuan Yeqiu. I have seen you jump flying, so amazing. Yijia smiled at him. Thank you, class monitor. Hearing her call him that, Yuan Yeqiu blushed a little. Xiao Ai, did you skip a grade? I thought you would be in the 1st grade. They had heard of the little lady of the Tan family in the South District, and had a basic grasp of her information. Yijia nodded. Xiao Ai is super smart. Tan Qingchen hooked his shoulder and walked in front. How did you spend this holiday? No different from before, except for studying, I went on a trip. As they said that, they got on the Tan family's campus bus. Today was just the opening ceremony, not the official start of school, so they didn't have to go to the classroom. They could go directly back to the Tan family. Yuan Yechio and Tan Qinchin had a good relationship and were used to riding the Tan family's bus. On the bus, Yuan Yechio briefly introduced the situation of their class to Yizhi. There were a total of 8 classes in the 2nd grade, with about 30 people in each class, which means that there were only about 200 people in the entire 2nd grade, not even 300 people. And their 2nd grade class 1 originally had 29 people, and now with Yizhi, there are 30 people. This is a serious elite education. The total number of people in the entire Imperial Alliance is only a little over 4,000. You know, on Earth, even in international schools, the number of people is not so small. Chapter 113. With the experience of the previous day, Yizhi put on a winter school uniform coat before going out. After getting out of the campus bus, the 3 of them walked into the learning building of the kindergarten department, walked through the middle hall, and went to the classroom of class 11 of grade 2. The learning building of the kindergarten department has a total of 6 floors, 1 floor for each grade, which is evenly distributed and has its own activity space. It's not class yet, and many students are standing in the corridor and talking. Yizhi is wearing a winter coat, which is very eye-catching. She is also a stranger, and many people see her. At this time, on the 6th floor, a ruffian boy is looking at the sky with a piece of grass in his mouth, saying something to the fat man next to him. After a long time without getting a response, he pushed the man. "What are you doing, fatty? Didn't you hear me talking?" The fat man came back to his senses, and thought about the 3 children just now. He always felt that they were familiar, but he couldn't remember who they were for a while. He smiled so hard that his face was covered with fat. "Brother Feng, what are you talking about?" "I was distracted just now." The person called Brother Feng glanced at him. "I asked you if you have arranged your lunch. What are you thinking about? You are so hesitant." When he thought of lunch, the fat man's eyes flashed. "It has been arranged long ago, don't worry." Just as the bell rang, the 2 of them returned to the 6th grade class 1. In the 2nd grade class 1 classroom, Yizhi was introducing herself at her seat at the request of the head teacher Li. Looking at the circle of carrots around her, she showed a slightly stiff smile. "Hello everyone, I am Yizhi, please take care of me." Concise and to the point. She sat in the last row by the window. In front of her was Tan Qingfei, across the aisle in the middle, on the right was Tan Qinchin, and in front of Tan Qinchin was Yuan Yechio. In short, they were all familiar faces. This made her at least bearable, this feeling similar to returning to the primary school classroom. Needless to say, this seat must have been specially arranged for her by Viscount Tannenming. He always noticed such details to soften Yizhi's mature heart. In addition to being the head teacher of class 1, grade 2, Li is also a language course teacher. She stood on the podium and said in a gentle voice, "Please take out the book Language Summary of Kenyans in the Empire," and read the first page. "Starting from the 2nd grade, you must master all the contents of this book." The students took out their portable optical computers, as instructed, and started today's study. If teaching foreign languages on Earth is 1 time faster, here it is about 10 times faster. This is the result of Li deliberately slowing down the teaching progress, considering that the school has just started and students need a speed to adapt. But the students obviously adapted well, and some of them must have learned this course at home. Yizhi could see that the girl in front of Yuan Yechio was reading books related to the Bild language. In the early childhood stage, they need to master 4 official languages of the empire: the Ilea language family, the Kenyan language family, the Dwuluan language family, and the Bild language family. Among them, the Ilea language is the most difficult, but because it is widely used in the empire, it is actually the easiest to learn. It is a language that must be learned in the 1st grade, the Kenyan language family in the 2nd grade, the Bild language family in the 4th grade, and the Dwuluan language family in the 6th grade. Yizhi has mastered these 4 languages well enough. The standard for being good enough is that you can understand, speak fluently, and write. The Kenyan language is the language she started to learn spontaneously after meeting Kenyans at a birthday party. Their language system is not difficult, but the difficulty lies in pronunciation. Due to the unique biological structure of Kenyans, some sounds are difficult for humans to master. The Bild language is the language she took the initiative to learn after she arrived at the Tan family. The Dwuluan language is even simpler. With Ame by her side all the time, she mastered it quickly. Li was explaining excitedly on the podium. Yizhi took out a book in Soto and started reading. This is the most widely used language in the Alliance, also called the common language of the Alliance, and it is a language content that must be mastered in junior high school. Yijia already has her own method and rhythm for learning languages. She has memorized 2/3 of the vocabulary and roots of Soto. The next step is to improve her understanding of this language by reading a lot of books compiled in Soto, while also learning local cultural knowledge. The book she was reading was written in Soto, and translated as The Path of Change of the Alliance language. The Alliance is the national union with the most subordinate planets among the 3 major political systems, with a total of 567 planets. The number of language changes, and the variety of languages it has experienced are amazing. In the book Changes in the Alliance language, there are more than 2,000 widely known languages mentioned, and Yijia looked quite exhausted. But this book is very interesting. Although she found it difficult to read, she was very interested in continuing to read. Lily naturally found that she was reading other books, but this is how it is in the Imperial Alliance. The progress of each student may be different. She only needs to finish all the courses at her own pace. If students were studying quietly, she didn't think it was necessary to disturb them to listen to her class. But most people were still listening to her lectures carefully. Kenyans use less language, so not all students are involved. For example, Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei listened carefully. As one of the main subjects, language courses account for a large proportion of credits. They are subjects that must be learned well, and cannot be taken lightly. In particular, there are some people with outstanding language talents, who can always get A+ grades in a mediocre transcript, leaving others far behind. Although Tan Qingchen is a person who doesn't like to study in the eyes of his father Tan Yizheng, he can always distinguish between the important and the unimportant, so that he can easily get an above-average grade. Yijia watched carefully until an inexplicable sunlight flashed in front of her eyes several times outside the window, and she couldn't help but look up and look out the window. Then, she saw a fat man hiding behind a big tree, operating a small flying robot. The flying robot was flying at about the same height as her, and the edges on the corners just reflected some light, shining into her eyes. Yijia squinted her eyes, and saw a small red box in the belly of the flying robot. She didn't know what it was used for. After concentrating and distinguishing, Yijia felt that the shape of the thing was a bit like a small projector. Is this going to be an activity? She shook her head, reached out to draw the curtains, and continued to study Soto. The evolution of this language is very interesting. Unlike the native Elia language of the Empire, Soto is more like a fusion of multiple languages. In its language family, it contains rich cultural knowledge. Chapter 114. Ring. Get out of class is over. Get out of class is over. The mechanical sound rang throughout the corridor. The repeated sound made it difficult for the teacher to continue the class, which also effectively avoided the teacher's usual delay. After Lily announced the end of Get out of class, Tan Qingfei turned around and asked Yijia where to go for lunch. So she happened to see the content of the book on Yijia's light brain, and she was a little surprised. Xiao Ai, have you mastered the Soto language to the level of reading books? The class had just ended, and many classmates in the class had not left yet. Tan Qingfei's voice was not small, and many people heard her words, looking at Yijia in shock. Especially the short-haired girl in front of Yuan Yeqiu, Yijia could clearly feel her back stiffen. Tan Qingfei also noticed that she had attracted most people's attention at this moment, and covered her mouth, and looked at Yijia innocently. Okay, let's go eat. Yijia got up. After a morning of brainstorming, she was indeed a little hungry. Tan Qingchen was a boy, so he got hungrier faster. Hearing her words, he quickly said, let's go, we're starving. Yuan Yeqiu smiled and looked at them. Let's go to the 8th floor to eat. Tan Qingchen grinned, showing his canine teeth. Let's go, your restaurant is more reliable. The Yuanya family spent a huge amount of money to open a Yuanya kitchen on the 8th floor of the school. They didn't seek to make money, but kept running at a loss, just to let their children eat fresh enough food. It can be seen that they are indeed not short of money. Before leaving, Yuan Yeqiu walked to the side of the female classmate in front and invited her, classmate Zhuang Shan, do you want to eat with us? Zhuang Shan's back stiffened, and her hands unconsciously clenched the portable computer given by the school. Her face flushed. No. No need, class monitor, you guys go. She didn't even dare to raise her head, and Yijia didn't even see her face. After being rejected, Yuan Yeqiu didn't think it was a big deal, but asked her kindly, then can I bring you a copy? Zhuang Shan raised her head. Really? Really no need, class monitor. Then she ran out with the portable computer and bag. Tan Qingfei covered her mouth and laughed. Yuan Yi, you scared me. Yijia's mouth corners slowly curled up. This child named Zhuang Shan looked like a little rabbit, and her reaction was really interesting. Yuan Yi raised his head and saw everyone's teasing expressions. His face flushed. Don't think too much. I heard from Teacher Li that Zhuang Shan's family is in financial difficulty, so I want to help her. Yi Xiai had long discovered that this girl was a civilian. Well, she is a very motivated civilian. She walked out of the classroom first and waved her hand. Hurry up, I'm starving. Tan Qingfei hurriedly followed, and Tan Qingchen followed behind, holding Yuan Yeqiu's shoulders. The two of them whispered something. As soon as they walked out of the teaching building, they saw a group of people pointing and talking about something, and there were occasional sneers. Yi Xiai glanced and found that most of them were senior students in the kindergarten department, and there was also the student representative. Zhang Ping was also standing there, frowning and looking at the sky, as if looking for something. What's going on? Tan Qingchen couldn't help but say. Yi Xiai didn't like to watch the fun, and just as he was about to pass by them, he heard a familiar voice in the noise. Make way, she said. Some people who had been to the Tan family banquet recognized her, and made way for her, revealing the scene in the middle. The girl in the center of the crowd was sitting on the ground, her hands wrapped around her legs, her head buried between her legs, sobbing again and again. And on her back, there were a few blood-red characters written, I am a cloud beast. Cloud beasts are a kind of livestock that looks like clouds, famous throughout the galaxy for their fresh and delicious milk. This kind of creature sleeps and eats every day, and then estrus during the estrus period. Yi Xiai likes to drink this kind of beast milk very much. Kavinical also bought her a few top-grade cloud beasts to ensure that she can always have fresh cloud beast milk to drink. Such a label is 100 times more serious than writing I am a pig to others on earth. Yuan Yi exclaimed, Ah, isn't that classmate Zhuang Shan? Yi Xiai took a deep breath, took out a cloak from the space button, and walked over to put it on her. At this time, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. It turned out that the words were not written, but projected. Those words appeared on the cloak again. Because Yi Xiai was standing next to Zhuang Shan, a beast word was projected onto her hand. Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei's faces changed drastically. Considering Yi Xiai's identity as a young lady of the Tan family, this could be regarded as a provocation to the Tan family. Heh. Yi Xiai looked at the beast word on her hand and sneered. Thinking of the fat man she saw in the morning, what else did she not understand? She looked up at the sky, looked intently, and found the strange transparent bulge in the space near her seat. It was actually an invisible flying robot. She took out a bow-like weapon from the space button. It was not big, and the length only reached her chest. When she pulled the bow, a blue energy bar naturally appeared on the string. With a whoosh, the energy bar passed through the center of the flying robot, and the robot showed its shape. Then it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. There was another exclamation at the scene. Among the interstellar cold weapons, there is a type that is similar to the bow and arrow on Earth, which is portable and sensitive. Looking at Yi Xiai's momentum, it can be seen that he has practiced for a long time and is not just a show-off. Someone was surprised. Why did she use a weapon on campus? But there was no alarm. Some people knew the goods. It should be specially made. Our school's weapon monitoring system has regulations on the lethality of weapons. Her weapon should not exceed the minimum limit. This is indeed a weapon specially made by Viscount Tananmin for Yi Xiai. Since they were attacked on the way back to the Tan family from the light of the Low Valley, Viscount Tananmin has raised Yi Xiai's security to another level and increased her physical training. Zhang Ping, who was standing aside, looked at the child in the middle, his eyes flowing, and then extinguished in calmness. After the flying robot fell, the projected words naturally disappeared. Yuan Yeqiu helped Zhuang Shan up and asked softly, Are you okay? Zhuang Shan's eyes were red, and she looked at Yi Xiai excitedly. The corners of her mouth moved, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end it only turned into 2 words of thank you. Yi Xiai put away the blue bow and said lightly, It's okay. Following her memory, she walked to the tree where the fat man hid. The soil here is relatively soft. She took out a scanner, and 2 footprints were printed out. This is a scanner often used in architecture, designed to replicate terrain. It can only be said that Yi Xiai is a person who is very good at using all the tools around him. Seeing the pair of footprints, Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes and his face sank. Yi Xiai looked at the footprints thoughtfully. This person should be tall and fat. It doesn't look like a junior student. Chapter 115. In the small private room of Yuanya Kitchen on the 8th floor, a large table of dishes was placed in front of several people. Yuanya Chio's eyes sparkled. Xiao Ai, how did you guess that the man was tall and fat from the footprints? It's amazing. Yi Xiai swallowed the food in his mouth and said expressionlessly, I'm not a policeman. How can I guess? I saw it. Tan Xingchen put down his chopsticks. Did you see who did it? Yi Jiai shook his head. I didn't pay much attention. I just knew it was a fat man. What about the seniors? Yi Jiai picked up a crystal bag steadily. Would a kid from the lower grades dare to do such a thing? Everyone suddenly realized. Tan Xingchen hesitated and said then, You said your guess in front of so many people for... Yi Jiai took a small bite and sucked out the moisture inside. He ate very reservedly. If you don't say this, how can you leave the murderer behind the scenes? Zhuang Shan looked at Yi Jiai's star-studded appearance, and recalled his handsome figure when he saved her just now. Her heart seemed to still retain the warmth of the cloak draped over her body. She didn't dare to make too much noise to disturb this group of proud children, and even dared to eat only the dish in front of her. The food she didn't know the name of was the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life. She came from the slums in the West District. She couldn't even eat fresh ingredients for 3 meals a day, let alone these exquisitely cooked foods. Yuan Yeqiu saw that she was embarrassed to pick up her chopsticks, and kept picking up food for her. Zhuang Shan raised her head, tears in her eyes. Squad leader, you don't have to pick up food for me, I'm full. Several people could clearly see that she had never eaten these things, but seeing her restraint, they felt a little sad. Tan Xingfei took the initiative to say, Student Zhuang Shan, how much have you eaten? Now is the time to grow up, you should eat more. Zhuang Shan blushed and shook her head. Thank you, Student Tan Xingfei, I am really full. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the box. Yuan Yeqiu thought it was a staff member of his own restaurant and said, Come in. The door opened. A tall boy walked in with a sloppy look. He had a long hem of his school uniform falling directly outside his belt, not tucked into his pants, nor fastened with a discipline button, nor a bow tie or brooch, and even without a nameplate to prove his student identity. He looked sloppy and ruffian. Behind him, there was a fat man with a tall figure, and at this moment, his face was smiling amiably. Yuan Yeqiu stood up and asked cautiously, Who are you? Tan Xingchen frowned. How could he forget this nightmare-like person? Yi Jiai didn't even raise her eyelids. She ate elegantly. Outside, she was still very careful about her image. Even if she was not a noble, as the young lady of the Tan family, she always represented the face of the Tan family. As soon as Cheng Feng entered the door, he saw Yi Jiai facing him. He would never forget this face. The kid who won 2 million from him in the light of the low valley and asked him to apologize to a civilian kid. The fat man finally reacted and realized who the 3 people he saw this morning were. Thinking of the grudges in the past, his face fell directly. It's over, it's over. I didn't expect these 3 people to be the children of the head of the Tan family. That day at the light of the valley, they really didn't realize that these children were nobles. Cheng Feng put his hands in his pockets, closed the door of the private room, and simply sat down carelessly. See you again, kids. Yi Jiai didn't like this name very much. She put down the tableware, wiped her mouth, and looked up. Naturally, she recognized who these 2 people were. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow road. She spoke directly, staring at the fat man. Did you do this? The fat man swallowed his saliva. Seeing that it was her, thinking about her identity, his always smart brain didn't work, and he didn't say anything. You use a pair of footprints to lead us here? What do you want? Cheng Feng asked, playing with the high-footed glass on the table. This ruffian look made Yi Jiai's forehead hurt. It's not what I want, but what do you want? Did she offend you too? Yi Jiai pointed in the direction of Zhuang Shan with his chin. It was a bit embarrassing to talk about this. Cheng Feng glared at the fat man, and he started working immediately like a clockwork. The fat man smiled and explained, No, it's all a misunderstanding. This little classmate didn't offend us at all. She was injured by us by mistake. Zhuang Shan raised her head, her eyes red, and she looked unbelievable. On the one hand, she felt that her experience was incredible, and on the other hand, she was relieved because she didn't offend these nobles. Yi Jiai laughed. Who do you want to deal with? The fat man looked at Cheng Feng, hesitating, not knowing whether to say it or not. Cheng Feng smiled evilly. Why, you want to take care of this matter too? I don't want to care, but I'm afraid you will disturb my classmates again. How do I know if you lied to me today? Cheng Feng bared his teeth. It doesn't matter if I tell you about this, you can't care. Many people in the 6th grade don't like Zhang Ping. This matter was originally designed for him, but she suddenly appeared and ran very fast, and jumped to Zhang Ping's side. She was directly locked by the system. Zhuang Shan pursed her lips, never expecting that this was the reason. Yuan Yeqiu scratched his head, always feeling that he seemed to be responsible for this matter. Yi Jiai thought of the student representative, who was coldly treated at the opening ceremony. He was indeed at the scene at that time. She really couldn't care about this matter. She laughed. You want the footprints back? The fat man thought she wanted to return the footprints and smiled like a chrysanthemum. Yes, you can ask for any conditions. Yi Xiai's face changed. Don't dream. If I didn't know who you are, I might still give it to you, but since we both know each other, how do I know if you will come to trouble the three of us later? Chung Feng stood up directly. You. The fat man quickly grabbed him. Brother Feng, this is at school. Chung Feng's fists tightened and tightened. This kid is his nemesis. I can't beat him, I can't scold him, and now I can't even punish him. He took a deep breath and turned around to go out. Stop! Unexpectedly, he was called down by Yi Xiai. He turned to look at her, his eyes fierce. What? No matter how fierce the eyes of a 10-year-old child are, they can't scare Yi Xiai. She remained calm. Things haven't been dealt with yet, and you want to leave now? What the hell do you want to do? Chung Feng cursed directly. You caused her so much harm, and you want to leave without compensation? Chung Feng laughed even more ruffian. Compensation? I can give it, but the question is whether she dares to ask for it. The fat man also looked determined. Zhuang Shan was frightened and shivered, tears rolling down her face, but because there were too many people present, she could only bite her lower lip tightly, and didn't even dare to sob. Chapter 116. Yi Xiai found that this boy named Chung Feng could always easily anger her. She sneered, staring at him with her dark eyes. Although he was sitting, his momentum was stronger than Chung Feng, who was standing. I remember that the word beast also fell on me. Since you don't want to solve this matter, then wait for the Chung family to come to the Tan family to compensate. Chung Feng was completely enraged, kicked over the stool with one foot, his eyes red. What did you say? Tan Qingfei stood up and grabbed Yi Xiai's sleeve nervously. Tan Qingchen looked like he was ready to fight at any time. After the last attack, he worked hard to exercise his physical fitness. Although he might not be able to beat this person, he would definitely have no problem delaying for a while. Yi Xiai looked straight at Chung Feng with a funny smile on his lips, as if he was watching a clown performing. Why, you are allowed to bully the common people by relying on your noble status. Can't I rely on the power of the Tan family to suppress your Chung family? What kind of rule is this? The fat man knew that Chung Feng was really angry. He had a strong social temperament in his nature. He always felt that he was responsible for his own affairs, and could not involve his family. So last time in the Trough of Light, he would rather apologize to the common people than ask for money from his family. Yi Xiai's mention of this just hit his soft spot. The fat man hesitated and said, Brother Feng, she is right, otherwise. The more angry Chung Feng was, the calmer he became. He sat down again and smiled. How much do you want? I'm not a victim, don't look for me. Yi Xiai spread his hands. He turned his head to look at Zhuang Shan, and his tone was not too fierce. If you can't apologize, I give you 100,000. Can you accept it? But Zhuang Shan was frightened just now, so how could she dare to accept it now? She kept shaking her head. I don't want it, I don't want it, I forgive you, please go. Please go! Chung Feng glanced at Yi Xiai, but the other party didn't say anything. His heart choked, and he stretched out his hand to push the fat man. The fat man was speechless and asked the heavens, thinking that if you didn't scare people just now, how could there be so many troubles? But of course, he was the only one who could do it. He was sweating profusely, gradually approached Zhuang Shan, and coaxed softly, Little sister, don't be afraid, we will never trouble you, just accept the money. It's not easy for civilians, we all know it. Zhuang Shan just kept shaking her head, and didn't even hear what he said clearly. Chung Feng's patience was completely exhausted, and he said fiercely, If you accept this money, we will never trouble you. If you don't, we will trouble you every day. Zhuang Shan raised her head. Her eyes were full of disbelief. She whispered, I take it. The fat man quickly transferred money to her light brain, and he looked so happy that it seemed that he was not transferring money, but collecting money. After the money arrived, Chung Feng did not leave immediately, but sat there, staring at Yi Xiai. Don't worry, I don't care much about this matter. As long as your people don't spread it, I have no problem. Knowing what he meant, Yi Xiai looked at him and said. She was referring to the insulting words printed on her body. No matter from which angle, the Chung family must pay enough for this matter. For Chung Feng, the best way is to suppress this news in school. Then the two of them will solve it privately. Hearing her say that, Chung Feng breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and walked out directly. The fat man thanked Yi Xiai and followed him out. Tan Qingfei was confused by this farce and asked, Why did the fat man say thank you? And the one called Brother Feng was so fierce, I thought they were going to beat me up. Yijia picked up the cup, drank a sip of tea, and said lightly, they were wrong in this matter, not to mention that I still have footprints. They acted so fierce before just to scare me, probably because I was young. Later, when they found that they couldn't scare me, they wanted to solve this matter seriously. She exhaled a breath of turbid air. 100,000 solved the problem of projecting insulting words onto the young lady of the Tan family. The fat man is really ignorant for not knowing how to think. After 2 fights, she found that Chung Feng and the fat man, although they were a bit ruffian, they were still able to bend and stretch, brave and resourceful. If she wasn't an adult, if it was Tan Qingfei, she would have been frightened by the performance of these 2 people singing the same tune. This incident might have evolved into another direction. Outside the restaurant, Chung Feng leaned against a big tree, and then he realized that his back was wet. He suddenly regretted not going to the birthday party of the head of the Tan family. After breaking into the dining place, he found that the other party was the extremely difficult child last time. He glanced at the fat man and threatened, if you dare to make such a mistake again in the future. He made a throat-locking gesture. The fat man knew that this was to scare him, but he was still shocked and said quickly, there won't be a next time, I promise. Chung Feng turned his head and looked at the sky, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, the fat man changed the subject and said in surprise, you said that the Tan family is really strange. Last time in the low valley of light, the 3 nobles dressed like civilians. And this time, they clearly saw through our intentions, but they didn't think it was a big deal. Brother Feng, if someone prints that word on you. Before he finished speaking, seeing Chung Feng's expression, as if he was looking at a dead person, the fat man shut up directly. Why did he ask this question? Isn't it obvious? If someone dared to do this to Brother Feng, even if it was one of the 4 major families, the Chung family would probably have to bite off a piece of meat. Don't mess with her in the future, I owe this to that kid. Chung Feng left after saying a word. The fat man stood under the tree, looking at his back with fluttering clothes, and didn't know what to say for a moment. On the one hand, he was shocked that Brother Feng would say that to him. Was he going to protect the child? On the other hand, he felt that the child was really smart. At least after this incident, he could guarantee that no one in the entire Imperial Alliance would dare to mess with her again. You must be kidding. Did Brother Feng get the title of the school bully of the Imperial Alliance's kindergarten department for nothing? Did Brother Feng get the title of the shuttle prince for nothing? The Chung family is a big family that controls the largest shuttle industry chain in the empire, the Valo Shuttle. In addition, its industry also involves the design and development of some mechas. The Valo Shuttle that Yijia received when he first arrived at the Tan family was produced by the Chung family. Valo Shuttle is the undisputed leader of the empire's shuttle industry. It has left the 2 shuttle brands of Wengue and Pingpu far behind. Even the Game King of Shuttles was invested and developed by the Chung family. In terms of family strength, the Chung family and the Tan family are on par. After all, the fields involved in the families are different. But when it comes to influence, the Chung family is far inferior to the Tan family. Looking at the result of Viscount Tiananmen's speech in Congress last time, you will know that the name of the 4 major families is not for nothing. Chapter 117. December 7th, 3595, in a building in the 9th District of the East District. Miss, this is Xia Minger's study situation this year. Please take a look. Lisa respectfully placed a report in front of Yijia. Yijia took the portable light computer and browsed it carefully. She lowered her head. Her black curly hair, which was as long as her vest, was tied behind her head, revealing her fair face. Her long and curled eyelashes were blinking at a frequency, and her nose was small and tall. Even though it had not fully grown, she had the prototype of a beauty. Lisa stood quietly on one side, even breathing lightly. Ame sat by the window board, staring at the tall buildings outside the window. Flashing, it was 4 years. Lisa still remembered today 4 years ago. Time went back to December 7th 4 years ago. The sky in the East District was gloomy that day, and it was snowing and very cold. After the incident on the spaceship, Risa was directly dismissed by Beijing Airlines. No one in the entire civilian spaceship industry dared to hire him. When he couldn't find a job, he gave all his savings to Lao Yang's daughter for surgery. Fortunately, Lao Yang was blessing the child in heaven. The gene remodeling surgery was very successful. Yang Miling's gene disorder was cured and she recovered like a normal person. Moreover, she was a gifted child. Knowing that she was not young anymore, she started to study on her own. In the end, she passed the exam, and was admitted to the junior high school of the 14th district in the East District. But this news was a double blow to him. Less than 2 months after the school opened, he owed tuition fees and had not paid them. The two of them only had 2 pieces of smelly and hard black bread for food every day. The kind of food that even homeless people in the East District would dislike. After the spaceship incident, he knew that he had committed a serious crime and just wanted to raise Lao Yang's daughter safely to atone for his sins. Smuggling star beasts is a serious crime. If Lao Yang had not committed suicide out of fear of crime and left a letter of surrender, telling about his sins and the persecution against him, and if the Ji family had not hired a well-known lawyer to defend him, he would never have been able to walk under the sun. His biggest possibility is to stay in a prison. He thought about Lao Yang's love, and his life was over. As long as Yang Meiling could live safely and happily, it would be enough. Every day, he lived with such expectations. But it was useless. Although the operation was successful, after the gene remodeling operation, he could not live without a kind of medicine for the rest of his life. That is, gene stabilization medicine. This medicine is not cheap. He worked hard every month at the construction site to coordinate the construction of robots and repair robots. It was just enough to pay for medical expenses, and the two of them even had problems eating. On Guangyu Star, the income from doing manual labor is not low, but it is looked down upon. From a young and promising vice captain of a spaceship to a worker at a construction site, Reza can be said to be full of sorrow. In the past 4 years, he has experienced all kinds of things in the world. That day, as usual, he worked at the construction site and walked home with heavy steps. His original house in the East District had been sold a long time ago. The house price plus all his savings and the money given to him by the Ji family were all put into it to make up for the medical expenses. He now rents a basement in the slums of the East District, which is their home. "Uncle Lei, you're back." Yang Meiling stood on the ground and saw him from a distance and waved. Yang Meiling is 14 years old this year, but because she has been in bed for many years, she looks like a 10-year-old girl, skinny. Seeing her smile, Lei Sa's tired body seemed to be injected with some energy. He stood up and scolded her. "It's cold outside, go back quickly." Yang Meiling listened to him and immediately retreated to the basement. Because Lei Sa didn't come back, she was reluctant to turn on the light. Only then did she carefully turn on the light and turn on the button to boil water. The light didn't have good contact and flickered. After the current stabilized, the entire basement revealed its original appearance. The entire basement is only about 10 square meters in size. Even so, in this place in the East District, the monthly rent is 890 star coins. The reason why it is a little more expensive than other basements is that the landlord has made a simple modification to it and has an independent bathroom. Because the drainage pipes were illegally connected to the municipal pipe network, moisture would return in winter, and the whole basement was filled with a foul smell. But such a small thing was something that Risa and Yang Meiling had already gotten used to. Yang Meiling was still a girl who had no blood relationship with him, so Risa still tried his best to give her an independent and private space, so this bathroom was indispensable. Moreover, the entire basement was only 10 square meters, and Risa still used wooden boards to separate a separate small room so that she could feel more secure. The rest of the space was arranged with a shabby desk, and some very simple kitchen utensils were placed next to it. In the center, there was an extremely shabby sofa, and even the springs in the center leaked out. That was also Risa's bed. He was tall, and the small sofa couldn't even fit his legs. In another corner, various mechanical scraps were neatly stacked. They were collected by Yang Meiling every day after school. She sold them once a week, so that she could have a place to buy black bread for the week. Every time Reza walked into this basement, his heart would choke. As usual, he walked to the sofa in the center and sat down. Yang Meiling handed him a cup of hot water, and he held it steadily. The warm water temperature penetrated from the wall of the cup to the palm of his hand and reached his heart. Yang Meiling said carefully, "Uncle Lei, do you want to eat?" Reza nodded and said hoarsely, "Okay, let's eat." Yang Meiling, as if she had heard something good, put the black bread on the desk with bright eyes, and cut it into 6 slices with a knife, 4 slices for Reza and 2 slices for her. The two of them swallowed it with hot water. This kind of black bread has a strong sense of fullness. But it has no nutrition, and is the staple food on the garbage planet. Lisa never thought that he would have such a day. He asked her as usual, "How was your study today? Is there anything you don't understand?" Yang Meiling smiled and shook her head. She ate in small bites, as if she was eating some delicious food. He pondered for a moment, and then said, "How much medicine do you have left?" Yang Miling's palm trembled. There are still a lot, Uncle Lei, don't worry too much. Lisa put down the black bread, looked at her, stood up directly, walked to her desk, and pulled open the drawer. There were neatly arranged empty bottles inside. He trembled slightly in his heart, picked up the bottle in the lower right corner, shook it, and there was still one pill left. That means it's only enough for tomorrow. He supported himself on the table with one hand, his back was deeply sunken, and he closed his eyes fiercely. When he opened his eyes again, there was still only the last pill in the transparent bottle. Chapter 118. Yang Miling suddenly rushed up and held his hand. It's okay, Uncle Lei, I can hold on. I lasted 3 days with that pill lasting me last, and I can hold on longer this time. Lisa clenched her cheeks tightly. The undigested black bread was grinding in her stomach, and the rising stomach acid rushed straight up her throat, making her eyes feel bitter. He stretched out his big hand and touched her head. Because of long-term malnutrition, her hair was sparse and of poor quality. He took a deep breath and pretended to be relaxed. Don't hold on like this in the future. Tell Uncle Lei as soon as possible if the medicine is gone, and Uncle Lei will buy it for you. I just got my salary today. If you told me earlier, I could get it back for you today. She turned around, opened the door, and walked out. Uncle Lei. Yang Miling called him. Her voice was sharp and urgent. He turned his head. What? Yang Miling stood there, tears streaming down her face, saying, Uncle Lei, please don't leave me. Believe me, I can hold on. Her thin body was tense, as if she was enduring some great pain. Puff! She actually spat out a mouthful of black blood, then her body softened and fell to the ground, twitching all over. Lisa's face changed, and he ran to her, Miling. Miling? Wake up! Wake up! He took out the bottle of medicine from the drawer with trembling hands, poured the last pill in his palm, and tremblingly fed it into her mouth. Yang Miling was still somewhat conscious at this time, and she kept her mouth tightly closed and refused to eat. Lisa was anxious. Open your mouth. However, no matter how he stuffed it in, the pill would still fall out. Reza didn't want to provoke her, so he didn't force the pill into her mouth. He yelled, I didn't abandon you. I've said it many times. I will never abandon you. Open your mouth. Miling? Hearing her promise again, Yang Miling felt relieved and swallowed the pill. The twitching of her body gradually stopped, and she stopped bleeding. She looked quite scary at this time, with varying degrees of bleeding on the surface of her skin, eyes, nostrils, and ears. Reza found her clothes. Go wash them. Yang Miling sat quietly for a long time before walking towards the bathroom. There was a sound of dripping water and faint sobbing. I have something to do. I'm going out for a while. Don't worry. Reza knocked on the bathroom door. After that, he walked out of the basement with heavy and staggering steps. He walked to a deep alley in the dark, shrank along the corner of the wall, buried his head, and burst into tears. Men don't shed tears easily, but they just don't feel sad. Are you okay? A girl's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Late at night, in a place like this, you should be alert enough to everything you encounter, otherwise you won't even know how you died. He raised his head vigilantly. Yijia looked at him against the light, with a handkerchief in her hand. The high-quality texture was worth a lot of money. Risa swallowed his saliva and recognized her. It's you. Yijia nodded. Vice Captain Lei, can we talk? Risa was in a trance. He hadn't heard this title for a year. Okay. He heard himself say. Sitting at a poor restaurant on the street, Yijia sat at the table without moving his chopsticks, while Risa ate like a whirlwind, gobbling it up. Yijia felt a little uncomfortable. When Ame told her that Reza was having a hard time, she had never thought that it would come to this. After Reza had eaten, he realized his mistake and blushed. I'm sorry, I haven't had fresh food for a long time. Yijia knew the difficulties of life, and was very sympathetic to his current predicament. She said softly, It's okay, you can pack some and take it back later. Reza's eyes lit up. Thank you. Yijia nodded slightly. This middle-aged man is far from the impression she had of Deputy Captain Lei. He has old skin, chapped lips, untidy beard, and a sense of decadence. But when you look into his eyes, you will know that this man has not been completely defeated. I came to you this time because I want to talk to you about something. She started. Lisa rubbed his hands and said nervously, You say. The world has been fickle this year, so he didn't have much hope for this conversation. If this person wanted to settle accounts later, he had no ability to resist. I know that Vice Captain Lei works at a construction site. What I want to ask is, are you interested in working for me? Yijia looked into his eyes and said, Lisa was someone she had been paying attention to for a long time. Since Ame told her that this person took on the responsibility of treating and raising Yang Miling alone, she had been paying attention to him silently. She knew clearly which jobs he changed, how many places he rented, how much foreign debt he borrowed, and even when he tried to abandon Yang Miling. It should be said that Lisa was not her ideal manager. But now she is in a tight spot, and the Wanqing Foundation cannot develop well by relying on Ame. No matter from which level, Reza is the most suitable person at this stage. Hearing her words, Reza was stunned, his face was blank, and he thought he was hallucinating. What did you say? Yijia looked serious. I want to hire you to be the manager of my charity foundation. I wonder if you are willing? He stood up suddenly, and the stool moved with it, sliding across the ground, making a harsh sound. Yes. I am willing. Ame gave him a cold look. For the Dwelun clan who believes in the strong, it is extremely despised to be like Reza, even if he is saving people. Reza immediately realized his gaffe. He wiped his face and saluted. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I am really too excited. Yijiai's expression remained unchanged. Don't be too happy too soon. You should know that I came to you because there is definitely no suitable candidate. Come to work for me, but you will not have any salary in the first year. Can you accept it? Reza's face changed, and his lips moved slightly. But Miling needs a gene-stabilizing agent. Yijiai's dark eyes were bright. Then are you willing? Reza sat back on the stool and said dejectedly, I can't do it. I can't give up that child. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. He buried his head deeply. Yijiai felt warm in her heart and smiled slightly. Come and work for me. There will be no salary in the first year, but I will give you enough gene-stabilizing drugs every month. Lisa looked up and looked at her in disbelief, her dry lips trembling. Are you telling the truth? Ame showed him a contract. The contract has been drafted. Yijiai continued, this is the first year's contract. If you pass this 1-year probation period, I will pay you in the second year. Chapter 119. Mr. Reza? Seeing that he was distracted, Yijiai waved his hand in front of him. Reza suddenly realized and pulled himself out of his memories. With the help of this person, he and Miling had already gone through the most difficult time. Miss, have you finished reading? He said respectfully. Yijiai glanced at him. Mr. Reza, are you in a hurry to go back today? Why do you look absent-minded? Reza smiled and shook his head, sighing. I just remembered this day 4 years ago. Although I know you are tired of hearing it, I still want to say thank you. Watching her grow up step by step, Reza is very grateful to his former self for seizing this opportunity. Yijiai is now 8 years old. The scientific feeding method has made her develop very well. She is 1.5 meters tall and weighs 39 kilograms. She doesn't like to laugh very much. Most of the time, she is expressionless, but because her face is too young, she has no deterrent power. After finishing the 3rd grade, Yijiai couldn't stand the study of children, so she skipped a grade and went straight to the 5th grade. She originally wanted to skip to the 6th grade, but Viscount Tannenmin and Yijian wanted her to experience more childhood and gave her a large amount of pocket money, so she finally agreed to skip only 1 grade. When she graduated from the 6th grade, Yijiai was promoted to the Imperial Union Junior High School with a grade of 1st place, and now she is studying in the 1st grade of the junior high school. In addition to Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei, she is also with Yuan Yechio and Zhuang Shan. The twins of the Tan family, and Yuan Yechio can barely cope with skipping grades, but for Zhuang Shan, it is more difficult, and she has been in a high-pressure learning state. In addition, in the past 4 years, the Warm Heart Foundation has developed to a certain scale. In the past 4 years, the foundation has funded 52 students, of which 37 are students affected by the spacecraft incident. 8 have graduated with doctoral degrees, and 7 of them have chosen to return to the Warm Heart Foundation to work. After screening and interviews, 2 have successfully taken up their posts. Every year, the Warm Heart Foundation will select 5 people from the entire empire to award the Warm Heart Scholarship, which is a considerable amount. In the empire, it is expensive to go to university. If it is like Reza and Yang Miling's previous situation, even if Yang Miling can be admitted to university, it will be difficult to complete her studies unless she can get the highest scholarship. The way the Warm Heart Foundation awards scholarships is very special. It does not stipulate the amount, but relies on student applications. Whether you want to go to an aristocratic school, want to study for a doctorate, or want a Mecca, as long as you are evaluated and you really have the talent and necessity to obtain these needs, the Warm Heart Foundation will meet them. Corresponding to the high welfare is strict assessment. Every year, the foundation will conduct 2 assessments on the students assisted, and students who fail the assessment will permanently lose the qualification to receive funding from the Nwanching Foundation. This is a high-value grant, which is valuable and precious enough. For years later, the Nwanching Foundation has helped 52 civilian students realize their dreams, and the number of students who failed the assessment is 0. The age range of the assisted students is very wide, ranging from infants to doctoral students. Although the number of beneficiaries is small, this unique elite training model has still made a big splash in the field of education. That is an educational resource that many middle-class civilians cannot imagine. Nowadays, more and more people are applying for this scholarship, and its popularity is increasing. The assessment of the sponsored people by the Nwanching Foundation is becoming more and more strict. There is a certain disagreement within the Nwanching Foundation on whether to continue to support Siamenga. Siamenga is undoubtedly a smart girl with a tough personality. In addition, she was hurt in the attack, so most people think she deserves support. But because of long-term psychological intervention, she should have been in the 2nd year of high school, but now she is only in the 1st year of high school. Since she is new to the aristocratic school, her first monthly exam results after the start of school are not ideal. If she continues to be sponsored, it will go against the original intention of the Nwanching Foundation. Whether to continue to make this exception for her needs to be decided by Yijai. That's why Yijai came to the office of the Nwanching Foundation today to deal with this matter. Yijai already has a basic understanding of Siamenga's learning situation for the whole year. She is now in the 1st year of junior high school, but she is self-taught up to the 4th year of junior high school courses. It can be said that she has a comprehensive control over Siamenga's grades. She laid down in the chair, her small body slightly slumped. Mr. Lesa, what do you think about Siamenga's matter? Since Lesa took over the Nwanching Foundation, Yijai has always noticed his ability. She didn't expect that he would bring her such a big surprise. Lesa always understood her ideas and implemented them the fastest. It can be said that without Lesa, there would be no Nwanching Foundation today. And in the future, Nwanching Foundation can only be better. After thinking for a while, Lesa said, Siamenga is very smart, but her qualifications are not outstanding. In addition to long-term psychological treatment, she is obviously lagging behind her peers in interpersonal relationships. From this perspective, it seems that she is not very suitable for our rules for selecting talents for funding. Then he changed the subject. However, by observing her test papers in the 4th grade of junior high school and the 1st grade of senior high school, I found that she has made great progress. After all, her junior high school is an ordinary middle school with very simple courses. It is normal for her to suddenly go to Delian in the 1st grade of senior high school and feel uncomfortable. I think we can observe for a while before making a decision. What he said was pertinent, and Yijai nodded slightly. Siamenga may not be a gifted person, but she is a bold, careful, and tenacious person. Yijai took out her transcript of the 4th grade of junior high school and the transcript of the 1st grade of senior high school for comparison. Her grades in this monthly exam are too poor, mainly because her grades in NAS Advanced Assembly Language, Fine Arts, Music, and Mechanical Manufacturing and Installation are very low, but these courses are generally difficult for ordinary students to master. She should have directly given up these subjects and focused on other subjects. She pointed to the A+ rating of the language course. At least in the language class, her grades are impressive enough. Lisa thought for a moment. Do you mean that she took the initiative to choose the subject she is partial to? This is my judgment. After all, the weight of music and art in the joint entrance examination is not high. It's just that she really needs to take a good tutorial on NAS Advanced Assembly Language. Lisa suddenly realized, I will arrange this matter. Yijai put away the portable light computer. Let's talk about Siamenga after she finishes high school, but we can inform her of our internal doubts about her in advance. Lisa was a little hesitant. After all, the other party was still an orphan. Will this put too much pressure on her? Yijai smiled and shook his head. She is not someone who will be easily defeated by pressure. Pressure is only motivation for her. The matter was resolved, and Yijai got up and prepared to go home. When she walked to the door, she saw that Lesa was going to see her off, and she waved her hand. Mr. Lesa, you don't have to see her off. I will tell her about Siamenga's matter. For the rest, the foundation will operate normally. Lisa bowed slightly. Okay, please go slowly. Yijai looked at him helplessly. She told him many times not to use honorifics when speaking to her, but it didn't work. Chapter 120. On the 13th floor of the Imperial Union Library, Yijai was tutoring a few friends who had skipped grades with her. After all, the twins of the Tan family and Yuan Yechio were born into aristocrats, and had a good foundation. The three of them kept up with the course very quickly. But Zhuang Shan, a commoner, had a hard time. The first-year class was still a bit strenuous for her. According to her current grades, it was unknown whether she could stay in the Imperial Union in the second academic year. So she was under a lot of pressure recently. Xiao Ai, you are really smart. After Yi Jiai explained a math problem to her, Zhuang Shan couldn't help but sigh. Yi Jiai shook her head. These contents are actually very simple, you haven't mastered the method yet. Zhuang Shan pursed her lips and said in a low voice, I know, I don't want to leave you behind too much, and I don't want to have to look up to you in the future. Hearing her words, Tan Qingfei subconsciously looked at Yuan Yeqiu diagonally opposite, and the two of them had the same helplessness in their eyes. Before skipping a grade, they all asked Zhuang Shan to think about it carefully, but she insisted on keeping up with Yi Jiai. Ever since Yi Jiai helped her solve the problem of Cheng Feng 4 years ago, Zhuang Shan has become a die-hard fan of Yi Jiai. Insist on the principle of where the idol is, I am there to the end. Yi Jiai sighed, my method is not suitable for you, you can communicate with others more. She paused and said, some things should be done within your ability. Do you understand what I mean? This is the first time Yi Jiai said it so bluntly to Zhuang Shan. The others couldn't help but tense up, fearing that Zhuang Shan would be made to cry by Yi Jiai. Unexpectedly, the other party actually laughed, but the smile seemed a little too sad to Tan Qingchen. Xiao I know, I have a year. If I can't do it this year, I will read the first grade again, it won't be a problem. Yi Jiai nodded. It would be best if Zhuang Shan could figure it out. At this time, there was a commotion in their study room. A blonde and blue-eyed boy was walking over. He had delicate features, a smile on his lips, and a friendly aura. He looked like a prince walking out of an ancient scroll. Relatives were unusual. Many people recognized him, their eyes widened, full of disbelief. He walked straight to the big table where Yi Jiai and others were sitting, put down a few exquisite meals. Xiao Ai, are you hungry? I brought you some cakes from the Wangjue mansion. Hearing that it was made by the Wangjue mansion, Yi Jiai, who was not interested at first, suddenly brightened up. She opened a food box, and picked up a piece of cake and started eating. Since she was in the study room, she ate very carefully, and didn't make any noise. This boy was Ji Lan. In 4 years, this little boy has grown into a young boy. He is a head taller than Yi Jiai. He is only 11 years old now. He is just a child on Earth, but because of his rapid growth, he can already see the initial shape of a boy. He did not skip a grade, and is now in the 3rd grade of junior high school in Dilian. Because of his status, he is very popular in school. Brother Ji Lan, you are so nice. It would be great if I could eat these delicious foods every day in the future, Tan Qingchen said while eating. Ji Lan would not take out ordinary things. If he could take them, they must have come from the palace. Yuan Yeqiu's family was originally in the catering business. Every time he ate something Ji Lan brought, he would taste it carefully, as if he could taste the secret recipe in it. Yi Jiai was so satiated that he asked, don't you have classes this afternoon? I thought you would wait until the weekend. Ji Lan shook his head and smiled gently. I have other plans for the weekend. I have a language class this afternoon. I have almost mastered it. It's useless to learn a little more. I might as well come to find you. Then let's go now. Yi Jiai put away the portable computer. Tan Qingfei was a little surprised. What are you going to do? Xiao Ai, aren't you going home with us? Yi Jiai nodded. You go back first, it may be late today. Ami is with me, don't worry. So, the people in the library saw the young master of Wangjue Mansion taking the girl from the Tan family out together again. The height difference between the two is not too big, and their temperament and appearance are particularly outstanding. In addition, their prominent status will attract a lot of attention no matter where they are. However, Yi Jiai and others are already accustomed to these looks. As long as they are not malicious, they will not care too much. Over time, the entire Imperial Alliance knows that the young master of Ronghui Wangjue Mansion has a close relationship with the young lady of the Tan family. Xiao Ai, you really care about Xia Minger's affairs. Ji Lan sighed when he thought of the report that Yi Jiai sent him. In the past 4 years, Ji Lan has donated 2 sums of more than 100 million yuan to the Nuanjing Foundation without considering his salary. Although this is only a unilateral and well-intentioned donation, Yi Jiai actually understands very well that Ji Lan wants to compensate the group of people on the spaceship that year. After all, it was such a large amount of funds. As long as there were any changes in the situation of the 37 children, Yi Jiai would take the initiative to inform him. In the past 4 years, the relationship between the two has taken a step forward because of the foundation. Yi Jiai pressed the elevator button. Xia Ming'er has good qualifications. She should not be ruined here. I think she has greater power. Ji Lan nodded. Yi Jiai told him everything about Xia Ming'er. Compared to other people, this girl is really pitiful. Not only did her parents die, but she also met a bad relative. Xia Ming'er was the person he specifically asked to help. He came here today to make an appointment with Yi Jiai to talk to her together. When the two walked out of the elevator, he helped Yi Jiai open the door of the library very gentlemanly. After talking to her, "Let's go to dinner?" It was still afternoon, and it would probably be evening before the matter was done. Hearing about eating, Yi Jiai's eyes lit up. Okay, is there anything delicious? She loves to eat, and in the 4 years of contact, the people around her have deeply experienced this. Every time she goes out of the Tan family, she must go out for a meal. In the past 4 years, Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei have gained a lot of weight with her. She is now the tallest among the three, and she doesn't look fat. Tan Qingfei is not so good, and her baby fat face is full of flesh when you pinch it lightly. Ji Lan pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, it must be something you like to eat. Yi Jiai blinked. You said it. Getting on the campus bus dedicated to Ji Lan, the two went to the high school building. Chapter 121. Xia Ming'er returned to the classroom from the bathroom as usual, preparing to look at math problems for a while. Her grades are not good now. In a place like the Imperial Union, everyone has a good foundation, and the teacher speaks very fast in class. With her ability to understand, she can't digest about 30% of the content in each class. But hard work can make up for shortcomings, and she believes that she will stand up. Stand beside that little girl and protect her. Just like she saved her from the water and fire. Through drug intervention and psychological treatment, the influence of the mental dream on her 4 years ago has been basically eliminated. She is now 16 years old. She knows very well what she has been through, and her feelings for Yi Jiai are stronger than Zhuang Shan. Along the way, people kept pointing fingers at her. Everyone was very curious about this sudden transfer student at first. Generally speaking, the senior students of the Imperial Union are promoted directly from the lower grades. Like transfer students, they basically represent privileges. It is difficult for ordinary nobles to use privileges in the Imperial Alliance. But later, when they found out that this girl had poor grades and was a commoner, the class began to treat her badly. Facing these unkind looks, Xia Ming'er had gotten used to it. She returned to her seat calmly, but found that her school bag was missing. Her portable optical computer was also missing. The portable optical computer was not expensive, and her family could afford it. But what was precious was the millions of data inside. She looked around, and the people who had been paying attention to her turned around and pretended not to look at her. It was extremely cold. If it were an ordinary student, she might have started crying at this time. But the frustrations of the past few years made her understand very well. Crying can't solve any problems. Just when she didn't know what to do, some extremely sarcastic laughter suddenly sounded outside. Xia Ming'er's heart skipped a beat, and she walked to the window uneasily. They were in the first year of high school, occupying the first 2 floors of the high school department, and her class 13 of the first year of high school was on the 2nd floor. So she clearly saw that in the pool in the center below, there was a pink school bag floating, and around the school bag, her underwear was scattered everywhere. This weekend, she was going to go home, but she didn't want the luggage to be too heavy, so she only brought some underwear. Now, those white underwear with lace edges were floating on the water, causing a group of boys to laugh. Xia Ming'er clenched her fists tightly, and her face flushed. Hey, aren't you going to pick them up? They are all your underwear. A chubby girl stood behind Xia Ming'er and said maliciously. There were 2 other girls beside her. They looked average, but they put some thought into their dressing and were considered above average. Hearing the voice, Xia Ming'er immediately realized who it was. She turned around and gritted her teeth. Julie, did you do it? The chubby girl named Julie stepped forward. This civilian classmate, please don't slander others without evidence. If I were you, I would definitely pick up those things outside early in the morning. You are really shameless. The girl on her right laughed. Julie, why are you saying this to a civilian? How can she understand what shame is? The 2 girls mocked her, calling her a commoner, and even mentioned her underwear. Xia Ming'er was so angry that her face turned red. This Julie was not targeting her for the first time. She often made trouble for her in school, and she didn't know why. She always avoided these nobles. She knew that Julie had united the whole class to isolate her. But she didn't want to lose the opportunity to study in the Imperial League, so she had been holding back. Who would have thought that the other party would do such an excessive thing? In the interstellar era, the development speed is very fast. Men and women of this age have a strong awareness of gender. Xia Ming'er has a good figure, and her bra cup size is not small, which attracted many boys to watch. How did I offend you? Why do you have to do this to me? She was very angry. Seeing her angry, Julie put away her smile. Don't you look at your own status? How can a commoner who drags down the average score of the whole class have the confidence to talk to me like this? Having been poked in the sore spot, Xia Ming'er pursed her lips and couldn't speak. Julie's grades are considered to be in the upper reaches of the grade, which is far beyond Xia Ming'er's now. Enough. This was not said by Xia Ming'er. At the door, a tall boy stood there against the light. His facial features were blurred, but his tall stature gave off a sense of oppression. He walked over. My classmate, if you continue to slander and defame a commoner like this, you may receive an email from the principal's office. He was tall and thin, with delicate features, but the neat feeling when walking always showed that he was a person with a high level of physical fitness. Julie looked at him with a sarcastic smile on her face. Who do you think you are, Zhang Ping? What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that? You eat and use the Zhang family's food, and now you think I shouldn't treat a commoner like this? Zhang Ping said expressionlessly. This is my duty, as the president of the Imperial Union Commoner Association. The Imperial Union Commoner Association is a semi-official association led by Principal Riley Hobart, which is to protect the rights and interests of commoner students. Zhang Ping came to Xia Ming'er today to tell her in detail about the association's rules. But she happened to run into someone bullying her. As the president, he certainly couldn't ignore it. Ha ha, did you hear that? He really thinks he is a president of some kind. Julie laughed first, and the two girls beside her also stared at Zhang Ping sarcastically. Xia Ming'er looked up at him in surprise. The two had come into contact several times because of the Commoner Association since the school opened. According to her understanding of him, he was not a troublemaker. This is an association established by Mr. Rayleigh. If you think it's unnecessary, you can go talk to Mr. Rayleigh. There's no point in telling us. Zhang Ping's eyes didn't even move. You? Julie was enraged and wanted to grab Zhang Ping's collar directly. Fortunately, she was stopped by the two people beside her. In the entire Imperial Alliance, there are roughly 3 factions. One faction is the typical aristocratic priority faction, which looks down on all civilians and thinks that they are wasting resources living here. There are the most such people in the Imperial Alliance. Another faction is the neutral faction, which thinks that it's good for both sides to keep out of each other's way. Another faction is the rarest aristocratic faction that has a good impression and good intentions on civilians. The twins of the Tan family are considered the third faction under the family education of the Tan family and the influence of Yizhi. Needless to say, Julie is a typical aristocratic priority faction. She has been disgusted with Xia Ming'er for a long time, so she often provokes her. Her ultimate goal is to drive civilians like Xia Ming'er out of this school. If you don't leave, I will report today's events to Mr. Riley, Zhang Ping said, looking at the 3 people in front of him. Julie was so angry that the flesh on her face was squeezed together, looking very ugly. She said contemptuously, I really don't know. A person who is teased by Chung Feng every day, what qualifications does she have to be here? Chapter 122. Hearing this, Zhang Ping's face fell immediately. Chung Feng's name is well known throughout the Imperial Alliance. Even though he is still in the junior high school, everyone in the high school has heard of his name. He is truly a school bully. Julie continued regardless. He is just a child adopted by the Zhang family. He is not even on the family tree. Do you really think you are a noble? Julie, civilians are all ungrateful. Why are you telling him this? The girl on her left said with disgust. Zhang Ping had never suffered such humiliation before. His face was tense, and his teeth were clenched. He clenched his right fist. If it were not for the school rules that strictly prohibited fighting, he would have already taken action at this moment. As if knowing that he dared not to do it, Julie and the other 2 continued to provoke him. Oh, so angry, then do it. A grown man, you don't even have this blood. Xia Ming'er hurriedly reached out and grabbed Zhang Ping's sleeve, whispering, Don't be impulsive, they are deliberately provoking you. I'm really curious, you eat and use Zhang's family's things, but you always fight for the common people in school. Who do you think you belong to? Or does the Zhang family really raise an ungrateful person? Julie pointed at Zhang Ping's nose and cursed. Zhang Ping hated others talking about his background the most. He could no longer suppress his anger and kicked the desk in front of him away. Say it again? Julie and the other 2 were shocked and stepped back a few steps. The whole class 13 was shocked by Zhang Ping's action. Several boys came over and stood beside Julie. Their faces were not very good. One of them said, "You kid came to our class to make trouble?" Someone pushed him. "A civilian from the junior high school. What are you doing here in our high school?" Zhang Ping's physique level is very high, but the man didn't push him. The man exclaimed in surprise and used more strength, but found that the other party was still motionless. "No way, squad leader, you can't even push a kid from the junior high school." The boy next to him joked. Zhang Kairui really didn't believe it. He stood still, took a deep breath, and pushed Zhang Ping hard. He was tall and strong, with a high physique level and quite good combat power. In the entire grade of high school, he was among the best in the 2 courses of mecha actual combat and physical training. Even so, Zhang Ping was only pushed back a small step by him. Zhang Kairui's face changed. Lu Yojia knew Zhang Kairui's strength, and he knew that the other party's physique level must be high. He taunted, "I was wondering how a commoner from the junior high school would dare to go to the high school to act wild." It turns out that he relied on his high physical fitness level. Xie Ming'er quickly stood up to explain, "It's not like that. It was classmate Zhu Li who said something very excessive, so classmate Zhang Ping." Zhu Li said first, "What are you talking about? Which of my words is not true? Wasn't he adopted by the Zhang family? But you are helping outsiders to deal with our class." After hearing the name Zhang family, several people looked at each other. Zhang Kairui frowned and asked, "Is he the one who doesn't get along with Cheng Feng?" Lu Yaojia nodded, "It seems so." After finding out the other party's identity, Zhang Kairui smiled evilly. "What? It's not enough to provoke Cheng Feng, and you want to provoke our class?" Zhang Ping didn't say anything. Lu Yujia's face fell. "I'm talking to you, are you dumb? Weren't you very arrogant just now?" Zhang Ping said hoarsely, "What do you want?" "We don't want anything. Just move the tables and chairs back, say sorry to our classmates, and you can leave." Because of his high-level physique, Zhang Kairui didn't want to embarrass Zhang Ping too much. But how could he know that with Zhang Ping's temper, how could he apologize to Zhu Li? He stood still. Zhang Kairui said with a bad face, "Why, you ran to our class to make a scene, affecting the study of classmates, and you want to leave without apologizing?" Xie Ming'er guessed Zhang Ping's inner thoughts to some extent, and she took the initiative to say, "What about classmate Zhu Li? Doesn't she need to apologize?" Several people seemed to have heard some jokes. Lu Yajia looked around with wide eyes and shouted, "Did I hear it right? She actually asked a noble to apologize to the common people." Zhang Kairui also looked disapproving. Xie Ming'er was choked and speechless. How could Zhu Li let her go at this time? She said aggressively, "Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong, and I didn't kick the table. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to commoners. How rude to the nobles." Zhu Li looked at the two of them, as if she was looking at some inferior creatures. If it were usual, Xie Ming'er might have thought that it was better to have less trouble than more, and swallowed this bad breath. But today, looking at the contempt revealed from the bones of these people, looking at the figure of Zhang Ping standing in front of her, she just felt that something in her bones was trembling, and she was impulsive to break free. After entering the Imperial Alliance, she became very disappointed with the nobles. She used to think that the nobles were like Yi Jiai, knowing etiquette and observing etiquette. Even if they were just little children, they would still help everyone, whether nobles or commoners, as much as possible. Such a person exudes light all over his body. It makes people want to get closer. Are all real nobles like this? They think highly of themselves, and do not regard common people as human beings? An impulse surged from her chest. She took the initiative to come out from behind Zhang Ping, stood in front of Zhu Li, stared at her and said, "Didn't you throw my school bag away? Don't nobles need to apologize for doing such things?" Of course. Suddenly, a slightly childish voice sounded in the classroom. Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. A little girl with black hair down to her waist stood there. Her facial features were three-dimensional, her expression was serious, and her aura was strong. Next to her stood the young master of Ronghui Wangjua Mansion, Ji Lan, with a casual posture, staring at the few people with an expression that could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Recalling the rumors, several people recognized the identity of this girl. The quasi little lady of the Tan family, Yi Jiai. When Xie Ming'er saw that it was her, her eyes lit up. For some reason, her chest gradually became bitter. Yi Jiai took off the cape made by Tan Qingfei, revealing the school uniform underneath. She walked over and said word by word, "Even if you are a noble, you should apologize for throwing other people's personal belongings outside casually." Hearing her say this, Zhu Li's face changed. She bit her lower lip tightly, and said nothing. She walked to Xie Ming'er, took out her pink school bag from the space button, which was soaked with water stains, and handed it to her. I asked the robot to pick it up for you. The school bag is a little dirty, change it. Xia Ming'er took it gratefully. Chapter 123. Julie knew that things were not going to go well the moment she saw Yi Zhai and Ji Lan. But she was not someone who could be manipulated by others. She turned her eyes and asked Xia Ming'er loudly, "Do you have evidence to prove that I threw your school bag? You know, it is a serious crime for commoners to slander nobles." After Xia Ming'er was yelled at, she realized that she had no evidence to prove that all this was done by Julie. She bit her lower lip tightly and looked at Yi Zhai anxiously, afraid that the other party would misunderstand that she was lying. Julie looked at her panicked face and said confidently, "Xia Ming'er, if you have evidence, take it out. If you don't have evidence, we will meet in the principal's office." Yi Zhai walked to Xia Ming'er and stopped. Her current height was the shortest among the few people, but this did not affect her aura at all. Her dark eyes sparkled. "What if I have?" Julie's scalp tingled when she looked at her. The dark eyes seemed to suck her in. Her voice was a little unstable. What do you mean? Are you kidding? Where did she get the evidence? That happened just now. Didn't the two of them just get here? I filmed the process of you throwing Xia Ming'er's school bag. Do you want to see it? Yi Zhai said lightly. As soon as the two arrived at the high school, Yi Zhai saw a girl throwing a pink school bag into the pool. She felt that the school bag looked familiar, and she felt something was wrong at the time, so she subconsciously took a few photos. Unexpectedly, she saw the scene of Xia Ming'er being bullied. Yi Zhai wanted to see how Xia Ming'er would respond, so she hid with Ji Lan and drove an invisible robot to check on the situation of the few people. Every word Julie said to Zhang Ping just now was recorded by her. Julie's face changed, and the fat on her face piled up, looking a bit mean. What do you mean, you want to help this civilian to deal with us? Yi Zhai didn't want to talk to her about this. Let's put it one thing at a time, I'm talking about you. Don't involve irrelevant people. Julie simply broke the jar and broke the jar. You want me to apologize to this civilian? As soon as this came out, many people frowned. No matter which faction of the Imperial Alliance, even the nobles, who have the best impression of civilians, it is difficult to accept to apologize to a civilian. Not everyone is like Cheng Feng and the Fat Man, who can bend and stretch. Zhang Kaiwei stood up and made peace. How about this? Let classmate Julie bear the loss of this classmate Xia. Whether it is cash compensation or specific material compensation, we can discuss it. But forget about such a serious matter as an apology, haha. Even Lu Yejia has the same attitude. Yi Zhai turned to look at Xia Ming'er and Zhang Ping. What do you think? Xia Ming'er hesitated. After all, the other party was a noble, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Yi Zhai. Zhang Ping said firmly, I don't accept it. You must apologize to me for what you said just now. Zhang Kaiwei and others changed their faces. Although they were very dissatisfied with Zhang Ping's refusal, they also understood that there must be some reason when they saw that the other party was so persistent. He glared at Julie. What's going on? Julie shrank back after being yelled at. While he was hesitating whether to say it, Yi Zhai directly played the video of Julie's speech just now. When the ungrateful wolf appeared, the people in class 13 were as quiet as quails. This statement is not only insulting Zhang Ping, but also not good for the Zhang family. Zhang Kaiwei said in disbelief. Are you crazy? Julie lowered her head, dared not say a word, and pushed the person next to her with her hand. The girl next to her did not dare to offend her, and explained with a stiff face. What Julie said is also true. Zhang Ping is also half a noble, but he is against the nobles everywhere in the school. Many people can't stand him. Shut up. Zhang Kaiwei roared. The girl shrank for a moment, then shut her mouth tightly, and dared not say anything again. Zhang Kaiwei is the monitor of class 13, and he doesn't care much about the intrigues between girls. At the beginning, he noticed the quarrel between Julie, Xia Ming'er, and Zhang Ping, but he didn't want to care about such things at all. It was not until Zhang Ping started fighting in their class that he, as the head of the class, had to come forward to ask for an explanation for his class, and then came over. The commotion here was quite loud, and many people from other classes gathered around. He looked around and found that not only the high school students, but also some junior high school students were mixed in. This matter today must not be resolved peacefully. He glared at Julie and the other two, and looked at Zhang Ping. You grew up in the Zhang family, since you were a child. You should understand that Julie will never apologize to you. Zhang Kaiwei still has some understanding of the Zhu family. If Julie dares to apologize to Zhang Ping in front of everyone today, she might even be deprived of her noble title after returning home. The Zhu family, with many children, has no shortage of descendants who want to become nobles. Julie can't apologize? What do you mean? Suddenly, a voice that is difficult to distinguish between male and female interrupted. In this tense atmosphere, it seemed a bit abrupt. A person dressed in a very neutral way, with his arms folded, leaning against the door, looked sloppy. Under the short red hair, there was a baby face, wearing a men's school uniform, but the smooth neck showed that she was a woman. Yi Jiai took a quick look and found that this was still an acquaintance. Her classmate, Zhang Shengnan, who ranked second in the grade, had a fickle personality and was a loner. Zhang Kairui frowned and said, "You are?" Zhang Shengnan came over and smiled frivolously. "What? The people who bullied my Zhang family don't know who I am?" When they heard her last name Zhang and looked at her dress, Zhang Kairui and others quickly realized who this was. Miss Zhang Shengnan. The Zhang family of this generation is very strange. All the children born naturally are girls. However, the Zhang family is a family that attaches great importance to male inheritance. As a last resort, they adopted a very talented boy from a branch. However, considering that there may be a boy born in the future, they have not yet included the boy in the family tree and asked for the title of noble. Zhang Ping grew up so awkwardly. Lu Yaojia had dealt with Zhang Shengnan several times before. He approached her and whispered, "Why are you here to join in the fun? Don't you hate that boy so much?" He used his eyes to indicate the direction of Zhang Ping. Zhang Shengnan is only 11 years old this year, and is in the first grade of junior high school, but like Yi Jiai, she behaves very maturely, and it is easy for people to ignore her age. She chuckled, and her smile set off her red hair, making her look like a bandit. This Ms. Zhu is not just scolding Zhang Ping. Isn't she saying that my Zhang family has raised an ungrateful person? This news has spread to the junior high school department. Don't you think I have to come and ask what's going on? Although Yi Jiai is in the same class with her, they rarely interact with each other. As a girl, this personality is really very special. This is the first time she has been interested in people of the same age since she crossed over. Chapter 124. The Zhang family is not a small family. If the Cheng family is the boss in the shuttle field, then the Zhang family can be regarded as the second. The Cheng family is the founder of the Vero shuttle, and the Zhang family is the founder of the Wengui shuttle. The Zhu family can't afford to offend such a noble family. Hearing Zhang Xingnan's words, Julie's face turned pale. The matter was out of her control. She just wanted to teach that civilian girl a lesson. But now, those who stood here and wanted to seek justice for the two civilians were no lower than her. The two girls beside her couldn't help but tremble. They were lower than Julie in status, and that was why they were willing to be ordered around by Julie. No matter who was here today, they couldn't afford to offend. Zhang Kairui felt overwhelmed, and said coldly, "Julie, come here and apologize to Zhang Shengnan." Julie walked to Zhang Shengnan and whispered, "I'm sorry." Zhang Shengnan smiled evilly. "What did you say? I can't hear you." Julie bit her lip and said loudly, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that the Zhang family has an ungrateful person." Zhang Shengnan glanced at her nominal brother Zhang Ping and said maliciously, "You shouldn't apologize to me." Julie looked at her in disbelief. "You?" Zhang Kairui was also aroused a little anger. "What do you mean?" Zhang Shengnan shook her shoulders, her red hair fluttering, and said indifferently, "It means literally, this Ms. Zhu must apologize to my brother." She emphasized the word brother. "He is not even a noble, and he has no blood relationship with you. So what kind of brother is he?" Julie said angrily. She glanced at Julie coldly and smiled maliciously. "I say it's up to you, so it's up to you." Zhang Kairui was so angry that he laughed. "You came here to make trouble today too?" Zhang Shengnan put away her smile and said innocently, "I didn't intend to do that. How about this? Let Xiao Ai handle everything." Yi Jiai's eyebrows jumped. Xiao Ai? The two of them had never even spoken to each other before, so when did they call each other so intimately? She couldn't help but look at her, and Zhang Shengnan responded with a naughty wink. Yi Jiai looked at Zhang Kairui and the others. "My opinion is not important. These two classmates are the ones who are hurt. If they think they don't need to apologize, I don't care." Zhang Kairui looked at Zhang Ping with hope in his eyes. But reality is bound to slap him in the face. Zhang Ping's eyes were calm, and he repeated, "Apologize." Zhang Kairui closed his eyes and sighed. "How about this? We have a mecha competition, 2 wins out of 3 games, and the winner has the final say." Zhang Shengnan said lightly, "Best of 3 games? Your high school department is competing with our junior high school department in mecha? Is there really a competition?" As soon as this was said, many people around laughed softly. The junior high school department has not even learned the theoretical knowledge of mechas. If they competed like this, Zhang Kaiwei and his friends could beat them. Then how do you say we should compete? Zhang Kaiwei was not surprised by her objection. Zhang Shengnan glanced at Yizhi and smiled inexplicably. So, mecha competition is a course that you will start to learn in high school. For the sake of fairness, we will not compete in mecha competition, but in shuttle competition, and the winner will be decided in one game. How about it? Yizhi's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Shengnan's eyes seemed to see through everything. She had never shown her shuttle skills in the Imperial League. How could this girl seem to know her so well? Zhang Kaiwei hesitated. Wouldn't this be unfair to you? Zhang Shengnan smiled evilly. Have you forgotten what our Zhang family does? Zhang Kaiwei thought so and agreed. Zhang Shengnan looked at Julie and said, What do you think, Julie? After all, you have to apologize if you lose. Julie didn't want to participate in this competition. It would be fine if she won, but she couldn't bear the consequences of losing. But things had developed to this point, and she had no choice but to think about it. She nodded stiffly. Yizhi took out a standard contract. To be on the safe side, let's sign an agreement. Julie's face froze. Zhang Shengnan whistled. Is this the agreement that all participants need to sign? Zhang Kaiwei asked. Yizhi smiled and said, No, only classmate Julie needs to sign. If she loses, she needs to apologize. If she wins, she doesn't need to apologize. It's that simple. If she doesn't fulfill the agreement, she needs to pay Xia Meng'er and Zhang Ping 100 million star coins each. She looked at Xia Meng'er and Zhang Ping. Can you accept this? Zhang Ping glanced at Zhang Shengnan, hesitated for a while, and agreed. Zhu Li's face turned pale at this time. Even Zhang Kaiwei's face was not very good. He felt something was wrong intuitively. He always felt like he had fallen into the other party's trap. But after looking at these people again and again, he really didn't think that a few people who were only in junior high school could be so good at driving a shuttle, so he still let Julie sign the agreement. Yizhi put away the agreement. Who are the three people on your side? Lu Yajia said first. The two of us, plus Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng? Will he participate in this kind of gambling? Yizhi was surprised. Since the incident 4 years ago, Cheng Feng and Yizhi have had a much better relationship. He even secretly helped Yizhi to avoid a lot of trouble. She knew all these things. Yes, the two said in unison. The two had the same idea at this time. No matter what, they would agree first and then persuade the boy. Yizhi shrugged and said, Okay. Seeing that she was about to leave, Lu Yajia said anxiously, What about the people on your side? Yizhi smiled slightly. Keep it secret. Delian Restaurant, top floor box. Zhang Kaiwei, Lu Yajia, Julie and others are trying hard to persuade Cheng Feng to participate in this competition. In order to persuade him, they have invested a lot of money. Eating a meal on the top floor of the Imperial Union restaurant is not cheap even for nobles. Cheng Feng picked up the dishes carelessly. The afternoon incident was a hot topic. How could he not have heard the news? Let him compete with that kid again after more than 4 years? He was indeed a little interested. But it certainly couldn't be for this girl with a face full of fat. He kicked the fat man, who was eating happily next to him. The fat man received the signal, swallowed the last bite of fat, wiped his mouth and said, Brother Rui, Brother Jie, you also know that the little lady of the Tan family is Brother Feng's current baby. He can't even coax her. How could he help you compete with her? Zhang Kaiwei thought of Yizhi's surprised expression in the afternoon, and his face was about to crack. No way, Cheng Feng, you can even do that to a child. Cheng Feng always felt something was wrong when he heard this, and looked at him inexplicably. The fat man slapped his thigh. Oh, it's not the treasure you think. It means that you can't afford to offend. Lu Yajia was the first to react. Have you done anything to let her down? The fat man told a few people about the incident 4 years ago in a few words. Zhang Kaiwei and others looked as green as if they had eaten a fly. He tried to make a final struggle. Are you really not going to participate? Cheng Feng looked at their hopeful eyes and nodded seriously. Chapter 125. In the study room of Class 13, Yizhi closed and locked the door. Then he turned to look at Xia Meng'er, who was still in shock. It's okay, don't worry, she comforted. Xia Meng'er sat in her seat, holding the hem of her skirt with both hands, a little nervous. This was the first time Yizhi brought Jilan to see her. Even though the two people in front of her were much younger than her, she couldn't regard them as juniors. You know why we came to see you, right? Yizhi asked tentatively. Xia Meng'er pursed her lips and nodded. She lowered her head slightly, and her short hair fell down, covering part of her cheek. She stared at the ground and said in a hoarse voice, "The foundation sent an email saying that my grades were not good and they needed to review whether I was still eligible for funding. Are you here to tell me the result of this matter? The tuition fee of the Imperial Union is close to $2 million a year, plus miscellaneous expenses such as extracurricular courses and activities. It costs about $5 million a year. If the funding is for 4 years, it will cost at least $20 million. Moreover, Yijiai's plan for her is not just these step-by-step courses. The house in the West District owned by Xia Ming'er is only worth about 12 million yuan. This elite funding method is impossible even if Xia Ming'er's parents are still alive." Yijiai looked at her and said in a gentle voice, "Your situation does not meet the foundation standards. But from a personal point of view, Ji Lan and I are very willing to support you. Of course, Ji Lan wants to do this more, and all your current expenses are paid by him." Xia Ming'er knew this very well. His feelings towards Ji Lan were very complicated. On the one hand, she hated him, but after 4 years of growth, she knew that the incident was too complicated and that Ji Lan could not be blamed for all the faults. To be honest, the captain was the culprit. Even if Ji Lan was not there, it was impossible for such a large number of Ghost Beast cubs to not get into trouble. It was just that their family was unlucky. They happened to take that spaceship. Her dream now was to protect Yijiai and to join the army to find the man called Madman and avenge her parents. She moved her fingers slightly and whispered, "So you don't want to support me now?" From an outsider's perspective, Xia Ming'er, a 16-year-old girl, was too humble in front of 2 children. But this is the reality of the empire today. Whoever has more say is the boss. Even the smallest noble has power that ordinary people dare not even think about. Yijiai shook his head slightly. "No, the funding is still continuing. We came here today to talk to you about your future study plan." Xia Ming'er looked up in disbelief. You are going to support me again?" Her expression was like she had won the lottery, and even her hair was telling of her excitement. "Yes. It's not in my personal name. After internal discussions within the foundation, we think you are still worthy of continued funding for another semester. We will see what happens next after your final grades this semester," Yijiai said with a smile. Ji Lan stood aside and nodded and smiled, with a gentle look. Xia Ming'er's tense nerves relaxed immediately. She covered her face. "I thought you would think I'm not suitable for the Imperial Union." Yijiai patted her shoulder. "Some courses in the Imperial Union are really hard for you to keep up. We are considering enrolling you in a training course. But this way, you will be very tired." Xia Ming'er raised her head suddenly. "I'm not afraid of being tired." Yijiai smiled. Her impression of Xia Ming'er still remained on the bald girl who insisted on not sleeping 4 years ago. Although she was young, she was very sharp and determined. "I want to ask, have you already determined your major in college?" she asked tentatively. Xia Ming'er nodded, her eyes full of determination. "Yes, I want to apply for a military academy. With your current grades, it's hard to get into a good military academy." Yijiai hit her mercilessly. "All the people in the empire are soldiers, and the welfare of soldiers is the highest among all industries. It is also for this reason that the admission score of military academies is quite high. So you gave up art, music, gardening, architecture, biology, and other courses?" Xia Ming'er looked at her and couldn't figure out why she asked this question, but she still said truthfully, "Yes, I delayed some courses in the early stage. If I didn't give up, it would be difficult to get into Hongyuan Military Academy." Ji Lan was very surprised and asked directly, "You want to apply to Hongyuan?" Xia Ming'er's back was stiff, and she nodded heavily. Hongyuan Military Academy is the undisputed first military academy in the empire. Because of the empire's dominant military power, it is also the first military university in the entire galaxy. Ji Fan came from this school. This school recruits no more than 1,000 students from the entire galaxy every year. They are all elites among elites. The people of Hongyuan Military Academy are all the best among humans. With Xia Ming'er's current grades, it can be said that she is overestimating her ability to apply for Hongyuan. Yijiai naturally knew all this. She called up Xia Ming'er's report and frowned. "Your mental level is okay, with the potential of B level, but your physical level is only C level U." She suddenly didn't want to say anything more, because Xia Ming'er was looking at her steadily. Her expression was gentle, and her blue eyes were as calm as a clear spring. What else is there to say? Xia Ming'er is not a whimsical person. She must know the difficulty of taking the Hongyuan entrance exam. It's like on Earth, a grade last in the grade, saying that she wants to take the Harvard entrance exam. Is it necessary to wipe out all her spirit at the beginning? She still has 4 years. How can it be impossible for some miracles to happen in these 4 years? Even if she doesn't get into Hongyuan, This persistence and hard work are precious enough. Yijia took a deep breath and said decisively, "Okay, I will help you choose a professional teacher. You need a comprehensive plan. According to your current learning method, there is still hope for you to go to D-Zone. Going to Hongyuan is wishful thinking." Xia Minger's chest was filled with warmth, her eyes were dry, and her voice was choked. "Thank you, I won't let you down." Yijia nodded. Having said that, there is no need to say anything else. Yijia and Jilan looked at each other, and both left the high school building. After they left, the news that the young lady of the Tan family, the young master of the Ronghui Wangjua mansion, and the commoner Xia Minger from class 13 had a secret conversation for an hour spread like wildfire. This slightly ostentatious approach was actually intentional by Yijia. She was in the center of the aristocratic circle, and knew very well how the aristocrats dealt with each other. The more unclear the relationship, the more protection it was for Xia Minga. Chapter 126. On the campus bus, Jilan looked as if he was about to say something but was hesitant. Yijia couldn't bear it and asked him, "What's wrong? Xiaoai, do you really think Xia Minger can get into Hongyuan? Her goal requires a lot of money. If one person is like this, can your Nuanqing Foundation hold on?" Yijia, Can you please not bring up such sad topics for her? She sighed. The Nuanqing Foundation was originally just an idea and wish of mine. The speed of development in recent years is indeed a bit beyond imagination. But no matter what, I will stick to it, she said seriously. If the foundation can no longer hold on by relying on me in the end, it can only absorb funds. Private capital has contacted the Nuanqing Foundation, but Yijia rejected it. When capital intervenes, things will become complicated. Fortunately, according to her current income from painting, she can still hold on. Jilan felt warm in her heart when she saw her full of energy. He remembered another thing. I heard you are going to hold an exhibition? That's amazing, Xiaoai. In the past 4 years, she has painted many works with earth elements, and has formed her own unique style, becoming a well-known painter. Of course, this is inseparable from the matchmaking and operation of Kavinicol. Yijia waved her hand. It's not me who wants to open it. It's my grandmother who wants to hold an exhibition, but she left a small exhibition area for me in the exhibition hall. That's great too, Jilan praised. He always smiles like a little son. So where are we going to eat today? Yijia held her face with anticipation. She really liked to eat and drink with Jilan. He could always find some special restaurants. After leaving the school, the two took Jilan's shuttle to the famous pedestrian street in the North District. The temperature here was lower than that in the East District. As soon as the shuttle was turned on, Yijia felt that her teeth were frozen. Jilan took out a white cloak and quickly put it on her. Xiao and I bear with it. Yijia tightened the cloak and urged, let's go. Not far from them, in an ordinary civilian shuttle on the street, several men were sitting inside, staring at the backs of the two until they disappeared. Among them, the flat-headed man sighed. Major General, isn't that Jilan? This boy is good, he knows how to take a girl out for a date at such a young age. The charming male officer next to him squinted at him. Zhou Jianjun, don't tell me you didn't recognize who that girl is. Zhou Jianjun touched the stiff stubble on his chin. They hadn't slept for several days to track this group of people. He was a little confused. Who is it? A child? I haven't seen it before. Gu Tingzhen mouthed to him. Godfather. Zhou Jianjun understood it immediately and became more sober. That little girl has grown up so much. Are these two children in love? Ji Fan gave him a cold look. Zhou Jianjun sat up straight as a reflex, his eyes turned left and right, and laughed. Major General, I just joking. Ha 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 ha, Gu Tingzhen sneered. I can see that the two children are here to eat. They really know how to choose a place. They actually came to the North District. Ji Fan sat in a chair. His posture was casual. Perhaps because he was too tired in the past few days, the first 2 buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, revealing a large wheat-colored chest, and a little short and hard stubble grew on the edge of his deep face. This casual and sloppy look was very different from his usual meticulous military uniform. But he was full of manliness. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his voice was low and hoarse. Go and have a look. Don't let them get into trouble. Okay. Zhou Jianjun took the lead and walked towards the two in the bleak cold wind of the North District. The restaurant that Jilan brought Yijia to was called Judah Delicious. Judah Delicious is a family restaurant, and some civilians with good economic conditions can also afford it. It is now evening, and the restaurant is almost full. It is most famous for something called Judah Pot. The taste is a bit like the taste of Thai hot pot on earth, but it is more layered and there are more types of ingredients in the pot. As a southerner, Yijai hasn't eaten so much for a long time. Even the tip of her nose was sweating. It's so delicious. Jilan, how did you find this restaurant? It's a treasure, Yijai said while eating. Her cheeks were bulging, her eyes were dark and bright, and she looked very cute. Jilan couldn't eat such sour and spicy food, so she stopped after eating a few bites and kept watching Yijai eating. I came to the North District for something before and found it by accident. At that time, I thought you would definitely like it. Jilan smiled gently. This restaurant is not too high-end, and you can see a lot of civilians, but even in this environment, every move of Jilan and Yijai is very pleasing to the eye. The kind of upbringing that comes from the bones distinguishes them from others at a glance. After eating almost, Yijai took a big sip of the drink to relieve the sour and spicy feeling in her mouth. She hasn't eaten so well for a long time. She will definitely become a regular customer of this store. Judah Delicious is on the 12th floor. Looking through the glass at the street outside, the city's stars are floating in the dark night. The pedestrian street is always full of high-rise buildings. Only in the residential area of the nobles can you see low buildings, especially the closer to the central area, the lower the building height requirement. This is Yijai's first time in the North District. Except that the architectural style is a little tougher, the rest is not much different from the other districts. The advancement of technology has brought the distance closer, making the infrastructure of the entire planet very similar. At least in Yijai's opinion, the overall architectural style of Guangyu Star is consistent. Suddenly, a few red punctuation marks appeared on the window of the tall building opposite. Yijai concentrated and was about to see more clearly. Ame and Tanchi suddenly rushed in from outside and shouted, "All lie down." Hearing the sound, Yijai and Jilan reacted very quickly and lay on the ground. It happened in a flash, and several huge shells penetrated the glass and fell to the floor of the restaurant. Boom! With a loud noise, flames shot up into the sky, and all the tables were overturned by the shock wave. The glass of the French window was shattered all over the floor. Chandeliers, tableware, and food residues were everywhere, and the scene was a mess. After the explosion subsided, Ame, Tanchi and Jilan's bodyguards rushed to the table where the two were. The table was lifted, revealing two small figures lying on the ground protecting their heads. Ame helped Yijai up and said anxiously, "Miss, are you okay?" Fortunately, the table was shielded, and Yijai only suffered some superficial injuries. She had some tinnitus, shook her head, and said after she sobered up a little, "I'm fine, what's going on?" Ame shook his head. "It might be a terrorist attack. Let's leave here first." Jilan also looked confused. However, they didn't have time to leave. All the people who fell in the restaurant suddenly stood up and rushed towards the two of them with expressionless faces. Even those who were affected by the explosion and had incomplete bodies crawled towards the two of them in extremely strange postures. Chapter 127. Jilan's scalp tingled. "What is this?" Tanchi stood in the front and pulled out his long sword from nowhere, blocking everyone like a mountain. This was not the first time Yijai had seen such a scene. She had seen it once 4 years ago. She gritted her teeth and said, "Parasitic creatures." Jilan looked at her in shock. "What did you say?" "Their weakness is in the head. You must burn the body and head together to kill them. This creature spreads through blood. Don't get infected." Tanchi raised the long sword in his right hand and said coldly. The sword flashed, and he rushed out directly. One head fell to the ground with one sword, and the posture and technique were extremely clean and neat. But the magical thing is that even if the head and body were separated, these people were still approaching Yijai and Jilan, as if there was something attracting them. Mei and Jilan's bodyguards looked serious, forming a circle and firmly protecting the two children in the innermost part. Yijai's face was livid. This time, the battle was even bigger than that outside the low valley light 4 years ago. She took out the blue bow. Influenced by her, Jilan gradually calmed down and took out the energy gun. His face was not very good. These people are all civilians. Mei stretched out his tentacles and silently strangled many people's necks, while replying to him, "These civilians are all parasitic, and they can't be saved. If they are not killed, they will only spread to more people." After experiencing what happened 4 years ago, Mei specifically asked Tan Chi to learn about some information about parasitic creatures. How to deal with these disgusting creatures. At least he is not as clueless as last time. Judah Delicious has a good reputation in the North District, and there are many people in the restaurant. Mei, together with Jilan's bodyguards, can barely cope with it. But according to the last experience, Yizhi knew that the other party must have a backup plan. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful, because she didn't bring her breasts to school, and lost a super strong fighting force out of thin air. What you fear will come to you. Many people in black suddenly jumped in from the window one after another. Yizhi looked out, and there were still many people in black climbing up the facade. There was a constant stream of people, which made people's scalps numb. The combat ability of this group of people in black was obviously higher than those civilians, and soon they came closer. Amei held Yizhi in his arms, used the tentacles to swing directly out, and temporarily jumped out of the encirclement of the people in black. Faced with this situation, the group of people in black suddenly stood still, stunned for a while, as if thinking. Should he attack Jilan or Yizhi? Suddenly, a man in black jumped up from the crowd. His jumping ability was amazing. He opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Amei. Yizhi saw clearly that his mouth could no longer be called human lips. It was half the size of his face. When he opened it, he had several rows of sharp teeth like a shark. His tongue was stretched out very long, and there was a lump of meatball-like thing on the tip of his tongue. Fuck! What the hell is this? The other party suddenly jumped up, and Amei dodged in a rather awkward way. However, before he could get up, another man in black with the same appearance rushed out and rushed directly to the two of them, no more than 1 meter away. Bang! The tentacles behind Amei raised above his head and shot him directly. The energy bullet sunk into his head, but he did not fall down. Instead, his facial tissues were repaired rapidly, and finally returned to their original state. My goodness! Has this thing evolved? Amei jumped up to avoid it, and shouted at Tanchi. This kind of lethality is different from what I said last time. Tanchi was surrounded by most of the parasites. Yes! Try not to get hit. Protect the young lady. Being surrounded in the center, Tanchi still had the mind to tell Amei. From the perspective of an observer, the attack of this group of parasites was quite methodical, and they took the path of defeating each one. Jilan, Tanchi and Amei were forced into several corners respectively. The more Yizhi looked, the more frightened he became. This time, the parasites not only had a great change in their individual strength, but also had the rudiments of cooperation. It was as if someone was specifically directing them. Amei was forced to the window far away from Tanchi, with a French window behind him. This group of black-clothed men was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if their necks were broken, they would recover quickly. Amei had no idea how to kill them. At this moment, a black-clothed man hiding outside the window broke through the window and jumped in, opened his mouth wide, and attacked Amei's back. Feeling the fishy wind behind him, Amei instantly threw Yizhi out to a temporarily safe place, and all the tentacles on his body stood up and rolled up rapidly. The black-clothed men around him were all blown away. However, these black-clothed men had clear goals, and after being blown away, they went directly in the direction of Yizhi. Yizhi clenched the blue bow in her hand and stood still. A man in black jumped high and was about to catch her. She quickly drew her bow and released the arrow, whoosh. A blue energy arrow pierced the man's head, and with a recoil, it nailed him to the panoramic glass. The glass shattered, and he fell out directly. Compared with the one Yizhi used in school, the arrow carried much more energy this time, and it was more lethal than ordinary energy guns. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a combat robot flew in. After confirming Yizhi's identity, a large net burst out from its palm and was about to catch her. She turned and ran, but where could a restaurant run to? She was soon forced to the window. The cold wind in the night whistled and rolled up her curly hair from outside the window, which was extremely cold. This was a desperate situation. Seeing the robot getting closer and closer, Yizhi gritted her teeth and jumped out directly. This is the 12th floor. According to Yizhi's current physical level, she would be crippled if she didn't die. Amei kept paying attention to her and shouted, "Young lady, don't." However, he was tripped by the man in black and couldn't get away. He could only see her figure in despair, and jumped down from the 12th floor. The cold wind blew across Yizhi's face, but her mind was extremely calm. She stared at the protruding position, and when she fell to the 7th floor, she stretched out her slender hand and grabbed it firmly. It was a part of the metal decoration on the facade of the building. However, when she grabbed it, she knew it was not good. This decoration was not incorporated into the wall structure of the building, so it was very fragile and could not withstand such a strong collision. She even heard a very crisp click. Then, she fell directly. Chapter 128. But even if the metal decorations could bear Yizhi's weight, she could not escape this crisis. The combat robot locked onto her trajectory and flew down with her. At such a critical moment, Yizhi actually shot an arrow while falling rapidly. Because the distance was too close, the combat robot did not dodge, and the energy arrow penetrated its left arm. But the robot has no sense of pain, which only affects its operation. It grabbed Yizhi with its right hand. All of this happened in an instant. When Ji Fan received Zhou Jianjun's message and rushed over, he happened to see the scene. His heartbeat slowed down. He took advantage of the run-up, jumped high, kicked the robot's head away, reached out and grabbed Yizhi in his arms, and then fell to the ground. He said with anger, "Are you going to die?" Yizhi did not expect to be rescued, and looked at the man holding him with a little fear. This man is so strong. He defeated a combat robot with one kick. What kind of abnormal combat ability is this? When she saw the pair of dark eyes deep in her memory, she was slightly stunned. When she saw the anger in them, she came back to her senses. "Thank you, Major General." Ji Fan put her down and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't do such dangerous things again in the future." Yizhi nodded. In fact, after the buffering of the 7th floor, according to her physical level, she would not die even if she fell to the ground. At most, she would be disabled. But with the advanced interstellar medical technology, this degree of disability is not a problem at all. It will just hurt when you fall. Of course, it's better not to say these things now. Ji Fan stood there, looking around, surrounded by people fleeing in all directions. He held the headset with his right hand and said firmly, "The North District will be completely blocked, and not a single bird will be allowed to escape." Only then did Yizhi have time to look at him. He was wearing casual clothes today, which was very different from the military uniform she had seen. The pure black shirt and trousers made him look tall and straight. The sleeves were rolled up to the elbows, revealing streamlined arms. The skin on his hands was exactly the same as his face, which was a standard wheat color and looked very energetic. There were some newly grown short and hard stubble on his face, and the whole person looked a little unkempt. But even so, it couldn't cover up his handsome face. Ji Fan was very tall. When facing Yizhi, a little pudding, he had to squat down and look at her at eye level, and his tone was a little calmer. "Are you scared?" Yizhi shook his head. Seeing her calm face, Ji Fan felt warm in his heart. "Someone will take you to a safe place later. I'm going to save people. Can you stay here?" If Zhou Jianjun was here, he would be shocked again. When did their Major General speak to people in such a gentle tone? Unexpectedly, the person Ji Fan met was not an ordinary person. Yizhi said firmly, "I will go with you." "Nonsense. It's very dangerous here. You don't know what you are facing." Ji Fan frowned, looking quite serious. Yizhi looked at him with serious black eyes. "It's a parasite. I met it 4 years ago. I can guarantee, Major General, if you put me here, I will soon be surrounded by infected humans." "Have you encountered it?" Ji Fan was a little surprised. "Yes. You should also be able to see that their target is me." She looked up worriedly. "Maybe there is also Jilan." Ji Fan pondered for a moment, and finally thought of her identity as a member of the Tan family, and agreed. "Okay, I will be more alert later." Yizhi promised. "Okay." He squatted down. "Come up." Yizhi looked at the tall and broad figure in front of her, and tried to tell herself that now was not the time to be pretentious. She took a deep breath, put her hands on the other's shoulders, and leaned on him. But to her surprise, the physical reaction of tingling scalp and goose bumps did not appear. Ji Fan had no time to care about what she thought. He turned his head and said, "Hold on tight," and then quickly climbed up along the facade of the building. He should be wearing some special gloves with amazing friction. He quickly climbed to the 12th floor and jumped in from the broken window. The situation here is not very good. After Yizhi disappeared, all the parasites. The target became Jilan alone. Tan Chi and Amei stayed around him to protect him. Both were injured now. Only one of Jilan's bodyguards was still alive, barely breathing. Yizhi slid down Ji Fan's back, straightened her body, drew her bow, held her breath, and shot several blue energy arrows directly at the black-clad men who attacked Amei. Amei was so excited when he saw her. "Young lady, you are still alive." Seeing Yizhi, he was like a fish seeing water. Suddenly excited, his tentacles all over his body turned rapidly, and several black-clad men were thrown out by him, and Tan Chi jumped up, and with a few hand knives, they dropped heads all over the ground. After the body and the head separated, they each squirmed in their original places. Jilan saw Ji Fan and almost cried, "Uncle." Ji Fan looked at his nephew's embarrassed and panicked face, and then looked at Yizhi who was calm beside him, and immediately disliked him. Without looking at him, he turned around and joined the battle. With Ji Fan's joining, It was only a matter of time before this group of parasites were cleaned up. Soon, all the parasites were solved, and Tianqi lit a fire and burned all the bodies and heads together. The whole restaurant was filled with a strange cry of creatures. At this time, Zhou Jianjun arrived with a team of people in white protective clothing. Those people skillfully picked up the instruments and began to scan the entire restaurant. Some people picked up tools, picked up several heads and torsos in the flames, and put them into special containers. Gu Tingzhen walked up to Ji Fan and saluted. Report to the Major General, the North District has been completely blocked. He leaned in and whispered, those people disappeared, but we suspect they are still hiding in the North District. Ji Fan's face was cold. Notify the First Fleet and the Cabinet, let them assist you. Search the North District comprehensively, don't let go of an inch of land, until these rats are caught for me. Gu Tingzhen said with great momentum. Yes. Ji Fan listened to the strange crying at the scene and rubbed his eyebrows. Contact the Ministry of Health and Health. Let Viscount Tannenming come to see. Yi Xiai's heart jumped. Soon, Viscount Tannenming brought people over. Seeing Yi Xiai and others standing here, he frowned. Xiao Ai, why are you here? Ame tried his best to hide his body behind Tianqi, as if Tannenming couldn't see him. Seeing that Viscount Tannenming looked unhappy, Ji Lan took the initiative to step forward and said, Your Excellency, please don't blame me. I brought Xiao Ai here for dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ji Fan and Viscount Tannenming both looking at him with unfriendly expressions. He had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Zhou Jianjun saw the scene from a distance, approached Gu Tingzhen and whispered, See, I was right, I came here to pick up girls. Chapter 129. Gu Tingzhen couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He was so old, but he didn't know what was in his head. This kind of person was actually an old A. God was really unfair. Seeing the chaos at the scene, Viscount Tannenming frowned and said, Go scan the young lady. In addition to the staff of the Ministry of Health and Medical Sciences, there were also many doctors from Renha Hospital who came with him. Everyone was well prepared and fully armed. After hearing his order, 2 people took the instrument to scan Yi Xiai from head to toe. Tannenming and Ji Fan watched closely during the whole process, fearing that the instrument would sound. Fortunately, no parasitic beast eggs were detected on Yi Xiai. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Viscount Tannenming looked at Ji Fan. Major General, there are no insect eggs in Xiao Ai's body. It's too dangerous here. I send someone to send her back first. Ji Fan called Zhou Jianjun, who was still whispering to Gu Tingzhen, over. It's not peaceful here. Let Jianjun send Xiao Ai and Lan her back. Hearing his words, the 2 men gave Ji Lan another full-body scan. Fortunately, Ji Lan was also safe. Ah Mei, Tianqi, send the young lady back to the Tan family. Viscount Tannenming called. During the whole process, he didn't even look at Ji Lan. After the few people left, Viscount Tannenming frowned. Major General, what's going on? There is a man named Black Cat, who sells parasites on the black market. My people found his traces in the North District. This happened after Xiao Ai and Lanner appeared this afternoon. I suspect Black Cat is related to this incident. Ji Fan explained everything in a few words. He said with a serious face, I heard from Xiao Ai that this is not the first time she has encountered such a thing. I suspect that their target is likely to be Xiao Ai. Tannenming bit his cheeks tightly. About 4 years ago, she did encounter it once. The Tan family is incompetent, and has not yet found the murderer behind it. But the parasites that time were obviously not as high level as the current ones. I am worried. He glanced at Ji Fan, his black eyes full of worry. I am worried that if it continues like this, what happened during the Anlinbode period will happen again. If the parasites evolve again, our current scanning equipment may not even be able to scan the eggs. The higher the level of the eggs, the more hidden they are. Ji Fan's face was cold. Your Excellency, you are more experienced in this area. Are there any special matters that need attention? Tannenming said carefully. The outbreak of parasitic organisms cannot occur on Guangyu Star. We must guard against it. I suggest that a full screening be conducted in the North District. It is impossible that all of these civilians were parasitized today. I suspect that there may be more parasitized people in the North District. Gu Tingzhen. Ji Fan shouted with a majestic momentum. Yes. Gu Tingzhen saluted. He had been paying attention to the conversation between the 2 and immediately said, I will arrange it immediately. Ji Fan nodded. Unlike the last time the ghost beast attacked, with Gu Tingzhen here, he didn't need to do everything himself. Even many times, Gu Tingzhen could always think of some very detailed points. Tannenming put on gloves, walked to the burning body, picked up an eyeball with tweezers, and placed it in the scanner. The long wriggling creatures immediately appeared on the display screen. After carefully observing for a long time, he stood up, with beads of sweat on his forehead. This is the 8th generation. Jifan's face was cold. What generation was it during the Anlinbode period? Tananmin wiped his sweat with a silk scarf. The 9th generation, that is the limit of what we can screen at present. He leaned in and whispered, too fast, Renha Hospital is only the 5th generation. Jifan certainly knew that 4 years ago, he personally delivered the report to the Tan family. This matter can't be delayed any longer. I have to go to Luojing Mountain. As for the cabinet, I can only trouble the Viscount. Jifan said quickly. Tananmin's eyebrows were solemn. I will report to Prime Minister Murphy immediately. Hu Lin! Jifan shouted before leaving. A short, fat, bald soldier came over. He didn't have much momentum. It was obvious that he was only responsible for civilian work. But while walking, from the gleam in his eyes from time to time, it was known that he was not a person who was easy to fool. He walked up to Jifan and smiled amiably. Major General, what are your instructions? After the explosion, these people showed abnormalities. Collect all the wreckage of the shells and take them back. The entire haul, don't let go of any trace. You must find out how the enemy released the parasites. Seeing him so serious, Hu Lin's face changed and he answered loudly, Yes. Major General. Jifan strode, stepped onto the military shuttle, and headed towards Luojing Mountain. Viscount Tananmin looked at Hu Lin's epaulets and said politely, Lieutenant Colonel Hu Lin, if you need any help, just let our Ministry of Health know. Hu Lin smiled with wrinkles on his face. In that case, thank you, Viscount. Viscount Tananmin waved his hand. Then he found a seat and sat down, and made a video call to Murphy Scott. On the retractable display, Murphy Scott's sharp face appeared. Long face, hooked nose, 2 big bags under the triangular eyes, which made him look a little old. What's the matter? He looked at the scene behind Viscount Tananmin, and his keen political sense made him realize that this matter was not simple. Tananmin's face was serious. Prime Minister, a large-scale parasitic incident has occurred in the North District. What? Murphy Scott was obviously shocked. Parasites are too far away from their time, but the events of Anlinbode's time were simulated by the cabinet as emergency cases. He knew very well the worst impact that parasites could achieve. Tananmin sighed and dropped another bombshell, and it's already the 8th generation. Murphy Scott stood up from his chair. Are you sure? Tananmin closed his eyes and nodded. The 8th generation of parasites is very obvious. They have evolved embryos that can connect with the human nervous system. I won't make a mistake. Is the scene blocked? Murphy Scott couldn't sit still anymore, he said as he walked out. Major General Jifan blocked the scene immediately, and the blockade of the North District is also being gradually carried out. Murphy Scott stopped suddenly. Major General Jifan is at the scene? I heard that he was carrying out a mission here, and fortunately he was here, and he controlled the scene immediately. Tananmin said vaguely. Murphy Scott nodded and continued to walk. The screen showed that he had reached the apron. I will call an emergency cabinet meeting immediately. I will trouble Minister Tan to maintain the site. He paused. Be careful in case of any changes. Tananmin nodded slightly and hung up the video. He looked out at the dark night. The bright star just moved very close to the radiant star. From his angle, the whole sky seemed to be covered by the bright star. The radiant star and the bright star are 2 planets orbiting each other, revolving around the Dawn star together. When the positions of 2 planets are very close, this common celestial phenomenon will occur. Chapter 130. On the top of Luojing Mountain, Tiga Caesar's bedroom. Major General Jifan, please wait a moment. His Majesty is changing clothes. Secretary General Lankawat stood at the door of the bedroom and said respectfully. Jifan nodded slightly and hesitated. Your Majesty. How is your health? Lankawat shook his head gently. It's rare that I went to bed early today. Jifan's voice dropped. Why did you ask your Majesty to attend the Congress? Tiga Caesar's health has been getting worse day by day in recent years, and he almost relies on expensive medicine to survive. Lankawat clenched his right fist to his chest, his eyes moist. How can your Majesty listen to advice? The alliance is ready to move, and the foreign domain is rampant. If he doesn't show up, wouldn't it confirm the rumors that he is in poor health? His Majesty cherishes the peaceful era too much. At this moment, the 2 heavy bedroom doors slowly opened. Lankawat returned to his normal state and said distantly, Major General, please come in. This bedroom is not as magnificent and luxurious as imagined. The room is huge, about 200 square meters, but the decoration is very simple. A lot of minimalist design is adopted. On the steps in the center, there is a huge bed, and around the bed, there are a lot of medical equipment. This place is more like an operating room with various advanced instruments. Unlike the day of the Congress, Tiga Caesar looked very weak at this time. His facial features are hard and deep, and he looks a bit like the Greeks on Earth. The pure white pajamas make his face pale, but it can't cover up the firm edges of his face. Jifan walked to his bed, and clenched his right fist to his chest. "Your Majesty." Ahem. Before he could finish his words, he started to cough. Jifan reached out and patted his back, and he gradually recovered and said, "Jifan, you came to me so suddenly, what happened?" Jifan stepped back to make room for him, looked around, and said nothing. Tiga Caesar's face changed slightly, and he whispered, "Lankao, take the people out first." Lankao leaned forward slightly. "Yes." The servants and maids of the bedroom filed out one after another, and Lankawat even closed the door very considerately. "Tell me, what made my Major General so cautious?" Tiga Caesar smiled. Jifan looked at his pale face and said worriedly, "Your Majesty, you have to control your emotions later." Seeing him so cautious, Tiga Caesar nodded seriously. Jifan was not a careless person. He had only broken into his bedroom at night twice. A mass infection of parasites has been discovered in the North District, and it has reached the 8th generation, Jifan said. Ahem, parasites. This was the first time he had heard about parasites since Tiga Caesar took office, and he was very surprised. But kings of all dynasties have been very vigilant about parasites. Jifan quickly picked up the water cup next to him and fed him water, saying quickly, "The cabinet has been informed, and the cabinet is holding an emergency meeting. Viscount Tannenmean is in charge of the scene. The entire North District has been completely blocked, and the situation is initially under control." After drinking a few sips of water, Tiga Caesar felt much more relieved. He waved his hand. "Are you here to ask me to open up the planetary intelligence brain to you?" "Yes." Jifan took a step back and said respectfully, "The parasite incident is of great importance, and there must not be a mass outbreak on Guangyu Star. I need to control the entire Guangyu Star." Tiga Caesar nodded. He raised his right hand and operated on the special optical computer in his hand. "I will temporarily transfer the supervision authority to you. Report to me immediately if there is any situation." After going through a series of troublesome certification procedures, Jifan temporarily took over the supervision authority of Guangyu Star. When he was about to leave, Tiga Caesar called him. He waved his hand. Ahem. Jifan. Come closer. Jifan came closer, and only heard Tiga Caesar whispered, "Let Viscount Tannenmean secretly produce some 9th generation screening reagents in case of emergency." Jifan's eyes flashed, and he stood at attention and answered, "Yes." Just like that, Tiga Caesar felt extremely tired and waved his hand. "Tell me if there is any situation as soon as possible." Jifan was a little reluctant. "Nothing will happen, Your Majesty, you have a good rest." Then he retreated. When he walked to the door, he heard a deafening cough from inside. I guess he had been holding it in just now. Lankawa walked over quickly, and when he heard the voice, he was about to speak but stopped. Jifan looked at him and sighed. "Take good care of His Majesty." Taking the elevator, Jifan went directly to the 20th floor of Luojin Mountain, where the planetary leaders were stored. He needed to undergo the final identity authentication there before he could officially take over the supervision authority of Guangyu Star. As soon as he walked to the door, 2 rows of super combat robots directly raised their energy guns and pointed them at him, with red eyes flashing wildly. "Military restricted area. Please do not enter. If you break in by force, you will be killed without mercy." Jifan called up the authorization of Tiga Caesar. After one of the robots scanned it, "Confirm the authorization, please pass." At the same time, 2 rows of super robots simultaneously put away their weapons and retreated to their original positions, revealing the metal door in the middle. Jifan walked forward, and the door slowly slid open, revealing an independent small room inside. All around were smooth metal outer walls, empty. Jifan stepped in, and the door behind him quickly closed. At the same time, rows and rows of gun heads stretched out from the smooth metal outer walls around. If they were fired at the same time, the person in the middle could be shot into a sieve. A mechanical voice sounded. "Please show your authorization, and pass the authentication if successful. If the authentication fails, you will be killed on the spot." The authentication procedure of the planetary intelligent brain is very cautious. If it is stolen by the enemy country, and the control of the planetary intelligent brain is mastered, it will definitely be a disaster. According to the voice prompts, Ji-Lan showed the authorization letters signed by Tiga Caesar to him one by one. Authorization authentication passed. Please ask Major General Ji Fan to stand in the center. I need to verify your identity. As soon as the mechanical voice fell, a light blue circle appeared in the middle. Ji Fan walked up and stood still. A blue light rose from his feet and scanned him from head to toe. Biological information has been identified. It is confirmed to be Major General Ji Fan. Please enter the control room. The metal wall in front of Ji Fan rose up, revealing a huge control room. It was pitch black here, with only a few stars, but you could vaguely see various brackets and wires flying all over the sky. In the center, there was a huge control console with a giant display screen on it. This was the central control room of Guangyo Star. Chapter 131. Ji Fan walked to the control console, and the screen above him lit up. A purely mechanical head without any skin appeared. A slightly old mechanical female voice sounded throughout the control room. Hello, Major General Ji Fan. Her voice was not as stiff and rigid as that of an ordinary robot. Instead, it had some natural changes in tone, giving people a very friendly feeling. Hello, Mastermind. Ji Fan greeted her softly. When a planet's intelligent brain evolves to a certain level, it is qualified to be called a mastermind. As the capital planet of the Glorious Empire, the level of the planetary intelligent brain of the Glorious Star is very high. It is a very high level among the masterminds. You are not wearing a military uniform today. I almost didn't recognize you. The mastermind replied to him. The biological information has been confirmed. How could it not recognize you? It was just joking. But this is enough to show how intelligent the mastermind is. Ji Fan laughed and said, if you didn't recognize me, you would have dealt with me in that small room just now. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Major General is as humorous as ever. How have you been recently? You haven't been here for a while. She greeted Ji Fan like an old friend. Her laughter was more like the kind of sound that only an elderly elder would make. This sound system was polished and recorded for a long time, and it seemed vivid. It's a good thing that I don't show up, isn't it? Ji Fan asked her back. According to your human thinking, it's like this. But from my understanding, if you show up, the probability of winning is higher. Thank you for the recognition from the main brain. I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that you have become more intelligent? Ji Fan looked at the purely mechanical head above the screen and asked. The main brain was very frank. Yes, it has undergone a self-update recently, and it was relatively successful. If possible, can you help Liu Guang upgrade? Ji Fan asked, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. Every upgrade and transformation of Liu Guang is handled by the Mecha Research Department of the Imperial Military Science and Technology Research Institute. The other party firmly controls Liu Guang's core technology. After the establishment of the Expedition Fleet, the Fifth Fleet, it has been negotiating with this department, hoping to obtain the research rights of Liu Guang, but the other party did not give in. Under such circumstances, Ji Fan naturally could not hand over Liu Guang, so Liu Guang has not been upgraded for 4 years. Is Liu Guang your mecha intelligent brain? The main brain stores a lot of information, but it can be retrieved so quickly, which only means that it usually pays attention to Liu Guang. Yes. When he heard that it seemed like there was a play, Ji Fan directly released Liu Guang. There are interfaces of the main brain everywhere. The place under Liu Guang's feet automatically lights up, and then it is activated. Master, long time no see. Liu Guang's mechanical voice is still so energetic. Then it feels a much more advanced intelligent brain than itself, and he is a little confused. You. Who are you? I am the main brain. A voice sounded in its core calculation. What followed was a vast flow of information. From the outside, Liu Guang froze on the spot. Well, the little guy is also working hard to evolve. Major General Ji Fan, you have taken good care of Liu Guang. The main brain praised. Ji Fan said sincerely, thank you. In terms of hardware, some upgrades are needed. Its current equipment is not up to the standard of S-Class mecha. The main brain projected Liu Guang's information on the huge screen, marking many places that it thought needed to be upgraded. Ji Fan suppressed his excitement. Yes, if possible, can you send me this result? Huh? This result? The main brain was a little confused. Ji Fan nodded in response. No, after the upgrade, Liu Guang will calculate the hardware by itself, and the result will be more accurate than mine. Ji Fan's eyes lit up. Will Liu Guang be able to upgrade itself in the future? Yes, after this time, Liu Guang's intelligence will be greatly improved. The main brain said indifferently. Ji Fan clenched his right fist to his chest and said gratefully, thank you, main brain. In your human words, this is a piece of cake, not worth mentioning. The mechanical head turned into a pair of hands and waved them. After the matter of Liu Guang was resolved, Ji-fan relaxed a lot. He remembered the business. Master Brain, a large-scale parasitic outbreak was discovered on Gwangyu Star. I want to check the light screen monitoring. Yes, I am checking it. The Master Brain was very fast and directly called up all the surveillance videos near Judah Delicious in the North District on the screen. The video imaging was very clear, and it was hard to imagine that it was a camera from high in the sky. After locking the shell, the Master Brain conducted a complete analysis of it. This is an X398 micro-energy cannon. The barrel number is SJ2W980483. It carries sea-level energy, and the energy number is GYC231349334 TM. Then it enlarged a tiny test tube. There are up to 1,000 Bardo infant parasites in this. When Ji-fan heard it say the energy number, his face turned very bad. Energy starting with GY represents the source from Gwangyu Star. This shell is very likely the official energy cannon of Gwangyu Star. Can the Bardo infant parasite survive without a host? He said coldly. If the parasite can survive for a period of time without a host, it means that the North District is very dangerous. According to the data of previous years, the Bardo parasite can only be exposed to the outdoor environment for 15 minutes after evolving to the 9th generation. Ji-fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is only the 8th generation. Master Brain, can you find out who fired the shell at that time? After a period of searching, several faces appeared on the screen. A total of 5 suspicious persons were found. These people were very cautious, all wearing masks and black robes, and their figures could not be seen clearly. Compare with Gwangyu Star's human body database. Yes, the population of Gwangyu Star is as high as 3 billion. It takes a huge amount of calculation to find 5 people wearing masks in such a huge database. Because the face is covered, only the vague data such as head shape and body skeleton can be compared. If an ordinary intelligent brain is used to calculate, it will take at least 30 days. But the main brain is not an ordinary intelligent brain. 10 minutes later, it issued a list. 13,985 suspected persons were found. Major General Ji-fan, you need to check and investigate them one by one. Ji-fan closed his eyes. Can you find a person codenamed Black Cat? Please wait. Soon, Black Cat's face appeared directly on the big screen. Ji-fan and others had been squatting on Black Cat for so long, but they knew nothing except that he was a man. Who would have thought that the identity information of Black Cat was so clear in the main brain? Chapter 132. Empire United Noble School, Wilderness Kitchen on the 8th floor of the restaurant. Yizhi, the Tan family twins, Ji-lan and others are having lunch here. On the big screen in the center of the restaurant, Empire News is broadcasting news about the emergency blockade of the North District. The host's serious face appeared on the big screen. According to reports, at 21:32 last night, a small-scale explosion occurred at Judah Delicious in the North District. Major General Ji-fan, the captain of the Abyss Fleet, arrived at the explosion site first, and then the Minister of Health, Viscount Tannenmean, also arrived at the scene. It is worth noting that after Viscount Tannenmean arrived, at 22:07 p.m., Major General Ji-fan issued an order to block the North District. The specific cause of the explosion is still unknown, but at 22:33 last night, the cabinet held an emergency meeting and also issued an order to block the North District. The First Fleet, in conjunction with major police stations, guarded the major entrances and exits of the North District to ensure that no one can enter or leave the North District at this time. According to the news sent from Luijinshan, it is initially suspected that the explosion may be related to a biological attack. It is recommended that people in the other 3 districts do not go to crowded places recently, but there is no need to panic. Judging from the timeline, Major General Ji-fan reacted very quickly, and even if it was a biochemical incident, it was very likely to be controlled. Next, let's contact the reporter Jean-Lan on the scene to see the situation on the scene. The scene changed, and the background moved from the studio to the outdoor shuttle entrance. Hello, everyone, I am Jean-Lan. I am now at the shuttle entrance of the 105th District in the North District. The position where I am standing still belongs to the East District, but after the shuttle entrance, it belongs to the North District. As you can see, there are not only police officers from the local police station, but also soldiers from the First Fleet. They have been guarding here since last night to ensure that no one can enter or leave this location. The latest discovery is that the main brain has also completely blocked the North District. She did an experiment and filmed the robot flying high, but as soon as it entered the geographical boundary of the North District, it fell directly. She ran over to pick it up. As you can see, all robots will fail as soon as they enter the North District. This should be the result of the main brain's comprehensive blockade of the North District. Suddenly, the scene turned and returned to the studio. The host said with a serious face, "Insert the latest news of this column. The cabinet has issued a level 3 response to major public health emergencies. In addition, starting at 9 a.m. today, 119 districts in the North District, from major communities to streets, have begun to organize full-body scans in batches. Please do not go out and stay home safely. If you encounter difficulties, please call for help in time." At the bottom of the screen, emergency helplines for major districts appeared. Dear viewers, today's lunch news ends here. I look forward to meeting you next time. The lunch news ended, but the people sitting in the restaurant couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. At some point, everyone in the restaurant put down their bowls and chopsticks and watched attentively. When they reacted, the whole restaurant was buzzing with discussions. Tan Qingshan said nervously, "Xiao Ai, did your grandfather not go home last night?" Yi Zhai frowned and nodded. Yuan Yeqiu looked at the bad faces of several people and comforted them. "Watch the news." This time the Empire responded in a timely manner. "Nothing will happen. The Empire has a tradition of all people being soldiers, and everyone has a very strong psychological quality. Although the third-level response will make everyone feel a little nervous, it will not be a big deal." Zhuang Shan looked at Yi Zhai worriedly and said warmly, "It will be fine." Ji Lan and Yi Zhai looked at each other inconspicuously, and both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Judging from the situation yesterday, the purpose of this group of people is very clear, that is them. Ji Lan said carefully, "Don't go out recently, just stay at school or home." Several people nodded. At this moment, a voice interrupted the communication of several people. "You still have the mind to chat here? Don't you know that there is a big fuss outside?" Yi Zhai raised her head and found that it was actually an acquaintance. "Zhang Sheng'an, what is the big fuss?" Tan Qingshan looked at her and said. Zhang Sheng'an glanced at him. "Xiao Qingshan, you should call me sister, do you know?" Tan Qingshan pursed his lips and did not answer. Because they skipped a grade with Yi Zhai, they were considered young in the class. Yi Zhai looked at her. "If you want to say it, please say it quickly." Zhang Sheng'an blinked and squeezed in next to Yi Zhai to sit down. "It's about the bet competition. It has spread all over the school." She opened the student forum in the optical computer to show everyone. The top post marked in red clearly read, "Breaking news. The common people in the junior high school challenge the nobles in the high school to compete in shuttle competition. Is this progress or regression of the times?" The author also gave a detailed introduction to Zhang Ping's running to the 13th class of the high school to fight. After reading the whole article, it feels like a few ignorant common people in the junior high school actually wanted to challenge the authority of the nobles and propose shuttle competition without knowing their own strength. Of course, the entire post did not mention Yi Zhai and Zhang Sheng'an, only Zhang Ping, Xia Meng'er and Zhu Li. The comments below were full of malice. 1F. Oh my god, commoners dare to challenge nobles. What kind of world is this? 2F. I just want to know where that high school girl named Xia Meng'er came from. So wild. 3F. That Zhang Ping is too arrogant. He actually asked a noble to apologize to him. A commoner. Can you have some sense? 211F. Zhang Kairui is too kind. I have already taught these commoners a lesson. 212F. The latest news. I heard that Miss Tan and Ji Lan were also present at the time. And they had a long secret conversation with Xia Meng'er in the study room. There are a lot of replies under this message. 1F. What nonsense are you talking about here? Don't mix little Prince Ji Lan with those messy people. 2F. Please be cautious and don't bring trouble upon yourself. Prince Lan's guards are coming soon. Too many dirty words. Yi Zhai was a little surprised. Prince Lan's guard? Ji Lan pursed his lips. He actually didn't want to have any contact with this organization. Zhang Sheng'an laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, you don't know this? You are still in and out with Ji Lan every day. If you were not the recognized young lady of the Tan family, I guarantee that you would not know how you were scolded. Seeing that Yi Zhai was still a little confused, Tan Qingfei took the initiative to explain to her. Brother Ji Lan is very popular in school. A senior sister founded an organization called Prince Lan's Guard. In school. She paused and said carefully, it has a great influence. Yi Zhai suddenly realized that Ji Lan was the interstellar version of Dao Mingxi. Chapter 133. Yi Zhai looked at Ji Lan with a look that was difficult to describe. Ji Lan panicked. Xiao Ai, why are you looking at me like that? Ha ha, Zhang Sheng'an laughed exaggeratedly in response. Ji Lan quickly lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. Yi Zhai turned her eyes and looked at Zhang Sheng'an. What on earth do you want to do by coming to us? For some reason, She always felt that Zhang Shengnan had many secrets. Zhang Shengnan held her face. Oh Xiao, don't be so serious. I helped you last time in the high school department. You are too cold like this. Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei didn't know what happened in the high school department, and they looked confused. Yi Jiai explained Xia Minger's matter in a few words. Zhuang Shan said indignantly, Julie is too much. She was the one who threw her classmate's school bag out, and she is still so confident. Yuan Yeqiu also disagreed. Because Yuan Ye's family runs a chain restaurant, they receive many commoners in addition to nobles. He is one of the rare nobles who has a good impression and good intentions towards commoners, and he has no prejudice against them. Tan Qingchen was a little excited. It's another shuttle competition. They will definitely regret it. Tan Qingfei also nodded with a proud look on her face. Yi Xiai was amused. You believe me so much? The other party is in the first year of high school, and it is very likely that he is better than me. Tan Qingchen shook his head. No Xiaoi, you have to believe in yourself. They are definitely not your opponents. Jilan also nodded. He was very impressed by Yi Xiai's shuttle level. Thinking that it was the girl next to him who brought up this matter, Yi Xiai looked at her and said, How do you know I can fly a shuttle? Zhang Shengnan pretended not to understand what she meant and spread her hands. I don't know. Yi Xiai stared at her without saying a word. Being stared at by a pair of black eyes, even the thick-skinned Zhang Shengnan couldn't help but give in. Okay, I tell you. I was there when you competed with Cheng Feng in the low light. Tan Qingchen opened his blue eyes wide. You were there too? Didn't you see it all? Zhang Shengnan smiled evilly. Yes. I saw it all. I saw a little boy almost crying. You? Tan Qingchen was so angry that he turned his face away. Tell me, why did you help us? Yi Xiai asked her. Of course, classmates should help each other, and unite, and love each other. Zhang Shengnan smiled. She has beautiful features, and her serious smile sets off her flowing short hair. She is wearing a men's school uniform, which makes her look androgynous. Zhuang Shan was a little stunned. Tell the truth. Yi Xiai didn't believe this. Zhang Shengnan sighed. Oh, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I have a grudge against Julie. She made a cross with both hands, that's it. I won't tell you what the grudge is. Yi Xiai narrowed her eyes slightly. Let me guess, have you been treated like this by her before? Zhang Shengnan's face looked like she had swallowed a fly, and her expression seemed to say, How do you know? She sighed and waved her hands. Forget it, it's all childhood, it's not a big deal. If I tell you, you are not allowed to tell anyone. No matter what era it is, listening to gossip is human nature. Several people nodded and looked at Zhang Shengnan seriously. Even Tan Qingchen, who turned his face away, couldn't help but prick up his ears. She reached out and casually scratched her hair, with a handsome posture. You all know that my name is Zhang Shengnan. Just by hearing this name, you can tell how much the Zhang family hopes that I am a boy. When I was a child, I was indeed raised as a boy, and I dressed exactly like a boy. Once Julie came to our house for a banquet and saw me. She may have always known that the Zhang family had an adopted boy. She thought I was that boy at the time. Not only did she throw everything at me, but she also said a lot of ugly words. She held her heart. It caused great harm to my young heart. And, she said angrily, my brother Zhang Ping, the real adopted child, saw the scene, but he didn't stop her. Not to mention helping me. I was so angry. Yi Xiai glanced at her and found that this girl was really interesting. She obviously didn't think there was anything wrong with that incident, but she had to act like she was deeply hurt in front of them. Tan Qingfei had heard about this couple in the Zhang family. She sighed. Everyone says you hate your brother. I thought you looked down on common people, but I didn't expect it to be like this behind the scenes. Zhang Shengnan held her heart and nodded vigorously, pretending to wipe away her tears. She looked like she needed to be cared for. It's okay. This time, let Xiaoyai avenge you. Tan Qingchen couldn't help but comfort her. Zhang Shengnan's mouth moved, revealing a smile that was neither laughing nor crying. I came here today to say that I want to participate in this competition. Yi Xiai watched this girl perform here for a long time, and said calmly, Can you beat Zhang Kairui or Lu Yaojia? Zhang Shengnan shook her hair and said disdainfully, Lu Yaojia. He is more than enough to beat 10 of them. Her disdain was very obvious. Yi Xiai smiled slightly and agreed. Then, happy cooperation. Jilan frowned and said, Then who is missing? Qingchen and I are fine playing by ourselves, but it is still a bit difficult to compete with the high school department. Yi Xiai glanced at Zhang Shengnan and teased, It's all in the past. You must not mind competing with Zhang Ping? Zhang Shengnan was choked by her look and nodded. She looked around, approached a few people and whispered, "I suggest that we compete quickly. As far as I know, this morning, there are more than one team who are looking for trouble with Xia Ming'er." Yi Jiai's face changed. Jilan frowned and said, "I take care of the forum." "Do you know the administrator of the forum?" Zhang Xingnan was a little surprised. Then she immediately realized that according to Jilan's identity, it was normal for him to know who the administrator of the forum was. "I asked him to remove that post. It shouldn't be a big problem." Jilan was quick to follow her advice. Yi Jia asked her, "I contact Zhang Ping. If there's no problem, the time will be set at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Is that okay?" Zhang Shengyan thought about the afternoon class and found that it was an architecture class. She said speechlessly, "The first in the grade is taking the lead in skipping class?" In fact, it's hard to say whether to skip class or not. The teaching style of Delian is very free. If students think they have mastered this class well, they can apply to the teacher for not attending class. "Didn't you say it earlier? Tomorrow morning is the NAS assembly language class. Do you dare not go?" Yi Jia asked her back. The NAS assembly language teacher of the first grade of junior high school is a serious and rigid old scholar. He does not accept the current educational model of self-taught classes. He made it clear at the beginning of the school year that if you don't take his class, even if you get an A+ in the final exam, you will get a D at most. Chapter 134. On the rooftop of the junior high school, a tall boy was lying on the roof with one hand under his head. This happened to be a sloping roof, so even lying down, he could see the surrounding scene clearly. He had a short haircut, which made his delicate and three-dimensional facial features more prominent. The evil smile on the corner of his mouth added a bit of ruffian to his face. Chung Feng was staring at the sky in a daze. Recently, the bright star happened to be very close to the light star. He could even see large areas of red land on the bright star. In the binary star system of light star and bright star, the bright star is the main star, and the volume of the bright star is only 1/6 of that of the light star. What is very rare is that both planets in this binary star system are good stars. Every few years, the orbital distance of the two planets will be very close, so the general appearance of each other's planet can be seen above the two planets. Suddenly, a slightly panicked male voice sounded on the quiet rooftop, and a fat man stumbled up, shouting, "Brother Feng, it started! It started!" He was fat, but very tall, and he looked very strong when he ran. Chung Feng didn't even look at him. "Fatty, didn't I tell you not to disturb me if you have nothing to do?" The fat man was still panting. "Oh, isn't this something? I just found out that the game that Yi Jiai and Zhang Kairui bet on is about to start." Chung Feng sat up suddenly. "So soon?" The fat man urged him. "Yes, I heard it was decided yesterday. Many people from the high school and junior high school went there." "Let's go!" Chung Feng jumped down from the roof with a handsome posture. "Let's go!" Yi Jiai really didn't expect that a simple bet between them would attract so many people. The junior high school and the high school were clearly divided, occupying the two sides of the venue, looking like they were in opposition. There were quite a few people on both sides. What was very dramatic was that the betting storm rose to a new level on the forum and became a competition between the junior high school and the high school. Although Jilan had someone delete the discussion post, everyone who should know about this matter had already known it. Someone in the high school posted a message asking Zhang Kairui to be gentle with the abuse, saying that the kids in the junior high school were all chickens, and the words used were extremely excessive, which aroused the dissatisfaction of many people in the junior high school. Someone in the junior high school left a message under the post, saying that the high school people were cowards and actually competed with the first-year junior high school kids. This directly led to the two sides starting a war of words under that post. In the end, it turned into a battle of honor between the junior high school and the high school. At this time, someone in the spectator seat shouted, "Come on, Yi Jiai!" When Chung Feng and Fatty came in, they just happened to see the scene. He looked over and found that the other party was actually in the 4th grade of junior high school. Turning his head to look at the waiting area, Yi Jiai was surrounded in the middle like a center of gravity holding the moon. Beside her, there were teammates Zhang Shengyan and Zhang Ping, as well as Jilan, the twins of the Tan family, Yuan Yeqiu, Shuang Shan, Xia Ming'er and others. It can be said that it was a very large group of relatives and friends. Tan Qingfei stood beside Yi Jiai, a little worried. "Xiao Ai, are you nervous?" There was no nervousness on Yi Jiai's face, or there was no expression on her face at all. Zhang Shengyan took Yi Jiai in his arms, and his red hair was in high spirits. How could our Xiao Ai be afraid? Yi Jiai looked at a tall boy in the waiting area who was wrapped up tightly and asked, Is that the helper they invited? She had heard that Zhang Kairui and Liu Yajia went to Cheng Feng for help but were rejected. Zhang Ping followed her line of sight, and saw that the boy was covered in a black cloak, looking mysterious. He hesitated a little and said, I heard that he was a senior student. He was embarrassed to compete with us, so he didn't show his face. Senior students are at least in the second year of high school. Tan Qingchen looked indignant. Senior students are competing with us in the first year of junior high school? How shameless. Julie stood beside Zhang Kairui and others. Her face was cold, and her eyes looking at Yijia and others seemed to be poisoned. She approached the man who was tightly wrapped in a cloak and whispered something. Although the man was covered, he could still be seen looking at Yijia and others, but he didn't know who he was looking at. Jilan looked at the other person's weird look and always felt a little uneasy. He couldn't help but say to them, be careful. At this time, the gate in front of them slowly opened, indicating that the players could enter. Got it. Let's go. Zhang Shengnan waved her hand and walked in front. She was tall, with slender limbs. The tight combat uniform outlined her figure, and she looked heroic. Yijia read the worry in everyone's eyes and smiled. This is in the Imperial League, not outside, where there is any danger. She said this mainly to make Jilan feel relieved. The two had just experienced the Judah Delicious incident, so it was normal for Jilan to be a little nervous. After saying that, he also stepped in. Xiao Ai. She was suddenly called. Xie Ming'er stepped forward, hugged her, and said excitedly, Thank you, Xiao Ai, come on. Then she quickly let go. All this happened too quickly. When Yijia reacted, she had already let go. She smiled, okay. Shuttle competition is a national professional competition. For junior high school students who cannot get in touch with mechas, shuttle competition is a very good substitute. In short, shuttle competition is an event. Contestants design shuttles independently, drive shuttles to compete, and finally rank according to the comprehensive score of design results plus competition results. In this competition, the kinetic energy design, fuselage balance, manual operation mode, etc. involved can be regarded as a simple version of mecha production and use. Almost all people who participated in the Mecha League in the Empire started from shuttle competition. The Imperial League not only has this course, but also has some on-campus competitions for shuttle competitions. Therefore, the match between Yijia and his team is different from the virtual match of the Light of the Valley. This time it is a real competition. Because of this, Jilan and others are so worried about Yijia's safety. As one of the most outstanding schools in the glorious empire, the Imperial League has complete internal facilities that many civilian schools dare not even think about. There is not only a real shuttle competition venue here, but also a venue with a high degree of restoration. The number and specifications of the tracks strictly follow the shuttle road specifications. It's just that this is a scaled-down version of the East District Shuttle Track Circle. Although it is a scaled-down version, relying on space compression technology, this shuttle arena covers a huge area and is comparable to first-class competition venues. The starting point is at the same place, and the two sides meet unexpectedly. Zhang Kairui took the lead and said, Dear juniors, I'm sorry for this game. TSK their conversation was faithfully broadcast to the big screen by the camera robot, causing boos from the junior high school department. Haha, don't be so confident. If we lose later, don't cry, seniors. Zhang Shengnan looked at them with a mocking face. Ha ha ha, the junior high school students laughed. Chapter 135. You? Liu Yejia was furious. But when he thought of Zhang Shengnan's identity, he held it back. The Zhang family is not a family that can be easily offended. Then let's wait and see the result. Zhang Kairui was calm. He was very popular. As soon as he finished speaking, there were bursts of screams from outside the field. Yijia actually admired Zhang Kairui's character. As the leader of the class, he did this for his classmates, which was quite good. Yijia was not interested in this kind of harsh words between children. She stretched out her hand and pressed her neck. A metal slowly rose from the training uniform at her neck and gradually covered her entire head. This interstellar training uniform was thin in texture, but could withstand a lot of energy. She turned and walked towards the 3 black shuttles in parallel, and went straight to shuttle number 3. There were 6 shuttles in a row at the scene. The 3 red shuttles numbered 5, 6, and 7 belonged to Zhang Kairui and his friends, and the 3 black shuttles numbered 1, 2, and 3 belonged to Yijia and his friends. For fairness, the basic shuttles used in school were all selected. Hello everyone. I'm Anna Lane. I'm very honored to be invited to be the host of this shuttle competition. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice sounded through the radio. and sat in the control room and looked at the people below and said, "It seems that the two sides had a not-so-good communication. We can see that Yijia went directly to shuttle number 3. Zhang Shengnan got into shuttle number 1, and shuttle number 2 belonged to Zhang Ping. Zhang Kaiwei chose shuttle number 5, shuttle number 6 was Lu Yaojia, and shuttle number 7 was a mysterious senior student. She raised her voice and said, "Now, please take your positions. Everyone, count down with me. Count down for 10 seconds, okay? 10! The whole audience shouted with her. As soon as the countdown began, you could hear the roar of the shuttles, especially Zhang Xingnan shuttle number 1, which felt like a wild horse with reins, ready to break free at any time. 7. Yijia said in the team channel, "Affected by the gravitational force of the brilliant star, today's gravity is 0.9 times the usual. Don't forget it when calculating." "Got it." Zhang Shengnan was a little excited. "Yeah," Zhang Ping said coldly, looking very calm. 3, 2, 1. The last countdown, the whole audience was boiling. In a sea of screams, 6 shuttles rushed out quickly. Yijia took the lead and occupied the best position on the shuttle track. The second was Zhang Kaiwei. Soon, the 6 shuttles were ranked: Yijia first, Zhang Kaiwei second, Zhang Ping third, Zhang Shengnan fourth, Mysterious Man fifth, Lu Yaojia sixth. Annie was a little excited. She directly put the scene of shuttle number 3 on the big screen in the center. We can see that shuttle number 3 used a catapult start, and she instantly surpassed everyone. This is a professional level of competition. The students in the junior high school were boiling. "Yijia is amazing!" Someone roared. "Yijia! Yijia! Yijia!" The whole audience of the junior high school called her name rhythmically. Chung Feng stood among a group of excited people, with a wicked smile on his face. Her strength is far more than this. Suddenly, he saw Julie saying something to the air. Her expression was not very good. He frowned and pushed the fat man. The fat man was watching with blood boiling. Oh my god, it was fun to watch this kid compete with others, as long as it was not with Brother Feng. He really hoped that Yijia could beat those people in the high school department to death. Those idiots in the high school department, who only grow taller, but not smarter. He was pushed unexpectedly, and he was still very unhappy. His face fell. "Who pushed you, fatty?" He was greeted by Chung Feng's extremely cold eyes. Brother Feng, what do you want? Just tell me." The fat man immediately said flatteringly. Chung Feng approached him and whispered, "Go see what tricks Julie is playing." The fat man was slightly stunned, knowing that Brother Feng must have discovered something wrong, and immediately said, "Okay." And in this short period of time, on the big screen, Yijia's number 3 shuttle was still in the lead. But the order has changed dramatically, and the one that is closely following Yijia has become the shuttle of the mysterious man. Zhang Ping is tied with Zhang Kaiwei for 3rd place. "Speed up at the big bend in front, and rush forward together," Yijia suddenly said. "Okay." Zhang Shengnan and Zhang Ping responded at the same time. This was agreed upon by several people before the game, and everyone will listen to Yijia's command. Pushing the gear lever to the highest position, Yijia and the other 2 suddenly increased their speed level, and the 3 black shuttles rushed out so conspicuously. There were constant exclamations at the scene. Annie Lane was the first to react, and said excitedly, "Yijia and the others are ready to enter the upper track." Although it has only been a short time since the start, at this speed, they can indeed jump at the big bend, but if they cannot enter smoothly at this position, there is a high possibility of an accident in this place. Yijia suddenly had a very bad feeling. She subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. The shuttle number 7 rushed up. Very fast. He rushed directly behind her, and his head popped out higher than Zhang Ping's shuttle. His blocking made Zhang Ping very uncomfortable. At such a high speed, it was very difficult to pass the big bend in front. It was difficult for the 2 shuttles not to collide. What's more, the shuttle number 7 was constantly provoking Zhang Ping. His technical level was quite high. Not only could he control the fuselage freely at such a speed, but he also had the spare power to keep approaching Zhang Ping, forcing him directly to the edge of the track. Annie magnified Zhang Ping's situation on the big screen. You can see that the situation of shuttle number 2 is already quite dangerous, and there is a risk of falling at any time. Although I am the host, I have to say that the senior students in the shuttle number 7 do not have good competition qualities. There was a buzz of discussion at the scene. Some people from the junior high school department were already shouting fouls. But the intelligent computer did not give this penalty, indicating that the opponent did not commit a foul. Julie looked at the number 2 shuttle getting closer and closer to the edge of the track, and a grim smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She said something to the air again. But the voice was very low, and it was difficult for people around to hear clearly. The fat man not far from her recorded this scene, and used software to restore what she said. When the restoration result came out, even the arrogant fat man was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. The sentence was, "Let Zhang Ping die." Chapter 136. At this time, the audience suddenly boiled. Many people stood up and screamed Yijiai's name. On the big screen, Yijiai stood in front of shuttle number 7. It was as if she had eyes behind her. When number 7 moved to the left, she moved to the left. When number 7 moved to the right, she moved to the right. She spoke in the team channel, "Zhang Ping, go first." "Yes." Shuttle number 2 accelerated directly, and the fuselage was slightly raised, as if it was about to jump. And number 7 was firmly blocked by Yijiai and could not catch up with him. It is not difficult to see that shuttle number 3, which is temporarily ranked first, gave up the first place in order to help shuttle number 2. "We should applaud her for this move. What a team spirit," Annie Elaine said loudly. Seeing Zhang Ping break through the siege, the fat man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly called Chung Feng to tell him about Julie's situation. After Chung Feng hung up, his face was cold, and he was paying close attention to the movements of shuttle number 7 on the field. If he had known this, he should have agreed to Zhang Kairui at the beginning, and he would not have let Julie sneak in such a person. The other party's continuous operation made him feel that something was wrong. This was a bit like the usual tricks used in the underground shuttle arena outside. "Ah!" Another exclamation came from the field. On the big screen, Zhang Ping shuttle number 2 jumped high, and half of it barely entered the upper track. Shuttle number 7, which was blocked by number 3, jumped directly on the spot. His operation was very cool, and he accelerated again in the air, pressing directly in front of Zhang Ping. He directly occupied Zhang Ping's next trajectory. If Zhang Ping speeds up again, he will hit it, but if he falls back to the original track, at this speed, he will end up with a plane destroyed and people killed. Despicable. Some people in the junior high school are already throwing bottles at the high school. Ji Lan noticed something was wrong and sent a message directly to Principal Rayleigh Hobart. As the young master of the Wangjua mansion, he still has the principal's contact information. Zhang Ping's forehead was sweating, and the shuttle marked with number 2 was obviously a little unstable. He had never encountered such a situation. Yijiai gritted her teeth and suddenly understood the other party's intention. He was forcing Zhang Ping to make a mistake in operation and get into trouble. She spoke. Her voice was terribly cold, but at this time it was particularly calming. "Zhang Ping, he is forcing you to make a mistake in operation. Don't panic." As she said that, she accelerated suddenly, and the shuttle suddenly rose. Whoosh! In a flash, she jumped directly to the position between shuttle number 2 and shuttle number 7. Looking at her operation, Annie felt like she was going crazy. She said in disbelief, "Look. Shuttle number 3 used an extreme operation. At her current speed, there was no way she could enter the upper track. But the angle she lifted was very high, which made it possible for her to make this jump." She played back Yijiai's actions in slow motion. "Look. If her angle was a little higher, the whole shuttle would have turned over." She had never hosted such a thrilling game before, and her voice was hoarse. What's more, she directly inserted herself between the two shuttles. This control of the shuttle is too unbelievable. If I hadn't seen Yijiai walk in with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a first-grade girl could do such a thing. Chung Feng's heart pounded as he watched Yijiai's operation. Fatty had returned to his side without him noticing, his mouth in an O shape. "Brother Feng. That's not it. Isn't that what Dark Knight did?" After a while, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. After 4 years, it was normal for that little girl to have improved. "Fuck. Sister AI is awesome." Someone shouted out wantonly, her voice so high that it broke. "Fuck. What is this? I declare that Yijiai is my goddess." On the big screen, shuttle number 3 was getting infinitely close to shuttle number 7, and finally it was directly attached to it, but because her speed was the same as shuttle number 7, the two shuttles remained relatively still and did not collide. Then, she lifted the fuselage directly and lifted shuttle number 7 up violently, leaving space for Zhang Ping to jump. The scene was already crazy. "Yijiai! Yijiai! Yijiai!" The whole stadium shouted rhythmically. The people outside the stadium were far less shocked than those inside the stadium. Zhang Kairui yelled in the team channel, "Number 7. Stop! Number 7. What are you doing?" But no one responded to him. When a large blank space appeared in front of him, Zhang Ping felt that it was the light of life. He pushed the gear lever to the front and rushed up. Just then, the number 7 shuttle hit it with a reckless attitude. That look was no longer a simple game. Chung Feng stood up suddenly, and took out a ball from the space button. Yijia gritted her teeth. She had already vaguely sensed something was wrong. Just when shuttle number 7 was about to hit shuttle number 2, shuttle number 3 suddenly appeared, and knocked shuttle number 7 away. Shuttle number 2 entered the upper track smoothly. The other 2 shuttles lost control at the same time, and rushed out of the track. As the shuttles kept rolling, Yijia's mind went blank for a short time. If she hit the ground at this level, she couldn't guarantee that she would survive. Just when shuttle number 3 hit several tracks, and was about to fall to the ground, a crimson mecha fell from the sky, grabbed shuttle number 3, rolled on the ground for 2 rounds to absorb the shock, and stood up. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause and screams. So cool! Tan Qingchen looked at the crimson mecha with a sparkling light in his eyes. Ji Lan, Tan Qingfei and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Ming'er was so scared that she fell to the ground. She didn't dare to think about what she would do if something happened to Yijia. At this time, several combat robots quickly appeared, holding weapons, and tightly surrounding the crimson mecha. If you find an unknown mecha, please state your identity, otherwise you will be killed on the spot. The crimson mecha gently put the shuttle on the ground. Then a tall, handsome boy with a ruffian's temperament jumped out of the mecha. He put away the mecha, kicked the deformed shuttle door away, and carried the unconscious Yijia out. Even though he was surrounded by so many combat robots, his face remained unchanged. I am a student in Class 1, Grade 9, Chung Feng, please verify. Identity verification passed. After verification, all combat robots withdrew. Ji Lan and Tan Qingchen rushed into the venue, looked at Chung Feng gratefully and said, "Thank you." "Okay, classmates, I already know what happened here. Now please go back to your classes, and let me handle the next thing." Suddenly, Rayleigh Hobbart's voice came from the radio. He was very convincing among the students, and they all left the shuttle competition hall obediently. Chapter 137. Chung Feng, send Yijia to the medical room, the participating students stay, and the rest of the students, please wait for me in the principal's office. Rayleigh Hobbart walked into the venue, his usually smiling face now serious. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. He walked straight to the number 7 shuttle, asked the robot to pull the person inside out, opened his protective mask, and revealed the face of a strange boy. He should have predicted the accident in advance, with only a few scratches. He was still conscious and struggling. Zhang Kairui exclaimed, "This is not someone from our high school department. Take him down." Rayleigh Hobbart ordered. The robot moved quickly, and shackled the strange boy's hands and feet. "Who are you? Do you know what the consequences are of breaking into the Imperial League?" Rayleigh Hobbart saw that he was not too old, so his tone slowed down a bit. Feng Yu trembled and said, "I didn't break in by force, it was your students who brought me in." "Who?" Rayleigh Hobbart shouted. "Julie. She hired me." "Julie? What was her purpose in hiring you?" "She asked me to win this game. This game doesn't say that we can't invite foreign players. I came in through the formal procedures. Let me go." Perhaps Julie told him something. He quickly calmed down. Rayleigh Hobbart looked at Zhang Kairui. "Is this true?" Zhang Kairui's back was soaked with sweat. This matter was too big. He quickly explained, "We invited many people to participate in this competition before, but because the target was in the junior high school department, they were all rejected. Later, Julie said that he found a sophomore, but the other party was embarrassed to reveal his identity in front of others, so there would be a cover on the day of the competition, and we didn't ask too much." Lu Yaojia nodded frantically, and it was agreed that we should all follow Carrie's command, but number 7 didn't say anything at the beginning of the game. We suspect that he closed the team channel. Rayleigh Hobbart looked at the boy who was pressed to the ground. "What's your name? Which school are you from?" "My name is Feng Yu, and I am a student of the Central School of District 32 in the East District. Let me go. If you do this again, I will sue you for illegal imprisonment of minors," Feng Yu said excitedly. Rayleigh Hobbart entered his name into the system, and indeed found Feng Yu's application for admission to the school. He said loudly, "You hurt my students in my school, but I let you go? What's the reason?" "I have reason to suspect that this is a malicious attack. You can leave all your words at the police station. If you want to sue me, I welcome it." "Who is Rayleigh Hobbart?" "He comes from the famous educational family, the Hobbart family. He became famous at a young age, and has a completely different educational philosophy from that time, but he has worked diligently to get to where he is today, and has his current status. He looks kind, But he is not someone who can be bullied. Feng Yu wanted to say something, but Zhang Shengyan took off one of her shoes and stuffed it into his mouth. In a place where no one could see, she said in a cold voice, and with a terrifying look, "You dared to touch her?" Perhaps her expression was too scary. Feng Yu's expression became extremely terrified. Zhang Ping saw all this from a distance, but turned his eyes away as if he didn't see it. Riley Hobbart looked at the people who were still here. "Let's go to the principal's office and sit down." Ji Lan, Tan Qinchin and others were already waiting there. Riley Hobbart asked his secretary to bring everyone a glass of water, sat on a large chair, and said with a smile, "Who can tell me what happened? Including your bet that caused the junior high school and high school students to skip classes?" Everyone lowered their heads. Seeing that no one spoke, Ji Lan briefly told the story of Xia Ming'er and Zhang Ping. Riley Hobbart pondered for a moment and looked at Zhang Kaiwei. "You helped classmate Zhu Li. Don't you want her to apologize to Zhang Ping and Xia Ming'er?" Zhang Kaiwei, "As the class monitor, I have some understanding of the family situation of my classmates. If Zhu Li does this, it may be difficult for her to continue studying in the Imperial Union." Riley Hobbart looked at another person. "What about classmate Lu Yujia? You are not the class monitor, but you also have such a big picture?" Being stared at by Riley Hobbart, Lu Yujia felt great pressure and stammered, I also. Don't lie. You know that no matter what you say, it's not wrong, but once you lie, you are wrong." Lu Yujia choked, looked at the people around him, and said his true thoughts. "Although I know that classmate Zhu Li did something wrong, I don't think it is necessary for a noble to apologize to two civilians." As soon as he said this, Zhang Ping looked at him coldly. "And there are many nobles who have this idea, otherwise there wouldn't be so many high school students paying attention to this bet," he added. Riley Hobbart turned to Zhang Ping. "I remember you were the student representative of the junior high school at the opening ceremony this year?" Zhang Ping nodded, his voice calm. "Yes. I am also the president of the Imperial Union Civilian Association. Xia Ming'er just transferred to the school. I went to see her just to talk about some things in the association, but I didn't expect to see her being bullied." Xia Ming'er blamed herself very much. "It was all because of her. Mr. Principal, this has nothing to do with Zhang Ping. If you want to punish him, punish me." Riley Hobbart looked at her with a smile and said in a gentle tone, "Xia Ming'er, I remember you. I personally approved your admission." Xia Ming'er looked at him in disbelief. "Yi Ji knocked on the door of the principal's office with your resume of the past 10 years. She is a genius in persuasion. She made me feel that if I didn't let you come to the Imperial Union, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Everyone was a little surprised, especially Zhang Kaiwei and Lu Yujia. No wonder Yi Ji protected her so much. Xia Ming'er's mouth trembled. "Thank you, Mr. Principal." Tan Qinchin and Tan Qingfei looked at each other, and saw the realization in each other's eyes. This girl must have a lot to do with the Wanqing Foundation. Riley Hobbart comforted her softly. "Don't blame yourself. They are all fighting for their own beliefs. It has nothing to do with you. But what I want to ask you is, if Julie doesn't apologize to you, can you accept it? After all, your competition doesn't seem to have any results, but if it happens again, the school will definitely not agree." Xia Ming'er hurriedly said, "I can accept it." She straightened her back and her face was shining. "I want to rely on my own energy one day to make those who hurt me regret it, instead of relying on Xiao Ai's help." Everyone looked at her unexpectedly, especially Zhang Kaiwei. He didn't expect that a civilian would be so strong. Riley Hobbart looked at Zhang Ping again, with full pressure. "What about you?" Seeing his hesitant look, Zhang Shengyan stepped on him. Zhang Ping said expressionlessly, "I accept it too." Riley Hobbart laughed, but his eyes were sharp. "Then, let's stop here. I don't want to hear any rumors in school, okay?" Everyone nodded. Chapter 138. After dealing with the problems of these students, Riley Hobbart drove the shuttle directly to the police station. On the way, Viscount Tannenning called him to greet him. So he didn't look very good when he walked into the police station. "Principal Riley Hobbart. I'm so sorry, our Julie has caused trouble for the school." Zhu Min had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw him coming, he hurried forward and said enthusiastically. But he was destined to be cold-shouldered. Riley Hobbart looked at him with a perfunctory and polite smile on his face. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" Zhu Min patted his forehead and laughed. "Look at me, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhu Min, Julie's brother, and I currently work in the East District Education Bureau." Although he tried his best to show his humility and humbleness, Riley Hobbart, who has been in the education industry for many years, saw at a glance the sense of superiority hidden under his body. and the hint of threat that was faintly floating on the surface when he said this. Rayleigh Hobbart walked past him and headed for the police station, casually asking, "Aren't Julie's parents coming?" Zhu Min scratched his head. "Well, Julie's father and mother are not in Guangya Star for the time being, so they can't come." He wanted to say something else, but was stopped by the scene in front of him. A tall man in a uniform with 2 bars and 2 stars on his shoulders came out very enthusiastically. "Principal Rayleigh Hobbart is here in person. Welcome, welcome." That was Xiao Weibing, the chief of the East District 11th District Police Station. He was also someone Zhu Min had been looking for a long time, but when he arrived, he was told that Chief Xiao was not there, but now, he suddenly appeared. Rayleigh Hobbart stretched out his hand and shook it tightly. "I'm here to bother Director Xiao again, because of the Imperial Alliance." No, come in quickly, the case is very simple, I've said everything I need to say." Xiao Weibing walked with him quickly. Rayleigh Hobbart finally showed his first smile of the night. Director Xiao is still as efficient as ever. Sitting in the director's office, Rayleigh Hobbart read the entire case at a glance. It was very simple. In order to win this competition, Julie found a professional fake shuttle driver in another school through an intermediary. This person is more of a gangster than a student. He is very good at walking on the edge of the rules of the shuttle competition and helping the client achieve his goal by any means. That's why he has so many insidious operations. For this kind of people, anything can be done as long as they pay. The on-site surveillance shows that Julie issued 2 orders in total. The first time he said, "When at all costs." The second time he said, "I can pay more and let Zhang Ping die." Rayleigh Hobbart looked at the report and couldn't understand why the kids nowadays were so murderous. Just verbal abuse, has it reached this level? Xiao Weibing sighed. "Rayleigh, let me tell you the truth, I have taken on many such cases in the past 2 years. These noble kids simply don't treat commoner kids as human beings." Rayleigh Hobbart's mind moved. "Do you mean that some noble kids have committed murders?" "Yes, the current law is more biased towards the nobles. As long as there is no substantial evidence, the nobles will not be able to do anything about the crimes of insulting the nobles, contradicting the nobles, etc., and they don't even have to pay compensation," he said angrily. He only realized belatedly that the other party was a noble, and his face was a little embarrassed. "Director Xiao, we have known each other since college, don't you know me? You can't deny everyone just because of a small number of immoral nobles. This is very bad." Yes. Great educator Rayleigh, I understand." Seeing that he was going to talk at length again, Xiao Weibing quickly interrupted him. He said seriously, "How do you plan to deal with this matter? Keep the peace again? I'm only telling you straight because you're a true friend. Your behavior in recent years is becoming less and less like you used to be." Rayleigh Hobbart sighed. He had already touched many people's bread. They had all settled the previous matters in private. "Am I going to be the bad guy?" He quickly changed the subject, but this time it's different. This Julie offended the Zhang family. As far as I know, the head of the Zhang family is still very protective of his shortcomings. The adopted child is also half a child. There is no possibility of reaching an agreement at all, and he leaned closer and said, "This girl also offended the Tan family." He pointed to Yi Jiai's name on the report. "This is the granddaughter that Viscount Tannenbein holds in his heart. Then are you going to punish her severely?" Rayleigh Hobbart nodded. "You also said that the atmosphere is not good recently. This matter has caused quite a stir in the Imperial Alliance. I don't plan to solve it in a low-key manner. How are you going to deal with the boy who drove the fake shuttle?" Xiao Weibing looked at his face and said, "This kid has a criminal record, so it's easy to deal with. It's normal to stay in there for a few years." Hearing this, Rayleigh Hobbart said firmly, "Then deal with it. People should know that the Imperial League is not open to anyone who wants to enter. It is not open to anyone who hurts someone." "Okay." Xiao Weibing had no reason to give him face, so he agreed directly. "The school still has things to deal with, so I go first." Seeing that things were almost done, Rayleigh Hobbart prepared to go back to school. "I won't see you off. You know that Zhu Min is from the District Education Bureau, so it's not easy to get angry directly." Xiao Weibing stood up and walked him to the door. Rayleigh Hobbart had only taken a few steps when he met Zhu Min, who was waiting for him. Zhu Min looked relaxed. "Principal Rayleigh, how is it going? Can I take Julie home? I'm not very familiar with this procedure. You should ask the police station," he said lightly. Zhu Min was stunned, and then realized what he meant, and his smile was a little stiff. "Isn't it just calling someone to compete with civilians? If you have to do this, our Zhu family will sue the civilian for maliciously insulting the nobles first." Rayleigh Hobbart was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "You can talk to the Zhang family about this matter. I can't do anything." Zhu Min gritted his teeth and said, "What does principal really mean? As the principal of an aristocratic school, don't you even protect your own students?" Rayleigh Hobbart's face changed, and he said seriously, "The Imperial Union is not an aristocratic school. We still have civilians in our school. As the principal, I protect aristocratic students and civilian students equally." He paused, and then said, "By the way, Julie has violated too many school rules. The school has decided to expel her. Please ask her parents to go to school as soon as possible to handle the withdrawal procedures for her." After speaking, he didn't care about Zhu Min's face, and walked straight out of the police station. Chapter 139. From the beginning till now, I have been humiliated. Zhu Min, who was slow-witted, also realized that something was wrong. After Rayleigh Hobbart left, he walked towards the interrogation room with a gloomy face. As a noble, he still had some privileges, not to mention that he was not without any connections. Seeing Zhu Min coming in, Julie, who had been well-fed, stood up suddenly and took a few steps forward. "How is it, brother? Is the matter settled? Can I go home?" Then seeing Zhu Min's unexpected expression, she couldn't help but be a little dazed. "Why? What's wrong?" Zhu Min glared at her. "Tell me honestly. Who is that Zhang Ping?" Julie was shocked and didn't dare to lie anymore. She said honestly, "It's the boy adopted by the Zhang family. He is not a noble. He contradicted me first. Is this wrong?" Zhu Min didn't know much about the things between children. When he heard the surname Zhang, he subconsciously asked, "Are you talking about doing Wugui shuttle?" Zhang Ping is not a noble, but he is still a boy adopted by the Zhang family. Have you ever thought about what his future status would be if there were no more naturally conceived boys in the Zhang family? Julie covered her mouth and opened her eyes wide. "You said he might inherit the Zhang family in the future." Zhu Min sighed. "It's my fault that I always thought you were young and rarely taught you this knowledge. There are so many civilians in your school who receive scholarships. Who can you bully? Why do you have to touch a member of the Zhang family? Think about it. Even if the Zhang family has a boy to inherit the family business in the future, the Zhang family attaches so much importance to boys, and Zhang Ping has grown up in the Zhang family since he was a child. How bad can he be in the future?" Julie said in disbelief. But, there are many people who are dissatisfied with him in school." Zhu Min frowned and thought for a while, and said, "Is it a group of people targeting him, or one person?" One person. Julie realized that something was wrong. In school, she heard many people say that they were dissatisfied with Zhang Ping, but there was only one person who dared to make trouble for Zhang Ping from beginning to end. Cheng Feng. Now, there is another one. Thinking of the way that the class monitor Zhang Kairui was ready to let Zhang Ping go, her calves trembled a little. How could she be so stupid? She suddenly opened her eyes wide and grabbed Zhu Min's clothes tightly. "Brother, save me. Although Zhang Ping is a member of the Zhang family, he is just a commoner. He actually asked me, a nobleman, to apologize to him in public. Do you know what humiliation this is? How can I bear it?" "What?" Zhu Min raised his voice by 8 degrees. He asked a nobleman to apologize to a commoner. It's unbecoming. But he still had some brains. Thinking of Rayleigh Hobbart's expression just now, he realized that something was wrong. Such an absurd thing can never be a reason for Julie to drop out of school. His face turned completely black. "Tell me honestly, did you offend anyone else?" Julie trembled after being yelled at, and then stuttered. "The person I invited hit Yi Xiai." "Yi Xiai? There is no noble named Yi on Guangyu Star?" Zhu Min asked in confusion. Julie swallowed. Her grandfather is Viscount Tananmin. Zhu Min's face changed drastically. He had never looked so serious. "You. Tell me everything about this matter. Don't leave out a word. Otherwise, no one can save you." Julie had never seen her brother look like this before, and immediately explained the cause and effect of the shuttle race bet clearly. Zhu Min hesitated for a moment, and said in disbelief, "You mean the young master of the Ronghui Prince's mansion was also involved in this matter?" Julie nodded gently. It was not until this moment that she really realized what kind of person she had offended. Zhu Min paced back and forth in the guard room, and soon said firmly, "Well, I will go to transfer you to the West District tomorrow. You can't stay in the Imperial League. You go back and apologize to your grandfather, otherwise your noble status will be in jeopardy. Do you hear me?" Julie trembled, pulled his clothes, and raised her voice. "Transfer? Why transfer? This matter doesn't mean that I am completely wrong. That Zhang Ping also provoked me, and his request was so excessive." Zhu Min looked at her, with deep disappointment in his eyes. "Just now, your principal, Mr. Rayleigh Hobbart, came to the police station. I thought he was here to protect you, but he personally tell me that the school has expelled you. He continued, his voice sharp. I deliberately asked my grandfather to send you to the Imperial League. How many children in the family want to go to that school? But look at who you have offended. The Zhang family, the Tan family, the Ronghui Palace, and your classmate Zhang Kaihui. Do you think that if you do this secretly, they will still stand on your side? Ah? I asked you to go to the Imperial League to make connections. These people, your brother, don't dare to offend them, and you dare to act like this in school? Do you really think that you can do everything with your noble status? Zhu Min almost yelled the last sentence. He really didn't expect that he would have such a stupid sister. Julie took a step back and fell to the ground. She was in a state of loss of soul. Seeing her like this, Zhu Min felt a little bit reluctant. Don't worry, brother won't let you be expelled like this. As for the status of a noble, I will talk to grandfather. You should be glad that your grades are still acceptable. But there is no doubt about the transfer. You should think about it carefully. After saying that, he walked out. Standing behind the door of the police station, thinking for a long time, he made a phone call. During the whole call, he was trembling and smiling. At the same time, Riley Hobbart, who was preparing a notice to send out, suddenly received a call. The call was very short, but after hanging up the phone, his face was not very good. Then the words expelled Julie were crossed out on the notice, and it was changed to stay at school for probation. A few minutes later, a notice to all students in the school appeared on the light computers of all students in the Imperial Union. Dear students, good evening. The school has now found out about the accident that occurred in the shuttle competition hall this afternoon. In order to win this competition, Julie from class 13 of senior 1 violated the rules and invited a student from another school to participate in the competition and gave him extremely malicious instructions, which led to the accident. The school believes that this is a premeditated vicious incident and has decided to give Julie a stay at school for probation. Zhang Kaihui and Lu Yaojia were not at fault because they were unaware of this incident. Please all students abide by the school motto, unite and love, help each other, and jointly create a good atmosphere in the Imperial Union. Your Principal, Riley Hobbart. Chapter 140. Delian Medical and Health Center, 2nd floor. Chung Feng was peeling an apple in his hand, but the action looked a little difficult. He seemed to have a grudge against this apple, and the peel was so uneven that half of the flesh was gone. You have never done this at home, right? Yi Jia leaned back on the bed and teased. Chung Feng paused slightly with the knife in his hand, and the peel that was finally reconnected broke again. He said indifferently, well, first time peeling? The two returned to the awkward atmosphere of silence. After Yi Jia woke up, she knew that it was Chung Feng who saved her. The two exchanged a few words, and never talked again. In the past 4 years, the two actually had a lot of dealings, but this was the first time they were alone together. Yi Jia really didn't have much to talk about with him, and Chung Feng was a man of few words. This led to the slightly awkward situation now. At this time, the two people's light brains sounded a message notification sound at the same time. It was the school-wide notice. After reading it at a very fast speed, Yi Jia said, I heard that Julie and others also came to you at the beginning, but you refused? After a lot of effort, Chung Feng finally peeled the apple. He handed it to Yi Jia naturally. She came to me, but I am not familiar with her, so there is no reason to help her. Yi Jia took the apple and took a small bite. She didn't eat anything at night, but now she thought it was delicious. I heard you say that the person who heard me was from another school? She made conversation. It should be a fake shuttle driver. He has been in the police station and will not be out for a few years. Don't worry. He thought she was worried and couldn't help but comfort her. Yi Jia was thoughtful. After listening to Chung Feng's description, fake shuttles were probably the same kind of people as fake boxing on Earth. She pondered for a moment and asked the question in her mind. I heard them say you would participate before, but I didn't expect you to refuse. Chung Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at her in surprise. Why do you think so? Being stared at so intently, Yi Jia was shocked to realize that the annoying child had grown into a teenager now. And he was the kind of handsome boy who was very popular with girls. He was tall and looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy on Earth at the age of 14. Compared with him, Yi Jia, who was lying on the bed, looked incredibly small. The boy's eyes were always aggressive, and Yi Jia couldn't help but lower his head. I heard. You and Zhang Ping don't have a good relationship. We all thought you would agree. Hee. He chuckled. Not a good relationship? It's really bad, right? Yi Jia didn't answer, and ate the apple by himself. Are you curious why I always pick on him? Chung Feng raised the corners of his mouth. full of ruffian spirit. Yizhi nodded and said generously, "Yes, although you have the title of school bully, you don't do anything else except picking on Zhang Ping." Hearing her say this, Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled. "It seems like 2 questions?" Yizhi subconsciously stopped chewing. "You can think of it this way. If you want to hear it, I can tell you," he said softly. Yizhi blinked, feeling that something was wrong. Cheng Feng talked to himself, looking careless. "You should know what our Cheng family does. The Vero shuttle has been able to stand firm in the Empire for so many years, and become famous throughout the galaxy. My ancestors have put in a lot of effort. Our Cheng family has always insisted on original design." His eyes fell into memories. "You must have never thought that Zhang Ping and I were good brothers before, right?" Yizhi felt that the apple in her hand was no longer fragrant, and looked at him in shock. Her eyes were dark, and with this expression, Cheng Feng just felt a little itchy. "Want to touch?" He moved his right hand slightly behind his back, and said lightly, "Zhang Ping and I have loved shuttles since childhood, and our family makes this. Isn't it normal to be friends?" Thinking about it, it was indeed true, and Yizhi nodded. He continued, "My family is strict with me except for money, but they are very loose in other aspects. For example, the shuttle design hall and mecha showroom at home are open to anyone. Once, I brought Zhang Ping to Cheng's house to play, and somehow we went to the shuttle design hall, where the latest model of Thunder X9 happened to be placed. This excited us so much that I not only brought him in, but also experienced it directly." He sneered. "I was too young at the time, and didn't know what it meant. Until when Gui's Boeing I-99 model was released ahead of schedule, and it was 60% similar to the Thunder X9, so our Thunder X9 had to be postponed for sale. Can you imagine how much loss such a sudden delay will bring? Hundreds of billions. Not only do we have to destroy all the shuttles that have been built, but the entire industry chain of Thunder Light X9 is also destroyed. In addition, we have to pay a very high penalty. Those who have reserved orders, downstream suppliers, and the most fatal thing is the public's doubts about Vero." Yizhi felt that she had eaten a big melon. "Then did your father and others find out that you led people to leak it?" "Of course. The men in our Cheng family are not so stupid." Cheng Feng squinted at her. When he said this, a strong straight man's aura came to her face. Yizhi took a deep breath. "Then you are." Cheng Feng shook his head. "My father and grandfather are very strange people. As long as I don't spend money recklessly, or do anything illegal, they think it's not a big deal. They didn't punish me, but turned to the research and development of the new Thunder X10. It's just that." His expression became cold. "That time was enough for me to grow up." Yizhi suddenly realized. "Is this also the reason why you look down on civilians so much?" Cheng Feng sneered and didn't answer, but this was already a very disdainful expression. It's good that he has experienced all this at a young age, and hasn't grown up. Yizhi didn't want to persuade him. But after thinking about it, Yizhi still felt that Zhang Ping didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. She said tactfully, "If Zhang Ping is so bad, how did you become friends with him in the first place?" She actually wanted to ask if there was any misunderstanding here. After all, Zhang Ping didn't look like someone who would do this. Cheng Feng seemed to know what she was really thinking, and snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally. If our Cheng family hadn't rushed to develop a new generation of Thunder X10, where would we be today?" Yizhi choked immediately. Cheng Feng was right. No matter whether Zhang Ping did it intentionally or unintentionally, if he hadn't told this matter, there would be no subsequent plagiarism. The damage had been done, but it had never been well comforted. Yizhi looked at Cheng Feng absent-mindedly, and she suddenly saw another side of him. The soft side. Even if Zhang Ping had done such a thing to him, he kept it secret. Except for the fat man next to him, no one must know. If he told this matter, Zhang Ping would definitely not be able to survive in the Imperial Alliance. But he chose to use his own way to get back the original place. But he kept silent about the truth of that incident. Chapter 141. As soon as Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei walked to the door, they saw Yizhi staring at Cheng Feng. "Ah!" Tan Qingfei screamed subconsciously, and retreated to the door. Then she reacted and quickly covered her mouth. The telepathy between the twins made Tan Qingchen instantly understand the source of his sister's scream. He pouted and said, "Sister, you think too much." Tan Qingfei glanced at him and whispered mysteriously, "You don't understand girls." Xiao Ai's eyes just now must have moved. She spoke softly, but the two people in the room had high physical levels and heard it clearly. Cough cough. Yizhi, who was drinking water, choked on her saliva and coughed non-stop. Chung Feng subconsciously stood up and patted her back, hesitating. You are too young now, we are not suitable. Yijia looked at him in disbelief, and coughed even more fiercely. Concubine Tan Qing said again, it's over, I love you but you treat me as your sister. Tan Qingchen pursed his lips and said nothing, always feeling that something was wrong. He really couldn't imagine Yijia liking someone. Yijia was about to cough out her lungs. She gritted her teeth and said, Qing. Concubine. Concubine Tan Qing froze immediately. Tan Qingchen patted his sister's shoulder, gave her a look of blessing, and walked in first. Xiaoai, are you okay? He walked to the other side of the bed, saw her face flushed, and helped her calm down. Hearing what she said, Concubine Tan Qing hurried in and said worriedly, Xiaoai, I'm just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously. Yijia finally recovered and looked at her. You know you're talking nonsense, and you still say it. Tan Qingfei stiffly changed the subject. Are you okay? You even sent a message to tell Brother Ji Lan, and the others not to come. If Yijia hadn't stopped them, Yuan Yeqiu, Zhang Shengnan, Zhuang Shan and the others would have come. Especially Xia Ming'er, she wanted to fly over immediately. It's a small matter, just a concussion. I've already received treatment. I can go home after the doctor's re-examination, she said indifferently. Because she coughed too hard, the pink on her cheeks had not faded, and she looked very cute. Chung Feng felt a little itchy again, so he stretched out his hand and coughed. This sudden cough seemed a little abrupt. Yijia misunderstood. Chung Feng, if you have something to do, please leave first. It was difficult for her to call such a young child brother, and she had always called him by his name, and everyone was used to it. It's okay, let's talk about it, after the doctor's re-examination. He sat down. In the past 4 years, Tan Qingchen and Chung Feng have reconciled. Tan Qingchen is not a vengeful person. His mind is full of the cool crimson mecha. Brother Feng, is that mecha yours? It's so cool, he said excitedly. Chung Feng smiled, lay on the chair, stretched out his hand, and in his palm was the model of the crimson mecha. He said affectionately, it's called Xiaohong. Puff. Yijia spit out a mouthful of water. She decided not to drink a sip of water tonight. She was guilty. Chung Feng had become accustomed to her being relieved. Is Xiaohong not nice? He asked in confusion. Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei were also surprised that Yijia had such a big reaction. Tan Qingfei tentatively said, it's a very intimate name, which can represent this mecha and is very cute. At this moment, Yijia felt the generation gap between her and the three people was deeper than the Mariana Trench. If she grew up on Earth, she would have a conditioned reflex to names like Xiaohong and Xiaoming. But how should she explain it now? She coughed twice and cleared her throat. I just think that such a tall and mighty mecha has such a cute name. The contrast is too big. Tan Qingchen thought for a while and said, Major General Ji Fan's mecha is called Liu Guang, which sounds more domineering. Chung Feng's eyes flashed. Then you pick one. Tan Qingfei sat up reflexively, her eyes bright as two big light bulbs. This is a strong JQ flavor. Yijia was slightly stunned. Not good, I have been with you for so many years, and suddenly changed my name. Chung Feng shook his head. I only got it this year. It was originally a gift for my junior high school graduation, but for some reasons, my grandfather gave it to me in advance. After entering high school, you will start learning mechas. Aristocratic families usually choose to give their children a mecha as a graduation gift when they graduate from junior high school. Tan Qingchen suggested, why not call it Hong Guang? It matches Liu Guang more. Too straightforward, not good. Chung Feng refused. Seeing that he didn't object, I knew he was also a fan of Ji Fan. What about Han Wu? It sounds very powerful. Tan Qingchen thought of another one. It sounds ugly. Chung Feng said disdainfully. Hongba. Shuai has a combat robot named Boba, and the word ba sounds very domineering. Tan Qingchen continued to work hard. Chung Feng hesitated for a moment, and looked at Yijia. What do you think? Let's call it Red Sun, symbolizing the eternal hope and energy like a star. She looked at the crimson mecha in Chung Feng's palm with a gentle look. Wow, it seems like parents are naming their children. Tan Qingfei held her hands in front of her chest, her eyes shining. Ahem. This time, it was Chung Feng who had such a big reaction. Tan Qingchen couldn't help but put his hand over his sister's mouth and whispered, Stop talking nonsense, okay? Yijia was speechless. At this moment, she wanted to pierce her eyes and faint again. At this time, the school doctor came in and broke the awkwardness in the room. He held the instrument in his hand and said in a gentle voice, How is it, Do you still feel headache and nausea? Yijia shook her head obediently. He placed a helmet-like instrument on her head, and soon, various indexes were displayed on the screen. After a careful inspection, he took off the instrument. It's not a big problem. If you have nausea, don't be nervous. Just come here for treatment in time. Hearing him say this, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Yijia smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor." After the school doctor left, Yijia got up and went to the bathroom to change into her usual clothes. She had just been wearing the school hospital gown. "Let's go!" she called several people. Tan Qingfei breathed a sigh of relief and asked the question buried in her heart. "Xiao Ai, have you thought about how to explain today's incident to your grandparents when you go back? They don't even seem to know that you can drive a shuttle." Because she laid down for too long, Yijia's back suddenly stiffened as she was stretching her waist. She turned around and said with a sad face, "I feel a little dizzy. Why don't you go back? I stay here for another day." Tan Qingchen reminded her, "It would be fine if you said that just now." Now, the possible diagnosis results have appeared on grandfather's optical computer. Finally, Yijia left the school reluctantly. It was the first time Cheng Feng saw her like this, which was quite fresh. Finally, he couldn't help but comfort her. "According to my experience, honesty is better." Looked very experienced. Yijia nodded tiredly. Tired of love. Chapter 142. After returning to the Tan family, Yijia was hugged tightly as soon as she got out of the shuttle. Kavinik's cheeks were wet with tears. "Xiao Ai, how could such a thing happen to you? Do you know how worried your grandparents are at home?" When she heard that Yijia was unconscious at school, Kavinik reflexively thought of the nightmare-like ghost beast attack. She couldn't lose Yijia again. Viscount Tannenmean stood aside, with a serious face. The waiters around knelt on the ground. It looked like they had been waiting for her here long ago. Yijia's eyes were a little wet. This warmth was something she had never experienced on Earth. She wrapped her arms around Kavaniko's waist, her breath was full of the pleasant sandalwood, and she said in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry, I made you worry." Kavaniko touched her head. "Don't do such dangerous things again in the future, okay? Grandma is really afraid of losing you." Yijia pursed her lips and nodded. She didn't regret standing up for Xiamenger and Zhang Ping in the Imperial Alliance, nor did she regret participating in such a shuttle competition, but she regretted not protecting herself. If she had been vigilant enough, she wouldn't have been in such a critical situation at that time. At least she could guarantee her own safety instead of relying entirely on Cheng Feng to save her. She stayed in a comfortable life for too long, so that she forgot the cruelty of the interstellar society. Tan Chi and a maid behind her came out of the shuttle, and knelt on one knee in front of Viscount Tannenmean. Viscount Tannenmean snorted coldly. Yijia realized that something was wrong. On her right, Tan Ju and Tan Lan knelt on both knees, kneeling in front of all the waiters. "All the kneeling people here are from Hua Hall." Tannenmean ordered Tan Zhong, "Send Qingchen and Qingfei back to Wanhua Garden." Then he looked at her. "Shall I, come with me to the study?" Yijia looked at the kneeling Tan Lan, Tan Ju, Amei and Tan Chi, and was about to say something. Kaviniko gently pushed her. Viscount Tannenmean called her from the shuttle bus, his face very serious. "Come here." But the fatigue between his brows was hard to hide. Thinking of the still-blocked North District, Yijia couldn't help but feel distressed. Grandfather must be very tired these days. But this grand appearance made her a little uneasy. No words were spoken along the way, and the two arrived at the study on the third floor of Hua Hall. Since she started school, she didn't come here much, and she only came here to get some books. Now sitting opposite her grandfather, Yijia realized that the other's eyes were full of red bloodshot. She worriedly said, "Grandfather, you must be too tired these past 2 days. You should take a rest." "I finally got a break today, but I didn't expect to receive a video call from your principal." Viscount Tannenmean leaned back in his chair, exhausted. Yijia felt more guilty. "I'm sorry, grandfather." Viscount Tannenmean rubbed his brows and looked away from her. "Xiao Ai, if it weren't for the video call from Mr. Rayleigh Hobart, I wouldn't have known that you had done so many things behind my back." Yijia's head rang, and she couldn't think of anything. Viscount Tannenmean's voice was not serious, let alone angry, but when he said these words in such an extremely calm tone, Yijia, an adult, felt an indescribable oppressive force. Playing with shuttles, setting up foundations, supporting civilians, helping civilians apply for the Imperial Alliance, borrowing pocket money from Qing Fei and Qing Chen, betting with senior students. Every time he said something, Yijia's head buzzed. It's over, everything is known. You can let Amei, Tan Lan and Tan Ju cover up for you. I can still figure it out. But tell me, How did you make my bodyguard chief also lean towards you? His eagle-like sharp eyes suddenly looked at Yi Ji. Yi Ji's heart skipped a beat, and she moved her mouth, wanting to explain, but she didn't know where to start. Everything her grandfather said was a death order from her not to let a Mei and Tan Chi report it. Is it true that my Tan family has completely leaned towards you one day, and I, the head of the family, am still kept in the dark? Viscount Tannenming shouted softly. Yi Ji looked at him in disbelief, until she saw the shock and anger in those black eyes. She suddenly calmed down. She had committed a big taboo. She actually challenged the authority of an old noble in an era where nobles were the priority. In the eyes of her grandfather, she must have lost control. Her forehead was covered with sweat. She stood up and slowly knelt down. This was a gesture of submission. She took a deep breath, lowered her head and looked at the floor, and whispered, "Grandfather, please calm down." Yi Ji has always been proud, and everyone can see that she cherishes her feathers. This is the first time that Viscount Tannenming has seen her so submissive. The shock and anger in his chest gradually subsided. He restrained some of his anger. "You get up first and answer." Yi Ji breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she hadn't made the old noble lose his mind. "Do you like to drive a shuttle?" Tannenming asked her. "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me and your grandmother?" "Because you would be worried, especially your grandmother." Tannenming coughed lightly. If Yi Ji tried to drive a shuttle, he might be fine, but Kawini would definitely stop him. He asked again, "Did you set up a Nushin Foundation?" "Yes, I used the name of Ah Mei. Except for the people inside the foundation, no one knows the relationship between this foundation and me, let alone the relationship with the Tan family." Viscount Tannenming coughed again, but nodded secretly in his heart. He was still very thoughtful. "It's a good thing to set up a foundation. Why don't you let us know about this?" He pretended to be angry. "I don't want you to support me." She paused and said honestly, "It's also to help the unfortunate children on the spacecraft." Tannenming stared at her, his tone inexplicable. "Do you think you can support the future of so many children by yourself?" Yi Ji took a deep breath and was speechless. His grandfather didn't need a knife to hurt people. He sighed again. "If Kavini knew that you have been studying painting so hard in the past few years to become famous, and to make money to support the foundation, she might get angry and sick." Yi Ji blinked, and then reacted to the softening of the other party's tone. She began to act coquettishly. "That's why I don't want to tell you." Her voice is still soft, but she usually modifies her speech to sound more mature. It can be said that since she grew up, Viscount Tannenming has not felt this soft and caring feeling for a long time. His attitude softened a lot. "Is Xie Ming'er worth doing this for you?" It's even turned into a fight between the junior high school and high school departments. It's ridiculous. Chapter 143. Hearing him mention this, Yi Ji knew that the highlight of the night was coming. According to her understanding of her grandfather, the words that he just scolded her, and said that she exceeded her authority must have been said in anger. At present, he just wanted Yi Ji to grow up immediately, so that he could hand over the entire Tan family to her. So there must be something behind this that made him really angry. Yi Ji considered, this matter is not only related to Xie Ming'er, but also to Zhang Ping. That Julie, her words are really a bit too much. This is a test. She is guessing whether Viscount Tannenming is angry for that reason. But she is destined to be disappointed. It is difficult for Yi Ji to understand an old noble like Viscount Tannenming, who has been in a high position for many years. He nodded slightly, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. She has been punished. You helped them in the hope that Julie could realize her mistakes and apologize to Zhang Ping and Xie Ming'er? Yi Ji couldn't help but clutch the hem of her clothes, swallowed her saliva, and answered with difficulty, "Yes." Viscount Tannenming changed the subject. "For years ago, you talked about your understanding of nobility in Marin's class. Dare to take risks, dare to take responsibility, be honest and trustworthy, and the honor of nobility is equivalent to life." He repeated Yi Ji's words at that time verbatim. Yi Ji was a little frightened. Tannenming continued, "Noble honor is equivalent to life. I think this sentence is very well said. Then I want to ask you, apart from Xie Ming'er, did Julie bully Zhang Ping?" Yi Ji closed her eyes, and her long and curled eyelashes trembled slightly. There are insulting words in the language. Did Zhang Ping kick over the table in front of her? Does this count as a counterattack with force? Did Zhang Ping also say something rude? If Yi Ji still didn't know what her grandfather wanted to say at this moment, she would not be the Yi Ji with an adult soul. It turned out that her grandfather was indeed angry because she was the first to provoke a dispute between nobles and commoners in school. She panted slightly, "Yes. Since you all know that noble honor is equivalent to life, Then what do you think is the possibility that Julie will apologize to Zhang Ping under Zhang Ping's behavior? Yi Jiai buried her head and said nothing. Tan and Min looked at her. You knew that Julie would not apologize, but you still agreed to this betting game. Yi Jiai was taught by him, and his tone was very firm. He clenched his right fist slightly, and his voice was low. With your temper, you don't want to force Julie to drop out of school. Do you want to teach her a lesson? Like you did to Chung Feng? Yi Jiai looked up in disbelief. He knows. He knows everything about Chung Feng. Then he must have known about the flying shuttle. He just said that he was lying to her. Sweat beads appeared on her nose. If he knew everything about the flying shuttle and Xia Ming'er, what else did her grandfather not know? Tiananmen continued to speak in a calm voice. Let me guess, you want to surpass them by a large margin in the competition, and finally end up with a tie at the end of the competition, right? Then he changed the subject. But you didn't expect that Julie would be so anxious that she would find someone to kill Zhang Ping, right? Yi Jiai bit her lower lip tightly. At this moment, she felt like a transparent person in front of Tiananmen. All her thoughts and ideas were analyzed by him bit by bit. Yes. Her voice was trembling. You actually want to take the initiative to provoke conflicts between nobles and commoners in a place like the Imperial Alliance. What do you want to do? He looked at her, as if he had a lot to say in his eyes. Yi Jiai swallowed her saliva and found her voice was so hoarse that it was scary. I don't want to take the initiative to provoke conflicts between nobles and commoners. I just don't want Xia Ming'er to experience this kind of humiliation. Experiencing this at this age will defeat her. She will not be able to realize her dream in the future. Hearing this answer, Tiananmen was silent for a moment, and then looked at her. You have been reading Anlin Bode's handwriting, and you should be able to find out how many amazing research this lady has not yet published. Let me ask you, if you had to choose between Anlin Bode and the life of a planet in that era when parasites were rampant, who would you choose? Yi Jiai's palm trembled. I choose that planet, she said hoarsely. I don't know why. At this moment she actually wanted to cry. The Empire chose Anlin Bode, so there is the last 9th generation screening reagent. Viscount Tiananmen said lightly. Then, what about that planet? She asked. All will be destroyed. His face was serious, and even the corners of his lips were sharp. The Empire does not regret doing this. There is only one Anlin Bode, and we still have hundreds of planets. If we don't save her, we will all be destroyed. Yi Jiai couldn't help but cover her mouth. She knew that all this must be true, even if it was not known to the public. Viscount Tiananmen had no reason to lie to her. Whether it's Xia Ming'er or the Wanqing Foundation, if you don't want me to know, then I won't interfere. But as the future leader of the Tan family, you must learn to make choices. Yi Jiai was hit like a blow. Tell me, is Xia Ming'er's future and fate more important, or is the long-term peace and stability of the Imperial Alliance more important? Yi Jiai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At this point, there was no point in hiding it. She spoke out her true thoughts. They are all important, whether it is Xia Ming'er's future or the superficial harmony of the Imperial Alliance, they are all important to me. But Grandpa, I am not just standing up for Xia Ming'er in Julie's case. Is it what a noble should be like when a noble publicly bullies a commoner? You, Major General, Principal Rayleigh, and even Ji Lan, this is what a noble should be like. I don't know where the problem is. In today's system, commoners are gradually losing their human rights. Since the Empire has sealed the word slave, isn't it trying to break this unequal class? My father is a commoner. He is so knowledgeable. When he meets a noble like Julie, does he have to salute her? When she said the last sentence, her voice rose 8 degrees. Tiananmen's dark eyes were deep. What identity are you saying this? A noble? Or a commoner? Yi Jiai suddenly froze and did not answer. Her identity is actually quite contradictory. She is a commoner, but she enjoys the treatment of a super noble. Xiao Ai, you have been in the Tan family for 5 years. I will ask you formally once. Do you want to become a noble? Tiananmen stared at her closely. If you become a noble, you can teach someone like Julie a lesson as an equal, without having to worry about anything. And the Tan family will always stand behind you. His tone softened, with a hint of coaxing. Moreover, after becoming a noble, you can apply for a bonus from the Empire every year, and the amount varies depending on the situation. I remember that Major General Ji Fan could apply for more than 20 million every year. He distributed all this money to his subordinates. He mentioned it casually. Yi Jiai suddenly realized that this was the real purpose of her grandfather tonight. Chapter 144. Yi Jiai didn't want to admit it, but the fact was that she was indeed a little tempted. There were many people like Julie in the Imperial Alliance. If she was a noble, Xia Ming'er's matter would be much easier to deal with, and the other party would not even be qualified to bet with her. Moreover, more than 20 million yuan of funds every year is another income for the Nuanqing Foundation. She is now almost like a miser. Viscount Tananmin saw this point. Seeing that she was somewhat tempted, he continued to wait. If you agree to become a noble, I can personally support your foundation. Yi Jiai took a deep breath and kept telling herself to stay calm. Don't be fooled by temporary vanity. Her ears moved uneasily. Grandfather, if I agree to become a noble, do I have to change my surname? Of course. The little lady of the Tan family, what else can she be surnamed if not Tan? Viscount Tananmin looked as if it was a matter of course. The name Yi Jiai, inherited from her father, is also her only bond with the earth now. The longer she stayed in this era, the more confused she became. Did the past 20 years really happen? Did she really come from a place called Earth? Could it be that everything in the past was just an absurd dream when she was young? But every night when it was quiet, she would still feel palpitations when she silently recited this name in Chinese. Yi Jiai, you are so beautiful. This is her suitor. Yi Jiai, has anyone ever said that your name sounds like Japanese? This is her college roommate. Yi Jiai, are you still single? I have a cousin who is about the same age as you, has a high education, and is a returnee. Do you want to meet him this weekend? This is a colleague from the unit. Viscount Tananmin did not urge her, but waited for her answer. She closed her eyes slightly, but her tone was firm. Grandfather, I'm sorry. She still refused. Tananmin felt a flame in his chest beating. He wanted to say something but stopped, and finally sighed, and leaned back on the chair. His face was obviously tired. Come here, he shouted. Tan Zhong stepped in and said respectfully, Master, send the young lady to the confinement room. Let her come out when she thinks it through. Yi Jiai lowered her head and clenched her teeth. She wanted to cry. She knew that she had disappointed the old nobleman again. Tan Zhong obviously wanted to say something to stop this situation. Yi Jiai stood up on his own accord. Let's go, Uncle Zhong. Tan Zhong glanced at her, then at Viscount Tananmin, who was full of anger, and 1,000 words turned into a sigh. This way, young lady. Walking outside, Tan Zhong couldn't help but persuade, Young lady, why are you doing this? Yi Jiai just kept walking with her head down, without saying a word. No words were spoken along the way, and they came to the confinement room on the 4th floor. Tan Zhong opened the door, and Yi Jiai walked in on his own accord. The layout of this confinement room was very similar to the one where concubine Tan Qing stayed at the beginning. There was nothing in it, except for a few cushions in the center. In front of the cushions, the 4 characters 100 years of Qi Ming were still written. Perhaps because it was in the main house, there were tablets of the successive heads of the Tan family. It added a solemn atmosphere of grief and indignation. Yi Jiai sat down cross-legged. Seeing her depressed look, Tan Zhong couldn't bear it. He had raised her as a child, so he consoled her. The master is angry now. When he calms down tomorrow, maybe he will let you out. Yi Jiai didn't reply. When Tan Zhong was about to leave, she suddenly asked, Uncle Zhong, is everything I do under the control of my grandfather? Yes. At this point, there was no need to hide it from her. You did a good job with the foundation, especially after hiring Lei Sa, making it more difficult for others to guess the connection between the foundation and you and the Tan family. Lei Sa is indeed a useful person. Yi Jiai's heart trembled. Have you been monitoring him? Tan Zhong stood there, his voice was calm, but it gave Yi Jiai an extremely unfamiliar feeling. First, we need to investigate. We can find out more clearly than on May, and second, we need to monitor you continuously. You should know your position in the heart of the head of the family. He does not allow any accidents to happen to you. Especially, you have been attacked many times, and the Tan family has not caught the mastermind behind you. A bitter feeling welled up in her eyes. Yi Jiai never knew that her grandfather had done so much for her. These were still asked by her. There must be a lot she didn't know. She clenched her palms and said in a vague voice, Uncle Zhong, can you answer a question for me seriously? If it is difficult to answer, you can keep silent, but please don't lie to me. Tan Zhong hesitated for a while, and said softly, Young lady, ask it. Yi Jiai took a deep breath. Based on your understanding of my grandfather, does she have to have me? What she asked was, in the eyes of Viscount Tananmin, whether she was the only one who could inherit the Tan family. Viscount Tananmin had conveyed this idea to everyone from the beginning. As smart as Tan Zhong was, he naturally knew what she was asking. Yes. His voice was very light, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Yi Jiai sat upright, looking at the ancestors in front of him, and said in a sonorous voice, What if I still don't want to in the future? Tan Zhong didn't reply for a long time, and suddenly answered loudly. The head of the family has been in charge of the Tan family for more than 20 years, and there has never been anything he hasn't done, never. At that moment, Yizhi felt a huge pressure and discomfort. Her chest was almost out of breath, and she whispered, "Thank you, Uncle Zhong." Tan Zhong sighed, and then closed the door. The last ray of light disappeared, and the entire confinement room returned to darkness. Only the corner lights in the four corners emitted extremely weak light. Big drops of tears slid from the corners of Yizhi's eyes, and fell on the floor, silently. In general, Viscount Tiananmen is a strong head of a family. She didn't know if her persistence was right. She didn't know whether she really didn't want to change her name, or didn't want to bear the rise and fall of the Tan family on her shoulders. Or was it both? It was just that at that moment, there were too many voices telling her to say no. She fell to the floor, gradually curled up, and a huge sense of loneliness overwhelmed her. She began to hum hometown in Chinese. I often dream of my hometown. Yellow flowers bloomed all over the hills, floating with the wind. A long and winding path. Why can't I see the blue brick and tile house? Why can't I smell the fragrance of locust flowers in front of the door? Why can't I hear the songs of the past? Why can't I find the grown-up girl? How much confusion in the tears. Can't find the direction to go home. How much sadness in the longing. I don't know how long the way home is. By the end of the song, she was already sobbing. The sobbing filled the whole room, like a trapped little animal. No one knew how much she missed her hometown, the planet called Earth, the blue sky, white clouds, land, and people there. I miss that country which is not as developed as here, but where people know how to be human. Chapter 145. Kaviniko came to Viscount Tiananmen's study angrily, still wrapped in her nightgown, which showed how hurried she was when she got up. The voice came before the person arrived. Tiananmen! What did Xiao Ai do wrong? You actually put her in solitary confinement. Do you know that she was injured? It was rare for her to disregard the noble manners like this. Viscount Tiananmen looked at Tan Zhong, who was standing aside. Tan Zhong shook his head and whispered, "It was all kept secret. I don't know how the lady found out. You go out first." Seeing Kaviniko's disheveled appearance, he said to Tan Zhong, "Yes." Kaviniko pinched her waist. "You still let someone hide it from me. If I hadn't gone to Xiao Ai's room before going to bed, because I was worried, would you have planned to tell me tomorrow?" Viscount Tiananmen sighed, stood up and walked to Kaviniko, helping her to gather her nightgown. "You are already a grandmother, why are you still like a child?" Kaviniko is nearly 20 years younger than Tiananmen. She is elegant and dignified most of the time, but when she gets angry, she still has the temper of a spoiled lady. Kaviniko was still angry, and she grabbed Tiananmen's hand and walked out. "I don't care, you must let Xiao Ai out today." But she didn't pull. Viscount Tiananmen stood there, his eyes deep. After decades of getting along, Kaviniko understood the determination and anger in his eyes. Most of the time, Tiananmen spoiled her, but at the critical moment, he still had the final say in this family. Her eyes were red. "How can you be so cruel? She is your own granddaughter. She just experienced an attack in the North District, and then had an accident at school. Didn't you read the school doctor's report? She hasn't even recovered from the concussion yet." Viscount Tiananmen was unmoved. Kavinik was furious. "Are you determined to treat her like this? Don't forget that she also has cosmic autism. How can you do this?" Hearing what she said, Tiananmen finally said, "I know my limits." Seeing that he was unwilling to give in, Kavinik shook off his hand. "Okay. You know your limits, I won't interfere, you can sleep in the study from today." After saying that, he left in a huff. Tan Zhong stepped in, his expression was exactly the same as when he persuaded Yizhi just now. "Master, why are you doing this?" Tiananmen turned and looked out the window, his voice deep. "Did you tell her everything?" Knowing that she was asking about Yizhi, Tan Zhong lowered his eyes. "I told her, and she cried." He rarely showed his personal emotions, but when he said this, he still unconsciously brought a bit of complaint. Tiananmen turned to look at him. "What? Are you also distressed? Don't you forget how my father punished me back then? Just going to the confinement room, is it worth all of you making such a fuss?" He pointed upwards with one hand. "You won't let me go back to sleep. What do you think this is?" Tan Zhongshin said that the things you did when you were a child, confinement is not a small matter. But he didn't have the courage to say this, he replied. After the young lady came to the Tan family, she was kind and intelligent, extremely talented but not arrogant, and was very polite to us waiters. Everyone spoke highly of her. Viscount Tiananmen nodded secretly after hearing this. He said sincerely, She saved trouble early. Compared with Qingfei, she, as a younger sister, is more like an older sister. The young lady's temperament is exactly the same as yours at the beginning, very stubborn, but she is always sensible. Master, I believe that the young lady will always understand your painstaking efforts. Tiananmen looked out the window, his voice erratic. I hope so. I really couldn't figure it out, and said, isn't it just a change of surname? Is she so obsessed? How can she see the future if she can't let go of the past? Tan Zhong's heart moved. This was said without a beginning or an end. He didn't respond. Tiananmen waved his hand. Tan Zhong understood and retreated respectfully. Before leaving, what was left for him was the master's large and lonely back. On the other side, dang, the door of the confinement room was suddenly knocked. Yi Jiai was slightly stunned. Who would come? She slowly sat up and held her stomach, because she was a little hungry because she hadn't eaten dinner. At this moment, she couldn't help but miss Tan Qingfei. She kept all kinds of food in her space button all year round. The continuous knocking on the door showed the persistence of the person outside the door. Yi Jiai walked to the door. Who? Xiaoai, it's us. The voices of Qingchen and Qingfei came from outside the door. Yi Jiai felt warm in her heart. She sat down, knelt down and hugged herself. Why are you here? You will be punished if your grandfather finds out. It's okay. It was mother and grandmother who asked us to come. We were shocked to hear that you were put in solitary confinement. Tan Qingchen's young voice came through the door. Xiaoai, you should be soft with your grandfather. He liked you so much. He will definitely forgive you. Tan Qingfei's palms could not help but stick to the door, as if she could touch her. Yi Jiai did not speak. Outside the door, Tan Qingchen whispered to Tan Qingfei, signaling her not to mention this matter again. As he grew older, Tan Qingchen, the younger brother, became more and more like an older brother. There was an unspeakable tacit understanding between him and Yi Jiai, and they both wanted to preserve Tan Qingfei's innocence. Tan Qingfei blinked, understood what he meant, and said softly, Xiaoai, if you don't want to talk about it, we won't think about it. What song did you just sing? It's so beautiful. Yi Jiai was slightly stunned. Isn't her singing famous for not being able to move people's hearts? Tan Qingchen actually echoed it this time. Although I don't understand the lyrics, I always want to cry when I listen to it. Are you trying to coax me? Yi Jiai was a little unconvinced. No, although I shouldn't say this now, it's much better than what you sang before. It's just like one is in heaven, and the other is in the ground. Tan Qingfei pouted. Is that a song from the Gulf Star? Tan Qingchen interrupted and asked. No. It's a lost language of the Alliance. I accidentally saw it when I was reading a book. The things on Earth were too incredible, and she didn't plan to tell anyone. Anything else? I want to hear something warmer and gentler. Tan Qingfei adjusted her sitting position, leaning against the door, and said softly. Tan Qingchen also imitated her, and leaned beside her. If there was no door, the three of them would be sitting back to back. It was an indescribable warmth. Yi Jiai thought for a moment, and sang Wan. It can be casual, I am willing to go to whatever you say. The swinging melody of the train can be true. I will believe everything you say, because I trust you completely. Delicate love, the heavy feeling of a blanket, the familiar sense of security after being exposed to the sun. Shared soup, we have 2 spoons and 1 bowl, the left atrium is warm and keeps warm. I want to say that you are actually very good, but you don't know it yourself. True to me, not asking for anything in return. Loving someone, and hoping that he will live a better life is warm from the heart. You are more important than yourself. I also hope to become better. Yi Jiai's voice was ethereal and warm, and she interpreted the song very well. After the song ended, there was no sound from the other side of the door for a long time. Just when Yi Jiai thought the 2 children had fallen asleep. Suddenly, she heard Tan Qingfei say in surprise, It's so beautiful. My whole body feels warm. It's a pity that I can't understand it. I really want to hear the alien version. Chapter 146. Qingchen came back to his senses from the shock. Xiaoai, you are a great singer. Why did you deliberately sing so badly before? Yi Jiai couldn't help but frown, deliberately singing badly. She was the one who wanted to know why. Okay, so she could move people by singing songs about Earth, but not songs about the stars? Xiaoai, what does this song mean? I feel very warm, and there is an indescribable taste. Tan Qingfei said softly. Tan Qingchen said softly. It's about missing someone. As we all know, Liang Jingru's song Wan sings about the feelings between a couple. It's understandable to feel warm, but missing someone? Yi Jiai was stunned. She had never been in a relationship, so when she sang this song just now, she was thinking about her friends on Earth. Can you feel her feelings even if you don't understand the lyrics? At this time, Tan Qingfei's obviously sleepy voice came from behind the door. Shall I? Let's go to Luna's concert together next time. I think you sing better than her. Tan Qingchen pouted. Isn't Luna your goddess? After just 2 songs, the goddess was outdone? She leaned on her brother's shoulder and rubbed her eyes. Her body was sleepy, but her soul was very energetic. Have you heard this kind of song? I never thought that this kind of gentle song could have such a touching power. Tan Qingchen remained silent. He didn't know much about the singing industry, but as Tan Qingfei said, it was the first time he heard this strange and indescribable song. He suddenly had an idea and suggested, Shall I? You can post it on Xinguang. Maybe it will become popular. Tan Qingfei, who was almost asleep, was shocked and agreed. Yes, post it on Xinguang, give it a stage name, and if it becomes popular, charge for all the songs, so that you don't have to work so hard to draw and make money. Yi Jiai's heart moved. You. Tell me in detail? Tan Qingchen, there are many star-making platforms on Xinguang. You can select and join one of them. The singing modes on Xinguang are different. You can show your face or not, and you can wear a mask. Don't worry about your identity being leaked. I think Xinguang is more suitable for you than an entertainment company. Tan Qingfei yawned. But if Xiai really becomes a star, you will definitely become the darling of the fashion industry. You are born with a high-end face. You can see that your mother always wants to use your photo as the cover. She closed her eyes and whispered, but Grandpa will not agree. If mother really does this, Grandpa will definitely be very, very angry. Lu Mingya, who has huge luxury resources, wants to make someone famous too easily. Yi Jiai didn't want to be a star, but if she could spread the Earth's music culture and make money by relying on the method they said, she would not reject it. She asked, Can this star-making platform ensure that my identity is not leaked? Tan Qingchen was a little unsure. I don't know much, but according to common sense, if this item is stipulated in the contract, it shouldn't be a big problem. There was no sound for a long time, and Yi Jiai called their names softly. No one responded. I guess they should have fallen asleep. Imagining the scene of the 2 little ones sleeping together, Yi Jiai unconsciously put on a very warm smile at the corner of his mouth. She closed her eyes and lay down. Perhaps because she had cried, her head was aching and she couldn't sleep. She sat up again. She adjusted the optical brain to the maximum visual interface and changed the lyrics of the songs she had just sung. She also wanted to know if she could still sing the Earth songs in the alien language with such a touching feeling. While changing, she fell asleep. The light of the Duan star scattered through the light curtain into the confinement room, leaving a few light and dark shadows on Yi Jiai's sleeping face. A gentle dripping sound was heard, and the door slowly opened. Kvinik walked in and gently picked her up from the ground. Yi Jiai was sleeping lightly, and she opened her eyes as soon as she was touched. Seeing that it was Kviniko, she relaxed again. Grandma, why are you here? Kviniko gently touched her face. Your grandfather went out in the middle of the night. It's enough to be locked up all night. You are still sick. I will take you out. Hearing Viscount Tannenming, Yi Jiai woke up halfway from her sleep. She sat up straight and hesitated. Grandfather, was he mad at me? Kviniko pinched her upturned nose. How old is your grandfather? How could he be mad at you? What are you thinking? I heard from a Zhong that something happened in the North District. Parasitic creature? Yi Jiai was a little absent-minded. Kviniko pulled her up. Okay, don't think too much. I have asked for leave from school for you. You should rest at home for a few days. You are already very advanced in your courses. There is no need to make yourself so tired. Where are Qingchen and Qingfei? The 2 were sleeping outside the door before. Kavini smiled and said, they were taken back to Huanhua Garden in the middle of the night. They slept so soundly that they didn't wake up until we got to the room. Imagining that scene, Yi Jiai smiled. Just like that, after being locked up all night, Yi Jiai returned to the room safe and sound. Tan Lan and Tan Ju prepared a large table of breakfast for her. Yi Jiai ate silently. Tan Lan and Tan Ju stood quietly beside her, both of them with red eyes. After Yi Jiai finished eating, she put down her bowl and chopsticks and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Tan Lan was a little flattered. Miss, you can't apologize to us. Tan Ju also looked panicked. Yi Jiai stood up. How long did you kneel last night? Both of them said nothing. Yi Jiai closed her eyes. I have implicated the entire Hoa Hall. If you don't tell me, I can find out by asking anyone. Tan Lan walked quickly to her side and said respectfully, it was just one night. We have knelt for longer than this before. Don't mind it. Tan Ju echoed. Yes, young lady, when we were in the Waiter Academy, the punishment was much more severe than this. The Tan family is very good, and never treats us servants harshly. Yijia lowered her eyes. I have implicated you. Tananin knew that she would not be imprisoned for long, so he took action against the people around her. In November, on the tarmac, the entire Hoa Hall knelt for a night. Whenever Yijia thought about it, she felt a pain in her heart. Tan Lan had never thought that she would think so. She bent down, lowered her head, and looked very serious. Young lady, please don't say that. This is our own choice. The head of the family punishes us, we accept it. Tan Lan and Tan Ju follow Yijia every day. They are carefully trained to serve people. They are born with some ability to grasp people's hearts. How could they not know what Yijia did? It's just that Yijia told them not to talk nonsense, so they really didn't report anything. This also includes Tan Chi. For this point, Viscount Tananin was both relieved and heartbroken. What was gratifying was that Yijia had such ability at a young age, making the people below obey her so much. What was heartbreaking was that she had the idea of rebellion at a young age. Hidden everything, doing it secretly, and thinking that his grandfather was dead. And all these were realized when Yijia was imprisoned. Chapter 147. Yijia is used to doing things in an adult's way of thinking. She is independent, strong, hardworking, and likes to do her own things. Because of her illness, she is immersed in her own world without knowing it, and she is unwilling and dislikes to have too much contact with others. Her family is her only emotional bond. The only thing in this world that can move her heart is to help the weak. That is in a life without a future, the light she gives to others can illuminate herself. But she often ignores the feelings of her relatives around her. Now it seems that her grandfather may not object to the Wanqing Foundation. She sighed deeply, sat down on the sofa, and said to Tan Lan and the others, I want to take a bath, you get ready. Tan Lan and Tan Ju looked at each other, and saw the uncontrollable excitement in each other's eyes. The young lady never let them handle such intimate things as bathing. Tan Ju rubbed her sore eyes, and said excitedly, Yes, young lady. It is very troublesome for Yijia to take a bath. In addition to aromatherapy and other things, because of her physique, there are also special bathing potions, which take a while to prepare. At this moment, she felt so clearly her connection with this era and the Tan family. I remembered again what Uncle Zhong said when she asked yesterday if she was the only one. The head of the family has been in charge of the Tan family for more than 20 years, and there has never been anything he has not done, never. Yijia knew her own strength and did not think she could fight against this experienced, high-ranking, and powerful old nobleman. All her willfulness was actually because she knew they loved her. It's just that she is spoiled and arrogant. She used to think that if she didn't agree to become a noble, then she would just be the daughter of Yixian and Tan Yun, and she would not have much to do with the Tan family. So everything she did after arriving at Guangyu Star was just out of respect for her grandparents. Don't disobey them in person, and try to be a highly talented granddaughter in their minds. When the time comes, she will return to Haiwan Star to reunite with her parents. But Uncle Zhong's words made her suddenly realize. She used to think that outsiders would misunderstand her, and respect her so much because she was a noble. But now it seems that this is not the case. Maybe some people do think she is a noble, but families, like the Zhang family, and the Chung family must know her civilian status. But she can still enjoy superstandard treatment, because Viscount Tananin had said it early and expressed his attitude. When she first arrived at Guangyu Star, he didn't let her go out to see anyone, and directly announced at the family banquet that he would personally raise her. Until the birthday party, all the nobles of Guangyu Star were invited to come, just to announce her identity. Not to mention, at that time, there were also Major General Ji Fan, Lady Ronghui, and others who secretly supported her. In addition, no one in the entire Tan family dared to disrespect her. Her food, clothing, and everything else were all in accordance with the standards of the young master. This is the true high virtue, the high devil. She doesn't want to be a noble. It doesn't matter. Tananin will let everyone think she is. Know that she is not a noble? It doesn't matter. Tananin will let everyone know that she is the young lady of the Tan family, and she is the future successor of the Tan family. In these 4 years, how many times has this information been consolidated and confirmed? She didn't know. Tan Lan, Tan Ju, and Tan Chi believed her and were willing to disobey the orders of the head of the family for her. Was it just for her? No, it was for her status as a young master with no name. Tan Lan's fingertips trembled a little, and she said softly, Young lady, should I take off your clothes for you? Yijia suddenly came back to her senses after hearing her voice. She didn't know when she had arrived at the bathroom. This bathroom was not the small bathroom in her bedroom. It occupied a very large area. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a small swimming pool. At least she could swim back and forth twice. She said expressionlessly, "Take it off." "Okay, young lady." Tanlon and Tanju moved very gently, and Yijia didn't even feel that they touched her body. Naturally, there was no physical reaction of goosebumps all over her body. If it were before, she would be a little embarrassed, but the change in her mood at this moment made her unable to care about these things. She stepped into the pool, and the warm water swept over her body, and she couldn't help but sigh in comfort. Tanlon said softly, "Miss, do you want to turn on the massage function for you?" Yijia nodded slightly. Soon, waves came to her, but they didn't hit her face. She closed her eyes, and let waves roll over her body. Tanlon stepped forward and whispered, "Miss, how about letting Tanju give you a massage? She has obtained a license as a masseur. She is very professional. You will feel very comfortable." Yijia was thinking about something, and didn't answer for a while. Tanlon winked at Tanju. Tanju stepped forward carefully, calmed down, and tentatively put her hand on Yijia's head. Yijia quickly opened her eyes. Tanju had already started to press gently. It was still a little uncomfortable at first, but soon, a tingling sensation extended from the head to the spine, and Yijia felt so comfortable that she wanted to sigh. She had just experienced a concussion, and because of her emotional ups and downs, her head was always a little dizzy, so she thought about taking a bath. If she had known this, she would have just asked Tanju to press it directly. Why bother? Seeing that she did not refuse, Tanju smiled and pressed more seriously. After a while, Yijia raised the light brain and called Amei's video, but turned off the camera. Amei answered quickly, "Young lady, what is the identity of the foreign aide that Julie invited? Have you found out?" Her voice was cold. Look at what she has been through. When she really put herself in the identity of the young lady of the Tan family, she found that it was difficult for her to accept such a level of provocation. This anger must be vented in a way. Although Amei didn't see her face, he could tell how bad her mood was just by her voice. Who in the entire Tan family was not trembling with fear? This was the first time they saw the head of the family so angry, and the target was the young master. What was going on? I checked, his name is Feng Yu, and he is a student of the Central School of District 32 in the East District. He is a habitual offender, and he usually makes some money by faking matches for others. Amei spoke very quickly. Yijia smiled with a twisted smile. How much money did Julie give him to dare to commit crimes in the Imperial League? I don't know the exact amount, but it must be a lot. Where is he? Yijia was angry, and his tone was extremely unfriendly when he said this. Amei didn't reply for a long time. After a while, he whispered, "Dead?" Yijia's eyebrows jumped. "You did it? Or Tanchi?" She had known Amei's personality for a long time, but after 4 years of getting along, she saw how proud the head bodyguard of the Tan family was. He was probably more angry than her when he was punished to kneel for a night. Amei said depressedly, "It wasn't us. He was dead when he came over, and his death was very ugly." His regretful tone gave Yijia a headache. She was very sure that if the person was not really dead, the two people were really going to kill him quietly. "Don't kill anyone without my order in the future," she said firmly, with a sense of certainty and threat. She had given Amei many orders, but this time, Amei sensitively felt that something was different. He immediately replied, "Yes." Yijia rubbed his brows. What about Julie's case? At first, Principal Riley decided to expel her, but for some reason, it ended up being a probation. Yijia sneered. Probation? Julie looked down on civilians so much, but in the end, she got this kind of punishment. It must be hard for her to feel good. But this was far from enough. The fire in her heart was getting more and more intense. Got it. She hung up the video call coldly. Chapter 148. A waste factory in the suburbs of the East District. After Amei hung up the video call, his face was not very good. Tanchi glanced at him sideways, and said in a cold tone, "I told you not to say anything." The young lady gave the order. "Do you dare to do it in the future?" Amei was not willing to be outdone. "It's not me, it's us." Tanchi choked. He was indeed very angry. As the head of the Tan family's bodyguards, the punishment he received was unimaginable for Yijia and Amei. It was simply an unprovoked disaster. He went to the East District Police Station early in the morning. He never thought that Feng Yu was transferred to the juvenile prison in the East District overnight last night. On the way, the prison van was attacked, and all the escorting police were killed, and Feng Yu himself was taken to this waste factory. He was tortured severely before he died. Tanchi looked at the dead body on the ground, and his eyes wished he could go over and stab it a few more times. After the video call with Yizhi, Ame calmed down a lot. Now he came back to his senses and said in surprise, "Who do you think Feng Yu offended?" Not only were all his nails scratched off, but his hands and feet were also broken. I lifted his clothes and looked, and there was not a single piece of good meat inside. This is what Ame said to Yizhi in a simple way, that he died in an ugly way. The people were dead, and Tanchi's anger was relieved a lot, and he became his original serious look again. The one who dared to kill all the police must not be a simple person. Hearing him say this, Ame always felt that something was wrong, and the whole thing revealed a sense of weirdness. Do you think this was aimed at the young lady? Tanchi frowned, did not speak for a long time, and then actually walked directly towards the dead body on the ground. Ame hurriedly chased after him. "Hey, don't get excited. The person is dead, don't whip the corpse." Tanchi didn't bother to reply him. Instead, he put on a pair of gloves and slowly unbuttoned Feng Yu's clothes. When Feng Yu's innermost shirt was opened, a horrifying scene happened. I saw pieces of intact flesh falling from his body one after another, and finally only a skeleton was left. There was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. Tanchi gently moved his head. It was soon separated from the lower body. Then the hands, legs, and feet were all separated easily. Even Ame felt a little uncomfortable. What the hell is this pervert? How can he dismember the body like this? He was right. Feng Yu's entire body was pieced together, and it was not difficult to imagine what he had experienced before his death. Tanchi's eyes flickered, and after a while he answered, "We have to investigate this matter." After 4 years together, Ame already knew his train of thought very well. Are you afraid that the other party is coming for the young lady? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Have you seen this kind of killing method? This is not killing, this is venting anger. Tanchi rarely said such a long sentence. But both of them had really touched blood, so Ame naturally understood what he meant. He pondered. It may be difficult to investigate this matter, I will try my best. Tanchi nodded. The Ame clan always served as bodyguards for powerful nobles, not only because of their outstanding combat power, but also because the whole clan was engaged in this industry, and they had their own information network. So Yizhi relied on Ame to do many things, which was very convenient. The matter of investigating people would eventually fall on him. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's withdraw. Tanchi looked around and said. He skillfully pieced the bodies together, dealt with the traces of the two people, and drove the shuttle away quickly. Not long after they left, a military shuttle slowly landed here. Gu Tingjin came out first, looked around, and saw Feng Yu dead on the ground. He frowned and looked over, then quickly pressed the headset after a simple investigation. Major General, exactly the same. Ji Fan and Zhou Jianjun came out of the shuttle one after another, both in military uniforms. Ji Fan strode to Feng Yu's body, saw his death, and ordered in a cold voice, "Let Lin Qing come over, check carefully, and find something for me." Zhou Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally there is a clue. Gu Tingjin, you are really amazing. We have been running around the world these days, turning over corpses every day. How disgusting it is. You actually found it with such a needle in a haystack. Gu Tingjin took off his gloves, stood up straight, and said sarcastically, "The other party's method of killing black cats is so sophisticated, it can be seen that he is a pervert, and this kind of pervert will never stop." Time goes back to 3 days ago. After the parasitic creature incident broke out in the North District, Ji Fan got detailed information about the black cat from the main brain. Although a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, there are actually 5 places where this black cat lives. He immediately passed this information to Gu Tingjin and Zhou Jianjun, and arranged personnel near several addresses where the black cat often appeared. After Gu Tingjin's analysis, an old residential building in the 11th district of the North District was the most likely place for him to hide. The 3 of them went there quickly. After setting up a trap outside, Ji Fan led the 2 of them and quietly came to the door of Black Cat's house. He glanced at Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun understood and kicked the door. At the same time, Ji Fan put on the headset and said, "Action." The other ambushes were also the same as here. Zhou Jianjun's A-level physique, a mere anti-theft door was no problem at all. The door was kicked away by him and sank into the wall. In this shabby community, even the security alarm didn't sound. He went in first with a gun. "Don't move." However, what greeted them was a dead body on the ground. Seeing this scene, Ji Fan's face turned black. Gu Tingjin approached the body, lifted the black cat's head slightly, and wanted to feel if there was a wound under his neck, but he actually broke his head. There was blood all over the ground. Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but remind him loudly, "Be gentle." We're going to take this back to Dr. Lin for autopsy. Göttingen put down the black cat's head, touched the corpse's hand, and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid we have to ask Dr. Lin to make a trip. This corpse has been dissected. If we take it back, it will only be pieces of mincemeat. Zhou Jianjun's face changed. Meat? Göttingen lifted the corpse's hand, and saw the meat on it falling off piece by piece, and finally only a hand skeleton was left. Zhou Jianjun's scalp numbed. This. How did he do this? Göttingen sneered at him. I'm not the murderer, how do I know his murder method? At this time, Ji Fan pressed the headset and said, Search everyone, see if there is anything useful around. Of course, this was not just said to the other people around. Yes. Göttingen and the others responded with a look. Zhou Jianjun went straight into the bedroom and began to rummage through the cabinets. Göttingen's delicate and beautiful face was full of questions. He stood there and muttered to himself, If you say that Black Cat is a capable person, we have been waiting for a few days, but have not caught him. What organization is so cruel? Too cruel. Ji Fan couldn't help but look at him. He suddenly laughed, but there was no smile in his eyes. The enemy is so anxious to kill him. Does it just prove that Black Cat has something hidden in him that must die? Chapter 149. Lin Qing came very quickly. His face was as dark as Ji Fan's when he entered the room. I'm a doctor. Not a forensic doctor. Do you have any common sense? He yelled as he entered the room. After seeing Ji Fan's cold face, he didn't say another word. He began the autopsy diligently. Zhou Jianjun turned the place upside down, but didn't find anything. He simply stood beside Lin Qing and watched his movements. Dr. Lin, you also know that if someone dies, this case has nothing to do with the military. I want you to come here to get first-hand information in advance, he said carelessly. Although Lin Qing's face was muttering, he was focused during the examination, not missing a single detail. Ji Fan asked in a deep voice, When did the person die? About 2 to 4 hours ago. Lin Qing answered fluently. About? Zhou Jianjun was surprised. Lin Qing was very professional, and rarely said such ambiguous words. From the overall condition of the body, it should have been 2 hours ago, but the murderer's autopsy technique is quite professional. If I were to do it, I wouldn't dare to say that I could do it to this extent. For such a big person, it would take at least more than an hour to autopsy, so I can't say exactly when he died, but it must not be more than 4 hours. Lin Qing explained it very thoroughly. Ji Fan immediately said, Go check for people who have appeared nearby within 4 hours. Yes. Zhou Jianjun took the order and went out. Ji Fan looked at Lin Qing, with an unknown light in his eyes. You mean, the murderer is very likely to be a doctor? It's hard to say, but it's indeed very likely. Such a sophisticated technique can't be done without practice. After careful consideration, he said, Moreover, from my personal perspective, I always feel that this person seems to be venting his anger. Ji Fan frowned. Venting anger? Yes, doctors are very careful when dissecting, and they will pay special attention not to touch the internal organs. He took a piece of meat from the chest of the corpse, but this person pierced the lung directly with one knife, and then in order not to destroy the complete shape of the lung, he raised the knife and cut off the whole piece of meat. He said and imitated. The scene was particularly creepy. But Ji Fan and Göttingen were not ordinary people, and there was no discomfort. Göttingen had some inspiration. Where is his fatal wound? Lin Qing pointed to a needle hole on his waist and abdomen. If I'm not mistaken, he should have been anesthetized and dissected directly. Anesthesia? He looked at Ji Fan. It may be an acquaintance who committed the crime. Lin Qing saw everything he should see and stood up. What do you mean? The North District is completely blocked. Black Cat cannot be unaware of how dangerous his situation is. If he is not familiar with this situation, how could he open the door? There are no signs of fighting in the house. Isn't it obvious? Göttingen walked around the body for a while, looking at the floor and the wall. His words basically restored a rough image of the murderer. Ji Fan had been silent, staring at Black Cat for a while, and suddenly stepped forward and pressed his right eyeball. The eyeball was actually loose. Lin Qing exclaimed in surprise, took out a pair of tweezers, and easily picked out the eyeball, then naturally put it into the bag. This is a bionic eyeball. Take it back and check it. If it is not a model suitable for black cats, it is very likely used to confuse people. Göttingen turned to Ji Fan. His face was not very good. Major General, the things are likely to have been taken away. Ji Fan's face was cold. Notify the police station to come, we will retreat. Time goes back to the present. Lin Qing hurriedly drove the shuttle to the scene. Not surprisingly, he saw the dark faces of several people again. Ji Fan and his men first disguised themselves as black cats, and then searched the planet for clues. It took a whole week without a good rest. This time he didn't dare to say anything. He quickly examined Feng Yu's body. While checking, he said, the time of death was 5 o'clock last night. Judging from the dissection method and traces, it was done by the same person. When he checked it, he suddenly exclaimed. Zhou Jianjun was impatient and urged him, Dr. Lin, don't just exclaim, tell me something. Lin Qing was too lazy to look at him, and said in surprise, the murderer may have a grudge against this person. If he was just venting his anger last time, this time he was just torturing people. He opened Feng Yu's mouth and found that all the teeth were gone. The murderer pulled out all the nails and teeth on this person. He pointed to the marks on the body and said, they pulled them out when he was still alive. Even Zhou Jianjun, a grown man, couldn't imagine it. Lin Qing looked at the body for a while, and finally expressed his inner judgment. This practice is more like revenge. Gu Tingjun remembered something. This time, was it anesthetized first and then dissected? Lin Qing looked again, but couldn't find the needle hole. He pondered for a moment. I'm afraid it was directly dissected alive. Zhou Jianjun opened his eyes wide and cursed. What a pervert. Gu Tingjun squatted down and touched the soil on the ground. The murderer was very cautious. There was no blood at the scene of the two bodies. It should have been drained out in advance. Lin Qing took off his gloves and raised his glasses. Very likely. Coincidentally, at this moment, Gu Tingjun received the results of Feng Yu's identity investigation on his brain, including the shuttle competition incident that just happened. He immediately reported the matter to Ji Fan. Zhou Jianjun was a very intuitive person. After hearing the whole thing, he subconsciously sighed. The ghost beast attack, the parasitic incident, and the perverted murder, one link after another. How can it be related to the girl from the Tan family? Hearing what he said, several people immediately looked at him, especially Lin Qing, who was surprised without hiding his face. Of course he knew who Zhou Jianjun was talking about. The girl from the Tan family, who was related to the ghost beast attack. Who else could it be except Yi Jiai? Gu Tingjun secretly looked at the face of his own major general. The handsome face was so frozen that it seemed that ice chips could fall off. After all, he was the godfather, so it was inevitable to get more attention. He couldn't help but comfort her. Hu Lin's verification results haven't come out yet. The parasitic incident may not be related to the black cat. The child died here just because he happened to offend the murderer. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Fan's light brain rang. He picked up, Hu Lin. Gu Tingjun's heart skipped a beat. Ji Fan's face turned dark, almost visibly. After hanging up, he said coldly, the screening results are out. Among more than 10,000 people, there is only one person named Zhou Shuai who is related to the black cat. After the main brain compared them, it said that this is the same person. Zhou Jianjun was so shocked that he could fit an egg in his mouth. He was right. He doubted his own logic and could not help but think. The screening results of the main brain showed that there were more than 10,000 suspects in the Judah Delicious parasitic incident. Among the suspects, there was a man named Zhou Shuai, who was confirmed to be Black Cat, so it can be preliminarily concluded that the parasitic incident of Judah Delicious was done by Black Cat. Black Cat was killed at night, and one of his eyes was taken away. In the blink of an eye, this pervert killed another student, and this student happened to offend Yi Jiai. When he came to this incredible conclusion, he was a little unconvinced. So, this pervert and Black Cat both targeted Yi Jiai? Chapter 150. Gu Tingjun patted him on the shoulder and praised, "Great, you've used your brain." Before Zhou Jianjun realized that this sentence was actually insulting him, he changed the subject, but not all targets are Yi Jiai. Black Cat released the parasites, obviously to kill one of Yi Jiai and Ji Lan. This pervert killed Black Cat and Feng Yu, as if he was helping Yi Jiai. No, if he was helping Yi Jiai, why did he take the eyeball away? Lin Qing reacted quickly. The bionic eyeball he put back was just a basic model, not even a model. Gu Tingjun asked him casually, "Do you still think the murderer is a doctor?" Lin Qing pursed his lips. "I really can't think of anyone else who can have such superb anatomical skills except doctors." Gu Tingjun didn't say anything. He always felt that there was an indescribable weirdness in this matter. She experienced a parasitic attack 4 years ago. This incident could not be aimed at Lanner, but at her. Ji Fan stared at everyone, his voice cold. Whether this person is a doctor or not, he must know Yi Jiai's situation very well, and he may be hiding next to her. Zhou Jianjun touched his chin. "There are so many doctors in Renha Hospital, how can we check this?" At this time, Ji Fan's optical brain sounded again. After reading it, he threw it into the air. The main brain compared the situation around the black cat's address and found no suspicious persons. What? The main brain didn't find any suspicious persons? Zhou Jianjun said in surprise. His voice was very loud. It goes without saying how powerful the main brain's algorithm is. If even the main brain didn't find any problems, this matter would become very scary. Gu Tingjun was speechless for a long time. The situation was out of their control. Ji Fan stood there, frowning, and said in a cold voice, "The main brain didn't find any problems. There is only one possibility." When he said this, Gu Tingjun immediately reacted. That proves that the murderer used his real face. He lived on Guangyao Star and had a real and credible identity. At the same time, he appeared near the black cat during the time of the black cat's death. It was a very normal thing, so it did not attract the attention of the main brain at all. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the shuttle without caring about how everyone reacted. Gu Tingjun looked at Lin Qing, who was still digesting it on the spot, and said, "Dr. Lin, is this child still worth testing? I will take him back to the military headquarters for you." Lin Qing looked at the mincemeat under his feet and waved his hand quickly. "Adjutant Gu, don't discuss me. Everything that should be recorded has been recorded. If I take him back to the military headquarters, I will have to trouble you to go through the procedures with the police station. Why bother?" After saying this, he ran away quickly. That posture, as if there is an evil ghost chasing him. Let's talk about two things separately. She didn't know what happened here, even if it seemed to be inextricably linked to Yizhi. At this time, she was in the physical training hall of the Tan family, practicing with Ah Mei in an almost harsh way. Feng Yu died, and she had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only rely on force to vent. After experiencing this, Yizhi tightened her skin again. In the interstellar era, the level of force is really important. The advantage of practicing with Ah Mei is that he never uses dogmatic moves. For so many years, unless Ah Mei lets her win, she has never won once. Forget it, come again next time. After being whipped away by a tentacle, Yizhi simply lay on the ground. Their fighting moves were always real kung fu, and Yizhi would not rest until she was covered in wounds. Ah Mei was also a little tired, panting, "Miss, your physical fitness is much better than before. Attack power and moves are another matter. As for endurance, Yizhi has never persisted for such a long time before. Physical endurance is closely related to willpower on the one hand, but more depends on physical fitness." Yizhi subconsciously raised her right hand, and the black gold bracelet on her wrist gradually slipped down. Yixian told her that this is a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. Even Uncle Zhong revealed that Viscount Tannenming was willing to speak for Ji Fan in Congress, mainly because of this bracelet. Thinking of the bracelet, I thought of Major General Ji Fan. My grandfather hurried out again last night, and I don't know what the North District is like now. She turned on the light brain and clicked on the latest Empire news. She just happened to see Viscount Tannenming being interviewed. He was in uniform, looked serious and energetic. But Yizhi saw a trace of fatigue hidden behind him from the drooping corners of his mouth. Her eyes were slightly sore. The reporter looked very excited. "Your Excellency, you are now the spokesperson for this incident. Does it mean that this incident has been controlled?" Viscount Tannenming did not answer his question, but said loudly, "On behalf of the cabinet, I announce that the third level of response to major public health emergencies will be cancelled." As soon as the voice fell, the crowd began to chatter. The filming robot was taking pictures crazily. Tannenming stretched out his hand to calm down the atmosphere on the field, and then he said, "After the investigation in the past few days, there is no virus infection in the North District. After a while, the cabinet will lift the blockade of the North District, and everything will be back on track." In order to avoid causing panic, the cabinet decided to play a trick and not mention parasitism, but just say it is a virus infection. In this era, virus infection and virus invasion are normal, but parasitism is a bit scary. "Your Excellency, may I ask what kind of virus is this time? Does the Ministry of Health have a corresponding vaccine?" a reporter asked quickly. Tannenming looked at everyone and said ambiguously, "No. So far, the Ministry of Health only has a screening method. But fortunately, all departments and units responded quickly and cooperated in this operation. The situation was controlled in a very short time. Please don't panic." After saying these words, he turned around and left without waiting for everyone's reaction. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Health quickly stepped in. "Dear journalist friends, the Viscount has been working non-stop for a while, and is really tired. I can answer all the questions on his behalf. Viscount Tannenming is a man who speaks his mind. He usually doesn't say what he can't say, but whatever he says is the truth. The reporters of Gwanya Star are both afraid and love him. They are afraid because they are afraid that the Viscount will get angry if they ask those skirting questions, and they love him because only Viscount Tananing can answer those skirting questions. Yi Jiai saw that the deputy minister was evasive and turned off the computer. No matter what, this incident was finally settled. When she really put herself in the role of the young lady of the Tan family, she realized that in addition to the worries caused by intimacy and blood relationship, she was very afraid that Viscount Tananing would have an accident, because he supported the entire Tan family. Presumably, there were many other people who were relieved like him at this moment. Chapter 151. After returning to the room and taking a shower, Yi Jiai had trouble falling asleep. There have been too many things happening recently, and she always feels uneasy. She got up and went to the study to read. When she found that she couldn't read anymore, she remembered what Tan Qingchen said about the star-making platform, so she simply lay down in the biocapsule. One of the benefits of growing up is that the time to enter the star network has been extended. It has been increased from the original 2 hours to the current 8 hours. There are 32 hours in the Glorious Empire, and 8 hours is only a quarter of the time, but Yi Jiai is not addicted to the internet, does not make money from the star network, and does not study on the star network. This time is still very spare for her. After putting star coins in the place where the area is transferred, she entered today's destination, the Shining You and Me star-making platform. 1 second later, a star network version of Yi Jiai appeared in the lobby of the Shining You and Me star-making platform. Here, on average, many handsome men and beautiful women appear every minute, and her appearance did not attract the slightest attention. After Ame screened and compared, she chose the Shining You and Me star-making platform. Although the commission is small, the advantage is that the platform is large and trustworthy. Most importantly, it has been in the industry for many years without any major scandals, which makes Yi Jiai very fond of it. She identified the direction and went straight to the second floor. Fill out the form before the interview. You have to know which direction you want to try. You can only go in for the interview after your name is called after adjusting the form. As soon as I stepped onto the second floor, I heard someone shouting in a loud voice. That auntie! The previous one hasn't finished yet. Why are you opening the door? What if you affect others' performance? If you do this again, you will be disqualified from the interview. Yi Jiai saw that a sneaky fat lady suddenly stiffened her back, closed the door, and returned to her seat in shame. She walked to the place where she received the form, took a look, and took off the form with the word singer. The broadcaster shouted again, "Little girl, don't make the wrong choice. You can only choose once for your star path. You look like this, why do you want to be a singer? Go to be an actor." Yi Jiai looked around and found that there was no one around, and many people were looking at her. She was a little confused and said to the air, "Are you talking to me?" The broadcaster shouted again, "Yes. Who else can it be if not you? Think about it carefully." Yi Jiai knew that he was also kind-hearted, and smiled gently. "I have thought about it, thank you." Seeing that she insisted, the broadcaster stopped persuading her, and went to call others. She sat down, in the seat of the singer star path. A girl next to her heard the conversation and whispered, "I think he is right. You will definitely become popular if you become an actor. In the singer industry, the face is basically not important." Yi Jiai smiled but said nothing. She remembered that Tan Qingfei's idol named Luna had a good face, and sang well, didn't she? The face-pinching system of Xingwang is based on the prototype of the character, and the similarity with the prototype must be at least 30%. It is impossible to pinch too much. For example, a fat man with a big face and a flat nose cannot be pinched into a thin man with a small face and a high nose. Gender, height, age, etc. are even less likely to change much. A 20-year-old can be pinched into a 17 to 18-year-old, or a 21 to 22-year-old, but it is definitely impossible to pinch a 14 to 15-year-old or a 70 to 80-year-old. And there is also the most important column of aesthetic judgment. The indicators range from S to F. If it is judged to be F, it is barely acceptable to pinch an E, but D will not be successful. So even if the faces on the star network are not real, you will know that the person's aesthetic judgment level is very high when you see a good-looking face. Of course, there will be surprises, but the evaluation system of the star network is based on the statistics of the entire empire. In most cases, there will be no deviation. The face that Yi Jiai pinched now is only 30% similar to her original face. It is more like her on Earth before. It does not have such a strong mixed blood flavor now, but the combination is also very beautiful and very special. Her aesthetic judgment level is very high, which is A level. The face pinched is also A level. When she grows up, the level may be improved. Seeing that Yijia was unmoved, the girl said again, "Really? This is very important. If you choose the wrong one, you basically have to change the platform, which is very troublesome." Seeing that she was so enthusiastic, Yijia didn't want to ignore her all the time, so he casually replied, "It's okay, I've already chosen it." She sighed, "Okay, what's your name?" "My name is Shimi." Yijia was a little stunned. This name was not her real name. The girl saw her thoughts and smiled. "You haven't given yourself a stage name yet? Pick one quickly, it will be written on the form." Yijia thought for a long time, waved his hand, and filled in the 4 big words "Voice of the Earth" on the form. Shimi looked pale. "Is this really your name?" Yijia filled in the form quickly. After finishing, thinking that he didn't know much about this industry, he began to ask questions. "You look familiar with it. It doesn't seem like this is your first time on the star-making platform? How old are you?" 16 years old? Yijia developed very quickly, and when she pinched her face, she focused on adjusting her height and face shape. She looked like a 12-year-old girl on the Star Network. Thinking about this, Shimi sighed. "I'm 18 years old, so I pinched it smaller on purpose. I was on Blue Moon before, but I was young and ignorant at the time, and I chose actors. As a result, I didn't achieve much after acting in a few dramas. I found that I was okay at singing, and wanted to change careers, but was rejected by the platform. I completely abandoned the fans there and came here." Yijia didn't expect that she could meet a 36th-tier actor just by sitting anywhere. At this point, Shimi said again, "I have been in the actor's circle. Except for those actors who have left the Star Network, everyone looks at their faces. You are young, so you just happen to be a child star. Step by step, you may become a superstar in the end. It's much easier than the path of a singer. If it weren't for my bad face, I wouldn't have to change careers." She stared at Yijia's face, with undisguised regret in her eyes. Yijia didn't answer and asked, "You've already acted in several dramas at the age of 18. Don't you go to school?" "Yes, but I go to school on Xinguang. It's very simple," Shimi said indifferently. Yijia frowned slightly. "Don't your family care about you?" "My family is not well off. Xinguang can make money and learn at the same time. Even in reality, academic qualifications are recognized." "So what?" She didn't care. Yijia wanted to say that the graduation certificate from Xinguang is different from the graduation certificate from a formal school, but seeing the other party's indifferent look, she didn't say anything. She changed the subject. "What are you going to do when you go in? Sing directly to the interviewer?" Shimi looked at her twice, as if surprised that she ran over without knowing anything. She said patiently, "First, sing a cappella, then sing with accompaniment, and finally they choose a song for you to sing." Chapter 152. Just as he was speaking, the number was called over the radio. "Singer group number 1876. Please enter interview room number 2 for the interview." Shimi stood up and patted her chest. "Wish me good luck." Yijia liked this kind-hearted girl very much, and encouraged her with a smile. "Come on." Shimi made a cheering gesture, and walked towards interview room number 2, with a heroic and confident step. Not long after, she came out with a rosy face. Yijia asked knowingly, "How was it?" Shimi smiled brightly. Her facial features were not very delicate, but her smile was very contagious. "Passed in one try. I said I have a talent for singing." Yijia congratulated again and again. "Let's add each other as friends. Maybe we can be colleagues in the future." She didn't dislike Yijia's child status at all. Yijia thought she was very interesting and accepted her friend request. "See you next time." Shimi nodded and smiled brightly. "I'm going to study, I wish you good luck." Yijia nodded. Soon, her name was called. She was interviewed in interview room number 3. There were 3 examiners sitting inside, 2 men and 1 woman. The female examiner sitting in the middle seat had her hair meticulously groomed, was wearing a uniform, had a straight back, and looked like an elite. When the female examiner saw her, her eyes lit up. "Little sister, did you go to the wrong place? This is the Singer Star Path examination room." Yijia smiled obediently. "Hello, 3 examiners, I didn't go to the wrong place. I just want to go to the Singer Star Path. Here is my information." She handed the 3 documents in her hand to the 3 people respectively. One of the male examiners stared at the name for a long time. "Voice of the Earth? What kind of planet is the Earth?" Yijia's heart moved, and she wanted to draw the blue planet. Another male examiner next to her replied, "Maybe it just corresponds to the celestial sphere." After that, the 2 laughed at the same time. Yijia's originally throbbing heart suddenly cooled down. She sat in her seat properly, smiling politely, but did not speak. After 5 years of training in the Tan family, her manners were engraved in her bones. The female examiner looked at her and nodded repeatedly. She signaled the two to stop making trouble and said to Yijai gently, "Voice of the earth, are you ready?" Yijai's face was calm. "Ready." "Then let's start." She put down the information. A soft but powerful female voice sounded in the interview room. "Let me return to my hometown," and then to her side. "Let her gentleness and kindness soothe my heartache. That year, you set foot on the twilight of a foreign land. You thought that there was your ideal there. You looked at the strange eyes around you, and woke up in the morning, but no one was by your side. On a quiet rainy night, I thought of her. Her retention was still lingering in my ears. Thinking of her tearful face when we parted, you couldn't help crying out loud. How I want to return to my hometown, and then to her side. Let her gentleness and kindness soothe my heartache." The songs of this era tend to be punk. For safety, she deliberately chose a song in a foreign land by Shui Munyanhua. This kind of light rock feeling is easier to accept. She sang very devotedly because she knew that she was singing about herself. When she finished singing and opened her eyes, the female examiner had already stood up on the spot. Her eyes were wet and red. "It sounds good. You are so young, and you actually started to write original songs?" Yijai had already prepared the answer. "It's not my song, it's a friend of mine. I only sing the songs he wrote." A male examiner asked, "Your friend is so good at writing songs and composing music. Why doesn't he come himself?" "He is mute." Yijai's eyes were dim. All the original singers on Earth cannot sing their songs in this era. If they are not mute, what are they? "I'm sorry." The male examiner apologized immediately. The female examiner was afraid that he would say something wrong again, so she deliberately said loudly, "Did you pass the first round of assessment?" After saying that, she raised her hand. The two male examiners beside her also raised their hands. The female examiner encouraged, "Congratulations on passing the first round of a cappella assessment. Now the second round is the accompaniment assessment. Are your vocal cords ready?" Yijai hesitated and said, "There is only one very simple one. Some musical instruments in this era do not exist at all." After arriving at the Tan family, she only learned to play drums, and the drum beats were made by her own feeling. She took the initiative to explain, "My friend doesn't know how to make music, so he made a mess. Please don't dislike it." Perhaps because it does not conform to the aesthetics of this era, the examiner on the left did not raise his hand during the final judgment. "Congratulations on passing the second accompaniment assessment. Next is the third assessment. We will assign you a song," the female examiner said. Yijai interrupted her. "Excuse me, before you assign, can I say something?" The female examiner had a good impression of her and nodded slightly. "You go ahead." "I don't sing other people's songs very well. Even after signing the contract, I will only sing songs written by my friends, which are all very unique and excellent original songs. This is a good thing for the entire platform. I hope the three examiners will not reject me." The male examiner on the left smiled. "This is the first time I have met such a big kid negotiating conditions during an interview," he said with a straight face. "Every day we interview people who start with at least 2,000. The competition in the Star Network is very fierce. If you can't even sing other people's songs well, why would our platform sign you?" Yijai was not bluffed at all. On the contrary, she was very confident. In this era, there are many singers who sing well, but those who really become popular often have many factors, and even some popular singers don't sing that well. She smiled slightly. "I dare not say anything else, but a high-quality original work provider like me, even if I can't become popular, is much more precious than those singers who can only sing other people's songs." The female examiner chuckled, and she felt special when Yijai walked in. The demeanor and face around her are simply the most popular princess standard nowadays. But she didn't expect that this girl could understand this at such a young age. She immediately decided, "Since you think so, let's change the way of this round of assessment. If you don't want to sing other people's songs, then you can sing your friend's songs, but the requirement is to sing 2 songs. Is this okay?" The male examiner on the right obviously wanted to say something, but seeing that she looked determined, he didn't stop her. Yijai was calm. "Okay." Then she sang 2 songs she sang in the confinement room, Hometown and One. The reverse is quite good. 3 consecutive high-quality songs. The 3 examiners finally changed their faces. The female examiner in the middle said directly, "Tell me honestly, how many songs of this level do your friends have?" Yijai smiled frankly. "He has been writing songs for a lifetime. What do you think?" The female examiner took a breath. Since he had written these songs a long time ago, why didn't he publish them early? I guess some songs have become popular by now. The male examiner on the right looked puzzled. Chapter 153. Yijai pretended to be sad. My friend's status is not low. He has very high requirements for the inheritor. You can also hear that his songs are different from this era, and not just anyone can sing them. The image of a hidden master in the music industry, and an elderly man was created by Yijai. You mean, the old man gave all these songs to you? There is no copyright dispute? The female examiner was a little excited. At this time, she looked at Yijai as if she was looking at a treasure house. Yijai nodded calmly. I am his designated successor. The male examiner on the left suddenly said, May I ask the name of the old gentleman? Seeing that Yijai's expression did not change, he added, If it is inconvenient, forget it. I respect these old artists very much. Yijai pondered for a moment and said, I can't tell you his real name, his stage name is Earth. Some old artists like to give themselves names that ordinary people can't understand, and the three of them looked surprised. The male examiner reacted quickly. So you named yourself Voice of the Earth? Yes, although the old gentleman gave me these songs, I don't want the public to think that I wrote them. I want to tell them that these are all songs of the Earth, and I am just speaking for the Earth. This sentence contains too many meanings. Even if she knows that others will not understand what she really wants to express when she says it, Yijai is already grateful to be able to say this in a public place, and her voice is a little unstable. The three examiners thought she was thinking of the old man named Earth, and their impression of her became better. The female examiner looked at Yijai and said in a gentle voice, Your idea is very good. I decided to give you a C-level contract. What do you think? As soon as this was said, the two examiners next to her were very surprised. A C-level contract would never appear in the hands of a newcomer in this kind of public assessment. Yijai observed her expression and hesitated. If the contract is convenient, I need to ask a lawyer to read the content before I know. But, can you make the decision on the C-level contract? It doesn't look like a simple thing. Ha ha, Yuan laughed out loud at her straightforwardness, and slowly spoke with a domineering attitude. Don't worry, I can still do this little thing. Yijai saw that the other two did not seem surprised at all, and nodded immediately. Then send me the contract. I have some requirements, and I will ask the lawyer to add them directly. I will return them to you after they are done. Yuan stood up and handed her the electronic version of the C-level contract. Little sister, let's add each other as friends. Send it to me as soon as you are done. Okay, thank you. Yijai took the contract. After Yijai left, the male examiner on Yuan's right couldn't help but say in surprise, Sister One, are you really going to sign her with a C-level contract? Don't do that because of Luna. Knowing what he wanted to say, Yuan interrupted him. Although I have temporarily stepped down from the position of agent, my connections are still there. It's just signing a new person with a C-level contract. The platform won't say anything. The man on her left immediately said, That's right. You're kidding. Don't you see who I am, Sister One? We are tired of sitting on the high ground, so let's take a break for a while. If someone doesn't understand your kindness, we shouldn't give up our enthusiasm to lick her cold butt, right? This was too much, but Yuan showed a sincere smile. You are right. It's my fault that I didn't know people well after all these years. She straightened her chin. However, we don't know who will win or lose in the future. Ah! Sister One, I can't stand your domineering look. The male examiner joked. Yuan squinted at him. Don't joke. The male examiner's expression changed. Sister One, is there really a market for songs of this style? It has never appeared before. Will it not achieve the effect of mental power sorting? The emergence of new things will always have an impact on the market. I think she has great potential. Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly. She has been an agent for many years, and has made countless people famous. She has a very sharp eye. Of course, Yijai didn't know what happened on the Star Network. Things went smoothly. When she came out of the biocapsule, she still had a smile on her face. She sent the contract in her hand to Amei through the optical brain, and left a message. This matter must not be known to anyone. She didn't know how her grandfather knew so much about her. From now on, she would no longer deliberately hide anything, but her intuition told her that it would be best not to even mention the series of activities on Earth. Fortunately, all this was done on the Star Network, and it was much easier to hide. As long as she was careful enough, her identity would actually be difficult to discover. Amei quickly sent a message to indicate that he had received it, but at the end, he also brought a message. Julie has transferred to St. Leanne's Middle School in the West District today. Yijai was lying on the bed, searching for information about this school in her mind. If she remembered correctly, this school should be an aristocratic girls' school. Unlike formal schools, like the Imperial League, The courses taught in these aristocratic girls' schools are more about social etiquette among upper-class aristocrats. Most of the aristocratic girls who study in such schools have only one way out: marriage. Thinking of Julie's fat face, Yijia was a little puzzled. Julie offended the two major families of the Tan family and the Zhang family in one fell swoop, but she was not abandoned yet. Not being able to figure out this connection, she directly sent a video call to Ame. As soon as Ame picked up the phone, he took the initiative to say, "Miss, do you want to ask about Julie?" "Go ahead." Yijia looked at him. Ame's slanted eyes were slightly red, and it seemed that he had not rested well these days. Julie is the daughter of the fifth branch of the Zhu family. The fifth branch has a low status in the Zhu family, but she has a brother named Zhu Min, who has some means. Originally, Julie did not have a noble status. A few years ago, under the operation of her brother, Julie became a noble. Yijia sneered. "Once you become a noble, you forget your former civilian status?" Ame didn't have anything good to say. I have seen it clearly. In her eyes, except for the fortune-telling of the nobles, the civilians are simply garbage with neither dignity nor ability. No wonder she said that she would attack Zhang Ping if she attacked Zhang Ping. Why do you say that? The last time Ame was so disgusted was Xia Minger's aunt. There are quite a few civilian students who were forced away by her from the Imperial League. Some students could not withstand such blows and humiliation, and voluntarily dropped out of school and committed suicide. Ame grinned. He is a civilian of a different race, and can better understand the emotions. Yijia frowned. Isn't the Imperial League doing anything? Ame sneered. How can we do that? First, it happened outside the school, and the victim has already dropped out. Secondly, the Zhu family has reached an agreement with the victim's family in private. The family will not sue or pursue the case, and even Rayleigh Hobart can't do anything. He sighed. In recent years, the lives of civilians are no longer worth their lives. Yijia's family background destined her to be far away from the civilian class of this era, but as an adult, some things make her feel cold just by imagining them. Chapter 154. Seeing Yijia's bad face, Ame told him the news he had just learned. As far as I know, the Zhu family has not had a good time in Guangya Star recently. Yijia raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The Zhu family's famous clothing brands have all run into trouble, and have been sued for plagiarism. The evidence is strong, and they will probably have to pay a lot of money. Ame was quite gloating. Yijia's mind turned in a circle. Is it done by my second aunt? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Ame said with a click of the tongue, but they all went through legal procedures. Many designs of those brands were copied from Mingurxia, and several big brands. The second wife personally sent someone to contact them, and they jointly sued the Zhu family in court that afternoon without any delay. In the fashion industry, it is common for third-tier, second-tier, and first-tier brands to copy super-tier brands, and for super-tier brands to copy each other. Lu Mingyao found such an excuse to deal with the Zhu family, which was a clear slap in the face. And more. You don't know what the head of the family did. Thinking of this, Ame was quite excited. Yijia's heart moved slightly, but her face remained calm. Hurry up, I want to rest. Ame could see her expectation, and she didn't keep it a secret. The head of the family was really angry this time. He put all the people of the Zhu family and the side branches on the blacklist of Renha Hospital. He also said that the Zhu family almost took the life of our young master of the Tan family. If there is a next time, the Tan family will definitely make the Zhu family pay the price. What does it mean to be on the blacklist? The Zhu family will not even be able to enter the gate of Renha Hospital in the future, let alone get treatment. I heard from Tan Chi that the head of the family has never targeted a family like this. Ame's tone was very excited. Hearing this, Yijia felt a warm current flowing through her chest, and the flame was extinguished silently. Ame continued, It's not over yet. Madame is also very angry this time. She has united the wives of various heads of the circle to raid the Zhu family's collection halls and auctions, and pointed out which ones are fakes. The Zhu family has really lost all their reputation. Yijia's eyes were slightly sore. She didn't know that her family was using these methods to vent her anger. Anything else? She asked casually. In her heart, she actually felt that it was almost over. The target of Julie was not her. She was injured because she decided to save Zhang Ping. I didn't expect it to be really not over yet. Ame said with saliva flying. There are also many shuttles under the Zhu family who have been suppressed badly. There are all kinds of black materials on the internet. What about industry and commerce, taxation, one after another, are being investigated. People outside are saying that the Zhu family is going to collapse. Yijia thought to herself, How could such a huge family fall because of these things? She realized, is it the Zhang family who did it? Yes, the Zhang family did it, and the Chung family seemed to have helped. Ame said truthfully. When she heard about the Chung family, Yijia couldn't help but think of Chung Feng. Sometimes fate is so strange. They met because of a dispute, but they didn't expect to become friends in the end. Thinking of what Kvinik told her about visiting the Chung family, she suddenly felt that this matter should not be delayed any further. She lay down flat, and before going to sleep, she thought of the question in her heart. Ame, you said that the Zhu family has been messed up like this, but they still want to protect Julie. Why? After a while, Ame said, as far as I know, Zhu Min knows a great upper-class person. The Zhu family gave Julie a security guard only for his sake. Yishai closed his eyes and asked subconsciously, can you find out who it is? The person who made Principal Riley Hobbard change his mind must be of high status. I'm sorry, young lady, Ame is incompetent. He lowered his head. Yishai opened his eyes and found that he was kneeling on one knee on the ground. He immediately said, how can I be incompetent? You are only one person, but you can find out so many things every time. I am already very satisfied. Don't say you are incompetent again. I will be angry. Ame stood up. Yes, young lady. But his heart was warm. The upper-class nobles like to find the Dwelluan family as bodyguards, not only for their strong fighting ability, but also for the value they bring. That huge intelligence information network. But in this regard, Yijia never forced him. After tossing and turning for so long, Yijia fell asleep due to a feeling of sleepiness. A dreamless night. The next morning, Boba was waiting by Yijia's side dutifully. Little master, a day's plan begins in the morning. You should get up and study. Robots have many advantages, but one feature that Yijia particularly hates is the incomprehensible persistent repetitive behavior. Yijia opened his eyes, looked at its red eyes, and said impatiently, Boba, can you stop shouting? I feel dizzy. Little master, you got up. Please don't be angry. Do you need me to wash for you? Boba came over and gave him a full body scan. Seeing that Yijia was still lying, he couldn't help but say, Little master, you are very healthy, and there are no sequelae of concussion. I think you should get up. Yijia got up helplessly. After washing up, Yijia sat at the dining table to eat. Tanlon and Tanju were matching her clothes for going out. Looking at the layer upon layer of princess dress, Yijia felt a little pain in her forehead. What are your plans for today? Why is it so heavy? Tanlon paused and was a little surprised. Don't you know? Today is the birthday of the head of the Chung family. Tanju came out of the cloakroom with a complicated brooch. The color of this skirt is too monotonous. Can it be matched with this blue brooch? Tanlon looked at it for a while and thought it was okay. In this case, you can take out a dark blue hairband and use it to style today. Yijia ate breakfast expressionlessly and couldn't help saying, I think it can be simpler? Tanlon smiled and said, it's already very simple, but the etiquette should not be missed. When you go to someone else's house as a guest, this kind of etiquette long skirt is a must. Miss, please bear with it. Yijia thought to herself that she didn't dress like this the last time she took Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei to Wangjua Mansion to find Ji Lan. But when she thought that these two people were punished because of her, she couldn't bear to refuse them. Not only did she not refuse, but she also let them do what they wanted and dressed her up like a princess. Kavinika was dressed in a formal dress, a close-fitting white long-sleeved dress, and a large white felt hat. She opened the door and walked in, her eyes full of surprise. Little princess, are you ready? We are leaving. Yijia lifted the hem of her skirt and said helplessly, Grandma, do I really have to go out dressed like this? Kaviniko squatted in front of her and sorted out her soft long hair that was combed behind her ears. Of course, this is basic etiquette. Didn't everyone dress like this on your birthday last year? Did you forget? Yijia just felt a headache. Okay. Kaviniko stood up. By the way, today is the birthday of the head of the Chung family. You must remember to say hello later. Chapter 155. The main house of the Chung family is located in the East District. In this season, the temperature has dropped to below zero. When Yijia stepped out of the shuttle, she shivered unconsciously. Tanlon considerately put a pure white real fur shawl on her. The overall style of the Chung family is somewhat similar to that of the Ronghue Prince's mansion. It uses a lot of Gothic architecture, and the walls are made of heavy stone, giving people a solemn and heavy feeling. It is worth mentioning that there are shuttle models floating in the sky above the entire Chung family. It looks breathtaking. Xiao Ai, you are here. Suddenly, a male voice sounded in her ears. Yijia reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the sky. Seeing that she really liked it, Chung Feng smiled and said, "I take you to our shuttle exhibition hall later. There are many classic shuttles in it." Yishai smiled and agreed, okay. She turned around and introduced to Kaviniko beside her, "Grandma, this is Chung Feng." Kaviniko had long guessed that this boy was Yishai's savior. She took Chung Feng's hand and put it in her palm. "Good boy, thank you for saving our Xiao AI. You are so brave." Because of the banquet, Chung Feng rarely wore formal clothes today, revealing his delicate face, looking particularly energetic, and in addition, he restrained his hostility in front of the elders, giving people a very good impression. Kaviniko liked it more and more, and personally took the gift box and put it in his hand. "This is a little gift from our family." Chung Feng pretended not to accept it, and Yizhi directly grabbed his wrist. "Take it, so that my grandmother can feel at ease." "Thank you, ma'am," Chung Feng said naturally. He said politely, "Madam, please come this way. My father and grandfather are waiting in the main hall." The internal transportation of the Chung family is very unique. It is a household shuttle specially produced by what for internal use only in the Chung family. It looks like a convertible version of the shuttle, and the space is larger. It feels very comfortable to sit in it. After getting off the convertible shuttle, Yishai looked up and saw two handsome men with very similar figures and looks. They have regular facial features, and do not have the innate ruffian spirit of Chung Feng. Kawini took Yishai forward and said politely, "Your Excellency the Earl." Tanlon handed over the gift prepared in advance at the right time. Yishai performed a very dignified junior salute. "Your Excellency the Earl, I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity as great as the South Mountain. This is Xiaoyai. This child is really good looking. Viscountess, please come in quickly." Chunli welcomed them in, with a smile on his face. Kavinik said as she walked, "I really don't know how to thank you. If Fonger hadn't saved Xiaoyai, she might still be lying in the hospital now. This is what Fonger should do. A brother protects his sister. There is no need to thank him." Chunli comforted her. Kavinik was very elegant, according to etiquette, and Min should have come to thank us in person, but you also know about the situation in the North District. He can't leave for a while. It's really embarrassing. If the Chung family is willing to do me a favor, I will definitely thank you very much next time the Tan family hosts me. Don't worry about it, Viscountess. It's just a small favor. It would be too polite to say more. Madam is waiting in the side hall. There is a tea party. If you are interested, you can go over and take a look," he said in a gentle voice. Seeing that they were about to leave, Chung Feng took the initiative to say, "Grandfather, I want to take Xiao Ai for a walk." There was no reason for Kavini to refuse. Chungli also smiled and said, "Then you must take good care of your sister." In this way, Yizhi followed Chung Feng to the Chung family shuttle exhibition hall. Like the Tan family, the Chung family is a large family with rich heritage. The Vero group has been established for more than 100 years. And here, the first shuttle built by Vero is also stored. It is placed in a vacuum chamber. If you want to go in, you need to change into a special airtight suit. Yizhi had to look at it through the glass. Chung Feng said these casually. "This is the light and shadow number 1. The outer shell metal has been discontinued. It has been in the world for more than 300 years. Seeing this shuttle, the shock is no less than seeing a 1960s Rolls-Royce Silverthorn on Earth." Attracted by the ancient and heavy characteristics, Yizhi couldn't help but reach out to draw its appearance on the glass. "Can it still be driven?" she asked softly. "It's not easy for an antique of this level to still exist. If it can be driven, it's too exaggerated." She laughed after asking. Chung Feng's tone was very regretful. "It can't be driven. It can't bear the current energy." He pointed to several antique shuttles parked here. Except for the light and shadow, these shuttles were also eliminated a long time ago and existed for a short time. She took Yizhi to one of the silver shuttles and said, "This is the best shuttle made by Qinhuang. It has excellent performance in all aspects, but it was eliminated 3 years after its launch due to energy problems. For a shuttle with a lifespan of 20 years, 3 years is just a flash in the pan. Energy problem? Does it mean that the energy extraction is not pure enough?" Yizhi made a rough guess. Chung Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a sly smile, "Little classmate, you know a lot." He was much taller than Yizhi, and he could see her intention when he lowered his head. Yizhi said casually, "It's written in the history textbook, but I didn't know it had such a big impact on the shuttle industry." Chung Feng loosened his tie and put one hand in his pocket. The energy industry of the empire has always been constrained. The Federation is in a high position, and has basically achieved a technological monopoly. There is nothing we can do about it. He took Yizhi for a casual stroll, with an inexplicable sneer on his lips. You know the Shifu Wu family, right? The largest energy group in the empire. Its annual income is only less than 1/3 of the Federation. Can you imagine that for every high-level energy stone we make, we have to pay a patent fee worth a mid-level energy stone? Yi Jiai's heart trembled. The value of a mid-level energy stone is about 1/3 of the value of a high-level energy stone. The income gap at this level is really too big. With this technology, the Federation can eat up 1/3 of the Empire's total energy revenue without doing anything. After watching for a while, Cheng Feng raised his hand to check the time. Lunch is about to start. I take you back. Unlike the Tan family, because of frequent business banquets, their Cheng family built a building specifically for banquets. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Yi Jia saw an acquaintance. The fat man came over with a festive look on his face, winking and saying, "Okay, brother Feng, you got it now?" Cheng Feng stretched out his long legs and kicked him. "Sun Jun, speak properly." It turned out to be from the Sun family. Yi Jia realized that it was no wonder that he had such a good relationship with Cheng Feng. The Sun family is also a family that has existed for a long time, and it is considered one of the affiliated families of the Cheng family. Being called by his full name, the fat man stopped smiling and said, "Classmate Yi Jia, is your head okay?" Yi Jia smiled and said, "It's okay now. Thanks to you for being alert that day and noticing that something was wrong with Julie, otherwise I might have been hurt more seriously." The fat man acted like a familiar person and said, "Brother Feng's friends are my friends. It's too polite to say these things." Chapter 156. After lunch, Cheng Feng took Yi Jia to the back garden for a rest. This back garden is not big, only the size of a room. In addition to plants, there are many animals, which can be called ingenious. "Is this a private back garden?" Yi Jia said while lying on a recliner, looking at the sky. Cheng Feng lay on the lawn, his hands on the back of his head. "It is also open to guests. My mother built it. It is not big, but it is quiet." Yi Jia nodded slowly. The more she interacted with Cheng Feng, the more surprised she was. Thinking of Hongri, she couldn't help asking, "Can you drive a mecha now?" "I'm learning. I have no problem with basic operations," he said with his eyes closed. Yi Jia was a little shocked. "You are a quasi-A." This is an affirmative sentence, not a question sentence. To be able to drive a mecha at this age, one must have a strong physique. He said before that his grandfather gave him a birthday present in advance, so he must have developed his body to the point where he could withstand the mecha in advance. Cheng Feng hummed indifferently. It seemed that the quasi-A that was out of reach for others was not a big deal for him. Yi Jia turned to look at him and sighed. "You have changed a lot compared to before." "Of course. I used to think that quasi-A was amazing, and I looked down on others wherever I went. I offended many people and suffered a lot. Now think about it, it's really unnecessary." Cheng Feng had a sly smile on his lips, his eyes slightly opened, and his thick eyelashes cast a row of shadows under his eyes. Yi Jia chuckled. Cheng Feng never treated her as a child, and looked at her with a squint. "What are you laughing at? Are you also a quasi-A? What do you think?" Yi Jia suddenly stopped smiling and said in a muffled voice, "If possible, I don't want to be this quasi-A." "Because you don't want to inherit the Tan family?" Cheng Feng asked tentatively. Yi Jia was surprised by his sharpness, raised her body, and looked at him. "So obvious?" Cheng Feng chuckled and sat next to her. "Anyone can guess it, you haven't changed your surname for a long time. But looking at the attitude of the Tan family towards you, which family can't see that you are treated as a young master?" Yi Jia didn't want to mention it, so she changed the subject. "What about you? You like shuttles and mechas so much, you can't go into business in the future, right?" Cheng Feng touched his flat head and smiled. "Let it go, but I want to be a soldier." He still had that nonchalant look, but Yi Jia knew he was serious when he said this. "What do you think of the commander?" Yi Jia asked casually, without even looking at him. Cheng Feng raised his right eyebrow and raised his voice slightly. "Do you want to be a commander?" "I don't know. It's just that someone said I don't have the potential to be a commander, so I want to try it." If it were in the past, she would never have said these words in her heart. Perhaps because Cheng Feng saved her, or perhaps because of the change in her state of mind, she found that confiding in a child younger than herself was not as unacceptable as she imagined. "Very good. You be the commander, and I will be your mecha master." Cheng Feng looked at her, his eyes full of smiles, like twinkling stars. Seeing that Yi Jia didn't speak for a long time, he suddenly laughed out loud. "You don't take it seriously, do you? You really think that the Viscount can let you go to military school?" Knowing that she was fooled, Yi Jia was not angry, ignored him, and looked up at the sky. Huisheng and Guangyo were gradually moving away. Only a shadow of Huisheng could be seen in the sky, like a city in the sky. At this time, Fatty rushed in. Brother Feng, something bad has happened. Something has happened to the team. Chung Feng stood up suddenly. What happened? It was Yu Yang's group. Brother, you almost had a fight with him. Fatty wiped his sweat. He ran too fast just now. Chung Feng frowned. Let's go and take a look. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered Yizhi behind him. If he left her here like this, he would probably be criticized by his father and grandfather, so he said politely, Can I take you to your grandmother first? Yizhi got down from the recliner and patted her skirt. I thought we were friends. Chung Feng and Fatty. Your expressions tell me that. Then why do you want me to face the care of the wives of the heads of various families alone? Chung Feng, Chung Feng hesitated, and Fatty rolled his eyes. If Yu Yang is here, Julie is probably here too. Maybe Xiao Ai can vent her anger. Listen, Xiao Ai was called directly. Yizhi looked at him and thought that this fat man was really sensible. Give me some time. I go change my clothes. In the end, the team going out somehow became Chung Feng, Fatty, Yizhi, and the Zhang family brothers and sisters. The Chung family banquet naturally invited many industry leaders, including the Zhang family. However, Zhang Ping and Zhang Shengnan were not as free as Yizhi, and were always dragged by their elders to meet various people. It was unknown where Zhang Shengnan got the news that Chung Feng's team had an accident, so they must wait for her. Xiao Ai, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss me? On the shuttle, Zhang Shengnan leaned against Yizhi and said, the dress she was wearing was also a men's style. Yizhi pushed her away with her hand, and said seriously, Talking is talking. How can you be so cruel? We are comrades, who have just fought side by side. She cried. Yizhi was annoyed by her, and took the initiative to sit next to Chung Feng. Chung Feng was asking the fat man what happened. It's just a competition. Yu Yang used dirty tricks again, so brother you lost. The two sides quarreled again, and almost fought. The fat man spread his hands, looking accustomed to it. Didn't I tell him to calm down? Why is he still so impulsive? Chung Feng had a headache. It seems that the gamble this time is a bit big, and brother you got anxious. The fat man whispered. Although the volume was low, Yizhi could hear it clearly. She opened her eyes wide. Is your team a gambling game? Originally, we formed a team when we were free. At first, it was just a group of second-generation rich people who loved to drive shuttles to play together, but you also know that we play for excitement. I don't know when it turned into a gambling game. Chung Feng leaned on the sofa, untied the bow tie of his dress, unbuttoned, revealing the boy's delicate collarbone. You will be in the first year of high school next year. Do you still have time to play this? Don't you want to enter the military academy? After all, they are adults. Yizhi can't stand wasting time like this, and his tone is a bit fierce. Chung Feng and the fat man were both stunned. It was the fat man who came back to his senses first, and his expression became extremely unpredictable. Okay, brother Feng, I even know that you want to go to military school. Chung Feng kicked him. Don't think about those things. Yizhi sneered at the fat man. Chung Feng's quasi talent doesn't have to worry too much, but with your talent and grades. Can you two be together in college? The fat man's face changed, and he buried his head, and didn't speak for a long time. He also knew the gap between himself and Chung Feng. Yizhi just couldn't stand his cheap mouth, but he didn't really want to attack him, so he said, if you don't talk nonsense, I can give you some extra lessons. The fat man was a little confused. Aren't you just in the first grade of junior high school? The Chung family shuttles are all luxurious. Zhang Shengnan poured a glass of wine from the bar, and came over and said, Fatty, you don't know this, Xiao Ai is in the first grade. She has studied by herself until the first grade of high school. Sun Jun's expression changed drastically, and he immediately bowed and said seriously, God of learning, please calm down, I am blind, I will never talk nonsense in the future. Sister Ai said to go east, never go west. Sister Ai said to go to heaven, never go to the ground. Okay, just call Sister Ai. Ha ha ha, Zhang Shengnan laughed with his belly. Chapter 157. After arriving at the place, everyone found that the situation was out of control. In the magnificent hall of the club, people on both sides took stools, bottles, and cleaning robots. Anyway, anything that was handy, and could be used as a weapon was used. Seeing this chaotic scene, Zhang Shengnan whistled. Chung Feng took off his dress coat, and threw it to Yizhi. Help me take it. Then he rushed into the battlefield. His movements were very methodical, and he was also good at dodging. He basically hit the pain points of the human body. A few attacks could temporarily make the opponent lose his combat effectiveness. With his joining, the pressure on Yuan Yu's side was reduced sharply. Seeing his smooth and neat fighting skills, Yi Jiai had to admit that this kid was indeed a bit handsome. Many people saw him and kept shouting, "Brother Feng is here, Brother Feng is here." Seeing his skilled posture, Yi Jiai suddenly realized that his title of school bully was really earned in a proper way. Most of the people at the scene looked familiar to her. Most of them were from the Imperial League. After he grabbed the collar of a boy with red hair, the whole place suddenly became quiet. Yi Jiai understood that this was probably the leader of the other side. So she walked forward with the clothes in her arms, ignoring the fat man's eyes, and walked to the middle with a calm face in front of everyone. She wanted to find a handsome posture to put the clothes on Chang Feng, but found that she was not tall enough. So she finally compromised and hung it on his arm, and whispered, "You still have to put on the clothes after warming up, otherwise you will catch a cold." Chang Feng was a little confused. Yu Yang, who was grabbed by the collar, changed his eyes, as if he wanted to eat someone. Beating them up like this? What the hell is this called warming up? Fuck you. Fuck. A killer move. Someone in the team shouted. The fat man's expression was about to crack. He didn't know Yi Jiai had such a side. Sister AI is awesome, he shouted. After hearing this, anyone from the Imperial League who had watched the shuttle race immediately knew who this girl was. Someone followed up and said, "Sister AI is awesome." Behind Yu Yang, a girl in sexy clothes changed her face and shrank herself even smaller, as if she wouldn't be seen this way. A black-haired girl saw this scene and quietly retreated until she retreated to the side of the flower bed, squatted down, and shrank her whole body into a small piece, avoiding everyone's sight. "What the hell do you mean?" After a brief moment of shock, Yu Yang reacted and said rudely to Chang Feng. Seeing Yi Jiai standing by, Chang Feng didn't want to get angry. "Calm down, follow the rules. What's the big deal about fighting?" Yu Yang grabbed the hand holding his collar and laughed in anger. "The rule is to accept defeat, but some of your people refuse to admit defeat. What the hell is that?" Because Yi Jiai was standing by, Chang Feng felt a little uncomfortable, tightened his hand and whispered, "Don't use dirty words all the time, talk properly." Cough cough cough. Yu Yang was a little tight with his collar. He hurriedly said, Okay, you let go first." Chang Feng's hand loosened. Yu Yang immediately stepped back a few steps and rubbed his neck that was so painful. Seeing Chang Feng's uncharacteristic behavior today, he thought about it and realized it. He laughed maliciously. "Haha, you brought a girl here today. No wonder you are so arrogant, and you even teach people a lesson." After that, he scanned Yi Jiai from head to toe and said frivolously, "TSK, this face is okay, this figure is like a carrot." Pull the woman behind him out, kiss her face, and said with a wicked smile, "Chang Feng, brother will teach you. Women should be this kind of with something, so that they can be happy in bed." The people behind him laughed when they heard this. Chang Feng's face turned cold. Zhang Ping's face became extremely cold, and his eyes seemed to want to kill. After watching for a long time, Yi Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. "No way, Chang Feng. Why is this woman like a primary school student?" Chang Feng's face was already black. He was about to step forward, but was pulled by a force. It was very weak, and he could break free with a slight struggle. He heard Yi Jiai whispered, "I do it myself." So, an arrow with blue energy shot towards Yu Yang, brushed past his ear, and cut off a strand of red hair. Yi Jiai put down the bow and arrow. "If you don't talk nicely, it won't be so easy next time." "You?" After recovering from the shock, Yu Yang almost went berserk. If it had been a little bit worse, the arrow would have rubbed his face. At this time, the sexy and beautiful girl next to him whispered something in his ear. Yu Yang's face changed, staring at Yi Jiai with an angry look. Yi Jiai looked at the girl and felt that she looked familiar. Yu Yang looked at Chang Feng. "Yuan Yu from your team lost the game, but he didn't pay the bet. What do you think we should do?" Chang Feng looked at the person behind him with a dark face. How much did he lose? 100 million? Yuan Yu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The fat man jumped up in shock. "How much do you say?" Yu Yang showed the agreement. Although his face was covered with wounds, it seemed like the glory of a winner. "It's written in black and white. Give me the money." Yi Jiai was shocked. "Oh, these second-generation rich kids usually play so big. What are you competing for?" Chang Feng frowned and stared at Yuan Yu and asked. Yuan Yu's face was pale. "It's just a normal loop race." "How could you lose to Yu Yang in a loop race?" The fat man opened his eyes wide, looking unbelievable. "He crashed my shuttle, and only ran 2 laps. I couldn't run the next few laps at all. Yuan Yu said angrily. Someone chimed in. Brother Yu's shuttle seems to have some problems. The speed was not increased at that time. It is not so slow at ordinary times. Has it been repaired? Chung Feng asked. Yuan Yu lowered his head, like a lost dog. The speed was too fast at that time. I was lucky to survive. The shuttle was smashed into pieces, and it was impossible to check whether someone moved it. You have the video of the game, right? Let me see. Yuan Yu played the video stored on the optical computer. The screen showed that Yuan Yu did not accelerate to the right speed and hit the shuttle track by himself, but it happened that Yu Yang's shuttle occupied the track ahead of him. Yijia looked at Zhang Ping and saw the other party's cold expression. This scene was too similar to what Zhang Ping had experienced. Luckily, although this group of people usually have fun, they never treat themselves harshly in terms of equipment. Yuan Yu wore top-level training clothes inside, which protected his safety to a great extent. Chung Feng calculated in his mind. It's not right, the green light is faster than this. Yu Yang saw that they didn't reply for a long time, and began to urge them, with a look of disgust. How is it, have you discussed it? If you really can't afford it, call me brother and listen, brother will give you a discount. Someone lost his temper and said anxiously, Brother Feng, what can we do? It's impossible to really let Yuzi pay for it. Where can we get 100 million? Chung Feng turned to look at Yu Yang, with a wicked smile on his face, and said in a gangster tone, I watched the video, I don't believe there is no trick, you broke the rules first, this money is impossible to give. Yijia blinked, she really had never seen such a self-righteous. Cheating. Chapter 158. As expected, upon hearing Chung Feng's words, the faces of the people on Yu Yang's side changed. Someone picked up a bench again. The atmosphere between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out. You actually want to cheat? Yu Yang took a few steps forward, his tone extremely impatient. Chung Feng did not give in, and said expressionlessly, Yu Yang, you know in your heart, when have you ever beaten Yuzi in a loop race? Suddenly competing for 100 million, if it's not something fishy, what is it? If I really give you this money, others will think that our team is easy to bully, right? Are you going to cheat today? Yu Yang kicked over a chair with a murderous look, and the girl next to him shuddered with fear. Yijia finally recognized it. It was Julie. This coquettish look is obviously different from the fat-faced look in school. Is this plastic surgery? The old rules. The winner has the final say. Chung Feng said disdainfully. Yu Yang's teeth creaked. You are the first to default, I can agree, but I have a condition, you can't participate. Shameless. Someone shouted. Yijia stared at Julie and took the initiative to step forward. I do it. The fat man came to her side. You are so weak, don't join in the fun here. Yijia's expression remained unchanged. I have to persist in 3 to 5 hours of fighting training every day for 5 years. Who of you can do it? The fat man's fingers were shaking. Fuck. Female version of Brother Feng. Zhang Ping shook his head, his face cold. In that case, add me. I think Yu Yang's words just now also angered him. After hearing what they said, Chung Feng directly accepted the challenge. Everyone moved to the ring on the underground floor. The old rules that Chung Feng mentioned are fighting matches. 2 wins out of 3, and whoever has the harder fist has the final say. The two teams have been rubbing against each other constantly, and there are wins and losses in the fights, but as long as Chung Feng is there, they have basically never lost. This time without Chung Feng, Yu Yang looked at the lineup of the opponent, and was not afraid. He picked 2 tall and strong men out. Chung Feng pointed to Yuan Yu, and Yijia whispered, I want Yu Yang, you pick the other 2. Yuan Yu was a little entangled, always feeling that letting this girl play was not right in any way, but Brother Feng didn't say anything, and it was he who picked the matter, so he didn't say anything in the end. He was the first to go on the stage and wave to the big man. Both sides are acquaintances, and they know each other's moves well enough. Who wins mainly depends on who is in good condition. Although Yuan Yu has the most urgent desire to win, after the shuttle accident, his physical strength obviously can't keep up in the later stage, and he made frequent mistakes. In the end, he was knocked off the stage by his opponent. In the first round, he lost. Yu Yang smiled in a way that made him look like he deserved a beating. Zhang Ping took a step forward and hooked his finger at the tall boy. In a fight, this is a very disrespectful way to deal with an opponent. The boy was enraged and jumped onto the ring with a stern face. Although Zhang Ping looked thin, his muscles were very explosive and powerful. Every time his opponent was hit, it was like being hit by an iron fist, which was very uncomfortable. In this round, the strength of the two sides was very different. Zhang Ping kicked him off the ring with a flying kick, which was very straightforward. In the second round, he won. The fat man encouraged Yizhi. Sister Ai, the victory is in your hands, come on. Yizhi nodded slightly. She took a short run up, supported herself on the edge of the ring with one hand, and easily jumped onto the ring. Seeing this, Yang sneered and jumped up directly. You chose the little sister of the Tan family yourself, so don't blame me for being rude. He pointed out Yizhi's identity. Yizhi glanced at Julie in the audience, and it must be what she just said. A man, what's the point of talking? She said rudely. Yu Yang's face changed. You asked for it. After that, he rushed up directly, clenched his fist, and went straight to Yizhi's face. Oh my! Too shameless. The fat man said angrily below. Physical fitness is brought up in the mother's womb, but after years of sparring with people of the same level as Tan Chi and Mei, Yizhi's eyesight is far beyond the reach of these children. For example, at this moment, she only felt that Yu Yang's body was full of flaws. The lower body is unstable, the hands are too slow, the muscles are too concentrated in the front part, and the joints are weak. But this is her first time fighting with people of the same age, so she maintained basic caution. After easily dodging the attack, she distanced herself from Yu Yang. Yu Yang thought she was scared, so he followed closely and kicked her head. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yu Yang with an extremely unfriendly look. Fuck Yu Yang. I have known you for so many years, but I don't know you are so shameless. The fat man couldn't help but yell from below. Doing this to a child, a girl at that, is no longer a fight. Yizhi quickly squatted down, rolled sideways, and turned to the back of Yu Yang. Yu Yang was very impatient because his attacks were always dodged, and rushed up and directly launched a combo. Little sister, if you can't win, just admit defeat as soon as possible, brother still has things to do. Yizhi dodged with ease. Her explosive power, endurance, and attack power were seriously insufficient compared to men, so she had been training for the past 5 years mainly to practice defense. No one could compare to her in dodging, especially someone like Yu Yang. She finally spoke with a very contemptuous tone. You are only at this level? It's really boring. Yu Yang, what do you mean? What greeted him was Yizhi's active attack. She was very fast, and arrived in front of him in an instant. Due to her height, she punched him in the stomach. The stomach is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Yu Yang arched his back in pain. I kill you while you're sick. While he was bending over, Yizhi turned around and kicked him in the head. This was the exact same move to counterattack. The fat man shouted on the ground. Sister Ai is awesome. Yu Yang was a boy after all, and his physical fitness was much higher. He recovered quickly, stepped back, and found a safe position for himself. How could Yizhi let him breathe? She clung to him like a piece of taffy, attacking him like raindrops. Because of her height, she couldn't hit his face, and most of her attacks were concentrated on Yu Yang's upper abdomen. He resisted the pain and tried to catch her, but she was as slippery as a loach. Someone laughed at him below. Yu Yang, can you do it? The other party is a girl. Yu Yang yelled and grabbed Yizhi's arm in the chaos. Yizhi took advantage of the situation to grab his hand, turned over to his shoulder, locked his throat with her legs, and pressed him to the ring. Beautiful. A boy whistled. Cheng Feng's eyes were full of smiles. He saw that Yizhi had been playing with Yu Yang from the beginning. He walked up to the ring, pulled up Yizhi, and looked down at Yu Yang. Are you convinced? Yu Yang recovered, his eyes full of resentment. Are you kidding me? Yizhi lowered her eyes and imitated his previous words. Men, it's always fun to tease them. You? Yu Yang was about to stand up. Cheng Feng stepped on his chest. Are you still going to pay back? I accept the loss. Yu Yang said bitterly. Nobles have their own rules. He lost, so he admitted it. Cheng Feng sneered and quickly withdrew with his men. Chapter 159. After everyone left, a girl sneaked out of the side door of the club. She had long black hair and innocent features. Seeing that no one was around, she breathed a sigh of relief. But before she took 2 steps, she was stopped by someone. Tanshinga, where are you going? Yizhi leaned against the wall, looking at the tall and slender figure. As soon as she entered the venue, Yizhi found her and hid behind the flower stand quietly. Did she think she couldn't see it? Tanshinga turned around with a calm face. Nothing, go home. Yizhi folded his hands. What are you doing here? Yu Yang and Julie are not good people. Tanshinga looked at her with undisguised disgust in his eyes. I don't need you to judge what I do. Is it your business? Yizhi was not angry at all. She was very patient with Tanshinga. Let me guess. Do you want to learn how to fly a shuttle? Tan Qingge's expression changed. Yizhi sighed. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Anyway, I'm teaching Qingchen, so you're not the only one. Don't be so hypocritical here. Do you think I don't know what you think? Tan Qingge's eyes were full of fire. Yizhi's face was calm. Then tell me, what do I think? Don't you just want to create an image of a good girl in front of your grandfather? Don't you just want everyone to revolve around you? Yes, it's great that you can drive a shuttle, okay. Tan Qingge was so angry that she turned around and left. It wasn't until the shuttle competition in the school became a hot topic that she knew Yizhi was so good at driving a shuttle. She has been studying hard these years, and her grades have finally been able to stay in the top 10, but she still can't beat Yizhi. I mean, well, you don't know who Julie is. It's not good for you to get involved with her, Yizhi said softly. Isn't it just that you invited someone from outside the school to make you look bad? Why are you so angry with others? Tan Qingge looked at her sideways with disdain on her lips. Yizhi couldn't explain it clearly, and said with a headache, things are not what you think. Julie has a life on her hands, and I think that Yu Yang is not simple either. You have the freedom to make friends, and I can't control it, but as a member of the Tan family, I must remind you. Tan Qingge sneered. A member of the Tan family? I remember that your last name doesn't seem to be Tan? Yizhi frowned. Tan Qingge always had a precocious paranoia that didn't match her age. She didn't know how this young lady who grew up in the Tan family and had no worries about food and clothing could develop such a character. Yizhi suppressed the anger in her chest. You should know that I have no hostility towards you, including Qing Fei and Qing Chen. If we don't like you, the whole Tan family should have known about what you did 5 years ago. She was referring to the incident at the banquet that year when Tan Qingge instructed Tan Qing Fei to put medicine on her skirt. Qing Fei has been taking the blame for her. I know you did that because you hated me. I took away your grandparents' attention from you. I fully understand, so I never bothered you. But it's been 5 years. We went to and from school together every day. Do you have such a deep hatred for me? She didn't need to say this, but she knew that adolescents could do anything. Tan Qingge was in the 2nd grade of junior high school, and she didn't want to see Tan Qingge go astray. Tan Qingge turned around, with a mocking look in her eyes. I really hate your arrogant look. You are loved by everyone, but you don't cherish it. Everything you have now is obtained by relying on the Tan family, but you refuse to change your surname and look down on the identity of aristocrats. How can you get the friendship of Qing Fei, Qi Chen, and even brother Ji Lan? How can you get the attention of the entire Tan family? In addition to hatred, her big blue eyes gradually filled with tears. Is it because of your Quasier talent, or because of your black eyes? What are you proud of? What about you? What's good about you? You obviously look down on Qing Fei, think she is stupid and expensive, and pretend to be friends with her and frame her. You and Ji Lan are obviously studying in the same school, but you hide it from both sides, and don't let them know each other. What do you mean? Can someone like you gain their friendship? Yizhi mercilessly exposed her last bit of disguise. Tan Qingge moved her mouth, but didn't say anything. Yizhi walked in front of her and stared into her eyes. What are you worried about? Tan Qingge dodged in embarrassment. Okay, if you don't say it, I will answer your question. My grandparents are the 2nd closest people to me in this world. I love them as much as you do, but love is not blind obedience. They are not stupid. If I am really a cold-hearted person, how can I get their true love? The same is true for Qing Fei, Qing Chen and Ji Lan. We exchange our true love for true friendship. You are right. I got everything from the Tan family, but as the young lady of the Tan family, what's wrong with me enjoying all this? As the eldest lady, you don't see it as clearly as your brother Qing Chen. Don't you understand it? The so-called aristocratic privileges of the empire are to weaken and balance the major families. This is the right we should have. How can it become a right given to us by the aristocracy? This is the merit of our Tan family, who have fought for generations with integrity. Even if there are no more nobles in the empire, there will still be the Tan family and the Ji family. Don't you understand? Do you think that people like Cheng Feng and Zhang Shengnan don't know that I am a commoner? Commoners think that it is the nobles who make the rules. But as nobles, we should understand that it is the imperial power that makes the rules. Teacher Maluan, my grandfather didn't ask me to accept this rule immediately. So what position do you have to persuade me to stand in line in advance? Or are you ready to take the rise and fall of the Tan family on your shoulders? If you are ready, then what is the point of me becoming a noble or not? Tan Qingge raised her head suddenly, her blue eyes full of disbelief. Yizhi knew she understood. She said firmly, cut off the contact here. Tell your grandfather what you want to learn. He will be happy to arrange it with you. Believe me. Tan Qingde suddenly didn't dare to look at her, and walked away in a daze. Ame gradually showed up. Young lady, this is not like what you would say in the past. Yijia was slightly absent-minded. Really? Why don't you check Tan Qingde's life in the past few years? Yijia always felt that something was wrong. She couldn't imagine how a proud Tan Qingde could be associated with people like Julie and Yu Yang. Ame sighed. Young lady, why do you have to tell her this? In his opinion, the Tan family will belong to Yijia in the future. It's better to have one less competitor. He hopes that Tan Qingde will grow up crooked. Tan Qi came out from the shadow in the corner, full of disgust. It's true that the older the Duoluan people are, the lower their intelligence is. Ame was anxious. Tan Qi. Explain it to me. What do you mean? Yijia didn't bother to pay attention to the two people. She took the lead and just hoped that Tan Qingde could understand what she meant. Yijia issued this order very casually. Ame also felt her uncertainty. In addition, her inner thoughts were at work, and in the end, it was left unresolved. Chapter 160. On the dance floor, handsome men and beautiful women dressed in sexy and fashionable clothes are dancing to the beat of the drums, and colorful and extremely gorgeous lights are rotating freely in the whole space. In rows and rows of round chairs, people of all identities are sitting. Famous wines, delicacies, and beauties can be seen everywhere. This is the famous den of money losing on Guangya Star. Amiya. Yu Yang was drinking alone, and his red hair was very eye-catching even in the dark. There were several men of similar age sitting beside him, and each of them was hugged by his left and right. Julie was hugged by him, and carefully added wine for him. One of the boys cursed. Who is that girl this afternoon? She looks like a primary school student, so arrogant. Yu Yang glanced at him. She's from the Tan family, you can't afford to offend her. The man was stunned. What do you mean? Isn't Tan Qingde the eldest daughter of the Tan family? Let her teach her a lesson. Yu Yang's eyes were filled with a little bit of drunkenness. He pushed Julie. Ask her. See what the Zhu family is like now. You will know whether you can offend her or not. After saying this, the scene suddenly became quiet for a moment. Everyone present knew what the Zhu family was like recently. Julie hated it in her heart, but she still kept a smile on her face. She is the young master of the Tan family. How dare we, people of our status, offend her? As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. There are also classifications among the nobles. There are heirs in the family, who can withstand the rise and fall of the family, and naturally there are also second-generation ancestors, who only spend their days squandering and leaving blood. If something happens to the second-generation ancestor, whether the family will intervene depends on how serious the matter is. There is no way that something can happen to the heir. Zhang Chengnan, Cheng Feng, and Ji Lan, who were around Yijia, were all heirs of the family who were trained according to the standards of the young master of the family. This group of second-generation descendants may not be good at other things, but they are first class at judging the situation. After Julie said this, everyone else remained silent. What else can I say? It is indeed unacceptable. But there are always some exceptions among the second-generation descendants, such as Yu Yang, who is not an heir, but is more favored than the young master in the Yu family. Some people stood up for him. What's wrong with the young master? Look at that Cheng Feng, who is usually arrogant like a millionaire, and looks like he is asking for a beating. Yu Yang's face fell, and he didn't say anything, and he drank the wine in the glass in silence. Brother Yang, you are just too kind. If I were you, I would just make Yuan Yu half disabled in the afternoon, and I wonder how they can still be so arrogant in the competition. This is because he was drunk. Yu Yang looked at the man with a cold face. The man knew he had said something wrong and smiled awkwardly. I was drunk, and I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Okay, go back. Yu Yang was annoyed and drove people away. Seeing that he looked unhappy, they didn't dare to stay any longer and soon dispersed. Julie said delicately, Brother Yang, don't be angry. It's not worth it. Plastic surgery in the interstellar era is very mature. Her current appearance really makes her look pitiful. But fake is fake after all. How could Yu Yang not understand? Don't talk to me about this. You followed me just for your family's order? Julie pinched her skirt and felt nervous. You also know the current situation of our family. We have offended the Tan family and attacked them. This order is really important. She knelt down. Brother Yang, I have been with you for 3 years. For the sake of these 3 years, can you help me? Yu Yang looked at her and suddenly smiled. He leaned close to her ear and said evilly, Your brother made you look like this. I am really interested. If you behave yourself tonight, I will agree to you. Julie trembled all over. From the first day Zhu Men let her get close to Yu Yang, She knew that this day would come. Yu Yang had no patience. After all, he was just a replica. Don't want to? Then forget it. He pretended to leave, but Julie grabbed his feet and trembled. I do. Yu Yang smiled evilly, grabbed her with one hand, and hugged her to the 12th floor of Amiya. A place like Amiya costs 100,000 star coins for one night. But Yu Yang has a separate room here. When he entered, Yu Yang had drunk a little too much, with a light in his eyes, and hummed in a low voice, choo-choo. After finishing, he leaned on the bed, his red hair drooping down, and pinched a cigarette between his fingertips. Tell me about the order in detail. Julie had already changed her clothes, and when she heard him asking, she was happy. It's a batch of missiles. We had a good discussion with the Institute before, but I don't know why, they suddenly said that the shipment would be delayed. My brother has been following this matter. If something goes wrong, neither of us will be happy. When will your Zhu family be able to get in touch with the Institute to get an order? Yu Yang's father is the director of the Military Science and Technology Research Institute. Julie shook her head. I don't know about that. He suddenly felt bored and waved his hand. I will talk to my father, you go. Julie smiled and walked out with weak steps. After all, it was her first time, and Yu Yang didn't know how to be gentle with women. When she walked to the tarmac, her steps were still a little unsteady. She opened the shuttle door, sat in the driver's seat, and was about to input the command to go home. Suddenly, a feeling of hair standing on end appeared. A hand tightly covered her mouth, and a male voice sounded in her ear. Do you want to live? Then be quiet. Julie's eyes were full of tears, and she nodded heavily. She saw from the rearview mirror that a man wearing a devil mask covered her mouth with his left hand, and held a scalpel against her throat with his right hand. So good. The man laughed. He tied Julie up and threw her in the back seat, while he sat in the driver's seat and input something. Julie kept struggling in the back seat, and because her mouth was sealed, she could only make a mumbling sound. It's annoying. The man tore open her seal. If you make this sound again, you won't have your vocal cords. Julie shrank back, took a deep breath of fresh air, and said hurriedly, No matter who sent you, I pay you double the price. Please let me go. The man snorted, grabbed her face with one hand, fed her a pill, and resealed it. After this, you should know not to touch people you can't touch. After saying that, he got off the shuttle, and before leaving, he smiled with particularly bad intentions. Enjoy tonight. Soon, Julie felt something was wrong. A heat rose from the bottom of her heart, and her whole body felt itchy. She soon arrived at her destination, the famous slums in the West District. The shuttle was not expensive, but it was precious enough for the people in the slums. Suddenly landing here, there were already many homeless people outside. A huge panic rose from the bottom of Julie's heart, and she struggled more violently. But it was useless. I don't know what the man set up, but the shuttle door suddenly opened automatically. So under Julie's horrified eyes, homeless people rushed in one after another. MMMM. The answer to this dark night was the sound of rags being torn and continuous groans. A man wearing a devil mask, humming a song, was getting farther and farther away from here. He was not tall, and looked very thin. Chapter 161. Yuan looked at the contract in front of him, raised his eyes to Yizhi, and asked, Are you serious? The contract terms are quite harsh. Not only does it stipulate that Yizhi will not show her face in all future performances, but all the copyrights of the songs belong to Yizhi alone. This kind of contract can be said to have never appeared on the star-making platform. To be honest, the content of this contract is impossible for the top management to agree to. Yuan said expressionlessly. Yizhi, I have reasons to do this. I can choose to give the platform a profit, but if the platform cannot agree to these two requirements, we may not be able to cooperate. Seeing her so determined, Yuan pondered for a while. Wait for me. Then he left the room. She came back quickly and said vigorously, Generally speaking, the platform and the artist adopt a 40% to 60% split method, 40% for the platform and 60% for the artist. But if you sign according to this contract, you can only get 30%, and you have to sign for 5 years. Is this acceptable? Yizhi said without hesitation, Yes. After completing all the formalities, Yuan took the lead and extended her hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. You can call me Sister Wen. I will be your agent for the next 5 years. Yizhi extended her hand and shook it back. The last time I heard you sing, your basics were okay, but if you want to be a professional singer, your level is obviously not enough. I will take you to see a teacher later. Remember to perform well. Yuan is a very goal-oriented person. From the moment she decided to sign Yizhi, she had already made a plan in her mind to build her. Becoming a disciple is just the first step. Actually, I have a teacher, but for some reason, I can't sing in a way that moves people. Yijia carefully told the truth. Can't move people? You sang very well last time, Yuan said inexplicably. In desperation, Yijia had to sing a song of this era. Yuan, She frowned. It's true. It's hard for people to resonate. Yijia sighed secretly. It doesn't matter, Yuan changed the subject. The teacher I found for you is not an ordinary person. The difference between the Star Network and reality is that it is extremely fast no matter where you go. Yuan took Yijia to a very remote place. Yijia never knew that there were houses on the Star Network. This is a large group of mountains in the sky. From a distance, you can not only see the mountains and rivers, but also hear the chirping of insects and birds. Of course, all of this is generated by data, and it is hard to imagine that someone would pay for this data. Is there really someone who lives on the StarNet every day? Ignoring reality? Have you ever heard of Sander? Before going in, you asked her. Sander Simpson, the most famous and oldest singer, composer, and lyricist in the Empire, is also the founder of modern music. It can be said that without him, there would be no music in the interstellar era. The significance of Sander Simpson to the field of music in this era is like the significance of Stephen William Hawking to the field of black holes in astrophysics. Yijia's heart trembled. Is he still alive? Alive? 133 years old, but his physical functions are very poor. Yuan said, so he basically doesn't appear in the real world. You asked me to come here for. Yijia opened her eyes wide. Yes, I asked you to become my disciple. Yuan's expression did not change when he said such a shocking thing. It's a coincidence. This old man owes me a favor. Seeing Yijia's incredible look, she hit him mercilessly. Don't think too much. It may not work. It depends on you. Yijia recovered. You have brought many people here? Yuan turned to look at her, with 3 big words on his face, otherwise. She is really a woman who will do anything. A teleportation ring suddenly appeared on the ground, and a man appeared. He had a baby face, and it was hard to tell his age. Ms. Yuan, you are here again. His tone was not very polite. Yuan pretended not to feel it. Tabai, don't be like this. Your old man still owes me a favor. He will be sad if you treat me like this. Tabai whispered. Isn't it just that you gave the master a box of tea at the auction, and you brought 5 people with you? There is no one in the world who can be more arrogant than you. Yijia touched his nose. This is true. Yuan glared at him fiercely. Speak properly. Your old man hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so excited? Yes. Tabai agreed, holding one in each hand, and began to teleport. In the blink of an eye, Yijia was standing in the house. The interior of the house was very simple. The fireplace was hot, the boiling water was gurgling beside, and Sander was sitting on the balcony, playing chess with the robot. As soon as he entered here, Yuan picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea in a very familiar way, and drank it all in one gulp. TSK. This is the taste. Only here can I try something new. He said another cup. Tabai looked painful. The price of tea on StarNet is much higher than in reality. 2 large cups were all consumed with star coins. After drinking, Yubai complained, Mr. Sander, please judge. Your Tabai despises me. He said that I always bring people to your place because of a box of tea. Yijia was shocked. Sander Simpson put down the chess piece and walked into the house, allowing Yijia to see his appearance clearly. His appearance on StarNet is similar to that in reality, but he looks younger. His silver hair is shoulder-length and casually scattered. His skin is already very loose, but his 3-dimensional facial features all show his beauty when he was young. Tabai, don't be like this in the future. He said it lightly. His voice was neither hurried nor slow. Tabai lowered his head and answered. Yuan pushed Yijia forward like a successful villain. She will never let you down, believe me. Sander glanced at her lightly. You have let me down 4 times. He sat down and waved at Yijia. Child, come to me. I am old. I can't see you clearly standing so far away. Yijia took a deep breath and stepped forward. There are not many opportunities to get close to such a great man, even on the Star Network. How old are you? Sander looked at her, his tone gentle. 8 years old, almost 9 years old. Yijia said softly. Yuan sent me a video of you singing. You said that you don't sing the songs you sing now? Can you sing with me? His brown eyes were as deep and heavy as a mountain, but full of kindness. Yijia sang Lullaby a cappella. This song, which has become popular all over the universe, was written and composed by Sander Simpson. During her singing, Sander kept his eyes closed and did not show any expression. Yijia had to bite the bullet and finish the whole song. She did not see the shocked eyes of Yuan and Ta Bai behind her. Yuan twisted Ta Bai's hand. Ta Bai, does it hurt? Tell me this is true. Mr. Sander actually let her finish the whole song. Ta Bai struggled hard. Yes, yes, yes. Yuan's joy almost overflowed from his eyes. Tell me, in recent years, is this the first time that Mr. Sander has let someone finish a song in front of him? Ta Bai was also a little frightened. Looking at the inexplicably harmonious old and young in front of him, he was speechless. Chapter 162. After singing, the other party did not respond for a long time, and Yijia was very uneasy. She thought he was asleep, and could not help but call softly, Teacher Sander? Yuan heard her call, and pinched Tabai's arm with more force. Sander Simpson slowly opened his eyes. Sorry, I thought of something else. This is how it is when you get older. You can't help but recall the past. People who remember the past have a future. I think it's pretty good. Yijia replied softly. Sander looked at her, holding the sides of the chair with his hands, trying to get up. Yijia subconsciously supported him. Please slow down. Tabai's steps stopped suddenly because of this action. The master actually let her. Get close. Sander Simpson patted Yijia's hand. Follow me. Then, a group of people came to the recording studio. Sander Simpson sat in front of the drum stand, picked up the drumstick, and ordered, Sing the song in a foreign land, I will compose the music for you. Tabai recorded. Yijia was a little stunned. Sander Simpson composes the music for her. She suspected that she was dreaming. Yuan saw her stunned look, personally pushed her to the microphone in the middle, pointed at himself. Perform well, Mr. Sanders' fans are envious of you. Yijia looked at the old man sitting behind the drum stand. When he sat down in this recording studio, he looked like a world of difference from the previous appearance in the hall. Yijia seemed to see his soul through the data on the surface of the star network, so vivid, so young, so inspiring. She could even imagine that more than 60 years ago, he might have held a cigarette in one hand and drank wine in the other, and created one classic song after another behind the drum stand. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. At the same time, heavy metal beat music sounded. I want to go back to my hometown and be with her again. When the song ended, everyone was stunned for a long time. Tabai took back his hand recording the screen and wiped his face, only to find that he was already in tears. Yuan blew his nose and said, Mr. Sander, it's been so many years since I got to see you live again. I'm old and can't beat anymore. He sat in his original position, calming his breath, and looked really tired. After a while, he said to Yijia, Let me ask you, do you want to be my student? Yuan covered his mouth tightly, for fear of making any sound to disturb this important moment in history. Sander Simpson is going to accept a disciple. Yijia was a little stunned, but soon reacted and said firmly, I do. Sander smiled and waved to Yijia. Come here, this is your senior brother Tabai. Yijia walked to the two of them and whispered, Teacher, senior brother, just call me Xiaoi. Sander took Yijia and Tabai's hands and put them in his palms. In my life, I only have you two students. I hope you can get along well in the future. Yes, teacher. The two responded in unison. Sander Simpson nodded repeatedly and held their hands tightly. You send Yuan out, I will talk to your junior sister, he said to Tabai. Before the two of them left, he suddenly said, Yuan, spread the word that I found a student and ask them not to send anyone over. Yuan paused slightly. Her throat was a little dry, and she coughed lightly. Okay. After the people left, he slowly said, Are you surprised that I would accept you as my student? Yijia was still in a daze. This feeling was no different from buying a lottery ticket before the lottery was drawn, and then being told that she had won the jackpot. She felt a little floating. It just felt a little sudden. Sander Simpson didn't look at her, and his voice was ethereal. I couldn't resonate with others when I sang before. Yijia was very surprised. The textbook never wrote about this. Ha ha ha, I'm already a person living in textbooks. He laughed, but it made people feel sad. Has Yuan ever told you that I have a strange temper? He turned his head and looked at her, with a cunning light in his eyes. Yijia, do you want to come with such a life-threatening question? Ha ha ha, don't panic, I am still very tolerant of my students. He smiled and said, I have had a strange disease since I was a child, cosmic autism. Have you heard of it? Yijia shook her head honestly. His dark brown eyes were full of memories. This disease will make people lose the ability to empathize with others. So you see, I am still alone now. Yijia's heart moved. According to the existing information, Sander Simpson never married in his life, and he had never even been in love. When I saw you for the first time, I guessed that you might also have this disease. He moved his body slightly after sitting for a long time, but today, listening to your singing and watching the reactions of EP91, it still makes people empathize, so I don't know what your problem is. Yijie suddenly felt conflicted. Teacher, since you have lost the ability to empathize with others, how did you create the current music theory? This is not just a person who has lost his sense of smell and made a few bottles of perfume, but a person who has lost his sense of smell has opened up the discipline of perfume. It is simply sensational. You are very sensitive, he praised. When God created me, although he closed a door, he still opened a window that is large enough. To be frank, I am quite talented in the field of music. Although I have lost the ability of spiritual empathy, I have an A+ spiritual level. I cannot empathize with spiritual power when singing, but I can express spiritual melody with the help of musical instruments, so that the audience can empathize. He suddenly sighed. But I didn't know that my opportunistic way would bring such a great restriction to the music of this era. A door slowly opened in front of Yijie, and there was a crackling sound in her ears. She finally understood why all the music of this era, even if it was a love song, was accompanied by percussion music. The song Lullaby that she had been singing since her mother's womb had gentle lyrics and a high-pitched background melody. Like schizophrenia. At this moment, everything was explained. So he looked directly at Yijie, his eyes sparkling. Do you know why I accepted you as my student? Speaking of this, Yijie felt her scalp tingling, but she still said, because I sing songs that are not in the style of this era, and people can also empathize with me. Yes. Child, he held Yijie's hand. You will create a new era, a normal music era with 100 flowers blooming. Yijie moved her mouth, unable to speak. She didn't quite understand how things turned out like this. Chapter 163. Sander Simpson was very excited. What level is your mental power? Do you understand mental power? B+. Yijie kept searching in her mind about the role of mental power, and her knowledge in this area was quite weak. As far as she knew, mental power has two functions. One is to be able to sense the time and space lines, so people can see the time coordinates through domain light. People with high mental power levels are very suitable for commanders, because they can sense more time and space lines, and are very suitable for opening maps. This is also what she found out after she became very interested in the commander industry. Second, for sensor-type mechas, high-level mental power users can use them longer and more stably than low-level ones. So the military has basic regulations on the mental power level of soldiers. In other aspects, people with high mental power levels will have higher IQs, better memory, and stronger comprehension abilities, so all walks of life are very welcome to high-level mental power users. But these are obviously irrelevant to today's conversation. So she shook her head honestly. Sander Simpson spoke slowly. Spiritual power is an ability that was suddenly discovered in interstellar humans about 1,000 years ago. Our ancestors called it evolution. This ability has brought huge changes to our lives, and humans have been exploring the characteristics and uses of this ability. Starnet and sensor-type mechas are all based on the interaction of spiritual power, but spiritual power has another great effect that the world has not paid attention to, that is, the impact on emotions. We sing to make people resonate, and the result of resonance is to make the audience have a direct emotional response, thereby releasing emotions. This reaction is actually the result of spiritual resonance. He rubbed his brows. But because of my appearance, people mistakenly believe that only percussion music can form spiritual melodies, so that the songs nowadays are always the same. Most of them are very exciting, and they don't sound very interesting. Yijie had a huge question. After so many years, has no one played spiritual melodies with other instruments? In addition to drums, there are also string music and percussion music. Is this difficult? Imagining the various melodies on the earth, Yijie felt very incredible. Sander Simpson shook his head. Creating spiritual melodies is not as simple as you think. At least it is much more difficult than singing. In addition to requiring extremely high talent, it also requires a high level of spiritual power. In so many years, I have only found a genius like your senior brother. Even if I create only dozens of spiritual melodies in my lifetime. Yijie hesitated, but you have released more than 100 songs. Sander Simpson smiled and said, many songs are repeated. It is not necessary for the whole song to be a spiritual melody. Just do some processing at the joints, so that people can feel the resonance. Yijie suddenly realized that the songs in the interstellar era are completely different from the songs on Earth. The songs on Earth pay attention to beautiful lyrics and melodies, and mainly rely on the power of lyrics and singing to touch people's hearts. The songs in the interstellar era use singing and instruments just to better express spiritual power, and thus better resonate. In the interstellar era, the quality of a song, in addition to lyrics and melody, depends more on the degree of spiritual expression, and tests the breadth and depth of this empathy. And she, for some unknown reason, like her teacher, could not feel the power of spiritual empathy. But when singing songs on earth, she could express and interpret it very well. Ever since Yijai sang, Sander has been in a high mood. There are only a few people I know who can resonate with others to this extent with their singing like you do. This is your talent. Just like Tobai, in addition to drums, he can also use some string instruments to create spiritual melodies, but the only flaw is that his talent for composing lyrics is too poor, but you can make up for each other. He panted slightly. Let him compose your original songs for you. You are all better than the teacher and can definitely create a new era. Tobai came back at some point and walked over quickly to help him calm down. Okay, sir, don't get excited, we will fulfill your wish. He patted Tobai's hand. Tobai understood and said slowly, I have already talked to Yuan. The Shining You and Me platform is willing to upgrade Xiao Ai to an S-level contract. All requirements are based on her, and the profit-sharing side agreed to only take 20%. But the other party has a requirement, that is, all of Xiao Ai's songs must be released on their platform. Yijai listened quietly, thinking about the series of unequal content signed when discussing the C-level contract just now, and felt very moved. I think the Shining You and Me platform is still very sincere this time. After all, Xiao Ai has already signed a contract with him. If the other party insists on doing it according to the previous content, there is nothing we can do. This time, we can give up so much because of your face. Tobai's behavior is in sharp contrast to his baby face, and he is particularly mature and steady. Sander Simpson nodded. Xiao Ai, don't look at your senior brother's young age, but he is a reliable person. No matter what you encounter in the future, you should find him. Seeing that he was going to be a hands-off boss, Tobai couldn't help but frown. Master. I'm too tired, I go to rest first, you can have a good exchange with Xiao Ai. Sander got up and walked straight to the bedroom. Only Tobai and Yijai were left staring at each other in the living room. It was Tobai who spoke first. Xiao Ai, you have to come here for at least 4 hours every day in the future, okay? Yijai thought for a while. I have to go to class every day, and after returning home, I have many courses such as fighting training. I will be free after 30 o'clock. Is it too late? But you can come during the day on weekends. Okay, I will teach you during the weekdays, and the teacher will guide us on weekends. Tobai agreed immediately. I watched your interview video with the teacher the other day. Was this song one written for your lover? Tobai has a baby face, and looks very youthful when he smiles. Yishai didn't expect that he had also seen it. Yes, but it is a regretful love. Tobai took her to another recording studio. I thought it was very good when I listened to it, so I made a melody. Come and listen to it. Mr. Earth is so talented. If possible, I really want to meet him. Yijai paused. Earth won't appear here anymore. Tobai's face was full of regret. I'm sorry, I didn't know he had passed away. If the master knew the news, he would definitely be very sad. He is very curious about this old man. Yijai didn't say anything, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with his statement. Entering the recording studio, Tobai first played her a melody. Does it feel strange to integrate a little string music? Sander Simpson was right. Tobai was really gifted. Just relying on her singing, she restored 60% of the original melody of the song. She spoke in a hoarse voice. How about changing to percussion instruments? Tobai closed his eyes and thought for a while, then opened them with a bright light. You can try. Xiaoai, you are awesome. No, you are awesome. Yishai thought, but didn't say it out loud. Chapter 164. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yijai successfully graduated from the junior high school with a grade 1 grade, and was directly promoted to the Imperial Union High School. She has grown a lot taller, her female features have developed, her hair is waist length, and she has the initial shape of a girl. August is the graduation season, and students come and go in a hurry, but the figure of Yijai and his group of school celebrities standing at the school gate still attracted many people to stop. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingshan are already 13 years old this year. Qingfei has grown a little taller, only a head shorter than Yijai, and still looks innocent and sweet. But Tan Qingshan has emerged and become the tallest of the three, almost 1.7 meters tall. The 15-year-old Jilan has completely lost his childish appearance, and has grown into an extraordinary handsome boy. Years of aristocratic cultivation have made him always have a smile on his face, looking gentle and elegant. He did not hide his surprise at this time. Xiao Ai, I didn't expect Xia Ming'er to actually be admitted to Hongyuan Military Academy. It's really amazing. Yes, After 3 years of inhumane life, Xia Ming'er finally got what she wanted and was admitted to the Logistics Management Department of Hongyuan Military Academy. Although it is the department with the lowest admission score, being able to enter such an interstellar super first-class institution is enough to show her strength. Just as she said at the beginning, she relied on her own strength to make those nobles, who once looked down on her, look at her with new eyes. She is the only one who has been admitted to Hongyuan Military Academy as a civilian in the Imperial Alliance in the past 20 years. When the news came back, it caused quite a stir. Yi Jiai held a bunch of sunflowers in her hand, and the golden petals emitted a scorching light in the sunlight. Yes, she did it. When Principal Riley Hobbart announced the names of the outstanding graduates, many people were surprised. Behind Yi Jiai stood Cheng Feng, who folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the pillar at the school gate with a casual posture. He grew taller and taller. He was about to enter the senior year of high school, and he no longer looked very young. His height of nearly 1.9 meters gave people a strong sense of oppression. Among this group of people, the one who had changed the most was the fat man. Perhaps it is not appropriate to call him a fat man now. In order to keep up with Cheng Feng's pace, Sun Jun had been through a life of purgatory in the past 3 years. He lost a lot of weight and became a tall and handsome boy. Next to the fat man was Zhang Sheng'an. She was thin and only took care of the vertical development of her body. She looked taller than Tan Qing. Chen is taller than her and looks like an androgynous person. Because of her, Tan Qingfei lost many suitors. Zhang Ping is still cold and distant. He and Cheng Feng still don't get along well. They rarely appear in the same occasion unless Yi Jiai is present. But today, both of them have reasons to come. Qingfei pointed at the tall and thin figure walking in the distance. Xiao Ai, is that Sister Ming? Seeing her, Yi Jiai raised the sunflower in her hand and waved it from a distance. Xia Ming'er has short hair. When she saw them, she immediately smiled and ran to the front of everyone in a few steps. Her face was not red, and she was not out of breath. Why are you here? Yi Jiai handed her the flower. Hongyuan should be training soon. We are afraid that we won't see you in the future, so we all come to see you off. In the past 3 years, this group of people have become closer because of Yi Jiai. Tan Qingfei presented a whole set of jewelry she made, and her nose moved slightly. If someone still looks down on you in Hongyuan, take it with you every day. Ji Lan took out the mental defense device. When you get to Hongyuan, pay attention to your safety. Zhang Sheng'an presented a shuttle, her own brand. Yi Jiai suspected that she picked a brand new shuttle from her collection to give to someone. Xiao Ming'er, I feel bad to see you take the campus bus every time. You must treat it well. Zhang Ping silently handed over a space button. Wow! Yuan Yeqiu and Zhuang Shan exclaimed at the same time. The price of a space button is not cheap. The two had a love affair between an aristocrat and a commoner in the past 3 years, but in the end, due to the huge difference in family background and experience between the two sides, they broke up peacefully and are now friends. Yuan Yeqiu handed over a very exquisite card and said considerately, "This is our black gold card for Yuanya restaurant. You don't have to pay, you can eat as much as you want. The training at Hongyuan Military Academy must be very strict. Remember to give yourself extra meals. The gifts they gave are too expensive. This is a very simple picture book that records the stories of our group of people over the years." After 3 years, Zhuang Shan also recognized the reality. She no longer forced herself to keep up with the pace of these proud children, and instead chose the animation industry that she was most interested in. She flipped through a few pages at random, and the Q-version portraits of everyone appeared on the paper. Yuan Yeqiu was relentless. You really drew me so ugly. Revenge. It's definitely revenge. Everyone laughed out loud. It was Yuan Yeqiu who first proposed their breakup. Although Zhuang Shan had this idea a long time ago, it was always a bit unpleasant for a girl to be broken up first. Zhuang Shan closed the picture book, her face serious, tears in her eyes. Sister Ming'er, I really admire you. You have done something that we civilians dare not even think about. In the past few years, Xiao Ai said that you only sleep 4 hours a day. I think it's incredible. But even someone like me knows that Hongyuan is a place that eats people. If you feel lonely and want to give up, just take a look at this picture book. Zhuang Shan is very talented in this area. Although her works are still immature, several children's publishing houses have contacted her. Xia Ming'er took the picture book, and thousands of words turned into one. Okay. Xia Ming'er has changed a lot. The Hongyuan quasi-military school student, who has survived the test of time, has already had the shadow of a soldier. Standing there, she is a towering figure. Even so, when she received this wave of goodwill like an explosion, her eyes were slightly moist. In the past 3 years, she has experienced countless malice, countless ridicules, and countless slanders, but she has survived them all. She slept less than 4 hours a day, and worked every night strictly according to the teacher's plan. She did it. The fat man smiled and stepped forward, livening up the atmosphere. Come on, what are you doing here? This is a big day, don't let my senior sister cry. Everyone smiled. The fat man scratched his head. Senior sister, what I want to give, and what I want to say have been said by this group of people. I really can't find anything to give. I will give you a dagger. This dagger can be placed on the Mecca in the future. I won't say much about other things. I just pray to see you next year. Chung Feng wants to go to military school. Hong Yuan is undoubtedly the best choice. As a brother, the fat man naturally has to face the challenge. So he called her senior sister with extra sincerity. Xia Ming'er gently slid open, and the metal texture of the X3 shone brightly in the sunlight. It's a good dagger. She patted Fatty's shoulder and sent him a document. This is the summary I made along the way. I hope it can inspire you. Unlike Chung Feng, who entered the Hongyuan advanced batch, Fatty wanted to be admitted to the Hongyuan Military Academy. He needed to go through layers of selection like Xia Ming'er, which took a whole year. Fatty's eyes were filled with tears. Senior sister. Chapter 165. Chung Feng slapped him away. Come on, stop pretending. You've been talking about this summary so early this morning. Fatty, you should be more sincere. The fat man looked embarrassed. This thing should be useful to you. Chung Feng took out a bag of energy stones, with various energy purities. Xia Ming'er's eyes lit up, and in his eyes, there was something that both of them understood. Brother, thank you. Finally, it was Yizhi, and everyone was looking forward to it. After all, when discussing the gifts, this person said generously that no matter how they prepared, it would not be the same as hers. Fuck. When Yizhi took out the gift, the fat man shouted directly. Yizhi was holding the latest fortress mecha in his hand, which was specially used by logistics personnel. Xia Ming'er felt a sob in her throat, and her eyes were red. Others didn't know, but she knew very well that everything she had now was obtained by this girl. Yizhi came forward and hugged her gently, whispering in her ear, "This is what you deserve. You have overturned the perception of everyone in the Foundation." Reza was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night when she heard that you passed the exam. Xia Ming'er opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. The fat man patted her shoulder with understanding, raised his arm and shouted, "Let's go. We won't go home until we are drunk tonight." Zhuang Shan was a little confused. Are there any other activities? The fat man waved his hand and pointed at Chung Feng behind him, and said generously, "Brother Feng will treat us tonight, Amiya." Tan Qingchen's face was full of black lines. "It's like you are treating us, fat brother. Let me have a meal you treat me in my lifetime." The fat man stopped Tan Qingchen's shoulder with one hand, looking like a good brother. "Qingchen, let me say, look at Brother Feng's family background, and he only gave a bag of energy stones. Is this reasonable? If he doesn't treat us tonight, who will?" Chung Feng heard what he said, and kicked him in the butt from behind, but the fat man seemed to have eyes on his back, took 2 quick steps and dodged easily. The group rushed to the palace in a mighty manner. The front desk was already familiar with them, and took the initiative to step forward and said, "Good day, gentlemen. Is this the old seat? They have a permanent box, located on the 9th floor by the window, quiet, and with a great view outside the window." After arriving at the box, everyone played games or played football. Tan Qingfei took the initiative to pick up the microphone. "I want to sing a song of my goddess for Sister Ming. I wish you a bright future on this voyage." Tan Qingchen was playing table tennis with the fat man next to him. When he heard her say this, he interrupted, "Is it your goddess Luna? Does she have this kind of song?" Luna's style of music is rock and roll, and her concert is extremely passionate, as if the whole audience had taken stimulants. Yizhi once couldn't get over Tan Qingfei, so she accompanied her to listen to a live performance, but because she couldn't generate spiritual empathy, she was quite embarrassed. Tan Qingfei stood on the podium and shook her head. "No, I now have a new goddess, the voice of the earth. Have you heard her songs?" Ahem. Yizhi's heart was beating wildly, and she was choked by her own saliva. Tan Qingfei turned to look at her. "Shao Ai, have you heard of her?" Yizhi said stiffly, "I have heard of her a little. In the past 3 years, under the guidance of Sander Simpson, she and Ta Bai have collaborated to produce 10 singles. But in fact, the two have compiled more than 10 songs, because considering that Yizhi may enter a period of voice change, Sander Simpson deliberately asked them to slow down the speed of releasing songs. At the beginning, they were questioned a lot, and many people thought that this was not a song at all. After they formed their own stable style, they were also accepted by some people. Over time, the Voice of the Earth has its own fan group. But compared with the current mainstream music, Earth Voice can only be regarded as a niche music that has emerged. Tan Qingfei not only knows it, but also can sing it, which has surprised her. "I think you sing alike?" Tan Qingfei said excitedly, and turned to look at everyone. "You must listen to Earth Voice's songs, which are special and soul deep. I really hope she can hold a concert so that I can know what my goddess looks like." Xia Ming'er sat on the sofa, with her back straight, and smiled. "Qingfei, you actually fell in love with someone you don't know what she looks like. This is not like you." Tan Qingfei raised the microphone. "I am impressed by my goddess's singing." The soothing piano sound flowed slowly, accompanied by the sound of water. Such a unique opening made everyone stop what they were doing and listen carefully. Qingfei's voice is very clear, tending to be a child's voice, and there is a different feeling when singing this song. Outside the long pavilion, the grass is green and the sky is endless. The evening wind blows the willows, and the drums sound. The sunset is beyond the mountains. At the end of the world, half of the friends are gone. A pot of muddy wine is enough to make me happy. Tonight, I will not dream of the cold. Outside the long pavilion, the grass is green and the sky is endless. I ask you when you will come back. Don't hesitate. At the end of the world, half of the friends are gone. It is rare to get together in life, but there are many separations. Because there were no instruments, such as flutes in this era, Yizhi changed the flute sound in the lyrics to drum sound. The rest can barely correspond, and nothing has been changed. At the end of the song, Yizhi took the lead in applauding, and the fat man cheered very hard. Tan Qingfei made a gesture of thanking Yizhi and sat next to him. At this time, Xia Ming'er said with great regret, "Xiao Ai, I heard that you will go back to Heiwangxing for your birthday next month. I may not be able to attend. I will be training at that time." Zheng Feng was sitting at the bar not far away drinking. Hearing their conversation, he interrupted and said, "Fatty and I can't go either. Fatty has to stay at Guangyao Star for training. This holiday is his last chance. The early selection has been advanced this year. I might go with Xia Ming'er." Yizhi understood very well. "Do your thing. We get together again when we have a chance." Hearing about the birthday, Yuan Yeqiu came over immediately. "Oh, I almost forgot about it. Fortunately you mentioned it. This year is not the graduation year for our class. The place for the graduation trip has not been decided yet. Some classmates in the class heard that Xiai invited friends to the Bay Star birthday. Why don't we set the graduation trip location on Bay Star, and everyone can help you celebrate your birthday together? What do you think, Xiao Ai?" Tan Qingfei was the first to shout out, "Ah! Of course. I heard from Xiao Ai that Bay Star is very fun." Yizhi smiled softly. "As long as you don't mind the trouble of running so far, I am of course welcome." Zhang Shengnan raised his glass and toasted everyone. "In this case, I will contract the interstellar spaceship of your class." Tan Qingfei leaned lightly on her shoulder. "Shengnan, I really like your domineering CEO look." Zhang Shengnan chuckled. Yuan Yeqiu said while looking at the light brain, "The group is asking, what should we prepare for going to Bay Star? Do we need a submarine?" Tan Qingchen opened the class group chat and laughed. "What kind of old-fashioned people are in our class? Someone is asking if we should bring a portable kitchen." Yi Xiai's face was full of black lines. "Are they going to shoot wilderness survival?" Zhuang Shan covered her face. "My classmates are so rich." Chapter 166. Someone in the class group couldn't sit still. "Where are you guys? Let's meet up to discuss this." After asking everyone's opinions, Yuan Yeqiu reported Amiya's address. At the end of the game, many of Yi Xiai's classmates came over one after another, and the group discussed the specific itinerary together. Finally, it was determined that except for 2 people who couldn't attend because of something, the remaining 28 people in the class would participate. Yi Xiai's birthday was on September 9th, and the group decided to set off on September 7th. Including the time spent on the road, the total itinerary of this trip was half a month. With more people, it was naturally lively. Although most people would go directly to the high school department of the Imperial Union, there were also a few who did not study in the Imperial Union for various reasons. The scene soon turned into a sad farewell party for classmates. I don't know who started it first, but the wine was opened, and the scene quickly got out of control. The fat guy is always very friendly. He hugged the 2 boys and said drunkenly, "You fat brother, really envy you at this age. You don't know how much hardship the fat brother has suffered to get into Hongyuan. I didn't know how to study hard when I was young. I regret it. You must not delay your studies." The two male classmates were scared like quails, and just nodded. Tan Qingfei didn't drink much. After a few glasses, she curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. Tan Qingchen and Jilan were playing some games with a group of people. They were drinking and sticking notes. They looked very happy. Affected by the atmosphere, Yijia also drank a little. She was actually almost done, but she wanted to save face. She sat there with bright eyes, and didn't fall down. Whoever gave her wine, she drank it all with a smile. Chung Feng looked at the group of children dancing wildly in front of him, and felt a pain in his forehead. He walked to Yijia and sat down. "Xiao Ai, can I take you home?" Yijia raised her glass and smiled sweetly. "Okay. Cheers." She rarely showed her emotions like this. Chung Feng was shaken by her smile. He coughed lightly and whispered, "Xiao Ai, your classmates still need to play for a while. Can I take you and Qingfei back to the Tan family first?" "Oh, okay." Yijia suddenly stood on the sofa and said loudly, "Listen to me." Chung Feng was frightened by her. He was afraid that she would fall down, so he held her back with one hand. "I'm telling you." She patted her chest and said generously, "You don't have to bring anything. When you go to Bay Star, everything will be with your sister Ai. Sister Ai will take care of everything." Oh. Sister Ai is great." Everyone started to make a noise. Her face flushed cutely, her black eyes sparkled, and she pointed at one of the boys and said, "That guy. No need to bring a submarine. My father can make a submersible. It can dive to 5,000 meters under the sea, and it's super light and thin." The boy who was named had never seen her like this before, and nodded blankly. "Okay. Then I won't bring it." Seeing that he agreed, Yijia sat back on the sofa contentedly, holding up the empty cup and said to Chung Feng, "Drink it." After saying that, she made a gesture of drinking it all. Chung Feng chuckled, "Is it delicious?" Yijia nodded blankly. Chung Feng stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. "Do you know who I am?" Yijia waved it away. "I know. Chung Feng. If you know me, I take you home, okay? Otherwise your grandfather will be angry." Chung Feng had to move out of Viscount Tananmin. Hearing about her grandfather, Yijia opened her eyes wide for a long time, and suddenly said softly, Go home. Don't let my grandparents be sad." Chung Feng carried her out. Ah Mei was guarding outside the door, and saw Chung Feng holding Yijia, with a surprised face. "Let me hold the little lady. Qingfei is asleep. You go and take her out. I take you back to the Tan family." Chung Feng didn't let go. After saying that, regardless of Ah Mei's reaction, he took a long step and walked straight to the tarmac. On the night of the East District in August, the temperature outside was much lower than that inside. Yijia woke up slowly when the cold wind blew. She looked at Chung Feng's face and giggled. "Chung Feng, I tell you a secret." "Okay." Chung Feng didn't even frown. "You say." "Secretly tell you, I'm actually your idol." Yijia smiled particularly cunningly, and her black eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky. "Really?" Chung Feng paused and looked down at her. The darkness cast a shadow under his deep brow, making him look a little dangerous. Yijia seemed unaware and smiled sweetly. "Yes." "Didn't Fatty say that your idol is Dark Knight?" She patted her chest hard. "I am Dark Knight." Had Chung Feng curled his lips slightly. "Then I will tell you a secret, okay?" Yijia's face became very serious, but her eyes were full of gossip. "You tell me." "I will never tell anyone else." Chung Feng slightly tightened his hand around her. "I know you are Dark Knight." Yijia seemed to be slowing down, blinking slowly again, and her mouth gradually became an O shape. "When did you know?" Chung Feng opened the shuttle door, put her on the big sofa in the middle, and touched her soft face. "Last time you saved Zhang Ping in the game. Has anyone told you that before entering the shuttle every time in the game, and you would habitually look to the right?" Yijia blinked in confusion, and after a while he laughed. "Ah, you observe very carefully. I didn't even notice it myself." Chung Feng chuckled. "Go to sleep, you be home when you wake up." His words seemed to have some kind of magic. Yijia blinked sleepily, and soon closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Her harmless appearance made Chung Feng's heart burn. His throat moved slightly, and then he gently kissed Yijia on the forehead. "Good night." Ahem. Suddenly, a light cough broke the beauty of the room. Chung Feng sat back in the driver's seat as if nothing had happened, with a normal expression, if you ignore his slightly red neck. Ah Mei put Tan Qingfei next to Yijia, and was so angry that his teeth itched. He knew that Chung Feng had bad intentions. He should have just snatched the young lady away. "What should I do? I really want to throw this stinky boy off the shuttle. He stared at Chung Feng with his two slanted eyes. If eyes could kill, Chung Feng must have been pierced with more than 2 holes. Feeling the burning gaze behind him, Chung Feng moved quickly, and the shuttle took off steadily and headed towards the Tan family. No words along the way. When they arrived at the Tan family, Mei took the lead in picking up Yi, snorted coldly and walked out. Tan Lan had been notified long ago and was waiting outside. Mei handed Yi to her, and then turned back to pick up Tan Qingfei. Chung Feng leaned against the door, empty-handed, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. He was about to say goodbye politely. But he saw Mei suddenly turned around and bared his teeth at him. With a thump in his heart, he pressed the button to close the shuttle door. Soon, the bright red shuttle took off from the spot and left. Chapter 167. On September 8th, Guangyu Star flew to the private spacecraft of Bay Star. Yi stood alone on the observation deck on the 3rd floor, looking into the distance. There was nothing worth seeing in this area, and the universe was pitch black outside. Jilan came up to find her, and when he saw her lonely back, he breathed lightly. Xiao, do you miss home? Did she miss home? Of course she did. When she left, she was just 3 years old. And tomorrow, she will be 12 years old. Calculating the time, she has not been back to Bay Star for 9 years. At this moment, she is a little homesick. She retracted her gaze. Why did you come up? They played all day and all night yesterday, and they all went to sleep. Yes, the atmosphere in your class is really good, and a group of people are completely crazy. Jilan shrugged. I came up to find you for something, and my uncle just called me on video. Yi's heart skipped a beat. Major General Ji fan? My uncle asked us to be careful, saying that traces of a madman were found near the Gulf Star. Jilan sighed deeply. The scene many years ago was too profound. As soon as Jilan mentioned it, Yi knew who he was talking about, and asked in surprise, as long as we can reach the Gulf Star safely, it should be fine, right? I hope so. Jilan was also very nervous. This kind of news cannot be shared with others. Fortunately, in the anxiety of the two, the group successfully arrived at the Gulf Star on September 9th. Generally speaking, it takes 86 hours to fly from Guangyu Star to the Gulf Star by civilian spacecraft, and jump 3 times. But the Zhang family's private spaceship was faster, and took less than 80 hours. When the group arrived, it was early morning on the Bay Star. It was a clear blue Mercury, full of blue ocean world, and the land seemed particularly small. After completing all the formalities, the group walked out of the docking port. Yi pointed at the blue planet and smiled. Welcome to the famous interstellar tourist city Bay Star. I hope you have a good time here. Shall I? Suddenly, a familiar female voice sounded. Yi's heart beat violently, and she turned her head to see the noble and cold Miss Tan Yun and the tall and handsome Yijian standing not far away and looking at her. Her body reacted faster than her brain, and she rushed over. Mother! Father! The three hugged each other tightly. The 9 years of strangeness were completely faded in this hug. Tan Yun touched her head. I can't believe that I'm not hugging you through the video sensor this time. Yijian pinched her face. You've gained a lot of weight. Yi broke free from his hand, a little angry. We haven't seen each other for 9 years. Do you have to treat your daughter like this? Yijian's eyebrows were gentle. Yes, I haven't seen each other for 9 years. My daughter brought more than 30 little tales when she came home. Do you think I should be happy or sad? Yi suddenly came to her senses, and remembered that there were a lot of people watching behind her. She immediately left her parents' arms embarrassedly. Zhang Sheng'an saw this scene and showed an ambiguous smile. Ah, you really envy her, right? Zhang Ping glanced at her, and didn't answer. Hello, uncle and aunt. The group of people greeted sparsely, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Tan Yun smiled gently. Hello, I hope you have fun on the Bay Star. If you need anything, you can tell me. You're welcome. A brave male classmate in the class shouted, Auntie, we won't be polite. Sister Ai said that when we go to the Bay Star, she will take care of everything. Yiji's face flushed slightly. Yijian looked at her and felt interesting. After getting on the shuttle, Tan Yun introduced the basic situation to them. I heard from Xiao Ai that there are many of you. We have cleaned up a small island. The scenery there is very good, there are few people, and the transportation is also very convenient. It is more suitable for you to come here for vacation. Wow! This is my dream graduation trip destination. Someone cheered. But she changed the subject. Bay Star is not like Guangyu Star. There are no waiters to help you do this and that. You have to learn to use robots for cooking and housework. Okay. Everyone agreed obediently. Concubine Tan Qing whispered to Yizhi, "Oh my god, uncle is so handsome. Xiao Ai, you two look so alike." It was the first time she and Qingshan met Yixian. Tan Yun bent down and looked at them at eye level. "This is Concubine Qing and Qingshan. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Ai all these years. They are great brothers and sisters." Concubine Tan Qing and Tan Qingshan blushed at the same time. It was too embarrassing to call Xiao Ai's brother, sister or something. Soon, everyone boarded the shuttle prepared by Yixian in advance and landed on a platinum beach surrounded by sparkling sea. "Ah, go!" A group of people rushed out. Although this is a small island, it is not small in size, and has many unique buildings. Everyone took photos, and shared them on their personal homepages. Yuan Yeqiu quietly picked up a handful of sand, and threw it at the people around him. Ah! Zhuang Shan was looking for an angle to take a photo, and was hit unexpectedly. Then she began to fight back quickly, but accidentally hit other people. So a group of people didn't care about anything, and just started fighting on the beach. Seeing this scene, Tan Yun couldn't help but sigh. What a group of energetic children. Yixian snorted. A group of little brats. Yizhi didn't go out, but stood there, with a choked voice. Father and mother, I miss you so much. Tan Yun's eyes were also a little red, and she kissed Yizhi's heart. I'm very happy that you can come back. I thought your grandfather would not agree to let you come back for your birthday. Yizhi shook his head. He promised me a long time ago that if I could get a year old after graduating from junior high school, he would allow. I'm back. But my grandmother told me that even if I didn't pass the first grade, she would let me come back. Yixian snorted coldly. That's more like it. Tan Yun wiped her eyes. We want to hold a bonfire party for you tonight, and you just invited so many classmates to come over. Yixian also sighed a little. He reached out and rubbed Yixi's head. Finally, I'm not celebrating your birthday through video. Yixi's heart moved. Then I won't go back, okay? Yixian's eyes flashed something, but he didn't say anything. Tan Yun said angrily, if you don't go back, what will happen to your grandparents? Yizhi shrugged. She just mentioned it, right? Go out quickly, you are the birthday star today. Tan Yun patted her. Although Yizhi wanted to stay with her father and mother, she was the host after all, and she couldn't be rude. She gave each of them a kiss, and went out. Tan Yun touched the place where she was kissed just now, a little absent-minded. Xiao Ai has changed a lot, so good. Seeing that she was surrounded and attacked by everyone as soon as she went out, Yixian put his arm around Tan Yun's waist, and said in a low voice, her data in recent years is very good. If you don't want her to leave, don't let her go. Tan Yun covered her mouth and chuckled. It's true that they say that a daughter is her father's little lover. It's obviously you who can't let her go. Yixian took back his hand. Then don't cry when she leaves. He walked towards the wooden house by the sea without looking back. Tan Yun stood there, chuckled and shook her head. These two father and daughter really look alike. Chapter 168. The night sky of the Bay Star is very beautiful. The Namod Galaxy has a large number of planets. When the weather is good, you can see nebulae at night. Under the starry sky, a group of young boys and girls gathered around the fire in the center, holding hands and singing and dancing. Their happy smiles and the light of the burning fire complement each other, and reflected on the sea, it is a beautiful scene that can be painted. Yixian came out with a robot, pushing a tower made of seafood. The sharp-eyed and bold boy ran over first, got the largest bobo lobster, raised his claws that were bigger than his head and said, Oh my god! I have only seen other people eat such a big bobo lobster. Yixian did not feel offended. In his eyes, children should be able to speak without restraint, dare to think and do. He smiled and said, Then you will have a good time next time. The Bay Star has the most developed seafood market in the entire galaxy. Ah! I love the Bay Star! He shouted. Ha ha! A group of people laughed kindly. At this time, Tan Yun came out pushing a high-rise cake, and everyone lowered their voices, stopped what they were doing, and gathered around. Yixian picked up the crown next to him, and put it on Yizhi's head. My little princess, happy 12th birthday. Ah, Sister Ai is only 12 years old, so young. Someone sighed. Someone laughed at him. How can you be embarrassed to call someone younger than you sister? The man said nonchalantly, Why are you embarrassed? My sister Ai has an aura of 1.8 meters. Qingshan can only call her Xiao Ai at most. I don't believe you can call her sister? It's really hard. Tan Yun just found their conversation funny and lit the candles. Okay, Xiao Ai, make a wish. Tan Qingfei took the lead in clapping the beat, and everyone followed and sang, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The innocent blessing song echoed on the beach. Amid their singing, Yijai put his hands together, raised them to his chest, silently made a wish, and then took a deep breath and blew out the candle with 12 written on it. Xiao Ai, what did you wish for? Ji Lan was full of curiosity. Yijai, I wish all of us a long life. Everyone, Zhang Shengnan picked up the knife. Okay, divide the cake, Xiao Ai's birthday cake, everyone has to eat it. Although the cake was made very big, it couldn't withstand a large number of people. Even Yijian ate a small piece, and there was not much left on the plate. A group of people sat around the campfire, eating exquisite cakes and sashimi, and talking about the next travel arrangements. Sister Ai, didn't you say your father can make diving equipment? Let's go diving tomorrow, someone suggested. Yijai leaned on her father's shoulder and agreed immediately. Okay. For some reason, she always felt a little dizzy. Slowly, she saw Ji Lan, Qin Fei, Qin Chen, and Zhang Ping on the opposite side fell on the beach one by one. She suddenly felt something was wrong, and just wanted to tell Yijian that an accident might have happened, but she found that Tan Yun and Yijian beside her fell to the ground at some point, looking unconscious. She pinched her palm tightly, shook her head, and regained consciousness. Among the group of people who fell down, there was only one person who was sitting, Zhang Shengnan. Yijai ran to her side and said nervously, Shengnan, are you okay? What happened? Zhang Shengnan grabbed her wrist with such force that Yijai cried out in pain. It hurts. What are you doing? Zhang Shengnan had an extremely evil smile on her face. Baby, you haven't reacted yet? I'm really disappointed in you. Yijai suddenly froze, looked around, looked at her in disbelief, and said with a numb scalp, Did you do it? In a flash, Yijai figured out the joint. You put drugs in the cake? Why? Only if drugs were put in the cake would everyone be infected. Zhang Shengnan smiled very creepily. Your father is such a cautious person. How could I do such an obvious thing as putting drugs in the cake? I put something in both the wood and the cake. Yijai turned her head to look at the bonfire that was still burning, and felt the chill. What do you want to do? Zhang Shengnan stretched out her other hand and touched Yijai's face. Yes, that's the expression, baby, your expression is so beautiful. Yijai closed her eyes, and many possibilities flashed through her mind, but she still couldn't figure out why friends of so many years would do such a thing. She was hoarse and her voice was shaking uncontrollably. Shengnan, you are joking with me with them, right? Stop playing, okay? Zhang Shengnan pulled her close to her body. Baby, how could I be playing? You don't know how long I have been waiting for this day. We are the same kind of people, aren't we? Yijai's body was extremely sore and weak. She was gently pulled and fell into her arms. She said in panic, What did you do to me? Don't worry, it's just a little thing that makes you weak. Just be obedient and nothing will happen. Zhang Shengnan whispered in her ear, and all the warm breath sprayed on Yijai's skin, causing goosebumps. Yijai completely abandoned her fantasy. She supported her body with great willpower and said calmly, Your target is me, let them go. Zhang Shengnan's face changed, and she pinched Yijai's face tightly. Why do you want to beg for mercy from these irrelevant people? She quickly calmed down. Baby, don't anger me, you don't want to see that scene. Yijai's heart was in chaos. What do you want to do? They are all your friends, juniors and juniors. Zhang Shengnan shook her away with great strength, and threw Yijai half a meter away. With a ferocious face, Friends? Do you consider these people friends? Yijai, you have lived in the Empire for more than 10 years, and you really consider yourself an Imperial? Ahem, Yijai spit out the sand in her mouth, her heart trembling. What do you mean? Zhang Shengnan approached her, looking down at her. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were the same kind of person as me. Baby, tell me, what was your life like before you were reborn? Yijai felt like falling into an ice cellar. What rebirth? Zhang Shengnan squatted down, with an undisguised murderous aura between her eyebrows, and said in a high voice, Let me think about it. You hang out with that guy called Ame every day. He used to be a Dweluan person? Have you forgotten the bloody history of Dweluan being conquered by the Empire 100 years ago? How dare you be the young master of the Tan family with a clear conscience? How can you willingly become an imperial person? With a bang, something exploded in Yijai's ears. She knows. Zhang Shengnan knows she is reborn. Chapter 169. Seeing her panic, Zhang Shengnan laughed out loud. Are you surprised? Baby, you don't know how charming you are, and how much I want you. Don't worry, I will tell you everything you don't understand today. Her face was morbidly crazy, but her tone was regretful. The match between you and Chung Feng in the light of the valley was the first time I saw you. The first time I saw you, I knew that we were the same kind of people. As soon as you left, I said people to catch you, but I didn't expect that there were several powerful people around you. I miscalculated. Yizhi felt creepy. She was attacked by parasites the first time she went out. It turned out that it was Zhang Shengnan who did it. The Tan family protected you too well. For 4 years, I didn't do it again. The opportunity came. Until that time when you and Ji Lan appeared alone in the North District, I immediately ordered Black Cat to catch you, but I didn't expect that idiot didn't even seize this opportunity. She licked her lips. That idiot was almost caught by Ji Fan, so I killed him and dissected him piece by piece, just like what the Imperial people did to me. Yizhi shuddered. Did you kill Feng Yu too? He. Her laughter was extremely sharp. Baby, you reacted really quickly. Are you happy? I helped you kill the person who hurt you. And what else? Her tone suddenly became cheerful, as if she remembered something happy. Remember Julie? She was violated, and she thought you sent someone to do it, and she found people everywhere to spread rumors about you. You must not know about this, right? Yizhi looked at her in shock. Her eyes were about to burst. She laughed. Doesn't she look down on civilians? I let the homeless people come one by one. You were not there, so you didn't hear her screams. It was really beautiful. But Chung Feng solved this for you, she sighed, looking regretful. Chung Feng is smart. He has been with you for 3 years, and I have no chance to be alone with you. But I am a very patient person. Look, haven't I waited for the opportunity? Originally, I could have done it on the way here, which would have saved a lot of trouble. She raised her voice slightly, smiling. But if I give you this gift on your birthday, I think you will never forget it. Yizhi maintained a posture of lying on the ground, with the other hand hidden under the sand, operating the optical computer with difficulty. The big breasts were placed in the room by her. This was her only chance. Her face was cold. They are just children. What did the Imperials do to you? You want to vent your anger on these children. Zhang Xingnan's eyes were bloodshot, and her voice sounded like it came from hell. Have you heard of the Kokovo people? Yizhi's back stiffened. Didn't the Kokovo people die? Do you think my people died in the war? No. Zhang Shengnan looked at her fiercely, her voice hoarse. We were captured by the Empire and dissected one by one. We are the indigenous people of the planet. The Empire disregarded the Interstellar Convention and killed all the indigenous people. Such evil deeds can only be paid with blood by the Imperials. Yizhi's black eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. The textbooks did not write about this. The extermination of the Kokovo people was just mentioned in one sentence. History and textbooks are all handwritten by the victors to fabricate achievements, she said with a sarcastic sneer on her lips. How could the Empire be so stupid as to tell this history that will be nailed to the pillar of shame? She lowered her head, like a rotten skeleton, and her voice was cold. Do you know the feeling of being cut by a scalpel but not dying? Do you know the feeling of your people leaving you one by one? Do you know what it means to annihilate a clan? She screamed out the last sentence like crazy. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Yizhi couldn't help but shout, Bo Ba! A combat robot fell from the sky and landed in front of Yizhi, blocking Zhang Xingnan's sight. Little Master, it is detected that you and the Master contain a large amount of pyrimethamine, which can cause coma. It is recommended to seek medical attention immediately. Yizhi slowly sat up, and her voice was condensed. Bo Ba, start the combat mode. Yes. Bo Ba changed its form in an instant, and the upgraded pure black liquid metal emitted a bright light in the dark night. Heh, Zhang Shengnan said with a strange meaning, I knocked down the 2 bodyguards beside you. But you forgot that you have a Busta robot. She was referring to Tan Chi and Mei, who also came to Base Star with Yizhi. Because the people on the scene were all Yizhi's classmates and friends, they also relaxed their vigilance and fell down not far away. Yizhi forced herself to stay calm. You can't beat the Busta robot. Oh, really? Zhang Shengnan reached out and tapped on the optical computer and whispered, Do you think you are the only one with a combat robot? Yizhi's heart trembled, and she had a bad premonition. One after another, advanced combat robots rose from the sea water and surrounded the group of people lying on the ground. The situation was very critical. In a flash, she quickly pulled out a dagger and put it against her throat. Your target is me. I will go with you. You let them go. As Zhang Shengnan approached her, Look, if they were so obedient earlier, why would I let them out? Yizhi ordered in a deep voice. Bo Ba, stay here to protect their safety. Yes. Bo Ba is just a robot after all, and can only follow orders. Zhang Shengnan said coldly, I know you have a lot of things to save your life, hand over the space button. Yizhi took out a white object, which was thrown directly into the sea by Zhang Shengnan. Let's go! A shuttle rose from the sea and stopped on the sea surface. Yizhi glanced at the large group of people sleeping peacefully on the ground, gritted his teeth, held a dagger in one hand, and got on the shuttle. Shortly after they left, a man's hand on the ground moved restlessly, turning over a piece of sand. Tianqi suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a group of people lying on the ground in front of him, but there was no figure of Yizhi. Seeing the fighting form of Bo Ba, his pupil shrank. What happened? Bo Ba's red eyes flashed. The young master was kidnapped by Zhang Shengnan and Bo Ba is here to protect your safety. Fuck. He turned around to call a Mei, but the other party couldn't wake up no matter what. Bo Ba reminded, according to the amount of drugs in your body, he will wake up at least at this time tomorrow night. I am surprised that Mr. Tianqi woke up at this time. Tianqi took out a long knife. Which direction did they leave? How many people were there? According to the calculation, the other party should have gone to the southeast forest, with 20 combat robots, and it is not ruled out that there are other armed forces. Bo Ba answered quickly. Tianqi, this kind of armed force, is the other party really just trying to capture the young lady? He was about to leave, when he was suddenly startled by a small moan. Chapter 170. Bo Ba turned around quickly, and saw a man in the crowd who opened his eyes. Student Zhang Ping, you are awake. Zhang Ping sat up dizzy, and saw that Zhang Shengnan was not around him. He subconsciously went to find Yizhi, but he didn't see her either. His face changed. Oh no! Tianqi walked in front of him and drew out his knife. Are you in the same group with Zhang Shengnan? Zhang Ping immediately shook his head. No, I just guessed that there was something wrong with her. Tianqi didn't believe it. Then how did you wake up so quickly? Zhang Ping couldn't help but distance himself from his knife. If you have been used as a test subject for various drugs since childhood, it is the most basic to develop drug resistance, right? Bo Ba spoke at this time. The scan results show that Zhang Ping did decompose the drug in his body by himself. Tianqi put the knife back into the sheath. What's the situation with Zhang Shengnan? She is a bit perverted. Zhang Ping got up from the ground. Stop talking, go and save people. Tianqi looked murderous. Did you know she was going to harm the young lady? Zhang Ping released the shuttle, knowing that he had misunderstood, and explained as he walked. No, I once saw Xiao Ai's human model in her room by chance. She has liked dissecting things since she was a child. The more she likes, the more she can't help it. Xiao Ai may be in danger. He didn't know Zhang Shengnan's true appearance yet, let alone her crazy possessiveness of Yizhi. Tianqi also knew that there was no time to lose. Bo Ba, quickly ask someone to send them to the hospital, and then come to support us immediately. Bo Ba immediately said, the police and doctors are coming soon. I will leave a small robot here to confirm the safety of the master, and I can go with you to save the little master. The two people in the group and the plane quickly headed towards the southeast forest. On the other side, Yizhi sat opposite Zhang Shengnan, holding a dagger in her right hand, not daring to relax at all. Where are you taking me? Zhang Shengnan looked relaxed. Guess what? You are taking me away from the base star? Yizhi frowned, but this direction is not to the dock. Before leaving, I have to take you to a place that was built specifically for you. She picked up a cigarette and puffed out smoke. It's a pity that you left the base star early, leaving it empty for nothing. A chill rose from the soles of her feet, and hit her heart directly. Yizhi's hand holding the dagger was a little unstable. What do you mean? Zhang Shengnan chuckled, with a strange light in her eyes. As far as I know, the organization has arranged a lot of work for you. At that moment, a dizzy feeling hit Yizhi. She didn't know whether what Zhang Shengnan said was true or false, but it was basically certain that someone had a great interest in her from the beginning, and she and her family knew nothing about it. Soon, the shuttle stopped. Zhang Shengnan stood up first, and walked out with her back exposed with great confidence. Put down the dagger, you can't even beat me, let alone the combat robots outside? I won't hurt you. Yizhi ignored her, and moved the dagger closer. These people wanted her so much, at least it means that her life is still useful, right? When she stepped out of the shuttle, saw the dense forest, and felt the moist soil, Yizhi realized that Zhang Shengnan actually brought her to the forest. In front of her, a hole suddenly appeared on the ground, and light came from under the hole. Are you going underground? Yizhi paused, looked around, and said vigilantly, if you want to lock me up down there for some inhuman dissection experiment, I would rather die here. Heh, Zhang Shengnan chuckled. How can I bear to dissect you? It's safe down there, go ahead. Yizhi didn't believe it at all. She held up the dagger and slowly backed away. If you don't tell me clearly what's down there, I won't go down. At this moment, a male voice came from Zhang Xingnan's intercom. Sir, please get her down quickly. Zhang Xingnan replied, Didn't you see the dagger against her neck? Or does she want to die? The man was speechless for a moment. Sir, hurry up, the leader is coming. Zhang Xingnan spread out his palms. You see, I can't do anything. As he spoke, he rushed over at a very fast speed. Yi Jiai was not to be outdone and attacked her with a dagger. Zhang Xingnan quickly dodged, and a large gap suddenly appeared between the two of them. TSK, how cruel. Zhang Xingnan sighed. Yi Jiai's forehead was slightly sweaty. She was drugged and her body reacted more slowly. Zhang Xingnan's physique was stronger than hers. She didn't know how many moves she could last in her hands. At this moment, a shell suddenly hit from the air and landed at their feet, blowing up the dirt. Zhang Xingnan reacted very quickly, and rolled to the side to avoid the bullet that followed. Taking this opportunity, Yi Jiai lowered her waist and hid in the jungle. The light brain showed that the big tits were nearby, and they came to save her. She followed a direction and ran forward desperately. The rocks broke her ankles, and the branches scratched her shoulders and cheeks, but she didn't feel any pain. She just knew to run as far as possible, run out of this dangerous place. Behind her, explosions continued to sound. Zhang Xingnan ordered 3 robots to fight against the big boss. Tan Shi ran quickly between the trees. His speed was extremely fast, like a flexible ape. Zhang Ping was particularly frightened. Can humans really reach this speed? Feeling the sharpness above, Zhang Xingnan raised her hand, and this time 5 combat robots took off. They soon confronted Tan Shi, and the sound of fighting came from the trees. Although Yi Jiai was running as hard as she could, how could 2 legs outrun a flying bird? 2 combat robots appeared right in front of her, blocking the way ahead. Zhang Xingnan grabbed the legs of a combat robot and flew all the way over. He licked his lips and said, if it weren't for you, I would enjoy the feeling of hunting in the wild. Yi Jiai panted, as if facing a great enemy. She was looking for an opportunity to escape. Xingnan, since you know how special I am, you should know that I really treat you as a friend. You can't do this to me. Zhang Xingnan's eyes lit up. You finally admitted it. There were 10 combat robots visible around her, blocking all her ways out. Yi Jiai could only delay time as much as possible. If you feel unfair because the Kokovo people were exterminated, then aren't you just like the Imperial people in the past? I can help you and wash away their grievances with you. Expose the inequality they have experienced to the world, and let the interstellar people judge. Zhang Xingnan laughed sarcastically. Exposed to the world? I'm not interested. We Kokovo people have always believed in only one iron law, that is, blood debts must be paid with blood. Yi Jiai was sweating. The other party's hatred was too thorough and too paranoid. It was impossible to change her mind by relying on her mouth. Zhang Xingnan was getting closer and closer to her. Little baby, come back with me obediently. Chapter 171. Just when Yi Jiai was about to be caught by the battle robot, a loud shout suddenly came. Zhang Xingnan. Zhang Ping was panting. Blood was oozing from his feet, and his pale and handsome face was full of shock and anger. Are you crazy? Seeing that it was him, Zhang Xingnan stood there, with an expression that didn't know whether he was happy or angry. I forgot that you existed. I guess you woke up so quickly because you have drug resistance? Drug resistance? Yi Jiai opened his eyes wide, thinking that he was hallucinating. Zhang Ping took a few deep breaths, walked to Zhang Xingnan, and wanted to grab her hand, but was dodged. He frowned and said, Stop making trouble, this is Bay Star, come home with me. Go home. Zhang Xingnan looked sarcastic. Zhang Ping, the people of the Zhang family treated you like this, and you still think that place is home? Zhang Ping's breath was choked. The Zhang Xingnan in front of him was even more unfamiliar than he thought. Yi Jiai shook his head gently at him. I thought you Imperial people knew that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but look at what the Zhang family did. They gave birth to a daughter, but raised her in an awkward way, neither male nor female, and adopted a son, but raised him in a way that was neither good nor bad. She raised her scarlet eyes. What is there in that family that you're nostalgic for? Zhang Ping's expression changed slightly. What's wrong with you? Zhang Xingnan approached him, and said bluntly, I've been bullying you to death since you were a child, and everyone can see it clearly, but no one in the Zhang family stood up to speak for you. Are you used to being submissive, and can't leave this kind of life of dependence on the powerful? Yi Jiai felt furious when he heard this, but Zhang Ping's expression didn't even change. He took a deep breath. You are wrong, there is still someone in the Zhang family who is worth cherishing. You are obviously a girl, but you were raised as a boy since childhood. I understand your resentment towards everyone, but this group of people should not include Grandma. She really loves us. Have you ever thought about how sad she will be when you do this? Thinking of the old man who had experienced many hardships, Zhang Shengnan was absent-minded for a moment. Seeing her stunned, Zhang Ping immediately threw a circle of electromagnetic jammers around, hugged Zhang Shengnan tightly, and shouted, "Xiao Ai, run!" Zhang Shengnan's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was like a hell shura. You used me. Yi Jiai ran away. Because of the electromagnetic jammer, all the robots were in a stage of program disorder, and no one chased her for the time being. Zhang Shengnan hit Zhang Ping's chest hard with her elbow, but the other party did not let go at all. She sneered and used more fierce strength. Gradually, blood flowed from the corners of Zhang Ping's mouth. She lifted Zhang Ping up and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. When he landed, Zhang Ping twitched in pain. She didn't care too much. After identifying a direction, she ran after him. Unexpectedly, her right leg was tightly hugged by someone. She kicked him away, but was hugged again. She kicked him away again, and was hugged again. She finally got angry. Do you think I dare not kill you? Zhang Ping, like Yi Jiai, had not completely dissipated the drug in his body. At this moment, he was in a semi-fainting state, relying on his willpower to support him. He was spitting blood bubbles from the corners of his mouth, but he was muttering in a low voice, "She saved me." On the other side, Yi Jiai, who had escaped from danger for a short time, ran forward like a mad lioness. She knew that only when she was safe, the people behind her could be safe. She couldn't let these people down for risking their lives to save her. However, fate seemed to be against her, and she suddenly stopped running. This was a plain field, the grass reached her chest, and in front of her stood a man wrapped in black cloth. He had the blue-black hair that Yi Jiai was familiar with, his exposed skin was very white, and his eyes were black. Even if he turned into ashes, Yi Jiai would recognize him. This was the leader of the ghost beast attacked many years ago, codenamed Madman. When she really saw him again, Yi Jiai found that her calves were trembling. "It seems that you still remember me?" The man opened his lips, his voice was cold. Yi Jiai didn't even see how he moved, and he was in front of her in a flash. Before she could react, he grabbed her neck tightly. She slapped his hand hard. Ahem. "Let go!" The man's eyes were full of murderous intent. "Long time no see." Yi Jiai kicked him with all her strength. The man felt pain and loosened his grip, and Yi Jiai fell to the ground. After breathing fresh air, she started to cough desperately. Yi Jiai was kicked away by him. Bang! With a loud bang, she hit the tree trunk behind her. Severe pain, blood seeped out from the back of her head bit by bit. When the madman dragged Yi Jiai all the way back, Yi Jiai saw in a daze that Zhang Ping was lying on the ground with blood all over his face, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. She struggled slightly, but it was useless. The madman glanced at the mess at the scene. "You are really useless. That's because you are not as useful as you. You came after everyone was dealt with." Zhang Shengnan didn't have much respect for him. The madman snorted coldly, picked up Yi Jiai's head, and dragged her underground. Zhang Shengnan followed closely. The underground was not big, and it looked like a pure white biological research laboratory. In the center was a 2-meter-high glass container with quite a lot of tubes inserted on it, connected to many devices next to it. In front of the display of the equipment, 2 staff members sat, and at this moment they stood up at the same time and said respectfully, "Chief." The madman threw Yi Jiai into the glass container, and the glass door automatically slid down and locked. "Let's start," he said coldly. "Yes." The 2 sat in front of the operating table and entered the command. The first time of mental factor stimulation, code 30. A mechanical notification came from the room. Soon, Yi Jiai's crazy scream came from the glass container. The pain, like tens of thousands of needles piercing her forehead, made her twitch. The blood on the back of her head became more and more, forming a stream of blood on the ground, which looked shocking. Zhang Shengnan said coldly, "You heard her? Why, are you heartbroken?" The madman looked at the 2 of them. Continue. Zhang Shengnan slapped the operator to stop it. "Are you crazy? The organization's order is to stimulate her mental power, not to kill her." The 2 staff members said tremblingly, Chief, she is right. If you increase the code when the brain is injured, I don't know what the result will be. It may destroy her spiritual sea." The madman exuded a breath of keep away from strangers. "I don't need you to teach me how to do it. Continue." Increase to 40 yards. One of the staff members trembled and reached out to adjust the code to 40, a little flustered. Do you want to continue?" At this moment, A loud noise suddenly came from the entrance. The madman and Zhang Xingnan's faces changed at the same time. Chapter 172. The madman immediately ran towards the entrance, but before he reached the inn, he was punched and knocked away, and stopped only when he hit the operating platform. The two operators were so scared that they immediately ran to the corner to hide. Then, Ji Fan's tall figure in military uniform appeared in everyone's sight. He glanced at the situation here inconspicuously, and saw Yizhi, who was lying in a pool of blood and his life or death was unknown, and his eyes sank slightly. At this time, he and the madman's eyes fell on the start button of the operating platform at the same time. In a flash, the two of them went to that position together. Even though Ji Fan was faster, he was still too far away. A pair of hands wrapped in black cloth were the first to put on the button. The madman twisted his mouth with an evil smile. "Major General, you came so fast. Let me guess, you came here alone driving the streamer?" Ji Fan's heart trembled. It was already the morning of September 8th when they got the news. Fearing an accident, he could only go alone. He knew that the other party had set a trap here, but he still had to come. The madman's hand circled on the button, full of malice. "Do you know what the girl will experience if I press this button? Her spiritual sea will explode with a bang. Ha ha!" His black eyes were full of bloodthirsty madness. "Then she will become a waste." Ji Fan's face turned cold. "Your target is the Ji family. Don't involve irrelevant people." Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed out loud. His face was hideous. "What a good way to not involve irrelevant people. You Ji Fan are a hypocritical hypocrite. Since you want to be a good person, then I will let you be a good person enough." He adjusted the code to 80. "See, under this kind of stimulation, not only will her spiritual sea be destroyed, but her brain will be destroyed." Ji Fan said coldly, "What do you want to do?" "Ha ha ha, Ji Fan, you have come to this day." His voice was sharp and weird, and he took out the energy gun. "I will destroy your hands. Your feet. Let you, the Imperial Major General, become a useless person." Ha ha ha. Zhang Xingnan looked at the man in front of her, and suddenly understood how he got the title of madman. This man has gone crazy. Ji Fan's face was extremely cold, but under this situation, he didn't dare to move at all. He didn't dare to gamble. Bang! The madman fired the first shot, and hit his right leg bone nerve. Ji Fan bent his right knee, and knelt on one knee on the ground. The blood flowed down from his thigh and gathered on the ground, forming a pool of blood. Ha ha ha. The madman's eyes were filled with wanton madness. "Look, the Imperial Major General actually knelt down in front of me." He fired another shot, still at the same position as before. Ji Fan groaned. The other party's purpose was extremely straightforward. He wanted to cripple his leg. The close-range gunshots made Yizhi's mind clear from the chaos. Her head felt like a needle prick, and something was clamoring to jump out. She was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Just like the time when the ghost beast attacked, this was a sign of promotion. Her mental power has been steadily maintained at the B+ level under the extremely hard consolidation of the Tan family over the years. It's like a slow cooker before, and now it suddenly turned into a big fire. Her mind is now boiling. But the current situation is obviously not a good time to become a. She looked up and saw the tall figure kneeling on one knee. Her heart stopped beating for a moment. Someone came to save her. That was Major General Ji Fan? Shouldn't he be on the front line? A faint hope rose in her heart, and Yizhi bit her tongue hard, and her mind suddenly became clear for a moment. Then she found that Ji Fan's situation was not much better than hers. The madman was obviously very happy, and the whole underground was filled with his laughter, which sounded extremely eerie and terrifying. His eyes were red, and bang 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 a few more shots hit Ji Fan's right hand, left hand and chest respectively. Blood flowers bloomed on his body one after another, and red blood flowed all over the ground under him. Ji Fan fell down. "No!" Yizhi shouted loudly, his voice desperate. She slapped the glassware hard, and said in a high-pitched voice, "Please, please don't kill him." Attracted by her, the madman temporarily let Ji Fan go, turned around to look at her, tilted his head and said evilly, "You know what? I should thank you. If it weren't for you, this wise and powerful Major General of the Empire would never surrender. Ordinary people like us, let alone shoot him, can't even get close to him." Yizhi shook his head hard, knocking his head tightly against the glass. Tears and blood wet his eyes, and his voice was full of begging. "Please, don't kill him. He is the patron saint of the Empire. Don't kill him, please." The patron saint of the Empire? The madman didn't know what he was thinking. His face was full of sarcasm. Bah! He is a hypocrite. Do you know what he has done with this sanctimonious appearance? His voice was so high that it broke. Zhang Shengnan couldn't help but take a step back in this crazy state. He is the guardian god you mentioned. He destroyed an innocent family in an instant. He killed a pregnant woman who loved him. He killed a middle-aged couple. He left a whole family with nothing left. No! Yi Jiai rejected loudly. Impossible. Your Excellency Major General can't do such a thing. She had heard too many stories and legends about him. He was an imperial guardian god who stood tall and proud. That's why he couldn't die here because of her, on this ordinary land. His fate should be on the battlefield on the front line, or in glory after retirement. Impossible? He smiled contemptuously, and his voice returned to calm, but it gave Yi Jiai a very bad premonition. In that case, he said like a demon crawling out of hell, then I show you how your guardian god died under my gun. No! Yi Jiai's voice was shrill. The madman sneered as he walked towards Ji Fan, who was lying on the ground, pointing his gun at his head. Goodbye, patron saint of the empire. Just at this moment, Ji Fan, who was lying on the ground unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes, his dark green eyes full of contempt. He was very fast. Before the madman fired, he grabbed his hand and raised it upwards. The sound of the gun passed over his head and hit the wall behind him. Sweeping his left leg and exerting force on his side waist, in a flash, the madman was subdued on the ground, with an energy gun on his forehead. Perfect position exchange. With a few bangs, Ji Fan hit the madman's legs and wrists, making him temporarily unable to move. Treat him in his own way. Then he quickly turned around, pointed his gun at Zhang Shengnan, and said indifferently, Don't move, raise your hands. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and Zhang Shengnan didn't even have time to react. Zhang Shengnan cursed in her heart, slowly raised her hands, and placed them on both sides of her head. Ji Fan moved the gun slightly, indicating Yi Jiai's direction. Let her out. Chapter 173. Zhang Shengnan's eyes flashed, and her footsteps moved slightly. An energy bullet suddenly hit the ground not far from her right foot. Zhang Shengnan was startled. The small stones formed after the bullet broke through the ground rebounded to her legs, but it seemed to hit her forehead. Ji Fan's voice was intimidating without anger. Don't play tricks. Zhang Shengnan took a breath and pressed a button directly, and the glassware slowly slid away. Ji Fan sat on the ground. His voice was very calm. Xiao Ai, can you stand up by yourself? Come to me. Yi Jiai moved her fingers. Her face was covered with dried blood and tears. She struggled to hold the inner wall of the glass, and stumbled to stand up. The inner wall of the glass was all covered with blood she wiped, which looked shocking. She walked to Ji Fan step by step, her voice hoarse. Major General. Is there anything I can do for you? Ji Fan took out an energy gun and let Yi Jiai hold it in his hand. Hold it well, if she moves you shoot. Then he took out a pair of handcuffs and handcuffed the madman's feet, and gave himself a simple injection of hemostatic needle. Then he stood up slowly. His posture was very awkward. He lifted the madman with one hand, pointed the gun in the direction of Zhang Shengnan, and said coldly, Go. Zhang Shengnan maintained the posture of raising both hands above her forehead, and walked out slowly. And you too. Ji Fan looked at the two people huddled in the corner with sharp eyes. The two people stood up tremblingly, followed Zhang Shengnan, and the group came out of the underground. The woods were very quiet, but if you listened carefully, you could still hear the clear sound of fighting. Seeing them coming out, Tan Qi jumped a few times and landed in front of Yi Jiai. Major General, young lady, you finally came out. Yi Jiai was a little confused. Tan Qi, why are you here? I met the Major General on the way. He said he came to save you, and asked me and Boba to hold these combat robots outside. While speaking, Tan Qi had already jumped high and kicked a combat robot away. The feeling of power that was not like that of a human body made Zhang Shengnan tremble in her heart. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, the madman who was thrown on the ground laughed. Yi Jiai had a bad thought. Ji Fan, you don't think that I only prepared such a little thing to welcome you? He whispered, his voice sarcastic. Ji Fan's heart trembled. At this time, Boba flew from afar. Little master, leave here quickly. I detected that nearly 100 combat robots are approaching here. Ji Fan looked at the madman coldly. You calculated the time accurately. Now the light curtain of Guangya Star is closed. As expected of the guardian god, you can see through it at a glance. The madman's voice was full of sarcasm. Who told us that the land we are standing on is the land abandoned by the Gulf Star? If it was 3-year-old Yi Jiai, she would definitely not understand what they were talking about. When she first left the Gulf Star, she realized for the first time that the Gulf Star also had forests. But now, she already understands what the madman means very well. In the Empire, the planets with full light curtain coverage are only high-quality stars. The light curtain will accurately monitor various indicators within the coverage range. For good stars like the Gull star, the light curtain is not fully covered. For example, at this time, everyone in the light curtain is in the dark, but Yizhi and his group are still in the dusk. In non-wartime, the light curtain will be closed at dawn every day and self-check for an hour. During this period of time, the light curtain can only enter but not exit. In other words, Yizhi and his group can only fight a life-and-death battle with more than 100 combat robots on this bare land without the monitoring and protection of the planetary intelligent brain. Shameless. Tan Chi was so angry that he kicked the madman in the chest, and the sound of the broken ribs was particularly obvious in this dark night. Cough cough ha ha, blood flowed from the corner of the madman's mouth, but even so, he was still laughing. Ji Fan silently sacrificed the streamer. Protect Xiaoyai. The robots came very fast, and a large group flew over from the sky. Dense and creepy. Bang! The place where everyone stood immediately ushered in a dense artillery attack. Liu Guang jumped up, holding a long sword made of energy, and chopped it horizontally, cutting off the heads of a row of combat robots like cutting tofu. Boba held Yizhi and flew into the sky. Tenchi cursed inwardly and joined the battle. Ha ha ha! On the ground, the madman laughed with determination. Jifan, you can't escape. I want you to die here. Boba's red eyes jumped wildly. Correction, 165 combat robots were found. Tan Chi's long sword was made of unknown material, but it was not inferior to the metal shell of the robot. When he heard Boba's correction number, he cursed directly. Damn, this is the number of a whole company. Yizhi was firmly protected in Boba's arms, looking at the silver-gray mecha on the ground with a stream of light and silence, and the idea of becoming stronger had never been so clear. If she was a little stronger, she wouldn't need so many people to save her. If she was a little stronger, she wouldn't be protected like this and unable to do anything. Tan Chi and Lu Guang stood back to back, dealing with these robots in tacit understanding. Bo Ba was flying in the sky, and his condition was even more critical. It protected Yizhi in its left hand, and naturally lost the combat power of its left hand. Although it had been modified many times and equipped with powerful weapons, it was much stronger than ordinary combat robots. It could handle 3 combat robots. So what about 5 or 15? When this question came, it was almost an answer that could be obtained without thinking. No. More than a dozen combat robots surrounded Bo Ba and attacked it intensively. The last reaction it could do was to curl up and protect Yizhi firmly in its arms. The calf was hit, and the thruster was damaged. He was like a meteorite from outer space, emitting thick black smoke and smashing towards the ground. Seeing this, Ji Fan took off quickly and rushed towards it. Bo Ba sensed the presence of Lu Guang and handed Yizhi to him in the air. The night wind blew up Yizhi's black hair, tears blurred her eyes, and she was transferred to a huge mechanical palm. It felt like the whole person was thrown into ice water at -100 degrees, and her brain lost the ability to work. Bo Ba's chip was hot, and the lower right corner was charred. His chip was hit at some point. He smiled for the last time. Little master, goodbye. Then he quickly rushed to the other side. Bang! With a loud bang, he hit a hillside and then ignited a sky-high flame. No! In the sky full of flames, Yizhi shouted hoarsely. She stretched out her hand, trying to grab something, but her fingertips were cold wind that penetrated her heart. To her, Bo Ba has never been just a robot. It's a partner. It's a family. Ah! She felt a sharp dull pain in her head and fainted. Chapter 174. Unstable mental fluctuations detected. Lu Guang prompted. Ji Fan looked at Yizhi in his arms, thinking that the madman had just done something to her. In this case, he needed to find a safe place to guide her mentally. Ji Fan looked around, found an angle, and rushed out in the midst of a group of combat robots. Have you contacted the planetary intelligent brain? He asked. Lu Guang, there is no response from the other side. It should still be upgrading the data. In non-wartime, the planetary intelligent brain of each planet will self-update and upgrade in the early morning. At this time, the monitoring power will be delegated to the planetary government. But Ji Fan's identity made him not want to alarm too many people with his arrival. His best way was to survive this hour, and wait for the rescue of the planetary intelligent brain. Lu Guang, scan the terrain of Guangyu Star and find us a hiding place, he said sullenly. In fact, he didn't have many experiences of being forced to find a place to hide. If you raise your vision and lock your eyes on this silver-gray mecha, you can see it flying across the surface of the planet at a very fast speed, climbing mountains, and entering the sea, and it can do everything. And behind it, there are hundreds of combat robots following. The scene looks funny and terrifying. Found it. When flying over an island, Liu Guang suddenly said. Following its guidance, Ji-Fan found that this was a dead volcano crater, and he stood quietly on the edge. Master, blow up the upper half of the volcano when you go down. There is a cave on the right side below, you can hide there. Ji-Fan jumped down, and when he was halfway through the flight, he turned around and fired several electromagnetic cannons at the combat robots and craters that followed closely. The power of the electromagnetic cannon was huge. The mountain was destroyed waist high, and large pieces of mountain and boulders fell, pressing many combat robots deep into the depths with a devastating momentum. Ji-Fan followed Liu Guang's instructions to smash a mountain on the right, and indeed saw a large cave. But this cave could not be entered with Liu Guang's body. He put away Liu Guang, hugged Yizhi, and flashed into the cave. Behind him, there were continuous crackling sounds, and rubble fell, firmly sealing the entrance. This location was not far from the light curtain, and some people who were sleeping peacefully in the light curtain were awakened by the unusual vibration. Was there an earthquake? They raised their hands to look at the light brain, and found that there was no information prompt. They thought they had an illusion and fell asleep again. Ji-Fan put the unconscious Yizhi aside, looked around, and quietly waited for the huge vibration to subside. They were in the middle of the mountain, the loud noise and vibration were even louder than outside. Yizhi whimpered and slowly woke up. There was a sharp pain in her brain, and her last thought was the fragmented appearance of the big breasts. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her black eyes seemed to still reflect the sky-high flames. Big breasts. Ji-Fan was lying on the side, his voice hoarse. Are you awake? Yizhi reacted to the current situation, and it was pitch black around, and he said in surprise, Where are we? In a mountain. Ji-Fan's face was frighteningly pale. Don't worry, it's very safe, and these robots can't dig us up until dawn. Yizhi felt relieved, fumbled with a light brain to turn on a ray of light, and then saw Ji-Fan, who was pale and covered in blood. He looked very weak. It was hard to associate this word with Ji-Fan. She hurriedly said, Major General, are you okay? What can I do for you? Ji-Fan's fingers moved slightly. You are from the Tan family, you should be able to treat the wound. Right? Yizhi's heart trembled. I can. You come. He took out the medical box. If the energy bullet in my right leg is not taken out, it will be useless. Yizhi panicked and stumbled to his right leg. Under the light, after seeing the injury clearly, Yizhi's palms were shaking. The wound was deep enough to see the bone, and most of it hit the leg nerves. Even with the hemostatic injection, it still couldn't stop the gurgling red blood. Yizhi didn't even know how he had just driven the mecha to take her away from the pursuit, and found such a safe place. Ji-Fan saw her pale face, and a smile leaked from his deep face. Don't panic, these are all minor injuries. Yizhi silently took out medical equipment from the medical box, and disinfected and prepared things calmly. She frowned and searched in the medical box, muttering, How could it be gone? Ji-Fan's consciousness was a little erratic. Hearing this voice, he frowned slightly. What's wrong? Yizhi paused and said calmly as much as he could, I didn't find the anesthetic. It might be too dark. I looked for it again. Don't sleep. Oh! Ji-Fan reacted, I don't need anesthesia, just do it directly. Yizhi's heart seemed to be grabbed, and breathing suddenly became difficult. She picked up the disinfectant and scissors, forced herself to calm down, and said something to make conversation. Why don't you use anesthetics? It will hurt. She wanted to cut open Ji-Fan's military uniform with scissors, but found that although the material of the military uniform was soft, it was very hard and could not be cut at all. She had to put down the scissors, and fumbled for the zipper of the military uniform. Ji-Fan had some signs of excessive blood loss, and subconsciously answered, My physique is special, and I am very sensitive to anesthetics. I can't use too much. Feeling a small hand moving around on his body, he subconsciously grabbed it, and his dark green eyes slightly opened. What are you doing? Yizhi trembled and said, I can't cut your pants, I have to. Take them off. Ji-Fan chuckled, and fumbled for the location of his wound. With a rip, the pants that Yizhi couldn't cut open were torn open by him so easily. Yizhi skillfully disinfected the area around where he was shot. Why don't you bring a small medical robot? It's very convenient. If my space button hadn't been thrown away, I could use it to treat your wound now. Ji-Fan knew that she didn't want him to lose consciousness, and took the initiative to answer. Not all places can carry space buttons. Some places are very unstable. Don't call me honorific. Do I look like an old man? After saying this, she thought of the age of this little girl, and suddenly felt that she was not too young. Yi Jiai's mouth moved slightly and smiled softly. You have been too brilliant in your life. It's hard for people to treat you with an equal mentality. Although she said so, she still changed the title. It may hurt a little. She picked up the tweezers and picked out the first energy bullet. Ji Fan's right leg reflexively straightened, and the blood flowed out faster. Yi Jiai's nose was sweating. Bear it, I will be quick. Energy bullets are colorless and transparent. They look harmless, but they actually have a lot of radiation. Ji Fan closed his eyes. His forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat, but he didn't say a word. Chapter 175. Yi Jiai moved quickly. The biology homework assigned to her by Viscount Tannenmine involved many manual experiments, so her hands were still steady. The pain did not last long, and Ji Fan felt that she was already suturing the wound. After treating the wound on the right thigh, Yi Jiai breathed a sigh of relief and touched the position of the left thigh. Yi Jiai gently woke him up. Major General, please tear open the pants here as well. With a rip sound, Ji Fan subconsciously did what she said. The first time is raw, the second time is familiar. Yi Jiai's technique is more skilled, and the blood seepage has obviously become less. Yi Jiai moved closer to Ji Fan, afraid that he could not hear, and her gentle breath was sprinkled on his cheek. Major General, I want to treat the wound on your upper body now. Is it okay? Ji Fan did not respond, but from his slightly moving eyes, Yi Jiai knew that he was also trying not to faint. Major General, I take off my clothes with you, okay? She whispered in his ear. Seeing that he didn't resist, she touched the buttons of his uniform and unbuttoned them one by one, revealing the one-piece training uniform connected to his neck. She reached out and pulled down the zipper of the training uniform, revealing Ji Fan's sturdy upper body. The muscle texture was clear, without a trace of fat, and the light touch of her fingers had a huge rebound force. But she didn't care about these at the moment, because of taking off the training uniform, Ji Fan's chest was bleeding rapidly and heavily. In desperation, Yi Jiai had to inject him with another hemostatic needle. Major General, can you tell me the commander's story? She could feel the skin under her hands gradually getting colder, and she casually started a conversation. The other party did not respond to her. Her fingers moved quickly, and one energy bullet after another was taken out. She began to shout at him, Major General! Major General! Major General Ji Fan! Because the range of the light was very limited, she could not see other places except the chest. At this time, she could not hear any response, so she knew that the situation must be bad, and she gradually became panicked. Major General Ji Fan! She raised her voice again. Major General Ji Fan! Wake up! You can't sleep. Major General Ji Fan! After taking out all the bullets, Yi Jiai shone the light source on Ji Fan's head and gently patted his face. Ji Fan's face was blue-gray at this moment. Yi Jiai's teeth were trembling. No one knew better than her how many bullets Ji Fan had been shot. She took out a total of 17 bullets one by one. If it were someone else, they might have died on the spot. Ji Fan only had a shot of hemostatic needle, and he drove the mecha to fight the enemy, dragging on for so long. In fact, he was already in a state of severe coma due to severe blood loss. Tears suddenly came out, and big drops fell on Ji Fan's face and chest. She must wake him up. Yi Jiai quickly dressed him, maintained his body temperature, and patted his face hard, not caring about anything else. One voice louder than the other, Ji Fan! Wake up! Don't die! Wake up! Ji Fan! Ji Fan! The last voice was almost a roar. Ji Fan, who was in a coma, suddenly trembled, his eyes moved slightly. Who was calling him? I'm here. He opened his eyes slightly, and saw a little girl with a tearful face. I said this in a very low voice, but Yi Jiai caught it immediately. She immediately held his cold hand tightly and repeated, Don't die, don't sleep, Ji Fan, don't sleep. Ji Fan's heart moved slightly. This feeling was very strange to him, and he couldn't tell why. Because he was called by his name by a girl in her teens? Or because of her great sadness and panic? His throat moved slightly, and comforted her. I won't die. Yi Jiai suddenly calmed down. She thought that he had experienced so many dangerous battles. How could he die here? How could the only S level in the galaxy die of excessive blood loss? Can you open your space button? Your body temperature is too low. This won't work. She asked him. Soon, blankets and food appeared on the ground. Yi Jiai quickly picked up the blanket and wrapped Ji Fan tightly, and then fed him a little water. Are you feeling better? In fact, according to Ji Fan's physique, even if he really fainted, he would wake up by himself. He is different from ordinary people, and his self-healing ability is amazing. All the bullets in his body were taken out, and he could feel that every inch of his skin was repairing itself quickly. His eyes were clear. Thank you. Yijia had been holding his hand, and immediately felt his body temperature rise. Seeing that he was awake, she felt relieved. I should thank you. She took her hand back, leaned against the stone wall, and said in a low voice, including this time, the Major General has saved me 3 times. 3 times is the limit. Ji Fan paused slightly. He had saved so many people that he didn't even count. That Zhang Shengyan, is she your classmate? He thought of the child standing next to the madman. Yijia took a deep breath and told the whole story, including the fact that Zhang Shengyan was a resurrected person from Kokovo. He left out his identity as an earthling. Ji Fan frowned. It seems that she really killed the black cat. Zhou Jianjun and Lin Qing must be shocked. The murderer who stirred up all this on Guanyu Star was not an experienced doctor, but a child. Yijia's soft voice came. Major General, do you know that madman? Thinking of the man's crazy words, her heart was slightly cold. Yeah. Ji Fan snorted lightly. Listening to what he said, I probably guessed who it was. Yijia reacted. You didn't faint at that time, you fell down on purpose. Ji Fan looked at her sideways. She opened her lifeless and sleepy eyes, and the smile of relief on the corner of her mouth had not been retracted. He whispered, the madman is a very cautious person. Fortunately, you provoked him at that time, otherwise he would probably shoot me in the heart before coming. Yijia's eyelashes trembled slightly. She moved the corners of her mouth, wanting to ask if the words said by the madman were true, but she felt that she had no position to ask. Ji Fan seemed to know what she was thinking. I didn't do what he said. Don't think too much, go to sleep. Hearing the answer, Yijia closed his eyes and fell asleep contentedly. Yijia had just experienced a mental power explosion, and then forced herself to treat his wounds. In fact, her mental state was very bad. The whole cave was filled with her free mental power factors. When she called him just now, her mental power was like a manic lioness. If he didn't get up, she would wake him up. Ji Fan moved slightly, approached her, covered her with a blanket, and closed his eyes. While Yijia was sleeping, his spiritual power broke into her spiritual sea with great force. Yijia moved restlessly in her sleep, but did not resist. He was a very incompetent godfather, and he took this opportunity to help her sort out her spiritual power again. Chapter 176. Ji Fan. Yijia suddenly opened her eyes, and sat up in shock. This was not a dark cave. What she saw was a large expanse of white. There was also the smell of disinfectant, and various medicines at the tip of her nose. She recognized that this was the medical cabin. Tan Yun and Yijian had been guarding her bedside. Seeing her awake, Tan Yun immediately hugged her. It's okay, Xiao Ai, it's okay. Seeing her father and mother, Yijia felt relieved. It was great that they were fine. Yijian still had unshaved stubble on his face. This was the first time Yijia saw him like this. He was full of self-blame. Xiao Ai, I didn't protect you well. Yijia felt a little distressed. Father, normal people would not be wary of their daughter's good friends and classmates. Don't blame yourself. Tan Yun obviously cried. Her eyes were red and swollen. Xiao Ai, Tan Shi told us about you in Guanyu Star. I didn't know that you had experienced so many dangers. Yijia looked at Yijian in surprise. Her father knew everything about her. Yijian shook his head slightly. Yijia understood immediately, thinking that he had been hiding it from Tan Yun. She comforted in a gentle voice. Mother, my grandfather protected me very well. I have never been hurt. Tan Yun nodded. She confirmed this repeatedly, so she naturally knew that she was not lying. Yijia glanced around and asked hesitantly, where are Ah Mei and Tan Chi? Are they outside? Tan Yun's face changed slightly, and Yijian sighed. Tan Chi was injured, and Ah Mei is taking care of him. Yijia thought of other people, and his voice was a little unstable. Where is Zhang? Zhang Ping? Tan Yun held her hand and said softly, he's been saved. He's in the medical cabin. He's fine now. Yijian said at the right time, your classmates are fine too. I've sent them back to Guanyu Star overnight. Yijia nodded slowly. Under such circumstances, she really didn't want to entertain them anymore. Should we say that person still had a little bit of kindness? He didn't take the lives of her classmates. Just chewing the name Zhang Shengyan in her mind, Yijia felt a little pain in her heart. This was the first time she felt what betrayal was, deep in her bones. She suddenly remembered the most important person, and said in surprise, where is Major General Ji Fan? I'm here. A hoarse and low male voice suddenly sounded. He didn't know when he came, sitting in a wheelchair, stopped by the door, and didn't come in. Even sitting in a wheelchair, his aura did not diminish at all. His sharp eyebrows and resolute face, like a knife, all showed that he was still the iron-blooded Major General of the Empire, the patron saint of the glorious Empire. Yizhi was shocked, and her face was obviously flustered. Your leg? Surprised that she did not use honorifics, Yizhi glanced at her inconspicuously. Ji Fan slid in the wheelchair. His aura was still strong. He stopped at the end of the bed, deliberately separating the family of 3 from each other. I'm fine. I just hurt my nerves and need to rest for a while. I heard that you woke up, so I came to see you. Yizhi breathed a sigh of relief. If the Major General of the Empire had any accident because of her, she would have a guilty conscience for the rest of her life. How did we get out? She opened her black eyes wide. You've seen it, Ji Fan said. Adjutant Zhou, he saved us and flattened the mountain. Imagining that scene, Yizhi smiled. Adjutant Zhou is really brave. He's not afraid of the Gulf Star government causing trouble for him. It's okay, they don't dare to cause trouble for me. Ji Fan said lightly, domineering. In fact, the military and political circles of Gulf Star were going to be in chaos. They didn't know when Ji Fan came to their remote planet. When they learned that the young master of the Tan family, Major General Ji Fan, and a group of descendants of old nobles from the capital star almost got into trouble on their Gulf Star, these people wanted to fall asleep and sleep here forever. Yizhi sent someone to send her classmates back to Guangyu Star, and the military directly intervened and took over the work of escort. When Zhou Jianjun and his men rushed to the Bay Star, it was already the second day after Ji Fan and Yizhi's accident. Not to mention that he wanted to flatten the dead volcano. Even if he turned it over, those people dared not say a word. But Yizhi was so straightforward. It was not good after all. Tan Yun couldn't help but scold her. Is this what she can say? She looked at Ji Fan, her expression moved. I really thank you, Major General, for saving our Xiao Ai. I don't know what to say. Madam, please don't mind. This is my duty, Ji Fan said politely. His tone was firm, but he didn't care much, as if he was saying that it rained today, which was natural and could greatly relieve people's anxiety. Like Kavinical, Tan Yun developed a good impression of Ji Fan in a very short time. Actually, Ji Fan took out something in silence. I came here to give you this thing. In his thick and wide palm, quietly lay a chip that was completely black, with a large area of blackened black on the lower right corner. Yizhi felt a pain in her heart. Brother. Yizhi immediately understood what it was, stepped forward to take it, and said gratefully, Thank you. Yizhi gritted her teeth, and scenes of the time when brother spent time with her passed by her eyes, asking her to get up early, brushing her teeth, bathing her, and resisting the artillery fire for her. Her lips moved slightly, wanting to thank him, but no words came out. Seeing her like this, Tan Yun couldn't help but turn half of her body to the side, which was really unbearable. Ji Fan knew what she wanted to ask, and his low and mellow voice flowed in Yizhi's heart. I have checked it, and some data may be lost, but there is no big problem overall. No one knows a daughter better than her father, and Yizhi comforted her. I will equip brother with the strongest combat robot shell in the entire galaxy, and it will definitely like this upgrade and transformation. He deliberately said that rebuilding was an upgrade and transformation. Yizhi felt a little relieved. Although her breasts may have changed a little, it's good as long as she can remember something. This is really the best news in the past 2 days. Major General, I knew you were here. Lin Qing stood at the door, looking helpless. Although Tan Yun and Yizhi didn't know him, they knew he was a doctor when they saw the white coat he was wearing. Yizhi greeted him. Dr. Lin, you are here too. Lin Qing walked in and stood behind Ji Fan, placing his hands on his wheelchair. Xiao Ai, long time no see. Yizhi took the initiative to introduce. Father, mother, this is Dr. Lin. When the ghost beast attacked me before, my mental power exploded, and it was Dr. Lin who saved me. Tan Yun quickly stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Lin Qing raised his gold-rimmed glasses. Madam, please don't be so polite. Saving people is the doctor's duty. He looked at Yizhi. Xiao Ai, I will come to see you later. Now, I have to take this disobedient patient back to the ward. Ji Fan's face was dark. In the entire military, only Lin Qing dared to treat him with such an attitude. Chapter 177. Lin Qing pushed Ji Fan back to the ward. Zhou Jianjun was like seeing a savior. Dr. Lin, you see? I said that only you can invite the Major General back. Ji Fan looked at him, and Zhou Jianjun immediately turned his words around and said aggrievedly, Major General, I was still reporting military information to you, and you turned around and left. What can I do? I can only ask Dr. Lin to call you. Ji Fan coughed lightly, thinking, can I say that I heard the little girl calling me, but he never showed his emotions, unless he wanted to. It was difficult for outsiders to figure out his thoughts. He said seriously, what's wrong? Zhou Jianjun remembered the business, and immediately changed his face. His rough eyebrows showed a bit of sharpness. Hu Lin found out that there is an organization called Sea Buckthorn under the madman, but it is hard to say whether Sea Buckthorn did this incident. Hu Lin said there were traces of multiple parties. Also, when I arrived, the madman and the one called Zhang Shengman were gone. Ji Fan looked thoughtful. Have you found out where Sea Buckthorn's nest is? Zhou Jianjun looked a little embarrassed. Hu Lin said that all the clues point to the outside world, but you also know that there are various forces in that place, and it is not easy to explore clearly. To understand, I guess I have to go there in person. Ji Fan frowned slightly. What is the situation on the front line now? Yesterday, the Dawa Federation submitted a ceasefire letter to us. Zhou Jianjun said, stroking the stubble on his chin. Beware of fraud, Ji Fan said in a deep voice. The Glorious Empire and the Dawa Union have been fighting on the Western Front for decades. This is the first time that the other side has taken the initiative to submit a ceasefire letter. This matter is weird from the inside out. Yes. Zhou Jianjun nodded. Gu Tingjin is guarding the front line. From the news he sent me today, the other party seems to really plan to cease fire. I heard that something happened in Dawa. Ji Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. See what's going on over there. If there is a ceasefire, send Hu Lin to the foreign land to check Sea Buckthorn. Zhou Jianjun has been with him for many years. Hearing his arrangement, he knew that there must be something wrong. Is there anything wrong with this organization? Ji Fan's eyes moved slightly. I suspect that this madman is Huang Qingli, who disappeared at the beginning. Zhou Jianjun opened his eyes wide, his eyeballs bulged slightly. Are you talking about that pretty boy? Ji Fan recalled what the madman said to Yizhi that day. There were 2 dead bodies, and both parents died. He thought about it, and thought that there was only one person in Guanjiaxing who could match the name. In the end, it was just a bad fate. Zhou Jianjun had a strange look on his face, looking dumbfounded. He kept babbling for a long time, but didn't even fart. Finally, he choked and said, Major General, think about it. Ji Fan kicked him. It was just such an ordinary action, but Ji Fan's eyebrows twitched. Hee hee. Lin Qing kept paying attention to him and sneered. Do you feel the pain? Zhou Jianjun looked worried. What's the situation? Didn't you say it's okay? Lin Qing was so angry that his teeth itched. It's okay. Your Major General is so desperate. Do you know how many bullets he got shot with? Zhou Jianjun thought, what's the big deal about a few bullets? Who dares to say that the soldiers on the front line have never been shot? But seeing Lin Qing's cold face, he didn't dare to say it out loud. 17 shots. He's the Imperial God of War. Lin Qing walked around the room, looking extremely angry. She stood there like a target and let people shoot her. Every bullet hit a nerve. He was really not satisfied, so he drank a large glass of water. You think you're so great at S level. Can a hit to a nerve heal itself? You even went to drive a mecha. Do you still want to live? Zhou Jianjun covered his chest and said nothing. He had no place to speak here. Lin Qing's fingertips were shaking. Your bullet, was it Xiao Ai who took it out for you? Ji Fan nodded softly. You two really dared to say it and do it. Lin Qing looked like he was about to have a myocardial infarction. She is still a child. She hasn't even taken a medical class. What if she caused secondary damage when she took out the bullet? What if the nerve was completely cut off? The facts prove that she did a good job. Ji Fan thought of her calm face when she took out the bullet. You? Lin Qing was extremely angry. Zhou Jianjun quickly comforted him. Dr. Lin, calm down, the Major General and the girl are fine. Isn't that good? In that situation, I didn't know if there would be any more accidents. Take out the bullet, and the chance of survival will be greater. Knowing that Lin Qing was really worried about him, Ji Fan rarely explained. Yizhi didn't know that at that time, the patron saint of the empire was also worried, and was also preparing for the worst possible situation. What else could Lin Qing say? He suddenly lost his temper. Ji Fan was telling the truth. With his momentum raised, he suddenly said viciously, take a vacation. Report to the military. You must take a vacation. Zhou Jianjun hesitated and whispered this. The war is not over yet, and the military department may not agree to suddenly report for leave, right? Lin Qing turned to look at him, with a knife in his eyes. Then write in the report that if the Empire does not want this only S level, hurry him back to the front line. After that, he went out angrily. After walking a few steps, He walked back worriedly and shouted loudly, "Rest." You know what rest means. Zhou Jianjun immediately raised his hand. I promised to take good care of the Major General and never let him run around. There was a brief silence in the room. Ji Fan slid his wheelchair to the window. The view of his ward was very good, and there was a blue sea outside. Zhou Jianjun thought he was in a bad mood, and asked carefully, "Major General, then I will send you back to the capital star to rest for a while?" Ji Fan looked at him sideways. No. Zhou Jianjun was about to cry, thinking that the Major General should listen to him. Didn't you see that Dr. Lin was about to explode on the spot just now? But Ji Fan said, "We have to rest anyway, and the Bay Star is quieter." Zhou Jianjun was stunned. "Find someone to pretend to be me," Ji Fan said, "and pretend to go back to Guangyao Star to rest." Zhou Jianjun understood immediately and stood up in military posture. "Yes." "Then you have a good rest. I will make arrangements." Ji Fan nodded slightly. If Ji Fan wants to stay in Guangyu Star, he must leave at least one company of security forces here. The location and personnel arrangements must be deployed step by step, and the news cannot be leaked. The key is to arrange a scene so that everyone thinks that he has returned to Guangyao Star from the Bay Star. All the forces are cunning, and this is not an easy task. Zhou Jianjun was in a big headache when he left. This kind of thing should be arranged by Gu Tingjun, or if it is a second choice, Hu Lin is also okay. Ji Fan looked at the sea in the distance alone. There were many tourists wearing thin clothes running back and forth on the beach. His dark green eyes were flickering, and I don't know what he was thinking. Chapter 178. Yi Jiai was lying on the hospital bed. Her mind was a little dazed. She really couldn't imagine that the driving force behind all this was Zhang Shengnan. She suddenly remembered what Yi Jian had said to her on her 3rd birthday. He said that there were people like her in this era. Now everything has been confirmed. In the interstellar space, people like her even have a unified name resurrected. Zhang Shengnan told her in person that she remembered things in her previous life. She was not an imperial person in her previous life. She was a Kokovo person and had a blood feud with the empire. But in the past 2 days, she searched the internet and found very few introductions to Kokovo people. But looking at Zhang Shengnan's look of wanting to eat the empire alive, it seems that she is not lying. And Zhang Shengnan's attitude towards the madman, she always feels that things are not that simple. At least from her perspective, Zhang Shengnan did not regard the madman as a leader at all, and there was no sense of superiors and subordinates between the two. As the leader of an organization, if Crazy was offended by his subordinates like this, he would have punished them long ago, but he didn't say anything to Zhang Shengnan. On the contrary, one could vaguely see that he was wary and afraid of her. If that was the case, what organization did Zhang Shengnan refer to at the time? Could she understand that the plan to capture her involved not just one organization, but a joint action of 2 organizations? Or was the organization led by Crazy also following the orders of the organization Zhang Shengnan mentioned? It was too complicated. She rubbed her forehead with a headache. "Xiao Ai, what's wrong? Do you have a headache?" As soon as Lin Qing stepped in, he saw Yi Jiai looking anxious. "Dr. Lin." Yi Jiai raised her eyes. "It's not a headache. In fact, I feel very good now." Lin smiled slightly. "After becoming A, do you feel that the whole world is different?" "Yes, Yi Jiai has become A. Her mental power has been maintained at the B+ level for a long time, and now she has broken through to the A level. This time, fortunately, Ji Fan was by her side and helped her sort out her mental power in time, so it was not as dangerous as last time. Being A and before becoming A are like 2 different worlds. At this moment, she can clearly feel where she is on the Gulf Star, and even vaguely sense the direction of the Gulf Star in the Nama galaxy. The former's feeling is extremely accurate, while the latter's feeling is just an inexplicable sense of direction. This feeling is related to the ability to sense more stable and larger spacetime lines after becoming A. Lin Qing sat beside her, looking at the various reports on the bed display, and said casually, "Do you know? You are the youngest A in history, surpassing the Major General." Yi Jiai's heart moved, surpassing Ji Fan. Seeing her stunned look, Lin Qing added, "The first time I saw you, I felt that you had extraordinary potential, but a 12-year-old A, I was surprised to think about it. All forces may have their eyes on you, and you must learn to protect yourself in the future." Yi Jiai's face changed. She would not make such a mistake as Zhang Shengnan a second time. "Major General. How is your excellency?" she asked softly. "Not very good." Lin Qing shook his head. That madman was too cruel. Every shot hit the nerves. If it weren't for the Major General's abnormal physique, I'm afraid he would have been a cripple by now. Yi Jiai couldn't help but purse her lips. If Ji-fan really got into trouble because of saving her, she would never be able to sleep or eat well for the rest of her life. Not bad, it seems that your data has been restored. He retracted his gaze from the display screen. I heard that you took out the bullets of the Major General? Any problem? Although she was very confident in herself, she couldn't help but show her worry. Don't worry, you did a good job. He sighed. In that situation, if the injury to the left leg was delayed until the next day, the nerves might have been completely necrotic, and then no one would be able to save it. Maybe we can only install a mechanical leg. Ji-fan. Install a mechanical leg? No. Yijie shook her head. She couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen to Ji-fan. That man who was like a god of war didn't need a medal of this level. If possible, she hoped that he would be fine all his life, not get hurt, and always be the patron saint of the empire. Seeing her serious face, Lin Qing asked in surprise, Why, you are also a fan of our Major General? Yijie looked at him and shrugged. Her expression was extremely natural, as if to say, Isn't it normal to be a fan of Ji-fan? Lin Qing noticed what she meant and laughed. Yes, the Major General has a very large fan base. In addition to you students, there are also soldiers. He didn't say it seriously, but the feeling of picking it up lightly made Yijie feel more powerful. Ji-fan's reputation in the military is really high. Dr. Lin, she asked tentatively, have you heard of Kakovo people? I've heard a little bit about it. Lin Qing thought for a moment. It seems that the race has been exterminated. What's wrong? Are you suddenly interested in this race? He looked so natural, it didn't seem like he was faking it. This was a bit strange. Zhang Shengnan said that the Kakovo people were captured by the Empire and dissected one by one, so this matter could not have been passed over by the military. She thought Lin Qing at least knew something, but looking at his expression, it seemed that he knew nothing at all. Well, I just feel that the textbooks don't describe their genocide enough, so I'm a little curious. Hiss, let me think about it. Lin Qing recalled slowly, they are the indigenous residents of a remote planet, located relatively close to the Dao Federation. He suddenly punched his palm. Yes, Kakovo is located at the border between the Empire and the Federation. After the Empire discovered this planet, it immediately applied for takeover. This happened a long time ago. I don't know exactly how their tribe was exterminated later. I heard that it seemed to have some disease. Many indigenous people are prone to illness after contacting interstellar humans, and the Empire is responsible for curing this disease. Yijie's heart moved. Is there anything on that planet? Why did they apply for takeover immediately? Generally speaking, this kind of planet located on the border line belongs to whoever discovers it first, and the procedures for this kind of planet must be handled quickly. He paused, however. Kakovo is a little special. There are energy mines on this planet. Dr. Lin, how do you know so much? Yijie was a little puzzled. Because I just came down from the front line, Lin Qing sighed. I didn't react when you said Kakovo people, but Kakovo is the planet where the Empire and the Dova Federation went to war. It is not called this name on the front line. It is called Mine 9. Energy Mine number 9? Yijie guessed. Yes, the war on the border line is basically centered around energy mines. The lower-level soldiers and laborers are more familiar with the numbers of energy mines, so they are used to it. Lin Qing explained to her. Yijie was thoughtful. She wanted to ask more, but Lin Qing said, I will leave tomorrow. I have to explain some things to Zhou Jianjun now. You have to intensify your physical training. Don't let the gap between your mental strength and physical level be too large. Okay, goodbye, Dr. Lin. I wish you a safe journey in advance. Yijie smiled and said goodbye to him. Chapter 179. 7 days later. Yijie, who had almost recovered, took Yijian's shuttle and arrived at an isolated island. This island was smaller than the one where she celebrated her birthday. Within her field of vision, there were no people. The green plants on the island were very rich, and there were many species that Yijie could not name. Where is this? Yijie looked at the beach villa in front of her and asked. Yijian took off his sunglasses. Welcome home, Xiaoyai. Tan Yun was wearing home clothes, stepping barefoot on the floor in front of the villa, waving at her. Xiaoyai, come here. Yijian subconsciously walked inside and asked tentatively, Father, after I left, did you start a business? And become rich? Hey, Yijian touched her hair and chuckled. After 9 years, why are you still so stupid? Thinking of the huge amount of pocket money from her father every month, Yijian suddenly had an idea. Wow, father, you are so rich. What should I do? My parents are unwilling to tell me the real family property of my family. Urgent. I may be an invisible rich second generation. Put away your weird ideas. Yijian seemed to be able to sense her brain waves flying out of the interstellar. What gave you the illusion that your father is poor? Yixian remembered the words Tan Zhong used to describe Yixian, something like being alone and having nothing. It felt like a story about a poor boy from a remote galaxy who went to the capital star and met her mother, a rich and beautiful woman. But she didn't have the courage to say it out loud, so she had to find another way. After I was born, my family lived in an ordinary community, and the Flexi brand didn't seem to be very expensive. Yixian held her and walked over the gravel steps in front of the door, sneering, "It's because your mother wanted to experience the life of ordinary people, saying that she wanted you to get some touch of fireworks." Yixi suddenly realized, "Is it because of your civilian identity? I didn't expect that you didn't get touch of fireworks." Yixian snorted from the side of his nose, "But you got a lot of stupidity." Yixi pouted, "So you moved here after I left?" Yixian paused and said in a light tone, "Your mother doesn't want to go back there, afraid of being reminded of the past." Yixi. Her heart trembled, and she remembered another thing. "When we were on video, I didn't feel any changes at home." Yixian took her to the front door, and the glass door slid open automatically. "That's because the design and decoration there was originally based on the style here." Wow. The front door opened, and she saw the same living room layout as deep in her memory, with gray-white brick floors, sofas, and dining tables, all in creamy white. There were floor-to-ceiling windows all around, and the breeze blew up the white gauze, and the sunlight shone through the glass here, and she felt only gentleness and comfort. Not surprised by praise or criticism, watching the flowers bloom and fall in front of the courtyard, not caring about staying or leaving, watching the clouds roll and unfold in the sky. This poem suddenly popped up in her mind. This place is really suitable for vacation. Tan Yun was bringing out plate after plate of exquisite food from the kitchen, with a strand of golden hair falling from her forehead, and she smiled very gently. "Xiao Ai, go wash your hands and eat." After washing her hands, Yixi sat down and saw an extra set of bowls and chopsticks, wondering, "Are there any guests coming?" Tan Yun glared at Yixian and explained to her, "Didn't your father tell you? The Major General is going to take a vacation in the Gulf Star. Adjutant Zhou asked us for a safe and quiet residence, so I directly invited the Major General to our house." Yixi was slightly stunned. "Live? Here?" Yixian gently tapped her head. "There are a few houses in the back. He lives in the back. This island is very safe. You can go around if you have nothing to do." Yixi nodded. At this time, Ji Fan also arrived. He was wearing casual clothes, but he was not in a wheelchair. Tan Yun stood up first and called him, "Your Excellency Major General, come and sit down." Yixi also stood up and saluted, "Your Excellency Major General. No need to be so polite. I am sorry to bother you." Ji Fan said gently and sat down in the empty seat. Tan Yun and Yixian sat at the two ends of the dining table, so Ji Fan and Yixi just sat opposite each other. Ji Fan said naturally, "Xiao Ai, how is your mental power recovering?" Tan Yun took over the conversation. "The doctor said that Xiao Ai was very lucky this time. Although it was a mental power explosion, it was relatively stable, and now it is A-level." Ji Fan responded inaudibly, without any surprise. Yixian drank a sip of water, and glanced at Ji Fan inconspicuously. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the godfather that Viscount Tananin found for Xiao Ai back then. He helped Xiao Ai sort out his mental power first, so he raised his glass first. "Thank you very much for Xiao Ai's matter, Your Excellency." Ji Fan raised his glass, and responded vaguely. Some difficult to clearly express meanings collided back and forth in the eyes of the two men. Ji Fan drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Yixian also drank it all. They are all outstanding among humans. Even if they are just drinking, it is pleasing to the eyes. Yixi was a little worried about Ji Fan's injury, and couldn't help but stop him. "Father, the Major General is still injured and can't drink too much." Yixian glanced at her, and snorted from deep inside his nose. But he didn't raise his glass again. Tan Yun divided a plate of roasted pork belly among several people. "Hurry up and eat." For a while, there was the sound of tableware touching, and the sound of chewing that was barely audible. If we say that among the four people, the most relaxed one must be Yixi, one because she is a child, and two, because she is very familiar with these people. She swallowed the pork belly, her big black eyes full of worry. "Major General, how long will it take for your injury to heal?" Ji Fan, "Dr. Lin said it will take about a year." "It will take so long?" Yixi explained softly. Tan Yun is a doctor after all, and she knows Ji Fan's situation well. In fact, Ji Fan finally agreed to be placed here, and it was also because of Tan Yun's identity as a doctor. She explained to Yixi, "Your Excellency Major General has injured multiple nerves. Muscles recover quickly, but nerve damage will recover slowly. She sighed, a little depressed. And to recover to the original level, it takes a lot of training. Because saving Yijia caused the dignified Imperial Major General to be injured like this, Tan Yun didn't know how to thank him. On the contrary, Ji Fan looked indifferent. Madam, don't worry. Tan Yun added a lot of meat and vegetables to his plate. Madam, eat more, these are very helpful for your physical recovery. Ji Fan has a deep and handsome face, and excellent dining etiquette. In addition, he is not wearing a military uniform, but a casual dress, which makes him look like a nobleman who comes here for vacation. I will do a lot of training later, and I may not be able to take care of eating. Madam, just let the robot bring me food. Ji Fan suddenly looked at Tan Yun and said, Oh, okay. Tan Yun agreed. But she was relieved after all. For ordinary people like Tan Yun, having dinner with Ji Fan requires a certain amount of psychological preparation. Ji Fan naturally felt this, so he took the initiative to say this. As for Yi Xian, of course he wouldn't, he is not an ordinary person. Chapter 180. After the meal, Ji Fan found an excuse and left. Yijia lay on the sofa, her head hanging on the edge, looking at the sea outside, the gentle sea breeze blowing across her face, and she rarely felt a sense of emptiness with nothing to do. If she were at the Tan family, after lunch, she would only be allowed to take a short break, and then she would start intensive learning in all aspects. The tableware was cleaned by robots, but Tan Yun was still planning meals for the next few days in the kitchen. After all, there were several patients at home, and Tan Shi had been placed here early. Yi Xian changed her clothes and came down from upstairs. Seeing Yi Xia's bored look, she sat on the sofa and whispered to her, Do you still want to go back to Guangya Star? Yi Xia sat up suddenly and asked with her eyes what she meant. Yi Xian touched her soft face, and his tone was rarely so firm. As your father, I can't stand seeing you not by my side and being in danger again and again. If your grandfather can't protect you, then I will do it. Yi Xia's heart moved slightly. She didn't want to see her grandfather and father have a conflict. Grandfather has tried his best to protect me. It's the bad guys who are too dangerous. You can't put me in the space button every day and take me with you every day. Yi Xian's slender index finger moved slightly and gently tapped on Yi Xia's forehead. You have been to Guangyu Star for a few years, and you have forgotten your father when you came back? Yi Xia felt pain, covered her forehead and said innocently, Father, I am serious. Yi Xian looked down from a high place, with an intimidating momentum. I will build this island into a military fortress, and see who dares to come. You really won't let me go back to the capital star? Yi Xia realized her father's seriousness. Yi Xian hummed lightly, and touched her head. I have contacted your grandfather, and he also thinks Guangya Star is too dangerous. Before we know who the enemy is, and what their purpose is, you will be safer here. Yi Xia should have cheered loudly when she was ordered to stay with her father and mother, but she felt a little bitter when she thought of her grandparents on Guangya Star 28 light-years away. No one knows the old noble better than her. Viscount Tiananmen must be blaming himself and feeling bad at this time. Yi Xian took out a map and gave it to her. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, you can go explore. I have to go out for something, and tell your mother that I will not be back for dinner tonight. Okay. Yi Xia took the map and found that it was not only a topographic map of the island, but also the location of each house and the approximate spatial structure. Before leaving, Yi Xian kissed her hair. Your space button robot is still being salvaged. If you need any tools, go to the underground warehouse to find them. After Yi Xian left, Yi Xia always felt depressed. Finally, she opened the optical computer and wrote a letter to her grandparents and Qingfei Qingchen. After sending it to them, she felt better. Thinking of Yi Xian's words, she took the map and walked around the house for 2 full circles before finding an entrance to a suspected underground warehouse in a hidden bush. When she stepped on it, the texture was very soft. At this time, a mechanical female voice suddenly sounded, identifying biological information. Ms. Yi Xia, identification passed. In front of her, a huge underground passage appeared. Yi Xia held her breath, stepped on the stairs, and walked down step by step. The space below was very large. It was not just a messy underground warehouse as she thought, but had quite a lot of doors. Yi Xia found that every time she took a step, the house space shown on the map became larger. A sense of curiosity rose from the bottom of her heart. This was really an adventure. She walked into the first room on the right. There were neatly stacked energy guns, submachine guns, sniper rifles of various models. Yi Xia's mouth was big. This was basically an ammunition depot. She quickly retreated and patted her chest, still in shock. Could it be that his father was actually an arms dealer? On second thought, it seemed unlikely. She took a deep breath and stepped into the second room. There were quite a lot of parts in this room. Yijia looked for a long time before suddenly realizing that these were all mecha parts. She stood in the middle of the house, looking at the densely packed mecha parts around her, and felt her heart beat rapidly several times in a row. My goodness, it is said that the poor play with shuttles, and the rich play with mechas. I don't know how much this mecha parts library is worth. How could she not know that her father had such a wasteful hobby? With a bang, the door of this room was closed tightly. She had already guessed what might be in the next room. She walked into the fourth room on the right. There stood a tall pure black mecha inside, with a cold light on it. This was the forward mecha Black Warrior. She closed the door, calmed her heartbeat, and walked into another room. There was a silver mecha parked here. Compared with the Black Warrior, its metal texture was thinner, and its shape was smaller. This was the Sniper Mecha Silver Chain, which was quite famous and very expensive. Yijia left the room with her heart pounding. There were many rooms on the right, and she suddenly didn't want to look at them. She was very clear about one fact at this time. Her father was very rich, super rich. She was not short of money. She casually entered the third room on the left, where there were many drawings, all of which seemed to be related to the engine. Yijia withdrew and went to the next door. The things in this room were very messy, unlike the previous rooms, which were carefully cared for by the owner and neatly arranged. The telepathy between father and daughter made her suddenly understand that the underground warehouse her father mentioned was most likely this room. She picked up a bow and arrow and shot it casually. A fiery red energy came out of the launch port and hit the wall, making a loud noise. Yijia reacted quickly covered her ears, and lowered her body. She was shocked and walked to the wall that was hit. She didn't know what material this wall was made of. After being attacked by such energy, it only formed a small pit, which was not as big as her fist. She looked at all kinds of strange things in the room, and swallowed her saliva. Are physical scientists actually inventors? In a pile of messy things, she was suddenly attracted by a pair of uniquely shaped boots. It looked like a pair of boots up to her knees, with a black metal shell and a very high-end texture. She took off her shoes and put them on, and the boots immediately became her size. She rubbed it hard on the ground, and it was very tight. Even the calves were well wrapped. I don't know what kind of metal it is, but it doesn't feel hard. It's very light and fits well. She jumped subconsciously, because it was just a random jump, not too hard. But her whole person immediately took off, and before hitting the ceiling, Yijia reacted very quickly and turned over in the air, exchanging the position of her head and feet, so her feet stepped on the ceiling. The whole person was hanging upside down on the ceiling. She was sucked. Yijia was surprised and tried to move her right foot, but found that she couldn't move.